Short Fiction. By Guy de Maupassant. Guy de Maupassant. Chapter 1. The first artists, in any line, are doubtless not those whose general ideas about their art are most often on their lips, those who most abound in precept, apology and formula and can best tell us the reasons and the philosophy of things. We know the first usually by their energetic practice, the constancy with which they apply their principles and the serenity with which they leave us to hunt for their secret in the illustration. The concrete example. None the less it often happens that a valid artist flashes upon us for a moment the light by which he works, utters his mystery and shows us the rule by which he holds it just that he should be measured. This accident is happiest, I think, when it is soonest over. The shortest explanations of the products of genius are the best, and there is many a creator of living figures whose friends, however full of faith in his inspiration, will do well to pray for him when he sallies forth into the dim wilderness of theory. The doctrine is apt to be so much less inspired than the work is often so much more intelligent than the doctrine. M. Guy de Maupassant has lately traversed with a firm and rapid step a literary crisis of this kind. He has clambered safely up the bank at the farther end of the morass. If he has relieved himself in the preface to Pierre et Jean, the last published of his tales, he has also rendered a service to his friends. He has not only come home in a recognizable plight, escaping gross disaster with a success which even his extreme good sense was far from making in advance a matter of course, but he has expressed in intelligible terms, that by itself is a ground of felicitation, his most general idea, his own sense of his direction. He has arranged, as it were, the light in which he wishes to sit. If it is a question of attempting, under however many disadvantages, a sketch of him, the critic's business therefore is simplified, there will be no difficulty about placing him. For he himself has chosen the spot, he has made the chalk mark on the floor. I may as well say at once that in dissertation M. de Maupassant does not write with his best pen, the philosopher in his composition is perceptibly inferior to the storyteller. I would rather have written half a page of Boule de Suif than the whole of the introduction to Flaubert's letters to Madame Sand. And his little disquisition on the novel in general, attached to that particular example of it which he has just put forth, is considerably less to the point than the masterpiece which it ushers in. In short, as a commentator M. de Maupassant is slightly vulgar, while as an artist he is wonderfully rare. Of course we must, in judging a writer, take one thing with another, and if I could make up my mind that M. de Maupassant is weak in theory it would almost make me like him better, render him more approachable, give him the touch of softness that he lacks and show us a human flaw. The most general quality of the author of La Maison Tellier and Bel Ami, the impression that remains last, after the others have been accounted for, is an essential hardness of form, hardness of nature. And it would put us more at ease to find that if the fact with him, the fact of execution, is so extraordinarily definite and adequate, his explanations, after it, were a little vague and sentimental. But I am not sure that he must even be held foolish to have noticed the race of critics. He is at any rate so much less foolish than several of that fraternity. He has said his say concisely and as if he were saying it once for all. In fine, his readers must be grateful to him for such a passage as that in which he remarks that whereas the public at large very legitimately says to a writer, console me, amuse me, terrify me, make me cry, make me dream, or make me think, what the sincere critic says is, make me something fine in the form that shall suit you best, according to your temperament. This seems to me to put into a nutshell the whole question of the different classes of fiction, concerning which there has recently been so much discourse. There are simply as many different kinds as there are persons practicing the art, for if a picture, a tale, or a novel is a direct impression of life, and that surely constitutes its interest and value, the impression will vary according to the plate that takes it, the particular structure and mixture of the recipient. I am not sure that I know what M. de Maupassant means when he says, the critic shall appreciate the result only according to the nature of the effort. He has no right to concern himself with tendencies. The second clause of that observation strikes me as rather in the air, thanks to the vagueness of the last word. But our author adds to the definiteness of his contention when he goes on to say that any form of the novel is simply a vision of the world from the standpoint of a person constituted after a certain fashion, and that it is therefore absurd to say that there is, for the novelist's use, only one reality of things. This seems to me commendable, not as a flight of metaphysics, hovering over bottomless gulfs of controversy, but, on the contrary, as a just indication of the vanity of certain dogmatisms. The particular way we see the world is our particular illusion about it, says M. de Maupassant, and this illusion fits itself to our organs and senses. Our receptive vessel becomes the furniture of our little plot of the universal consciousness. How childish, moreover, to believe in reality, since we each carry our own in our thought and in our organs. Our eyes, our ears, our sense of smell, of taste, differing from one person to another, create as many truths as there are men upon earth. And our minds, taking instruction from these organs, so diversely impressed, understand, analyze, judge, as if each of us belonged to a different race. Each one of us therefore forms for himself an illusion of the world, which is the illusion poetic, or sentimental, or joyous, or melancholy, or unclean, or dismal, according to his nature. And the writer has no other mission than to reproduce faithfully this illusion, with all the contrivances of art that he has learned and has at his command. The illusion of beauty, which is a human convention. The illusion of ugliness, which is a changing opinion. The illusion of truth, which is never immutable. The illusion of the ignoble, which attracts so many. The great artists are those who make humanity accept their particular illusion. Let us, therefore, not get angry with any one theory, since every theory is the generalized expression of a temperament asking itself questions. What is interesting in this is not that M. de Maupassant happens to hold that we have no universal measure of the truth, but that it is the last word on a question of art from a writer who is rich in experience and has had success in a very rare degree. It is of secondary importance that our impression should be called, or not called, an illusion. What is excellent is that our author has stated more neatly than we have lately seen it done that the value of the artist resides in the clearness with which he gives forth that impression. His particular organism constitutes a case, and the critic is intelligent in proportion as he apprehends and enters into that case. To quarrel with it because it is not another, which it couldn't possibly have been without a totally different outfit, appears to M. de Maupassant a deplorable waste of time. If this appeal to our disinterestedness may strike some readers as chilling, through their inability to conceive of any other form than the one they like, limitation excellent for a reader but poor for a judge. The occasion happens to be none of the best for saying so, for M. de Maupassant himself precisely presents all the symptoms of a case in the most striking way, and shows us how far the consideration of them may take us. Embracing such an opportunity as this and giving ourselves to it freely seems to me indeed to be a course more fruitful in valid conclusions, as well as in entertainment by the way, than the more common method of establishing one's own premises. To make clear to ourselves those of the author of Pierre et Jean, those to which he is committed by the very nature of his mind, is an attempt that will both stimulate and repay curiosity. There is no way of looking at his work less dry, less academic, for as we proceed from one of his peculiarities to another the whole horizon widens, yet without our leaving firm ground. And we see ourselves landed, step by step, in the most general questioning, those explanations of things which reside in the race, in the society. Of course there are cases, and it is the salient ones that the disinterested critic is delighted to meet. What makes M. de Maupassant salient is two facts, the first of which is that his gifts are remarkably strong and definite, and the second that he writes directly from them, as it were, holds the final, the most uninterrupted, I scarcely know what to call it, the boldest communication with them. A case is poor when the cluster of the artist's sensibilities is small or they themselves are wanting in keenness, or else when the personage doesn't admit them either through ignorance, or diffidence, or stupidity, or the error of a false ideal, to what may be called a legitimate share in his attempt. It is, I think, among English and American writers that this latter accident is most liable to occur. More than the French, we are apt to be misled by some convention or other as to the sort of feeler we ought to put forth, forgetting that the best one will be the one that nature happens to have given us. We have doubtless often enough the courage of our opinions, when it befalls that we have opinions, but we have not so constantly that of our perceptions. There is a whole side of our perceptive apparatus that we in fact neglect, and there are probably many among us who would erect this tendency into a duty. M. De Maupassant neglects nothing that he possesses, he cultivates his garden with admirable energy. And if there is a flower you miss from the rich parterre, you may be sure that it couldn't possibly have been raised, his mind not containing the soil for it. He is plainly of the opinion that the first duty of the artist, and the thing that makes him most useful to his fellow men, is to master his instrument, whatever it may happen to be. His own is that of the senses, and it is through them alone, or almost alone, that life appeals to him. It is almost alone by their help that he describes it, that he produces brilliant works. They render him this great assistance because they are evidently, in his constitution, extraordinarily alive. There is scarcely a page in all his 20 volumes that does not testify to their vivacity. Nothing could be further from his thought than to disavow them and to minimize their importance. He accepts them frankly, gratefully, works them, rejoices in them. If he were told that there are many English writers who would be sorry to go with him in this, he would, I imagine, staring, say that that is about what was to have been expected of the Anglo-Saxon race, or even that many of them probably could not go with him if they would. Then he would ask how our authors can be so foolish as to sacrifice such a moyen, how they can afford to, and exclaim, they must be pretty works, those they produce, and give a fine, true, complete account of life, with such omissions, such lacunae. M. De Maupassant's productions teach us, for instance, that his sense of smell is exceptionally acute as that of those animals of the field and forest whose subsistence and security depend upon it. It might be thought that he would, as a student of the human race, have found an abnormal development of this faculty embarrassing, scarcely knowing what to do with it, where to place it. But such an apprehension betrays an imperfect conception of his directness and resolution, as well as of his constant economy of means. Nothing whatever prevents him from representing the relations of men and women as largely governed by the scent of the parties. Human life in his pages, would this not be the most general description he would give of it? Appears for the most part as a sort of concert of odors, and his people are perpetually engaged, or he is engaged on their behalf, in sniffing up and distinguishing them. In some pleasant or painful exercise of the nostril. If everything in life speaks to the nostril, why on earth shouldn't we say so? I suppose him to inquire. And what a proof of the empire of poor conventions and hypocrisies, cheese rouse anters. That you should pretend to describe and characterize and yet take no note, or so little that it comes to the same thing, of that essential sign. Not less powerful is his visual sense, the quick, direct discrimination of his eye, which explains the singularly vivid concision of his descriptions. These are never prolonged or analytic, have nothing of enumeration, of the quality of the observer who counts the items to be sure he has made up the sum. His eye selects unerringly, unscrupulously, almost impudently, catches the particular thing in which the character of the object or the scene resides and, by expressing it with the artful brevity of a master, leaves a convincing, original picture. If he is inveterately synthetic, he is never more so than in the way he brings this hard, short, intelligent gaze to bear. His vision of the world is for the most part a vision of ugliness, and even when it is not, there is in his easy power to generalize a certain absence of love, a sort of bird's-eye view contempt. He has none of the superstitions of observation, none of our English indulgencies, our tender and often imaginative superficialities. If he glances into a railway carriage bearing its freight into the Parisian suburbs of a summer Sunday, a dozen dreary lives map themselves out in a flash. There were stout ladies in farcical clothes, those middle-class goodwives of the banlieue who replace the distinction they don't possess by an irrelevant dignity. Gentlemen weary of the office, with sallow faces and twisted bodies and one of their shoulders a little forced up by perpetual bending at work over a table. Their anxious, joyless faces spoke moreover of domestic worries, incessant needs for money, old hopes finally shattered. For they all belonged to the army of poor threadbare devils who vegetate frugally in a mean little plaster house, with a flower-bed for a garden. Even in a brighter picture, such as the admirable vignette of the drive of Madame Tellier and her companions, the whole thing is an impression, as painters say nowadays, in which the figures are cheap. The 6 women at the station clamber into a country cart and go jolting through the Norman landscape to the village. But presently the jerky trot of the nag shook the vehicle so terribly that the chairs began to dance, tossing up the travellers to right, to left, with movements like puppets, scared grimaces. Cries of dismay suddenly interrupted by a more violent bump. They clutched the sides of the trap, their bonnets turned over onto their backs, or upon the nose or the shoulder. And the white horse continued to go, thrusting out his head and straightening the little tail, hairless like that of a rat, with which from time to time he whisked his buttocks. Joseph Rivet, with one foot stretched upon the shaft, the other leg bent under him and his elbows very high, held the reins and emitted from his throat every moment a kind of cluck which caused the animal to prick up his ears and quicken his pace. On either side of the road the green country stretched away. The colza, in flower, produced in spots a great carpet of undulating yellow, from which there rose a strong, wholesome smell, a smell penetrating and pleasant, carried very far by the breeze. In the tall rye the bluebottles held up their little azuro heads, which the women wished to pluck, but Rivet refused to stop. Then, in some place, a whole field looked as if it were sprinkled with blood, it was so crowded with poppies. And in the midst of the great level, taking color in this fashion from the flowers of the soil, the trap passed on with the jog of the white horse, seeming itself to carry a nosegay of richer hues. It disappeared behind the big trees of a farm, to come out again where the foliage stopped and parade afresh through the green and yellow crops, pricked with red or blue. Its blazing cartload of women, which receded in the sunshine. As regards the other sense, the sense par excellence, the sense which we scarcely mention in English fiction and which I am not very sure I shall be allowed to mention in an English periodical, M. de Maupassant speaks for that, and of it, with extraordinary distinctness and authority. To say that it occupies the first place in his picture is to say too little. It covers in truth the whole canvas, and his work is little else but a report of its innumerable manifestations. These manifestations are not, for him, so many incidents of life, they are life itself, they represent the standing answer to any question that we may ask about it. He describes them in detail, with a familiarity and a frankness which leave nothing to be added. I should say with singular truth if I did not consider that in regard to this article he may be taxed with a certain exaggeration. M. de Maupassant would doubtless affirm that where the empire of the sexual sense is concerned no exaggeration is possible. Nevertheless it may be said that whatever depths may be discovered by those who dig for them, the impression of the human spectacle for him who takes it as it comes has less analogy with that of the monkey's cage than this admirable writer's account of it. I speak of the human spectacle as we Anglo-Saxons see it, as we Anglo-Saxons pretend we see it. M. de Maupassant would possibly say. At any rate I have perhaps touched upon this peculiarity sufficiently to explain my remark that his point of view is almost solely that of the senses. If he is a very interesting case this makes him also an embarrassing one, embarrassing and mystifying for the moralist. I may as well admit that no writer of the day strikes me as equally so. To find M. de Maupassant a lion in the path, that may seem to some people a singular proof of want of courage. But I think the obstacle will not be made light of by those who have really taken the measure of the animal. We are accustomed to think, we of the English faith, that a cynic is a living advertisement of his errors, especially in proportion as he is a thoroughgoing one, and M. de Maupassant's cynicism, unrelieved as it is, will not be disposed of offhand by a critic of a competent literary sense. Such a critic is not slow to perceive, to his no small confusion, that though, judging from usual premises, the author of Bel Ami ought to be a warning, he somehow is not. His baseness, as it pervades him, ought to be written all over him. Yet somehow there are certain aspects, and those commanding, as the house agents say, in which it is not in the least to be perceived. It is easy to exclaim that if he judges life only from the point of view of the senses, many are the noble and exquisite things that he must leave out. What he leaves out has no claim to get itself considered till after we have done justice to what he takes in. It is this positive side of M. de Maupassant that is most remarkable, the fact that his literary character is so complete and edifying. Auteur à peu près irréprochable dans un genre que n'y l'est pas, as that excellent critic M. Jules Lemaitre says of him, he disturbs us by associating a conscience and a high standard with a temper long synonymous, in our eyes, with an absence of scruples. The situation would be simpler certainly if he were a bad writer. But none the less it is possible, I think, on the whole, to circumvent him, even without attempting to prove that after all he is one. The latter part of his introduction to Pierre et Jean is less felicitous than the beginning, but we learn from it, and this is interesting, that he regards the analytic fashion of telling a story, which has lately begotten in his own country some such remarkable experiments, few votaries as it has attracted among ourselves, as very much less profitable than the simple epic manner which avoids with care all complicated explanations, all dissertations upon motives, and confines itself to making persons and events pass before our eyes. M. de Maupassant adds that in his view, psychology should be hidden in a book, as it is hidden in reality under the facts of existence. The novel conceived in this manner gains interest, movement, color, the bustle of life. When it is a question of an artistic process we must always mistrust very sharp distinctions, for there is surely in every method a little of every other method. It is as difficult to describe an action without glancing at its motive, its moral history, as it is to describe a motive without glancing at its practical consequence. Our history and our fiction are what we do, but it surely is not more easy to determine where what we do begins than to determine where it ends, notoriously a hopeless task. Therefore it would take a very subtle sense to draw a hard and fast line on the borderland of explanation and illustration. If psychology be hidden in life, as, according to M. de Maupassant, it should be in a book, the question immediately comes up, from whom is it hidden? From some people, no doubt, but very much less from others. And all depends upon the observer, the nature of one's observation and one's curiosity. For some people motives, reasons, relations, explanations, are a part of the very surface of the drama, with the footlights beating full upon them. For me an act, an incident, an attitude may be a sharp, detached, isolated thing, of which I give a full account in saying that in such and such a way it came off. For you it may be hung about with implications, with relations and conditions as necessary to help you to recognize it as the clothes of your friends are to help you know them in the street. You feel that they would seem strange to you without petticoats and trousers. M. de Maupassant would probably urge that the right thing is to know, or to guess, how events come to pass, but to say as little about it as possible. There are matters in regard to which he goes in, as the phrase is, for saying much, but that is not one of them. The contention to which I allude strikes me as rather arbitrary, so difficult is it to put one's finger upon the reason why, for instance, there should be so little mystery about what happened to Christiane Andermatt, in Mont-Oriol, when she went to walk on the hills with Paul Bretigny, and so much, say, about the forces that formed her for that gentleman's convenience, or those lying behind any other odd collapse that our author may have related. The rule misleads, and the best rule certainly is the tact of the individual writer, which will adapt itself to the material as the material comes to him. The cause we plead is ever pretty sure to be the cause of our idiosyncrasies, and if M. de Maupassant thinks meanly of explanations, it is, I suspect, that they come to him in no great affluence. His view of the conduct of man is so simple as scarcely to require them, and indeed so far as they are needed he is, virtually, explanatory. He deprecates reference to motives, but there is one, covering an immense ground in his horizon, as I have already hinted, to which he perpetually refers. If the sexual impulse is not a moral antecedent, it is none the less the wire that moves almost all M. de Maupassant's puppets, and as he has not hidden it, I cannot see that he has eliminated analysis or made a sacrifice to discretion. His pages are studded with that particular analysis. He is constantly peeping behind the curtain, telling us what he discovers there. The truth is that the admirable system of simplification which makes his tales so rapid and so concise, especially his shorter ones, for his novels in some degree, I think, suffer from it, strikes us as not in the least a conscious intellectual effort, a selective, comparative process. He tells us all he knows, all he suspects. And if these things take no account of the moral nature of man, it is because he has no window looking in that direction and not because artistic scruples have compelled him to close it up. The very compact mansion in which he dwells presents on that side a perfectly dead wall. This is why, if his axiom that you produce the effect of truth better by painting people from the outside than from the inside has a large utility, his example is convincing in a much higher degree. A writer is fortunate when his theory and his limitations so exactly correspond, when his curiosities may be appeased with such precision and promptitude. M. de Maupassant contends that the most that the analytic novelist can do is to put himself, his own peculiarities, into the costume of the figure analyzed. This may be true, but if it applies to one manner of representing people who are not ourselves, it applies also to any other manner. It is the limitation, the difficulty of the novelist, to whatever clan or camp he may belong. M. de Maupassant is remarkably objective and impersonal, but he would go too far if he were to entertain the belief that he has kept himself out of his books. They speak of him eloquently, even if it only be to tell us how easy, given his talent of course, he has found this impersonality. Let us hasten to add that in the case of describing a character it is doubtless more difficult to convey the impression of something that is not oneself, the constant effort, however delusive at bottom, of the novelist, than in the case of describing some object more immediately visible. The operation is more delicate, but that circumstance only increases the beauty of the problem. On the question of style our author has some excellent remarks. We may be grateful indeed for every one of them, save an odd reflection about the way to become original, if we happen not to be so. The recipe for this transformation, it would appear, is to sit down in front of a blazing fire, or a tree in a plain, or any object we encounter in the regular way of business, and remain there until the tree, or the fire, or the object, whatever it be, become different for us from all other specimens of the same class. I doubt whether this system would always answer, for surely the resemblance is what we wish to discover, quite as much as the difference. And the best way to preserve it is not to look for something opposed to it. Is not this indication of the road to take to become, as a writer, original, touched with the same fallacy as the recommendation about eschewing analysis? It is the only naivete I have encountered in M. de Maupassant's many volumes. The best originality is the most unconscious, and the best way to describe a tree is the way in which it has struck us. Ah, but we don't always know how it has struck us, the answer to that may be, and it takes some time and ingenuity, much fasting and prayer, to find out. If we don't know, it probably hasn't struck us very much, so little indeed that our inquiry had better be relegated to that closed chamber of an artist's meditations, that sacred back kitchen, which no a priori rule can light up. The best thing the artist's advisor can do in such a case is to trust him and turn away, to let him fight the matter out with his conscience. And be this said with a full appreciation of the degree in which M. de Maupassant's observations on the whole question of a writer's style, at the point we have come to today, bear the stamp of intelligence and experience. His own style is of so excellent a tradition that the presumption is altogether in favor of what he may have to say. He feels oppressively, discouragingly, as many another of his countrymen must have felt, for the French have worked their language as no other people have done, the penalty of coming at the end of 3 centuries of literature. The difficulty of dealing with an instrument of expression so worn by friction, of drawing new sounds from the old familiar pipe. When we read, so saturated with French writing as we are that our whole body gives us the impression of being a paste made of words, do we ever find a line? A thought which is not familiar to us and of which we have not had at least a confused presentiment? And he adds that the matter is simple enough for the writer who only seeks to amuse the public by means already known. He attempts little, and he produces, with confidence, in the candor of his mediocrity, works which answer no question and leave no trace. It is he who wants to do more than this that has less and less an easy time of it. Everything seems to him to have been done, every effect produced, every combination already made. If he be a man of genius, his trouble is lightened, for mysterious ways are revealed to him and new combinations spring up for him even after novelty is dead. It is to the simple man of taste and talent, who has only a conscience and a will, that the situation may sometimes well appear desperate. He judges himself as he goes, and he can only go step by step over ground where every step is already a footprint. If it be a miracle whenever there is a fresh tone, the miracle has been wrought for M. de Maupassant. Or is he simply a man of genius to whom shortcuts have been disclosed in the watches of the night? At any rate he has had faith, religion has come to his aid. I mean the religion of his mother tongue, which he has loved well enough to be patient for her sake. He has arrived at the peace which passeth understanding, at a kind of conservative piety. He has taken his stand on simplicity, on a studied sobriety, being persuaded that the deepest science lies in that direction rather than in the multiplication of new terms. And on this subject he delivers himself with superlative wisdom. There is no need of the queer, complicated, numerous and Chinese vocabulary which is imposed on us today under the name of artistic writing, to fix all the shades of thought. The right way is to distinguish with an extreme clearness all those modifications of the value of a word which come from the place it occupies. Let us have fewer nouns, verbs and adjectives of an almost imperceptible sense, and more different phrases variously constructed, ingeniously cast, full of the science of sound and rhythm. Let us have an excellent general form rather than be collectors of rare terms. M. de Maupassant's practice does not fall below his exhortation, though I must confess that in the foregoing passage he makes use of the detestable expression, stylist, which I have not reproduced. Nothing can exceed the masculine firmness, the quiet force of his own style, in which every phrase is a close sequence, every epithet a paying piece. And the ground is completely cleared of the vague, the ready-made and the second best. Less than anyone today does he beat the air, more than anyone does he hit out from the shoulder. Chapter 2. He has produced 100 short tales and only 4 regular novels. But if the tales deserve the first place in any candid appreciation of his talent, it is not simply because they are so much the more numerous, they are also more characteristic. They represent him best in his originality, and their brevity, extreme in some cases, does not prevent them from being a collection of masterpieces. They are very unequal, and I speak of the best. The little story is but scantily relished in England, where readers take their fiction rather by the volume than by the page, and the novelist's idea is apt to resemble one of those old-fashioned carriages which require a wide court to turn round. In America, where it is associated preeminently with Hawthorne's name, with Edgar Poe's and with that of Mr. Bret Harte, the short tale has had a better fortune. France, however, has been the land of its great prosperity, and M. de Maupassant had from the first the advantage of addressing a public accustomed to catch on, as the modern phrase is, quickly. In some respects, it may be said, he encountered prejudices too friendly, for he found a tradition of indecency ready-made to his hand. I say indecency with plainness, though my indication would perhaps please better with another word. For we suffer in English from a lack of roundabout names for the Conti lest, that element for which the French, with their grivois, their gallard, their aigrillard, their gaudriole, have so many convenient synonyms. It is an honored tradition in France that the little story, in verse or in prose, should be liable to be more or less obscene. I can think only of that alternative epithet. Though I hasten to add that among literary forms it does not monopolize the privilege. Our uncleanness is less producible, at any rate it is less produced. For the last 10 years our author has brought forth with regularity these condensed compositions, of which, probably, to an English reader, at a first glance, the most universal sign will be their licentiousness. They really partake of this quality, however, in a very differing degree, and a second glance shows that they may be divided into numerous groups. It is not fair, I think, even to say that what they have most in common is their being extremely lests. What they have most in common is their being extremely strong, and after that their being extremely brutal. A story may be obscene without being brutal, and vice versa, and M. De Maupassant's contempt for those interdictions which are supposed to be made in the interest of good morals is but an incident, a very large one indeed, of his general contempt. A pessimism so great that its alliance with the love of good work, or even with the calculation of the sort of work that pays best in a country of style, is, as I have intimated, the most puzzling of anomalies, for it would seem in the light of such sentiments that nothing is worth anything. This cynical strain is the sign of such gems of narration as La Maison Tellier, L'Histoire d'une fille de ferme, Lane, Le Chien, Mademoiselle Fifi, Monsieur Parent, L'Héritage, En Famille, Le Baptême, Le Père Aimable. The author fixes a hard eye on some small spot of human life, usually some ugly, dreary, shabby, sordid one, takes up the particle and squeezes it either till it grimaces or till it bleeds. Sometimes the grimace is very droll, sometimes the wound is very horrible, but in either case the whole thing is real, observed, noted and represented, not an invention or a castle in the air. M. De Maupassant sees human life as a terribly ugly business relieved by the comical, but even the comedy is for the most part the comedy of misery, of avidity, of ignorance, helplessness and grossness. When his laugh is not for these things it is for the little sailets, to use one of his own favorite words, of luxurious life, which are intended to be prettier, but which can scarcely be said to brighten the picture. I like La Bête à Maître Belhomme, La Ficelle, Le Petit Fut, Le Casse de Madame Lanou, Tribunaux Rustiques, and many others of this category much better than his anecdotes of the mutual confidences of his little marquises and barons. Not counting his novels for the moment, his tales may be divided into the three groups of those which deal with the Norman peasantry, those which deal with the petit employee and small shopkeeper, usually in Paris, and the miscellaneous, in which the upper walks of life are represented and the fantastic, the whimsical, the weird, and even the supernatural, figure as well as the unexpurgated. These last things range from La Horla, which is not a specimen of the author's best vein. The only occasion on which he has the weakness of imitation is when he strikes us as emulating Edgar Poe, to Miss Harriet, and from Boule de Suif, a triumph, to that almost inconceivable little growl of Anglophobia. De Courert, inconceivable I mean in its irresponsibility and ill nature on the part of a man of M. De Maupassant's distinction. Passing by such little perfections as Petit Soldat, L'Abandon, Le Collier, the list is too long for complete enumeration. And such gross imperfections, for it once in a while befalls our author to go woefully astray, as La Femme de Paul, Charlie, Les Soeurs Rondelet. To these might almost be added as a special category the various forms in which M. de Maupassant relates adventures in railway carriages. Numerous, to his imagination, are the pretexts for enlivening fiction afforded by first, second and third-class compartments. The accidents, which have nothing to do with the conduct of the train, that occur there constitute no inconsiderable part of our earthly transit. It is surely by his Norman peasant that his tales will live. He knows this worthy as if he had made him, understands him down to the ground, puts him on his feet with a few of the freest, most plastic touches. M. de Maupassant does not admire him, and he is such a master of the subject that it would ill become an outsider to suggest a revision of judgment. He is a part of the contemptible furniture of the world, but on the whole, it would appear, the most grotesque part of it. His caution, his canniness, his natural astuteness, his stinginess, his general grinding sordidness, are as unmistakable as that quaint and brutish dialect in which he expresses himself and on which our author plays like a virtuoso. It would be impossible to demonstrate with a finer sense of the humor of the thing the fatuities and densities of his ignorance, the bewilderments of his opposed appetites, the overreachings of his caution. His existence has a gay side, but it is apt to be the merciless gaiety commemorated in Farce Normande, an anecdote which, like many of M. de Maupassant's anecdotes, it is easier to refer the reader to than to repeat. If it is most convenient to place La Maison Tellier among the tales of the peasantry, there is no doubt that it stands at the head of the list. It is absolutely unadapted to the perusal of ladies and young persons, but it shares this peculiarity with most of its fellows. So that to ignore it on that account would be to imply that we must forswear M. de Maupassant altogether, which is an incongruous and insupportable conclusion. Every good story is of course both a picture and an idea, and the more they are interfused the better the problem is solved. In La Maison Tellier, they fit each other to perfection. The capacity for sudden innocent delights latent in natures which have lost their innocence is vividly illustrated by the singular scenes to which our acquaintance with Madame and her staff, little as it may be a thing to boast of, successively introduces us. The breadth, the freedom and brightness of all this give the measure of the author's talent and of that large, keen way of looking at life which sees the pathetic and the droll. The stuff of which the whole piece is made, in the queerest and humblest patterns. The tone of La Maison Tellier and the few compositions which closely resemble it expresses M. de Maupassant's nearest approach to geniality. Even here, however, it is the geniality of the showman exhilarated by the success with which he feels that he makes his mannequins, and especially his womankins, caper and squeak, and who after the performance tosses them into their box with the irreverence of a practiced hand. If the pages of the author of Bel Ami may be searched almost in vain for a manifestation of the sentiment of respect, it is naturally not by Madame Tellier and her charges that we must look most to see it called forth, but they are among the things that please him most. Sometimes there is a sorrow, a misery, or even a little heroism, that he handles with a certain tenderness. Envie is the capital example of this, without insisting on the poor, the ridiculous or, as he is fond of saying, the bestial side of it. Such an attempt, admirable in its sobriety and delicacy, is the sketch, in L'Abandon, of the old lady and gentleman, Madame de Cadar and M. d'Apreville, who, staying with the husband of the former at a little watering place on the Normandy coast, take a long, hot walk on a summer's day, on a straight, white road, into the interior, to catch a clandestine glimpse of a young farmer, their illegitimate son. He has been pensioned, he is ignorant of his origin, and is a commonplace and unconciliatory rustic. They look at him, in his dirty farmyard, and no sign passes between them. Then they turn away and crawl back, in melancholy silence, along the dull French road. The manner in which this dreary little occurrence is related makes it as large as a chapter of history. There is tenderness in Miss Harriet, which sets forth how an English old maid, fantastic, hideous, sentimental and tract-distributing, with a smell of India-rubber, fell in love with an irresistible French painter and drowned herself in the well because she saw him kissing the maidservant. But the figure of the lady grazes the farcical. Is it because we know Miss Harriet, if we are not mistaken in the type the author has had in his eye, that we suspect the good spinster was not so weird and desperate? Addicted though her class may be, as he says, to haunting all the tables d'hôte in Europe, to spoiling Italy, poisoning Switzerland, making the charming towns of the Mediterranean uninhabitable, carrying everywhere their queer little manias, their mers de restallèche petrifies, their indescribable garments, and that odor of India-rubber which makes one think that at night they must be slipped into a case? What would Miss Harriet have said to M. de Maupassant's friend, the hero of the Découverte, who, having married a little Anglaise because he thought she was charming when she spoke broken French, finds she is very flat as she becomes more fluent, and has nothing more urgent than to denounce her to his compatriot on the steamboat and to relieve his wrath in ejaculations of "Sales Anglais"? M. de Maupassant evidently knows a great deal about the army of clerks who work under government, but it is a terrible tale that he has to tell of them and of the petit bourgeois in general. It is true that he has treated the petit bourgeois in Pierre et Jean without holding him up to our derision, and the effort has been so fruitful that we owe to it the work for which, on the whole, in the long list of his successes, we are most thankful. But of Pierre et Jean, a production neither comic nor cynical, in the degree, that is, of its predecessors, but serious and fresh, I will speak anon. In Monsieur Parent, El Heritage, En Famille, Un Parti de Campagne, Promenade, and many other pitiless little pieces, the author opens the window wide to his perception of everything mean, narrow and sordid. The subject is ever the struggle for existence in hard conditions, lighted up simply by more or less Policynary. Nothing is more striking to an Anglo-Saxon reader than the omission of all the other lights, those with which our imagination, and I think it ought to be said our observation, is familiar, and which our own works of fiction at any rate do not permit us to forget, those of which the most general description is that they spring from a certain mixture of good humor and piety, I mean, in the civil and domestic sense quite as much as in the religious. The love of sport, the sense of decorum, the necessity for action, the habit of respect, the absence of irony, the pervasiveness of childhood, the expansive tendency of the race, are a few of the qualities. The analysis might, I think, be pushed much further, which ease us off, mitigate our tension and irritation, rescue us from the nervous exasperation which is almost the commonest element of life as depicted by M. de Maupassant. No doubt there is in our literature an immense amount of conventional blinking, and it may be questioned whether pessimistic representation in M. de Maupassant's manner does not follow his particular original more closely than our perpetual quest of pleasantness. Does not Mr. Rider Haggard make even his African carnage pleasant? Adheres to the lines of the world we ourselves know. Fierce indeed is the struggle for existence among even our pious and good-humored millions. And it is attended with incidents as to which after all little testimony is to be extracted from our literature of fiction. It must never be forgotten that the optimism of that literature is partly the optimism of women and of spinsters, in other words the optimism of ignorance as well as of delicacy. It might be supposed that the French, with their mastery of the arts d'agrément, would have more consolations than we. But such is not the account of the matter given by the new generation of painters. To the French we seem superficial, and we are certainly open to the reproach. But none the less even to the infinite majority of readers of good faith there will be a wonderful want of correspondence between the general picture of Bel-Ami, of Montoriol, of Un Vie, Yvette and En Famille, and our own vision of reality. It is an old impression of course that the satire of the French has a very different tone from ours, but few English readers will admit that the feeling of life is less in ours than in theirs. The feeling of life is evidently, de part et d'autre, a very different thing. If in ours, as the novel illustrates it, there are superficialities, there are also qualities which are far from being negatives and omissions, a large imagination and, is it fatuous to say, a large experience of the positive kind. Even those of our novelists whose manner is most ironic pity life more and hate it less than M. de Maupassant and his great initiator Flaubert. It comes back I suppose to our good humor, which may apparently also be an artistic force. At any rate we have reserves about our shames and our sorrows, indulgences and tolerances about our philistinism, forbearances about our blows and a general friendliness of conception about our possibilities, which take the cruelty from our self-derision and operate in the last resort as a sort of tribute to our freedom. There is a horrible, admirable scene in Monsieur Parent, which is a capital example of triumphant ugliness. The harmless gentleman who gives his name to the tale has an abominable wife, one of whose offensive attributes is a lover, unsuspected by her husband, only less impudent than herself. M. Parent comes in from a walk with his little boy, at dinner time, to encounter suddenly in his abused, dishonored, deserted home, convincing proof of her misbehavior. He waits and waits dinner for her, giving her the benefit of every doubt. But when at last she enters, late in the evening, accompanied by the partner of her guilt, there is a tremendous domestic concussion. It is to the peculiar vividness of this scene that I allude, the way we hear it and see it, and its most repulsive details are evoked for us. The sordid confusion, the vulgar noise, the disordered table and ruined dinner, the shrill insolence of the wife, her brazen mendacity, the scared inferiority of the lover. The mere momentary heroics of the weak husband, the scuffle and somersault, the eminently unpoetic justice with which it all ends. When Thackeray relates how Arthur Pendennis goes home to take potluck with the insolvent Newcomes at Boulogne and how the dreadful Mrs. Mackenzie receives him, and how she makes a scene, when the frugal repast is served, over the diminished mutton bone, we feel that the notation of that order of misery goes about as far as we can bear it. But this is child's play to the history of M. and Madame Caravan and their attempt, after the death, or supposed death, of the husband's mother, to transfer to their apartment before the arrival of the other heirs certain miserable little articles of furniture belonging to the deceased, together with the frustration of the maneuver. Not only by the grim resurrection of the old woman, which is a sufficiently fantastic item, but by the shock of battle when a married daughter and her husband appear. No one gives us like M. de Maupassant the odious words exchanged on such an occasion as that. No one depicts with so just a hand the feelings of small people about small things. These feelings are very apt to be fury, that word is of strikingly frequent occurrence in his pages. L'Héritage is a drama of private life in the little world of the Ministère de la Marine, a world, according to M. de Maupassant, of dreadful little jealousies and ineptitudes. Readers of a robust complexion should learn how the wretched M. Laceable was handled by his wife and her father on his failing to satisfy their just expectations, and how he comported himself in the singular situation thus prepared for him. The story is a model of narration, but it leaves our poor average humanity dangling like a beaten rag. Where does M. de Maupassant find the great multitude of his detestable women? Or where at least does he find the courage to represent them in such colors? Jean de Lamar, in Un Vie, receives the outrages of fate with a passive fortitude. And there is something touching in Madame Roland's aim tendre de Caisser, as exhibited in Pierre et Jean. But for the most part M. de Maupassant's heroines are a mixture of extreme sensuality and extreme mendacity. They are a large element in that general disfigurement, that illusion de l'ignoble, qu'attire tant d'êtres, which makes the perverse or the stupid side of things the one which strikes him first. Which leads him, if he glances at a group of nurses and children sunning themselves in a Parisian square, to notice primarily the jeu de brute of the nurses. Or if he speaks of the longing for a taste of the country which haunts the shopkeeper fenced in behind his counter, to identify it as the amour bête de la nature. Or if he has occasion to put the boulevards before us on a summer's evening, to seek his effect in these terms: the city, as hot as a stew, seemed to sweat in the suffocating night. The drains puffed their pestilential breath from their mouths of granite, and the underground kitchens poured into the streets, through their low windows. The infamous miasmas of their dishwater and old sauces. I do not contest the truth of such indications, I only note the particular selection and their seeming to the writer the most apropos. Is it because of the inadequacy of these indications when applied to the long stretch that M. de Maupassant's novels strike us as less complete, in proportion to the talent expended upon them, than his contes and nouvelles? I make this invidious distinction in spite of the fact that Un Vie, the first of the novels in the order of time, is a remarkably interesting experiment, and that Pierre et Jean is, so far as my judgment goes, a faultless production. Bel Ami is full of the bustle and the crudity of life, its energy and expressiveness almost bribe one to like it. But it has the great defect that the physiological explanation of things here too visibly contracts the problem in order to meet it. The world represented is too special, too little inevitable, too much to take or to leave as we like, a world in which every man is a cad and every woman a harlot. M. de Maupassant traces the career of a finished blackguard who succeeds in life through women, and he represents him primarily as succeeding in the profession of journalism. His colleagues and his mistresses are as depraved as himself, greatly to the injury of the ironic idea. For the real force of satire would have come from seeing him engaged and victorious with natures better than his own. It may be remarked that this was the case with the nature of Madame Walter, but the reply to that is, hardly. Moreover, the author's whole treatment of the episode of Madame Walter is the thing on which his admirers have least to congratulate him. The taste of it is so atrocious that it is difficult to do justice to the way it is made to stand out. Such an instance as this pleads with irresistible eloquence, as it seems to me, the cause of that salutary diffidence or practical generosity which I mentioned on a preceding page. I know not the English or American novelist who could have written this portion of the history of Bel Ami if he would. But I also find it impossible to conceive of a member of that fraternity who would have written it if he could. The subject of Montoriol is full of queerness to the English mind. Here again the picture has much more importance than the idea, which is simply that a gentleman, if he happen to be a low animal, is liable to love a lady very much less if she presents him with a pledge of their affection. It need scarcely be said that the lady and gentleman who in M. de Maupassant's pages exemplify this interesting truth are not united in wedlock, that is with each other. M. de Maupassant tells us that he has imbibed many of his principles from Gustave Flaubert, from the study of his works as well as, formerly, the enjoyment of his words. It is in Envie that Flaubert's influence is most directly traceable, for the thing has a marked analogy with L'Education sentimental. That is, it is the presentation of a simple piece of a life, in this case a long piece, a series of observations upon an episode quelconque, as the French say, with the minimum of arrangement of the given objects. It is an excellent example of the way the impression of truth may be conveyed by that form. But it would have been a still better one if in his search for the effect of dreariness, the effect of dreariness may be said to be the subject of Envie, so far as the subject is reducible. The author had not eliminated excessively. He has arranged, as I say, as little as possible. The necessity of a plot has in no degree imposed itself upon him, and his effort has been to give the uncomposed, unrounded look of life, with its accidents, its broken rhythm, its queer resemblance to the famous description of Bradshaw, as a compound of trains that start but don't arrive and trains that arrive but don't start. It is almost an arrangement of the history of poor Madame de Lamar to have left so many things out of it, for after all she is described in very few of the relations of life. The principal ones are there certainly. We see her as a daughter, a wife and a mother, but there is a certain accumulation of secondary experience that marks any passage from youth to old age which is a wholly absent element in M. de Maupassant's narrative, and the suppression of which gives the thing a tinge of the arbitrary. It is in the power of this secondary experience to make a great difference, but nothing makes any difference for Jeanne de Lamar as M. de Maupassant puts her before us. Had she no other points of contact than those he describes, no friends, no phases, no episodes, no chances, none of the miscellaneous remplissage of life? No doubt M. de Maupassant would say that he has had to select, that the most comprehensive enumeration is only a condensation, and that, in accordance with the very just principles enunciated in that preface to which I have perhaps too repeatedly referred, he has sacrificed what is uncharacteristic to what is characteristic. It characterizes the career of this French country lady of 50 years ago that its long grey expanse should be seen as peopled with but 5 or 6 figures. The essence of the matter is that she was deceived in almost every affection, and that essence is given if the persons who deceived her are given. The reply is doubtless adequate, and I have only intended my criticism to suggest the degree of my interest. What it really amounts to is that if the subject of this artistic experiment had been the existence of an English lady, even a very dull one, the air of verisimilitude would have demanded that she should have been placed in a denser medium. Envie may after all be only a testimony to the fact of the melancholy void of the coast of Normandy, even within a moderate drive of a great seaport, under the Restoration and Louis Philippe. It is especially to be recommended to those who are interested in the question of what constitutes a story. offering as it does the most definite sequences at the same time that it has nothing that corresponds to the usual idea of a plot, and closing with an implication that finds us prepared. The picture again in this case is much more dominant than the idea, unless it be an idea that loneliness and grief are terrible. The picture, at any rate, is full of truthful touches, and the work has the merit and the charm that it is the most delicate of the author's productions and the least hard. In none other has he occupied himself so continuously with so innocent a figure as his soft, bruised heroine. In none other has he paid our poor blind human history the compliment, and this is remarkable, considering the fatness of so much of the particular subject, of finding it so little bet. He may think it, here, but comparatively he doesn't say it. He almost betrays a sense of moral things. Jean is absolutely passive, she has no moral spring, no active moral life, none of the edifying attributes of character, it costs her apparently as little as may be in the way of a shock. A complication of feeling, to discover, by letters, after her mother's death, that this lady has not been the virtuous woman she has supposed. But her chronicler has had to handle the immaterial forces of patience and renunciation, and this has given the book a certain purity. In spite of 2 or 3 physiological passages that come in with violence, a violence the greater as we feel it to be a result of selection. It is very much a mark of M. de Maupassant that on the most striking occasion, with a single exception, on which his picture is not a picture of libertinage, it is a picture of unmitigated suffering. Would he suggest that these are the only alternatives? The exception that I here allude to is for Pierre et Jean, which I have left myself small space to speak of. Is it because in this masterly little novel there is a show of those immaterial forces which I just mentioned? And because Pierre Roland is one of the few instances of operative character that can be recalled from so many volumes, that many readers will place M. de Maupassant's latest production altogether at the head of his longer ones? I am not sure, inasmuch as after all the character in question is not extraordinarily distinguished and the moral problem not presented in much complexity. The case is only relative. Perhaps it is not of importance to fix the reasons of preference in respect to a piece of writing so essentially a work of art and of talent. Pierre et Jean is the best of M. de Maupassant's novels mainly because M. de Maupassant has never before been so clever. It is a pleasure to see a mature talent able to renew itself, strike another note and appear still young. This story suggests the growth of a perception that everything has not been said about the actors on the world stage when they are represented as either helpless victims or as mere bundles of appetites. There is an air of responsibility about Pierre Roland, the person on whose behalf the tale is mainly told, which almost constitutes a pledge. An inquisitive critic may ask why in this particular case M. de Maupassant should have stuck to the petit bourgeois, the circumstances not being such as to typify that class more than another. There are reasons indeed which on reflection are perceptible. It was necessary that his people should be poor. And necessary even that to attenuate Madame Roland's misbehavior she should have had the excuse of the contracted life of a shopwoman in the Rue Montmartre. Were the inquisitive critic slightly malicious as well, he might suspect the author of a fear that he should seem to give way to the illusion du beau if. In addition to representing the little group in Pierre et Jean as persons of about the normal conscience, he had also represented them as of the cultivated class. If they belong to the humble life this belittles and, I am still quoting the supposedly malicious critic, M. de Maupassant must, in one way or the other, belittle. To the English reader it will appear, I think, that Pierre and Jean are rather more of the cultivated class than 2 young Englishmen in the same social position. It belongs to the drama that the struggle of the elder brother, educated, proud and acute, should be partly with the pettiness of his opportunities. The author's choice of a milieu, moreover, will serve to English readers as an example of how much more democratic contemporary French fiction is than that of his own country. The greater part of it, almost all the work of Zola and of Daudet, the best of Flaubert's novels and the best of those of the brothers de Goncourt, treat of that vast, dim section of society which, lying between those luxurious walks on whose behalf there are easy presuppositions and that darkness of misery which, in addition to being picturesque, brings philanthropy also to the writer's aid. Constitutes really, in extent and expressiveness, the substance of any nation. In England, where the fashion of fiction still sets mainly to the country house and the hunting field, and yet more novels are published than anywhere else in the world. That thick twilight of mediocrity of condition has been little explored. May it yield triumphs in the years to come. It may seem that I have claimed little for M. de Maupassant, so far as English readers are concerned with him, in saying that after publishing 20 improper volumes he has at last published a 21st which is neither indecent nor cynical. It is not this circumstance that has led me to dedicate so many pages to him, but the circumstance that in producing all the others he yet remained, for those who are interested in these matters. A writer with whom it was impossible not to reckon. This is why I called him, to begin with, so many ineffectual names, a rarity, a case, an embarrassment, a lion in the path. He is still in the path as I conclude these observations, but I think that in making them we have discovered a legitimate way round. If he is a master of his art, and it is discouraging to find what low views are compatible with mastery. There is satisfaction on the other hand in learning on what particular condition he holds his strange success. This condition, it seems to me, is that of having totally omitted one of the items of the problem. An omission which has made the problem so much easier that it may almost be described as a shortcut to a solution. The question is whether it is a fair cut. M. de Maupassant has simply skipped the whole reflective part of his men and women, that reflective part which governs conduct and produces character. He may say that he doesn't see it, doesn't know it, to which the answer is, so much the better for you, if you wish to describe life without it. The strings you pull are by so much the less numerous, and you can therefore pull those that remain with greater promptitude, consequently with greater firmness, with a greater air of knowledge. Pierre Roland, I repeat, shows a capacity for reflection, but I cannot think who else does. Among the 1,000 figures who compete with him, I mean for reflection addressed to anything higher than the gratification of an instinct. We have an impression that M. d'Apreville and Madame de Cadour reflect, as they trudge back from their mournful excursion, but that indication is not pushed very far. An aptitude for this exercise is a part of disciplined manhood, and disciplined manhood M. de Maupassant has simply not attempted to represent. I can remember no instance in which he sketches any considerable capacity for conduct, and his women betray that capacity as little as his men. I am much mistaken if he has once painted a gentleman, in the English sense of the term. His gentlemen, like Paul Bretigny and Gontran de Ravenel, are guilty of the most extraordinary deflections. For those who are conscious of this element in life, look for it and like it, the gap will appear to be immense. It will lead them to say, no wonder you have a contempt if that is the way you limit the field. No wonder you judge people roughly if that is the way you see them. Your work, on your premises, remains the admirable thing it is, but is your case not adequately explained? The erotic element in M. de Maupassant, about which much more might have been said, seems to me to be explained by the same limitation and explicable in a similar way wherever else its literature occurs in excess. The carnal side of man appears the most characteristic if you look at it a great deal. And you look at it a great deal if you don't look at the other, at the side by which he reacts against his weaknesses, his defects. The more you look at the other, the less the whole business to which French novelists have ever appeared to English readers to give a disproportionate place, the business, as I may say, of the senses, will strike you as the only typical one. Is not this the most useful reflection to make in regard to the famous question of the morality, the decency, of the novel? It is the only one, it seems to me, that will meet the case as we find the case today. Hard and fast rules, a priori restrictions, mere interdictions, you shall not speak of this, you shall not look at that, have surely served their time and will in the nature of the case never strike an energetic talent as anything but arbitrary. A healthy, living and growing art, full of curiosity and fond of exercise, has an indefeasible mistrust of rigid prohibitions. Let us then leave this magnificent art of the novelist to itself and to its perfect freedom. In the faith that one example is as good as another and that our fiction will always be decent enough if it be sufficiently general. Let us not be alarmed at this prodigy, though prodigies are alarming, of M. de Maupassant, who is at once so licentious and so impeccable, but gird ourselves up with the conviction that another point of view will yield another perfection. Henry James. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Short fiction. The Dead Hand. One evening, about 8 months ago, a friend of mine, Louis R., had invited together some college friends. We drank punch, and smoked, and talked about literature and art, telling amusing stories from time to time, as young men do when they come together. Suddenly the door opened wide, and one of my best friends from childhood entered like a hurricane. "Guess where I come from," he shouted immediately. "Mabilles, I bet," one of us replied. "No," said another, "you are too cheerful, you have just borrowed some money, or buried your uncle, or pawned your watch." A third said, "You have been drunk, and as you smelt Louis's punch, you came up to start all over again. You are all wrong. I have come from P., in Normandy, where I have been spending a week, and from which I have brought along a distinguished criminal friend of mine, whom I will introduce, with your permission." With these words he drew from his pocket a skinned hand. It was a horrible object, black and dried, very long and looking as if it were contracted. The muscles, of extraordinary power, were held in place on the back and palm by a strip of parchment-like skin, while the narrow, yellow nails still remained at the tips of the fingers. The whole hand reeked of crime a mile off. "Just fancy," said my friend, "the other day the belongings of an old sorcerer were sold who was very well known all over the countryside. He used to ride to the Sabbath every Saturday night on a broomstick, he practiced white and black magic. Caused the cows to give blue milk and to wear their tails like that of St. Anthony's companion. At all events, the old ruffian had a great affection for this hand, which, he said, was that of a celebrated criminal, who was tortured in 1736 for having thrown his legitimate spouse head foremost into a well, and then hung the priest who married them to the spire of his church. After this twofold exploit he went wandering all over the world, and during a short but busy career he had robbed 12 travelers, smoked out some 20 monks in a monastery, and turned a nunnery into a harem. But, we cried, what are you going to do with that horrible thing? Why, I'll use it as a bell handle to frighten away my creditors. My dear fellow, said Henry Smith, a tall, phlegmatic Englishman, I believe this hand is simply a piece of Indian meat, preserved by some new method. I should advise you to make soup of it. Don't joke about it, gentlemen, said a medical student, who was 3 sheets in the wind, with the utmost solemnity. Pierre, if you take my advice, give this piece of human remains a Christian burial, for fear the owner of it may come and demand its return. Besides, this hand may perhaps have acquired bad habits. You know the proverb, once a thief always a thief. And once a drunkard always a drunkard, retorted our host, pouring out a huge glass of punch for the student, who drank it off at a gulp, and fell under the table dead drunk. This sally was greeted with loud laughter. And Pierre, raising his glass, saluted the hand, I drink to your master's next visit. Then the conversation turned to other topics, and we separated to go home. As I was passing his door the next day, I went in. It was about 2 o'clock, and I found him reading and smoking. Well, how are you? I said. Very well, he answered. And what about your hand? My hand? You must have seen it on my bell, where I put it last night when I came in. By the way, fancy, some idiot, no doubt trying to play a trick on me, came ringing at my door about midnight. I asked who was there, but, as nobody answered, I got back to bed and fell asleep again. Just at that moment there was a ring. It was the landlord, a vulgar and most impertinent person. He came in without greeting us, and said to my friend, "I must ask you, sir, to remove at once that piece of carrion which you have attached to your bell handle. Otherwise I shall be obliged to ask you to leave." "Sir," replied Pierre very gravely, "you are insulting a hand which is worthy of better treatment. I would have you know that it belonged to a most respectable man." The landlord turned on his heel and walked out, just as he had come in. Pierre followed him, unhooked the hand, and attached it to the bell in his bedroom. "It is better there," he said. "Like the Trappist's memento mori, this hand will bring me serious thoughts every night as I fall asleep." An hour later I left him and went home. I slept badly the following night. I was nervous and restless. Several times I awoke with a start, and once I even fancied that a man had got into my room. I got up and looked in the wardrobes and under the bed. Finally, about 6 o'clock in the morning, when I was beginning to doze off, a violent knock at my door made me jump out of bed. It was my friend's servant, half undressed, pale and trembling. "Oh, sir," he cried with a sob, "they've murdered the poor master." I dressed in haste and rushed off to Pierre's. The house was full of people, arguing and moving about incessantly. Everyone was holding forth, relating the event and commenting upon it from every angle. With great difficulty I reached the bedroom. The door was guarded, but I gave my name, and I was admitted. 4 police officers were standing in the center of the room, notebook in hand, and they were making an examination. From time to time they spoke to each other in whispers and made entries in their notebooks. 2 doctors were chatting near the bed on which Pierre was lying unconscious. He was not dead, but he looked awful. His staring eyes, his dilated pupils, seemed to be gazing fixedly with unspeakable terror at something strange and horrible. His fingers were contracted stiffly, and his body was covered up to his chin by a sheet, which I lifted. On his throat were the marks of 5 fingers which had pressed deeply into his flesh, and his shirt was stained by a few drops of blood. At that moment something struck me. I glanced at the bedroom bell. The skinned hand had disappeared. Doubtless the doctors had taken it away to spare the feelings of the people who came into the patient's room, for that hand was really dreadful. I did not ask what had become of it. I now take a cutting from one of the next day's papers, giving the story of the crime, with all the details the police could procure. This is what it said. "A horrible outrage was committed yesterday, the victim being a young gentleman, Monsieur Pierre B., a law student, and a member of one of the best families in Normandy. The young man returned home about 10 o'clock in the evening. He dismissed his servant, a man named Bonvin, saying he was tired, and that he was going to bed. Towards midnight this man was aroused suddenly by his master's bell, which was ringing furiously. He was frightened, lit a lamp and waited. The bell stopped for a minute, then rang again with such violence that the servant, frightened out of his wits, rushed out of his room and went to wake up the concierge. The latter ran and notified the police, and about 15 minutes later they burst in the door. A terrible sight met their eyes. The furniture was all upset, and everything indicated that a fearful struggle had taken place between the victim and his aggressor. Young Pierre B. was lying motionless on his back in the middle of the room, his face livid, and his eyes dilated in the most dreadful fashion. His throat bore the deep marks of 5 fingers. The report of Dr. Bordeaux, who was immediately summoned, states that the aggressor must have been endowed with prodigious strength, and have had an extraordinarily thin and muscular hand. For the fingers had almost met in the flesh, and left 5 marks like bullet holes in the throat. No motive for the crime can be discovered, nor the identity of the criminal. The next day the same newspaper reported. M. Pierre B., the victim of the awful outrage which we related yesterday, recovered consciousness after 2 hours of devoted attention on the part of Dr. Bordeaux. His life is not in danger, but fears are entertained for his sanity. No trace of the guilty party has been found. It was true, my poor friend was mad. For 7 months I went every day to see him at the hospital, but he did not recover the slightest glimmering of reason. In his delirium strange words escaped him, and like all insane people, he had an obsession, and always fancied a spectre was pursuing him. One day I was sent for in great haste, with a message that he was worse. He was dying when I reached him. He remained very calm for 2 hours, then all of a sudden, in spite of our efforts, he sat up in bed, and shouted, waving his arms as if in prey to mortal terror, "Take it! Take it! He is strangling me! Help! Help!" He ran twice around the room screaming, then he fell dead, with his face to the ground. As he was an orphan, it was my duty to follow his remains to the little village of P, in Normandy, where his parents were buried. It was from this village that he came on the evening when he found us drinking punch at Louis Rs, where he had shown us the skinned hand. His body was enclosed in a leaden coffin, and 4 days later I was walking sadly, with the old priest who had first taught him to read and write, in the little cemetery where his grave was being dug. The weather was glorious, the blue sky was flooded with light, the birds were singing in the hedgerows, where we had gone so often as children to eat blackberries. I fancied I could see him again creeping along the hedge and slipping in through the little hole which I knew so well, down there at the end of the pauper's plot. Then we used to return to the house, with our cheeks and lips black with the juice of the fruit we had eaten. I looked at the bramble bushes, they were covered with berries. I mechanically plucked one and put it into my mouth. The priest had opened his breviary and was murmuring his Oremus. At the end of the avenue I could hear the spades of the gravediggers, as they dug his tomb. Suddenly they called to us, the priest closed his prayer book, and we went to see what they wanted. They had turned up a coffin. With a stroke of their picks they knocked off the lid, and we saw an unusually tall skeleton, lying on its back, whose empty eyes seemed to be looking at us defiantly. I had a queer sensation, for some unknown reason, and was almost afraid. "Hello," cried one of the men, "look, the ruffian's hand is cut off. Here it is." And he picked up a big, dried-up hand, which was lying beside the body, and handed it to us. "I say," said the other man laughing, "you would think that he was watching you, and that he was going to spring at your throat and make you give him back his hand." "Come along," said the priest, "leave the dead in peace, and close that coffin again. We will dig a grave somewhere else for poor Monsieur Pierre." Everything was finished the next day and I set out for Paris again, after having left 50 francs with the old priest for masses for the repose of the soul of the man whose grave we had disturbed. Dr. Heraclius Gloss. Chapter 1. The Mental Faculties of Dr. Heraclius Gloss. Dr. Heraclius Gloss was a very learned man. Although no book of any description written by him had ever appeared in the bookshops of the town, all the inhabitants of the erudite city of Balancan regarded Dr. Heraclius Gloss as a very learned man. How and of what was he a doctor? No one could say. No more was known than that his father and his grandfather had been called doctor by their fellow citizens. He had inherited their title at the same time as he had inherited their name and their possessions. In his family one became doctor from father to son, just as, from son to father. One was called Heraclius Gloss. But even though he possessed no diploma signed and countersigned by every member of some illustrious faculty, Dr. Heraclius was, nonetheless, a very worthy and a very learned man. One had only to see the 40 shelves loaded with books which covered the 4 panels of his vast study to be quite convinced that no more learned doctor had ever honored the city of Balancan. And, moreover, each time there was any mention of his name in the presence of either the dean or the warden, these worthies were always seen to smile mysteriously. It was even rumored that one day the warden had delivered a long eulogy on him in Latin before the archbishop. And the witness who told the story quoted besides, as undeniable proof, these few words which he had heard. Parturient Montes, nascitur ridiculus muse. It was said, too, that the dean and the warden dined with him every Sunday, and thus no one would have dared to dispute that Dr. Heraclius Gloss was a very learned man. Chapter 2. The Physical Appearance of Dr. Heraclius Gloss. If it is true, as certain philosophers claim. That there is perfect harmony between the mental and the physical sides of a man, and that one can read in the lines of the face the principal traits of a character. Then Dr. Heraclius was not created to give the lie to such assertion. He was small, alert and wiry. He had in him something of the rat, the ant and the terrier, that is to say, he was the kind of being which investigates, gnaws, hunts and never tires. Looking at him one could not understand how all the doctrines which he had studied could ever have found their way into so small a head, but one could imagine, on the other hand, that he himself could have burrowed his way into science and lived there nibbling like a rat in a thick book. What was most peculiar about him was the extraordinary thinness of his person. His friend the Dean pretended, perhaps not without reason, that he must have been forgotten for several centuries and pressed side by side with a rose and a violet in the leaves of a folio volume, for he was always very smart and addicted to scent. His face especially was so like a razor blade that the side pieces of his gold spectacles, jutting far beyond his temples, had the effect of a great yardarm on the mast of a ship. If he had not been the learned Dr. Heraclius, the warden of the faculty of Balancon declared, he would certainly have made an excellent knife. He wore a wig, dressed with care, was never ill, loved animals, did not detest his fellow men and adored roast quails. Chapter 3. How Dr. Heraclius used to spend his days. As soon as the doctor was up, washed and shaved, and had partaken of a roll and butter dipped in a cup of chocolate flavored with vanilla, he went down into his garden. Like all town gardens, it was not very big, but it was pleasant, shady, full of flowers, quiet and, one might almost say, conducive to thought. In short, if one tried to picture the ideal garden for a philosopher in search of truth, one would get some notion of the one round which Dr. Heraclius Gloss took 3 or 4 brisk turns before settling down to his daily lunch of roast quails. This little stroll, he used to say, was excellent the first thing in the morning. It quickened one's circulation, numbed by sleep, cleared one's brain and toned up the digestive organs. After that the doctor had his lunch. Then, as soon as he had drunk his coffee, which he did at one gulp, for he never gave way to the sleepiness provoked by the digestive process begun at table, he donned his big overcoat and went out. And each day, after having passed the faculty and checked the time by his clumsy Louis XV watch with that of the haughty dial of the university clock, he disappeared into the Ruelle de Vieux's pigeons, whence he emerged only to return to his dinner. What used Dr. Heraclius Gloss to do in the Ruelle de Vieux's pigeons? What used he to do, in heaven's name? Why, he sought philosophic truth there, and this was his way of doing so. All the booksellers' shops in Balancon were collected in this obscure and dirty little alley. And it would have taken years to read the titles alone of all the out-of-the-way works which lay piled from cellar to attic in each of the 50 hovels which comprised the Ruelle de Vieux's pigeons. Dr. Heraclius Gloss considered the alley, its houses, its booksellers, and its books as his own particular property. It often happened that as some bric-a-brac merchant was on his way to bed, he would hear a noise in his attic and would creep stealthily up, armed with a gigantic old-fashioned torch, only to find Dr. Heraclius Gloss, buried to his waist in a pile of books, holding with one hand the remains of a candle which was melting between his fingers, and with the other hand turning the leaves of some old manuscript from which he hoped the truth would spring. And the poor doctor would be surprised to hear that the belfry clock had struck 9 long since and that he would have to eat a detestable dinner. He took his research seriously, did Dr. Heraclius. He had plumbed the depths of all philosophies, ancient and modern. He had studied the sects of India and the religions of the Negroes of Africa. There was no tribe, however insignificant, among the barbarians of the north or the savages of the south whose superstitions he had not sounded. But alas! Alas! The more he used to study, to search, to investigate and meditate, the more undecided he became. "My friend," said he to the warden one evening, "how much happier than we are men like Columbus who launch themselves across the seas in search of a new world. They have only to go straight ahead. The difficulties they have to face are no more than material obstacles which a stalwart man will always surmount. Whilst we, tossed incessantly on an ocean of uncertainty, roughly carried away by a hypothesis like a ship by the north wind, we suddenly encounter, as though it were a headwind, an opposing doctrine, which drives us back without hope to the port from which we started. One night when he was philosophizing with the dean, he said to the latter, "How right we are, my friend, to say that truth lives in a well. Buckets go down for fish, but they never bring up anything but clear water. I will leave you to guess," he added pointedly, "how I would spell the first word." 1. It was the only pun he was ever heard to make. Chapter 4. How Dr. Heraclius spent his nights. When Dr. Heraclius returned home, he was generally much fatter than when he went out. For each of his pockets, and he had 18 of them, was stuffed with old books of a philosophical nature, which he had just bought in the Ruelle de Vieux Pigeons. And the facetious rector would pretend that if a chemist had analyzed him at that moment it would have been found quite 2/3 of the doctor's composition was old paper. At 7 o'clock Heraclius Gloss sat down to table and as he ate perused the ancient books which he had just acquired. At 8:30 he rose with dignity. He was no longer the alert and lively little man that he had been all day, but a serious thinker whose brow was bent under the weight of deep meditation, like the shoulders of a porter under too heavy a load. Having thrown to his housekeeper a majestic, "I am at home to no one," he disappeared into his study, and once there sat down before a desk heaped with books and pondered. Truly a strange sight for anyone who could have seen into the doctor's mind at that moment, this monstrous procession of contrasting divinities and disparate beliefs. This fantastic interlacing of doctrines and hypotheses. His mind was like an arena in which the champions of all the philosophies tilted against each other in a colossal tournament. He amalgamated, combined, and mixed the old Oriental spiritualism with German materialism, the ethics of the apostles with those of the Epicureans. He tried combinations of doctrine as one experiments in a laboratory with chemical compounds, but without ever seeing the truth which he so much desired come bubbling to the surface. And his good friend the warden maintained that this philosophic truth, eternally weighted, was very like a philosopher's stone, a stumbling block. At midnight the doctor went to bed and his dreams when asleep were the same as those of his waking hours. Chapter 5. How the dean placed his hopes in eclecticism, the doctor in revelation and the warden in digestion. One evening when the dean, the warden and the doctor were together in the latter's vast study, they had a most interesting discussion. "My friend," said the warden, "one ought to be an eclectic and an Epicurean. Choose that which is good and reject that which is evil. Philosophy is a huge garden which extends all over the world. Pluck the dazzling flowers of the east, the pale blossoms of the north, the wild violets and cultivated roses, make a nosegay of them and inhale its perfume. If that perfume is not the most exquisite that you could imagine, it will at least be 1,000 times more agreeable and more fragrant than that of a single flower, be its scent the strongest in the world." "More varied, certainly," replied the doctor, "but more fragrant, no, not at least if one could but find the flower which combines and concentrates in itself the scents of all the others. For in your bouquet you would not be able to prevent certain smells from destroying each other, and, in philosophy, certain beliefs from contradicting each other. The truth is a one whole, and with your eclecticism you will never obtain other than a truth composed of fragments. I too have been an eclectic, but now I am an absolutist. What I desire is not a chance approximation, but the absolute truth. Every intelligent man has, I believe, the presentiment of it, and on the day when he meets it on his path he will cry, 'There it is at last.' It is the same thing where beauty is concerned. In my own case I did not know love until I was 25. I had seen pretty women, but they had not stirred me. It would have been necessary to take something from each of them to form the ideal being whom I dimly perceived, and even then, as with the bouquet of which you spoke just now, I should not have obtained perfect beauty, which is indissoluble, like gold and the truth. But one day I at last met that woman, I knew that it was she and I loved her. Somewhat agitated, the doctor paused, and the warden looked towards the dean with a shrewd smile. After a moment Heraclius Gloss went on. It is revelation that we must wait for. It was revelation which lit the way for the Apostle Paul on the road to Damascus, and brought him to the Christian faith. Which, for you, is not the true faith, interrupted the warden with a laugh, since you do not believe in it. So revelation is no more sure than eclecticism. Pardon me, my friend, retorted the doctor. Paul was not a philosopher. He had only a half-revelation, but his mind could not grasp the absolute truth, which is abstract. But philosophy has progressed since then, and on the day when some circumstance or other, a book, or a word perhaps, reveals the truth to a man enlightened enough to understand it, it will suddenly make everything clear and all superstition will vanish before it, as the stars vanish at sunrise. Amen, said the warden, but tomorrow a second man will be enlightened and a third on the day after. Then they will hurl their revelations at each other's heads. Luckily, though, revelations are not very dangerous weapons. But don't you believe in anything then? Exclaimed the doctor, who was beginning to get angry. I believe in digestion, replied the warden solemnly. I swallow with indifference every creed, dogma, morality, superstition, hypothesis and illusion, just as at a good dinner I eat with equal pleasure hors d'oeuvre, soup, joint, vegetables, sweets and dessert, after which I stretch myself philosophically on my bed, assured that my undisturbed digestion will bring me pleasant sleep during the night and life and health on the following morning. Take my advice, the dean hastened to interpose, and don't let us push the comparison any farther. An hour afterwards, as they were leaving the house of the learned Heraclius, the warden suddenly began to laugh and said, Poor doctor, if the truth appears before him as the woman he loved did, he will be the most deceived man that the world has ever known. And a drunkard who was making his way home with difficulty fell down from sheer fright when he heard the dean's boisterous laugh mingling its deep bass with the warden's piercing falsetto. Chapter 6. How for the doctor the road to Damascus turned out to be the Ruelle de Vieux pigeons. And how the truth was revealed to him in the form of a metempsychosic manuscript. On the March 17th in the year of grace 17, the doctor woke up in a feverish condition. During the night he had several times in his dreams seen a tall white man, dressed in patriarchal robes, who touched him on the forehead with his finger and spoke unintelligible words. To the learned Heraclius this dream seemed to be a very significant warning. But why a warning, and significant of what? The doctor did not know exactly, but nevertheless he was expectant of something. After his lunch he went as usual to the Ruelle de Vieux pigeons, and just as it was striking noon entered No. 31, belonging to Nicolas Bricolet, outfitter, dealer in antique furniture, second-hand bookseller, and in his spare time cobbler as well. The doctor, as though moved by an inspiration, climbed at once to the attic, put his hand up to the third shelf of a Louis XIII bookcase, and took down from it a bulky parchment manuscript, entitled My 18 Metempsychoses. An account of my existences since the year Clexive of the so-called Christian era. Immediately following this singular title was the following introduction, which Heraclius Gloss deciphered forthwith. This manuscript, which contains the true story of my transmigrations, was begun by me in the city of Rome in the year 184 of the Christian era, as stated above. This explanation, destined to enlighten mankind on the alternations of reappearances of the soul, is signed by me, this 16th day of April 1748, in the town of Balancan, where I have been cast by the vicissitudes of my fate. Let any clear-headed man, intent upon the problems of philosophy, scan these pages, and light will be revealed to him in the most startling way. For this reason I am going to summarize in a few lines the substance of my story, which can be studied below, however little the reader may know of Latin, Greek, German, Italian, Spanish and French. For in the different epochs when I have reappeared as a human being, I have lived among diverse peoples. Next I will explain by what chain of ideas, what psychological precautions and what mnemonic devices I arrived at certain infallible metempsychosic conclusions. In the year 184 I was living in Rome and was a philosopher. As I was strolling one day along the Appian Way, the idea occurred to me that Pythagoras might well have been like the still faint dawn of a great day soon to come. From that moment I had but one desire, one aim, one constant preoccupation, to remember my past. But alas! All my efforts were in vain. There came back to me no memory of my previous existence. Now, one day I saw by chance on the pedestal of a statue of Jupiter which stood in my entrance hall certain marks which I had carved there in my youth and which suddenly reminded me of an event long since forgotten. This was like a ray of light to me. And I realized that if a few years, sometimes one night, even, were sufficient to efface a memory, how much more certainly things accomplished in previous existences and over which had passed the great sleep of intermediate animal lives, would disappear from our remembrance. So I carved my own history on stone tablets in the hope that fate would one day put them before my eyes again and that for me they would act like the writing on the pedestal of the statue. It happened as I wished. A century later, when I was an architect, I was instructed to demolish an old house on the site of which a palace was to be built. One day the workmen under me brought me a broken stone covered with writing, which they had found when preparing the foundations. I set myself to decipher it, and as I was reading the life of whoever had written the lines, there came back to me in an instant glimmers of light from a forgotten past. Little by little daylight penetrated my soul. I understood. I remembered. It was I who had engraved that stone. But during this interval of a century, what had I done and what had I been? Under what form had I suffered? Nothing could teach me that. One day, however, I had a clue, but it was so faint and vague that I dared not rely upon it. An old man, a neighbor of mine, told me that 50 years previously, just 9 months before I was born, much amusement was caused in Rome by an adventure which happened to the senator Marcus Antonius Cornelius Lipa. His wife, who was good-looking and very perverse, so it was said, had purchased from the Phoenician merchants a large monkey of which she became very fond. The senator Cornelius Lipa was jealous of the affection which his better half showed for this four-handed beast with the face of a man, and killed him. In listening to this story I had a very vague idea that that monkey was myself and that in that form I had suffered for a long time as a penalty for some moral fall. But I gathered nothing very clearly or precisely. However, I was led to establish the following hypothesis, which is at least quite plausible. To take the form of an animal is a penance imposed upon the soul for crimes committed as a human being. Recollection of higher existences is given to the beast in order to punish him by the consciousness of his fall. Only a soul which has been purified by suffering can regain human form. It then forgets the animal periods through which it has passed, since it is regenerated and since such knowledge would imply unmerited suffering. Consequently man should preserve and respect the beasts, just as one respects a sinner who is expiating his evil-doing. And also in order that others may protect him when he in his turn reappears in animal form. This, in effect, is analogous to the Christian precept, "Do not unto others what you would not have done unto you." The account of my transmigrations will show how I had the good fortune to rediscover my memories in each of my existences. How I transcribed the story anew, first on brass tablets, then on Egyptian papyrus, and at length, long afterwards, on German parchment, such as I am using today. It remains for me to deduce from this doctrine its philosophic conclusion. Every philosophy has been arrested before the insoluble problem of the destiny of the soul. The Christian dogma which prevails nowadays asserts that God will bring together the righteous in paradise and will send the wicked to hell where they will burn with the devil. But modern common sense no longer believes in a God with the countenance of a patriarch sheltering the souls of the good under his wings as a hen shelters her chickens. Moreover, reason contradicts Christian dogma, for paradise and hell cannot be nowhere. Since space, which is infinite, is filled with worlds similar to our own. Since by multiplying the generations which have succeeded each other since the beginning of this world, by those which have teemed in the innumerable worlds inhabited as our own is, one would arrive at a total of souls so supernatural and impossible, the multiplication thereof being infinite, that God would infallibly lose his head, sound though it may be, and the devil would be in the same case, thus producing a grievous disturbance. Since the number of righteous souls is infinite, just as the number of wicked souls is infinite and space itself is infinite, therefore it would be necessary to have an infinite paradise and an infinite hell, facts which bring us to this, that paradise would be everywhere and hell everywhere, that is to say nowhere. Now reason does not contradict the metempsychosic faith. The soul, passing from the snake to the pig, from the pig to the bird, from the bird to the dog, arrives at last at the monkey and then at man. The soul always starts afresh when each new fault is committed, up till the moment when it achieves the fulfillment of terrestrial purification which permits it to pass on to a superior world. Thus it progresses unceasingly from beast to beast and from sphere to sphere, going from the most imperfect state to the most perfect, in order to arrive at last in the planet of supreme happiness whence a fresh fault will again precipitate it into the regions of supreme suffering to recommence its transmigrations. The circle, that universal and fatal sign, encloses then the vicissitudes of our existences just as it governs the evolution of worlds. Chapter 7. How one may interpret a couplet by Corneille in two ways. By the time the doctor had finished reading this strange document, he was rigid with stupefaction. Then without any bargaining he bought it for the sum of £12 and 5 halfpenny. Allowing the bookseller to pass it off on him as a Hebrew manuscript recovered from the excavations at Pompeii. The doctor remained in his study for 4 days and nights, and by dint of patience and with the help of dictionaries, managed to decipher, more or less successfully, the German and Spanish periods of the manuscript, for though he knew Greek, Latin and a little Italian, he was almost entirely ignorant of German and Spanish. At length, fearing that he might have grossly misinterpreted the sense, he begged his friend, the warden, who was deeply versed in these two languages, to correct the translation. This the latter did with pleasure. But it was 3 whole days before he could set himself seriously to the task. Because every time he glanced through the doctor's version he was overcome by a fit of laughter so prolonged and so violent that twice he almost had convulsions. When he was asked the reason of this extraordinary hilarity he replied, "The reason? Well, there are 3, firstly, the ridiculous face of my worthy colleague Heraclius, secondly, his equally ridiculous translation, which is as much like the text as a guitar is like a windmill, and lastly, the text itself, which is as queer a thing as one could possibly imagine." Oh, obstinate warden! Nothing could convince him. The sun itself might have come in person to burn his beard and his hair and he would have taken it for a candle. As for Dr. Heraclius Gloss, it need hardly be said that he was radiant, enlightened, transformed. Like Pauline, he kept repeating every other moment, "I see, I feel, I believe, I am disillusioned." And each time the warden interrupted him to observe that disillusioned could be written in 2 ways. Point 2. I see, I feel, I believe, I am among the deluded. Chapter 8. How, just as one can be more royalist than the king and more devout than the pope, one can equally be more of a metempsychosist than Pythagoras. Great as may be the joy of a shipwrecked man who has drifted for long days and nights lost on the ocean on a fragile raft, without mast or sail or compass and without hope, when he suddenly sights the shore which he has so long desired. Such joy was as nothing compared with that which swept over Dr. Heraclius Gloss when, after being for so long tossed by the surge of the philosophies on the raft of uncertainty, he entered at length, triumphant and enlightened, the haven of metempsychosis. The truth of this doctrine had struck him so forcibly that he embraced it at once even to its most extreme conclusions. Nothing in it was obscure to him, and in a few days, by means of meditation and calculations, he reached the point of being able to fix the exact date on which a man who died in such a year would reappear on earth. He knew approximately the time of all the transmigrations of a soul through the series of inferior beings. And according to the presumed total of good or evil accomplished in the last period of its life as a human being, he could tell the moment when this soul would enter into the body of a snake, a pig, a riding horse, an ox, a dog, an elephant, or a monkey. The reappearances of a given soul in its superior form succeeded each other at regular intervals, whatever might have been its previous sins. Thus the degree of punishment, always in proportion to the degree of culpability, consisted, not in the duration of exile under animal forms, but in the sojourn, more or less long, which the soul had to make within the body of an impure beast. The scale of beasts began in inferior degrees with the snake or the pig and ended with the monkey, which is man deprived of speech, said the doctor, to which his worthy friend, the warden, always replied that by the same process of reasoning Heraclius Gloss was nothing else but a monkey endowed with speech. Chapter 9. Obverse and Reverse. Dr. Heraclius was very happy during the days following his surprising discovery. He lived in a state of downright jubilation. He was full of the glory of difficulties overcome, of mysteries unveiled, of great hopes realized. Metempsychosis encompassed him like the sky. It seemed to him that a curtain had been suddenly torn down and that his eyes had been opened to things hitherto unknown. He made his dog sit at table beside him, and in solemn tête-à-têtes before the fire sought to discover in the eye of the innocent beast the mystery of its previous existences. He realized, however, that there were two dark blots on his happiness, the dean and the warden. The dean shrugged his shoulders furiously every time Heraclius tried to convert him to the metempsychosic doctrine, and the warden annoyed him with the most uncalled-for jests. These latter were quite intolerable. No sooner did the doctor begin to expound his faith than the diabolical warden instantly agreed with him. He pretended he was an adept listening to the words of a great apostle, and he invented the most unlikely animal genealogies for every person of their mutual acquaintance. Thus he would say that Labude, the cathedral bell-ringer, from the time of his first transmigration could never have been anything but a melon, and that since then he had scarcely changed at all, being content to ring morning and evening the bell under which he had grown. He pretended that the Abbé Rosencroix, senior curate at St. Eulalie, had undoubtedly been a destructive crow, for he had preserved both its dress and its functions. Then, inverting the roles in the most deplorable manner, he would declare that M. Bouquet, the chemist, was only a degenerate ibis, since he was obliged to use an instrument to administer a remedy so simple that, according to Herodotus, the sacred bird used to give it to himself with no other help than that of his long beak. Chapter 10. How a mountebank can be more cunning than a learned doctor. Nevertheless, Dr. Heraclius continued his series of discoveries without becoming discouraged. Henceforth every animal had a mysterious significance in his eyes. He ceased to see the beast itself in contemplating the man who was purifying himself in its guise. And at the very sight of this invisible sign of expiation he would speculate upon the past sins of the soul dwelling therein. One day when he was strolling in the square at Balancan, he saw a large wooden hut from which came the sound of terrible howling. While on the platform a mountebank incoherently invited the crowd to come and see the terrible Apache tamer tomahawk or rumbling thunder. Heraclius, much impressed, paid the penny demanded and went in. O fortune that watches over great minds! Hardly had he entered the hut when he saw an enormous cage on which were written words that flamed suddenly before his dazzled eyes, "The Man of the Woods." The doctor immediately experienced that nervous shiver which accompanies a great mental shock, and, trembling with emotion, went nearer. He saw an enormous monkey sitting quietly on its posterior with its legs crossed like a tailor or a Turk. Before this superb specimen of man in his last transmigration, Heraclius Gloss, pale with joy, stood lost in profound meditation. After a few minutes, the man of the woods, divining, without doubt, the irresistible sympathy suddenly produced in the heart of the man of cities, who was stubbornly staring at him, began to make such a frightful grimace at his regenerate brother that the doctor felt the hairs of his head stand on end. Then, having executed a fantastic somersault absolutely incompatible with the dignity of a man, even of a man completely fallen in estate. The four-handed gentleman gave way to the most unseemly hilarity at the sight of the doctor's beard. The doctor, however, found nothing shocking in the gaiety of this victim of former sins. On the contrary, he saw in it one similarity the more with mankind, a still greater probability of relationship. And his scientific curiosity became so intense that he resolved to buy this master of grimaces, no matter what the price, in order to study him at leisure. What an honor for himself, what a triumph for the great doctrine, if he succeeded at last in getting into communication with the animal side of humanity. In understanding this poor monkey and making the monkey understand him. Naturally enough, the proprietor of the menagerie was loud in praise of his tenant. He was the most intelligent, gentle, well-behaved, lovable animal that he had ever seen in all his long career as a showman of wild beasts. And to prove his word, he went close to the bars of the cage and put his hand inside. The monkey promptly bit it, by way of a joke. Naturally, too, the showman demanded a fabulous price. Heraclius paid it without argument. Then, preceded by two porters bent double under the enormous cage, the doctor went off in triumph in the direction of his own home. Chapter 11. In which it is shown that Heraclius Gloss was in no way exempt from all the weaknesses of the stronger sex. But the nearer he got to his house, the slower he walked, for a problem very much more difficult than that of philosophic truth was disturbing his mind, a problem which the unfortunate doctor formulated thus. By means of what subterfuge shall I be able to hide from my servant Honorine the introduction into my house of this human being in the rough? Ah! The luckless Heraclius, who undaunted could face the formidable shrugs of the dean's shoulders and the terrible chaff of the warden, was far from being as brave before the outbursts of his servant Honorine. But why should the doctor have been so afraid of this fresh-faced, pleasant little woman who seemed so brisk and so devoted to her master's interests? Ask why Hercules dallied at the feet of Omphale, and why Samson allowed Delilah to rob him of his strength and his courage, which, as the Bible tells us, were in his hair. One day, alas! When the doctor was walking in the fields, nursing his despair over a great passion wherein he had been betrayed, for it was not without cause that the dean and the warden were so much amused on their way home on a certain evening, he met at a hedge corner a little girl tending sheep. The learned man, who had not always and exclusively been searching for philosophic truth and who, besides, did not at that time suspect the great mystery of metempsychosis. Instead of paying attention to the sheep, as he certainly would have done, if he had known facts of which he was then ignorant, began, alas, to chat with her who tended them. Soon after he took her into his service, and this first act of weakness led to further ones. He became one of his shepherdess sheep himself after a little while, and it was whispered that although this rustic Delilah, like the one in the Bible, had cut off the hair of the poor unsuspecting man, she had not on that account deprived his forehead of all ornament. Alas! What he had foreseen came to pass and even exceeded his expectations. At the very sight of the inhabitant of the woods in his wire cage, Honorine abandoned herself to an outburst of unbecoming fury, and having overwhelmed her master with a shower of most ill-sounding epithets, turned to let her anger fall upon her unexpected guest. But the latter, doubtless because he had not the same reason as had the doctor to humor such an ill-mannered housekeeper, began to cry and howl and stamp and gnash his teeth. He clung to the bars of his cage in so furious a manner, and accompanied his action with gestures so entirely indiscreet in the presence of a person whom he was meeting for the first time, that Honorine was forced to withdraw like a defeated warrior and shut herself up in her kitchen. And so, master of the field and delighted with the unexpected help with which his intelligent companion had furnished him, Heraclius carried off his prize to his study and installed the cage and its occupant in front of the desk in a corner by the fire. Chapter 12. Which explains how doctor and animal tamer are in no way synonymous. When began an exchange of significant glances between the two individuals who found themselves together. And each day for a whole week the doctor passed long hours in conversing by means of his eyes, so, at least, he thought, with the interesting subject which he had acquired. But that was not enough. What Heraclius wanted was to study the animal at liberty, to surprise its secrets, its desires, its thoughts, to allow it to come and go at will. And through the daily companionship of a life of intimacy, to watch it recover forgotten habits and thus to identify by unmistakable signs the memory of a former life. But for this his guest would have to be free, that is to say, the cage would have to be opened. Now this undertaking was simply a matter of putting his fear aside. In vain the doctor tried the influence of personal magnetism, and then that of cakes and nuts. The monkey started playing tricks which made him nervous every time he came close to the bars of the cage. But one day he was no longer able to resist the desire which tormented him, and he went brusquely forward, turned the key in the padlock, opened the door wide, and, trembling with emotion, stood back a little way awaiting the upshot, which, be it said, was not long in coming. The astonished monkey hesitated at first and then in one bound was outside his cage and in another on the table. In a second he had upset all the papers and books. Then a third jump took him into the arms of the doctor, and the evidence of his affection was so violent that if Heraclius had not worn a wig, his last hairs would undoubtedly have remained between the fingers of his redoubtable brother. But if the monkey was agile, the doctor was not less so. He sprang first to the right, then to the left, slipped like an eel under the table, cleared the sofa like a hare and, still hotly pursued, gained the door and shut it quickly behind him. Then, panting like a horse at the finish of a race, he leant against the wall to save himself from collapsing. Heraclius Gloss was prostrate for the rest of the day. He felt thoroughly upset, but what principally concerned him was that he had absolutely no idea how he and his thoughtless guest would be enabled to leave their respective positions. He brought a chair up to the door, fortunately impassable, and used the keyhole as an observatory. Then he saw, oh prodigy! Oh unhoped for happiness! The fortunate conqueror stretched on the sofa warming his feet at the fire. In his first transport of joy the doctor almost went back into the room, but reflection checked him. And, as though guided by a sudden light, he told himself that starvation would no doubt succeed where kindness had failed. This time he was proved right and the hungry monkey capitulated. In other respects he was a good fellow, that monkey. Reconciliation was complete, and from that day forward the doctor and his companion lived like old friends. Chapter 13. How Dr. Heraclius Gloss found himself in exactly the same position as good King Henry IV, who, having heard two leading counsel plead their case, was of opinion that both were right. Some time after this memorable day heavy rain prevented Dr. Heraclius from going into his garden as was his custom. And he spent the whole morning in his study considering his monkey in a philosophic spirit. The monkey, perched on a writing table, amused himself by throwing paper balls at the dog, Pythagoras, who was lying stretched on the hearth rug. The doctor, meanwhile, was studying the gradations and the progress in intellect of déclassed men and comparing the degree of subtlety displayed by the two animals which he had with him. In the dog, said the doctor to himself, instinct still dominates, whilst in the monkey reason prevails. The former smells, hears, and sees with those marvelous organs which for him are a good half of his intelligence, the latter, connecting one fact with another, cogitates. At this moment the monkey, made impatient by the indifference and immobility of his enemy who, with his head between his paws, was content to lift his eyes occasionally towards his securely placed aggressor, decided to come down and reconnoiter. He jumped lightly from the table and crept quietly forward, so quietly indeed that there was not a sound except for the crackling of the fire and the ticking of the clock which seemed to make a tremendous noise in the dead silence of the study. Then with a sharp and unexpected movement, he seized in both hands the fluffy tail of the unfortunate Pythagoras. But the latter, motionless up till that moment, had followed every movement of the monkey. His stillness was only a trap to lure his hitherto unassailable adversary within reach. As soon as ever Master Monkey, pleased with his trick, grabbed Pythagoras' tail, the latter bounded up and before the other could escape, had fixed his strong teeth in that portion of his rival's body which is modestly known as the ham. It is doubtful how the struggle would have ended had not Heraclius intervened, but when he had re-established peace, he asked himself, as he sat down again quite out of breath, whether, all things considered, his dog had not on this occasion shown more cunning than the animal commonly referred to as cunning personified. Heraclius remained plunged in deep perplexity. Chapter 14. How Heraclius all but devoured a dish of beautiful ladies of a past age. When lunch time came, the doctor went into the dining room, sat down at the table, tucked his napkin into his coat, and set the precious manuscript open beside him. But as he was about to lift to his mouth a little wing of quail, plump and savory, he glanced at the holy book and the few lines on which his eyes fell glittered more terribly before him than did those famous words suddenly written on the wall by an unknown hand in the banqueting hall of the celebrated King Belshazzar. This is what the doctor saw. Abstain from all food which once had life, for in eating flesh you are eating your own kind, and he who, having fathomed the grand metempsychosic truth, kills and devours animals that are not else but men in their inferior forms, shall be grated with the ferocious cannibal who feasts upon his vanquished foe. And on the table, fresh and plump, held together by a little silver skewer and giving out an appetizing smell, were 6 quails. The fight between mind and stomach was terrible, but be it said to Heraclius' glory, it was short. The poor man, quite overcome and afraid lest he would not for long be able to resist such fearful temptation, rang for his servant and in a broken voice enjoined her to remove forthwith the abominable dish and to serve henceforth only eggs, milk and vegetables. Honorine almost collapsed on hearing this surprising statement. She would have protested, but before the inflexible eye of her master she hurried off with the condemned birds, consoling herself, however, with the agreeable thought that, generally speaking, what is one person's loss is not everyone else's. Quails, quails. What could quails have been in another life? The wretched Heraclius asked himself as he sadly ate a superb cauliflower à la crème, which seemed to him on this occasion disastrously nasty. What sort of human being could have been elegant enough, delicate and fine enough, to pass into the exquisite little bodies of these roguish, pretty birds? Ah! Doubtless it could only have been the adorable little mistresses of bygone times, and the doctor grew even paler at the thought of having eaten for his lunch every day for more than 30 years 6 beautiful ladies of a past age. Chapter 15. How the warden interpreted God's commandments. On the evening of this unlucky day the dean and the warden came to talk for an hour or two with Heraclius in his study. The doctor straightway told them of his embarrassing position and explained to them how quails and other edible animals were now prohibited to him just as ham was to a Jew. Whereupon the dean, who no doubt had had a bad dinner, lost all control and blasphemed in such a terrible way that the poor doctor, although he respected him even while deploring his blindness, did not know where to hide himself. As for the warden, he entirely approved of Heraclius' scruples, pointing out to him that a disciple of Pythagoras who fed on the flesh of animals would expose himself to the risk of eating his father's ribs garnished with mushrooms or the truffled feet of his ancestor. And he quoted in support of his case the 4th commandment of the Christian God. Honor thy father and thy mother that thy days may be long in the land. It is true, he added, that I, who am not a believer, rather than let myself die of hunger, would prefer to change the divine precept slightly, or rather to replace it by this: devour thy father and thy mother that thy days may be long in the land. Chapter 16. How the 42nd reading of the manuscript shed new light into the doctor's mind. Just as a rich man can derive new pleasures and new satisfactions from his great fortune, so Dr. Heraclius, in possession of the inestimable manuscript, made surprising discoveries therein each time that he reread it. One evening when he had finished reading it for the 42nd time, a sudden idea flashed upon him like lightning. As we have already seen, the doctor could tell approximately at what date a man who had disappeared would end his transmigrations and reappear in his first form. He was thus suddenly thunderstruck by the thought that the author of the manuscript might have regained his place in humanity. Then, as feverishly excited as an alchemist who thinks himself on the point of discovering the philosopher's stone, he set to work on the most minute calculations to establish the probability of this supposition, and after several hours of persistent work on abstruse metempsychosic deductions, he managed to convince himself that this man must be his contemporary, or at any rate be on the point of being reborn to the life of reason. But Heraclius possessed no document which indicated the precise date of the great metempsychosist's death, and therefore could not fix for certain the moment of his return. He had hardly glimpsed the possibility of discovering this being who in his eyes was more than man, more than philosopher, almost more than God, when he was conscious of one of those profound emotions such as one experiences when one suddenly learns that one's father, whom for years one had thought dead, is living and close to one. A holy anchorite who had sustained himself all his life on the love and remembrance of Christ, and who realized suddenly that his God was about to appear before him, would not have been more overcome than was Dr. Heraclius when he had convinced himself that he would one day meet the author of the manuscript. Chapter 17. How Dr. Heraclius Gloss set about finding the author of the manuscript. A few days later, readers of the Balancan Star noted with astonishment on the 4th page of the paper the following advertisement. Pythagoras, Rome in 184, memory recovered on the pedestal of a statue of Jupiter, philosopher. Architect, soldier, workman, monk, surveyor, doctor, poet, sailor, think and remember, the story of your life is in my hands. Write H.G. care of P.O. Balancan. The doctor never doubted that if the man whom he so eagerly desired to find happened to read this notice, incomprehensible to everyone else, he would at once grasp its hidden meaning and put in an appearance. So every day before sitting down to his meal he went to the post office to ask if there were any letters addressed to H.G. And each time he pushed open the door on which was written letters, inquiries, prepayments, he was actually more agitated than a lover on the point of opening his first letter from his mistress. But alas! Day followed day and was despairingly like its predecessor. The clerk gave the doctor the same answer each morning. And each morning the latter returned home more gloomy and more discouraged. But the inhabitants of Balancan, like everybody else in the world, were subtle, indiscreet, slanderous and inquisitive, and soon connected the surprising notice inserted in the Star with the daily visits of the doctor to the post office. And then they asked themselves what mystery there was in the affair and began to discuss it. Chapter 18. In which Dr. Heraclius recognizes with amazement the author of the manuscript. One night, being unable to sleep, the doctor got up between 1 and 2 in the morning to reread a passage that he thought he had not quite understood. He put on his slippers and opened the door of his room as softly as possible so as not to disturb all the human animals who were expiating their sins under his roof. Whatever had been the previous circumstances of these lucky creatures, they had certainly never before enjoyed such perfect peace and happiness. For such was the kindness of heart of the good man that in his hospitable house they found food, lodging and everything else. Without making a sound, the doctor reached his study door and went in. Now Heraclius was without doubt a courageous man. He was not afraid of specters or ghosts. But however fearless a man may be, there exist certain terrors which, like cannon balls, will pierce the most indomitable courage. The doctor stood transfixed, livid, horror-stricken, his eyes haggard and his hair on end, his teeth chattering and his whole body quivering from head to foot in a dreadful way, before the incomprehensible sight which confronted him. His lamp was alight on his table, and before the fire, with his back turned to the door by which he himself had entered, he saw Dr. Heraclius Gloss, studiously perusing his manuscript. There was no possible doubt. It was certainly himself. Over his shoulders was his own long silk dressing gown embroidered with large red flowers, and on his head was his Greek cap made of black velvet traced in gold. The doctor realized that if this other self of his were to turn round, if the two Heraclius were to see each other face to face, he, who was shaking in his skin at that very moment, would fall shriveled before this reproduction of himself. Then another nervous spasm caused his hands to twitch, and the candlestick which he was carrying fell to the floor with a crash that made him jump in terror. His other self turned sharply round and the petrified doctor recognized his monkey. For some seconds his thoughts whirled in his mind like dead leaves swept before a hurricane, and then he was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of joy more violent than he had ever before experienced. For he realized that this author whom he had longed for as the Jews longed for the Messiah, was before him. It was his monkey. Nearly mad with happiness, he dashed forward, seized the venerable being in his arms and embraced him more passionately than ever an adored mistress was clasped by her lover. Then he settled himself on the other side of the fireplace and remained there gazing at his companion until daylight came. Chapter 19. How the doctor was placed in a terrible dilemma. But just as the most beautiful summer days are sometimes abruptly spoilt by a fearful storm, so the doctor's happiness was suddenly marred by a most awful possibility. He had found the being for whom he had been searching, certainly, but alas, it was only a monkey. Without doubt they would be able to understand each other, but they could never converse. The doctor fell back from heaven to earth. Farewell to those long interviews from which he had hoped to gain so much, farewell to that wonderful crusade which they were to have undertaken together, the crusade against superstition. For, battling alone, the doctor would not possess weapons adequate to overthrow the hydra of ignorance. He needed a man, an apostle, a confessor, a martyr, a role which could scarcely be filled by a monkey. What was he to do? A menacing voice rang in his ears, "Kill him." Heraclius trembled. In a second he realized that if he killed the monkey the soul thus freed would immediately enter the body of an infant on the point of birth. And that it would then be necessary to wait at least 20 years before that infant reached maturity, by which time the doctor would be 70. It was possible, certainly. But could he be sure of tracing the man? Moreover, his religion forbade him to do away with any living being under penalty of committing a murder. Therefore, if he did this his soul would pass after death into the body of a ferocious animal, as was decreed for a murderer. What did it matter? Would he not be a victim of science, of his faith? He seized an enormous Turkish scimitar which was hanging against some tapestry and, like Abraham on the mountain, was about to strike, when a sudden thought restrained him. Supposing this man's sins were not yet expiated, and supposing his soul returned for a second time into the body of a monkey instead of passing into that of a child? This was possible, probable even, nearly certain in fact. In thus committing a futile crime, the doctor would condemn himself to a terrible punishment without benefiting his fellow men. Worn out, he dropped back into his chair. Such long drawn-out emotion had exhausted him, and he fainted. Chapter 20. In which the doctor has a little talk with his servant. When he opened his eyes it was 7 o'clock, and Honorine was bathing his temples with vinegar. The doctor's first thought was for his monkey, but the animal had disappeared. "My monkey, where's my monkey?" he exclaimed. "Yes, it's about time we did talk about him," retorted the servant, who was also a mistress and was always ready to lose her temper. "A bad thing for him to be lost, is it? A pretty creature, upon my word. He mimics everything he sees you do. Didn't I find him trying on your boots the other day? And then this morning, when I picked you up here, and God knows what mad ideas you've got into your head lately, anyhow they prevent your having a decent night's rest, this wretched creature, devil. Rather, in the form of a monkey, had put on your skullcap and your dressing gown. He was looking at you and seemed to be laughing, as though it was a huge joke to see a man who had fainted. Then, when I tried to get near, the brute went for me as though he wanted to eat me, but, thank heavens, I'm not frightened of him and I've got a good pair of hands. I fetched the shovel to him and I hit him so hard on his ugly back that he ran away into your room. He's probably up to some other mischievous trick there now. "You hit my monkey!" roared the exasperated doctor. "Understand this, my good woman, from now onwards he's to be respected and waited on like the master of the house." "Well, well, he's not only the master of the house, he's the master of the master, too, and has been for a long time past," grumbled Honorine, as she went off to her kitchen, convinced that Dr. Heraclius Gloss was certainly mad. Chapter 21. In which it is shown that a dearly loved friend can lighten the heaviest sorrow. As the doctor had said, from that day onward the monkey was really master of the house. And Heraclius became the animal's humble valet. He thought of him with infinite tenderness for hours at a time, acted towards him with the thoughtfulness of a lover, lavished on him a whole dictionary of tender phrases, clasped his hand as one clasps that of a friend. When talking to him, he looked earnestly at him and explained the points in his arguments which might have been obscure. In fact, he surrounded the creature's entire life with gentle care and delicate attention. But the monkey accepted it all as calmly as a god receiving the homage of its worshippers. Heraclius, like all great minds living in solitude, isolated by their sublimity above the common level of foolishness of ordinary people, had up till then felt himself alone. Alone in his work, alone in his hopes, in his struggles and his failures, alone even in his discovery and his triumph. He had not yet preached his doctrine to the masses. He had not even been able to convince his most intimate friends, the warden and the dean. But from the day on which he discovered his monkey to be the great philosopher of his dreams, the doctor felt less isolated. As he was convinced that all animals were deprived of speech only because of past misdeeds, and that as part of the same punishment they were endowed with the remembrance of previous existences. Heraclius became passionately devoted to his companion, and in doing this consoled himself for all the misery he had endured. For, as a fact, the doctor's life had for some time past been growing sadder. The warden and the dean came to see him less frequently, and this made a large gap in his existence. They had even ceased coming to dinner on Sundays since he had decreed that no food which had once had life should be served at his table. This change of habit was a great sacrifice, even for him, and now and again it assumed the proportions of a genuine grief. For he who had hitherto awaited so eagerly the pleasant hour devoted to his lunch, now almost dreaded its arrival. He would go sadly into his dining room realizing that now there was nothing to look forward to. Moreover, he was continuously haunted by the thought of quails, a thought which plagued him with remorse. But alas! It was not his remorse for having eaten so many, it was, on the contrary, his despair at having renounced them forever. Chapter 22. In which the doctor discovers that his monkey resembles him even more than he thought. One morning the doctor was woken up by an unusual noise. He jumped out of bed, dressed hurriedly and made for the kitchen, from which came extraordinary sounds of shouting and kicking. For a long time past Honorine had been harboring in her mind black thoughts of vengeance against the intruder who had stolen her master's affection. At last the treacherous woman, knowing the tastes and habits of these animals, had managed, by means of some trick or other, to tie the poor monkey firmly to the leg of her kitchen table. Then when she was certain that he was held fast she went to the other end of the room and amused herself by tempting him with a feast calculated to excite his greed. And thus inflicted on him the tortures of Tantalus, tortures such as are reserved in hell for the worst sinners of all. The perverse housekeeper roared with laughter and invented further refinements of torture such as would only occur to a woman. The man-monkey writhed in fury when savory dishes were proffered from some way off, and in his rage at finding himself tied to the leg of the heavy table, made horrible faces, thereby adding to the enjoyment of his brutal temptress. At last, just as the anxious doctor appeared in the doorway, the victim of this hateful trick made a tremendous effort and succeeded in breaking the cords which held him. Had it not been for the hurried intervention of the indignant Heraclius, heaven knows what delicacies would not have been gobbled up by this new four-handed Tantalus. Chapter 23. How the doctor realized that his monkey had shamefully imposed upon him. This time anger triumphed over respect. The doctor seized the monkey philosopher by the throat and dragged him howling into the study, where he administered the most terrible thrashing that the back of any metempsychosist had ever received. The moment Heraclius' tired arm relaxed its hold on the throat of the wretched beast, who after all was only guilty of the same tastes as those of his human brother, the monkey freed himself from the grasp of his outraged master, jumped onto the table, seized the doctor's big snuff-box which was lying on a book and flung it, wide open, at its owner's head. Heraclius just had time to close his eyes and avoid the whirlwind of snuff which would certainly have blinded him. When he opened them, the criminal had disappeared, taking with him the manuscript of which he was presumed to be the author. Heraclius' consternation was indescribable. He dashed like a madman in pursuit of the fugitive, determined to recover the precious manuscript at no matter what sacrifice. He explored the house from cellar to attic, opened all his cupboards and looked under all the furniture, but his search revealed nothing. At last he went and sat in despair under a tree in the garden. Presently he became aware of light little taps on his head, caused, so he thought at first, by dead leaves broken off by the wind. But suddenly he saw a little ball of paper rolling in front of him on the path. He picked it up and opened it. Mercy! It was a page of his manuscript. Horrified, he looked up and saw his accursed monkey calmly preparing fresh missiles of the same kind. With an expression of malignant joy on his face that Satan himself could not have outdone when he saw Adam accept the fatal apple, that apple which, throughout the ages, from Eve to Honorine, women have never ceased offering us. At the sight of this a terrible thought flashed through the doctor's mind and he realized that he had been deceived, tricked and mystified in the most abominable way by this hairy impostor who was no more the missing philosopher than he was the Pope or the Grand Turk. The precious document would have disappeared altogether had not Heraclius caught sight of a garden hose near at hand. He snatched it up and, working it with almost superhuman strength, gave the wretch such a totally unexpected bath that he began to jump from branch to branch with shrill cries. But the monkey, dodging cleverly to obtain a moment's respite, suddenly flung the torn parchment straight in his adversary's face, jumped down from the tree and fled towards the house. But before the manuscript had touched the doctor, the poor man had fallen on his back with his legs in the air, quite overcome with emotion. When he rose he had not the strength to avenge this new outrage but crept with difficulty back to his study where he discovered to his joy that only 3 pages were missing. Chapter 24. Eureka! A visit from the dean and the warden restored him. All 3 talked for an hour or 2 without mentioning metempsychosis. But when his 2 friends were leaving, Heraclius could not contain himself any longer. While the dean was struggling into his bearskin coat, he drew aside the warden, of whom he was less afraid, and confided all his trouble to him. He told him how he thought he had found the author of the manuscript, how he had been mistaken, how the wretched monkey had played a most scandalous trick on him and how utterly in despair he felt. In fact, confronted with the ruin of his illusions, Heraclius broke down completely. The warden, much moved, clasped him by the hand and was just about to speak when the dean's solemn voice calling out, "Aren't you ever coming, warden?" boomed from the hall. "Come, come," said the warden, with a final clasp of the unhappy doctor's hand and the sort of smile with which one comforts a child who has been naughty. "Cheer up, my friend. Perhaps after all you're the author of the manuscript yourself." Then he went out into the dark street, leaving the astonished Heraclius on the doorstep. The doctor went slowly back to his study, muttering from time to time, "Perhaps I am the author of the manuscript." He made another careful study of the way in which the document had been recovered at each appearance of its author, and then he recalled how he himself had found it. The dream which had preceded the happy day like a providential warning, the emotion he had felt on entering Ruelle de Vieux Pigeons, all this came back to him, clearly, distinctly, surprisingly. And then he stood up, spreading out his arms as though he had seen a vision, and cried in a resounding voice, "It is I! It is I!" A shiver seemed to pass through the whole house. Pythagoras barked violently. The disturbed animals suddenly woke up and became so excited that it seemed as though each one was bent on celebrating in his own tongue the tremendous resurrection of the prophet of metempsychosis. Then, in the grip of an overwhelming emotion, Heraclius sat down, opened the last page of this new Bible and reverently added to it the entire history of his life. Chapter 25. I am that I am. From that day onwards Heraclius was filled with tremendous pride. In the same way that the Messiah sprang from God the Father, so he had sprung from Pythagoras, or rather he himself was Pythagoras, for in the past he had lived in the body of that philosopher. Thus his genealogy could challenge that of the most ancient families of the nobility. He looked with supreme contempt on all the great men in the history of the race, and their highest achievements seemed as nothing beside his. He installed himself in sublime isolation among his worlds and his animals. He was metempsychosis itself and his house was its temple. He had forbidden both his servant and his gardener to kill noxious animals. Caterpillars and snails multiplied in his garden. And in the guise of enormous spiders with hairy legs one-time mortals paraded their loathsome transformation on the walls of his study, a fact which made the offensive warden say that if all cadgers, each changed according to his kind, were to settle on the too sensitive-minded doctor's skull, he would still take good care not to wage war on the poor degraded parasites. Only one thing troubled Heraclius in this superb flowering of his hopes. This was the continual spectacle of animals devouring each other, spiders lying in wait for flies, birds carrying off the spiders, cats gobbling up the birds, and his own dog Pythagoras joyfully mangling any cat which came within reach of his teeth. From morning till night he followed the slow progressive march of metempsychosis at every degree in the animal scale. He received sudden revelations when he watched sparrows pecking in the gutter, and ants, those ceaseless far-seeing workers, thrilled him intensely. In them he saw all the work-dodging, useless people who, as an expiation for their past idleness and nonchalance, had been condemned to persistent labor. He remained for hours at a time with his nose on the grass watching them and was amazed at what he saw. Then, like Nebuchadnezzar, he would crawl on all fours, rolling in the dust with his dog, living with his animals, even groveling with them. For him, man gradually disappeared from creation, and soon he was only conscious of animals. When he thought of them he felt that he was their brother. He spoke to no one but them, and when by chance he was forced to talk to men, he found himself as helpless as though he was among foreigners, and was shocked at the stupidity of his fellow creatures. Chapter 26. What was said at Madame Labat's, the fruiterer's, 26, Rue de la Maraîcherie. Ndli. Victoire, cook to the dean of the faculty of Balançon, Mademoiselle Gertrude, servant of the warden of the said faculty, and Mademoiselle Anastasie, housekeeper to the Abbé Beaufleury, cure of St. Eulalie, such was the respectable coterie which happened meet at the counter of Madame Labat, fruiterer, 26 Rue de la Maraîcherie, one Thursday morning. These ladies, with their shopping baskets on their left arms and little white goffered caps posed coquettishly on their heads so that the ribbons hung down their backs, were listening with interest to Mademoiselle Anastasie, who was telling them how the Abbé Beaufleury had that very morning exorcised a poor woman possessed of 5 devils. Suddenly Mademoiselle Honorine, Dr. Heraclius' housekeeper, rushed in like a whirlwind and sank into a chair, overcome by emotion. Then, when she saw that they were all thoroughly intrigued, she burst out. "No, it's too much. Whatever happens I'll not stop any longer in that house." And then she hid her face in her hands and began to sob. A moment or two later, when she was a little calmer, she went on. "After all, it's not the poor man's fault if he's mad." "Who?" asked Mademoiselle Labat. "Why, her master, Dr. Heraclius," put in Mademoiselle Victoire. "So what the dean said is true then, your master has gone queer in the head?" "I should just think so," exclaimed Mademoiselle Anastasie. "The cure, talking to the Abbé Rosencroix the other day, declared that Dr. Heraclius was a proper reprobate, that he worshipped animals, after the style of a man called Pythagoras who, so it seems, was a heretic as wicked as Luther." "What's happened now?" interrupted Mademoiselle Gertrude. "What's the matter with you?" "Well, just think," said Honorine, drying her eyes on the corner of her apron, "for nearly 6 months now my poor master has been mad about animals. He believes that he has been created and placed in the world to serve them, he speaks to them as though they were sensible human beings. And one would almost believe that he gets an answer from inside them somehow. Anyway, yesterday evening I saw that mice were eating my provisions and I put a mousetrap in the larder. This morning I found I'd caught one. I called the cat and was just going to give the little beast to him when the master rushed in like a madman. He snatched the trap out of my hands and let the brute loose in the middle of my pickles. And when I got angry he turned on me and treated me as one wouldn't treat a rag-and-bone man." There was a tense silence for some minutes and then Mademoiselle Honorine added, "After all, I don't blame the poor man. He's mad." 2 hours later the story of the doctor and the mouse had gone the round of every kitchen in Balancan. At lunchtime all the bourgeois were telling it to each other, and at 8 o'clock M. Le Premier repeated it, as he drank his coffee, to 6 magistrates who had been dining with him. These gentlemen, seated in solemn attitudes, listened dreamily, without smiling, but with grave nods of their heads. At 11 o'clock the prefect, who was giving a party, was worried with it in front of 6 minor officials, and when he asked the warden for his opinion, the latter, who was parading his white tie and his propensity for mischief before group after group of guests, answered thus: "After all, what does this prove, prefect? Why, that if La Fontaine were still living, he could write a new fable entitled, The Philosopher's Mouse, which would end up, the more foolish of the two is not the one thinks." Chapter 27. How Dr. Heraclius did not agree with the Dauphin, who, having saved a monkey from drowning, threw it back again and went off to find a man to save instead. When Heraclius went out the following morning he noticed that everyone looked at him with curiosity as he passed and that people turned to glance twice at him. At first all this attention astonished him. He wondered what the reason of it was and thought that perhaps his doctrine had spread without his knowledge and that he was on the point of being appreciated by his fellow citizens. He was suddenly filled with a great tenderness towards these people, whom he already saw as his enthusiastic disciples, and he began to acknowledge them by smiling right and left, like a prince among his people. The whisperings that followed him seemed to him murmurs of praise and he beamed cheerfully at the thought of the imminent consternation of the warden and the dean. In this way he reached the Quai de la Brille. A few yards away a group of excited children, roaring with laughter, were throwing stones into the water, while some sailors, lounging in the sun and smoking, seemed interested in the game. Heraclius approached and then suddenly drew back as though he had received a heavy blow in the chest. 10 yards from the bank, sinking and coming up again by turns, a kitten was drowning. The poor little animal was making desperate efforts to regain the bank, but each time she showed her head above water a stone thrown by one of the urchins, who were enjoying her agony, made her go under again. The wicked rascals vied with each other and urged each other on, and when a well-aimed shot hit the wretched animal there were shouts of laughter and cries of joy. Suddenly a glancing pebble hit the kitten on the forehead and a trickle of blood appeared on her white fur. The torturers burst into shouts of joy and applause, which, however, turned suddenly into a terrible panic. Livid, trembling with rage, upsetting all before him and striking out with his fists and feet, the doctor hurled himself among the brats like a wolf into a flock of sheep. Their terror was so great and their flight so rapid that one of them, distracted with fear, threw himself into the river and disappeared. Heraclius quickly unbuttoned his coat, kicked off his shoes and jumped into the water. He was seen to swim vigorously for a moment or two, catch hold of the kitten just as she was sinking, and regain the bank. Then he seated himself on a stone and having dried and kissed the little being whom he had snatched from death, he folded her lovingly in his arms like a baby and without troubling about the child, whom 2 sailors were bringing to land, and quite indifferent to the din going on behind him, he strode off towards his house, forgetting his shoes and coat which he had left behind him on the bank. Chapter 28. This story will show you that, if you want to save a fellow creature from blows and believe that it is better to rescue a cat than a man, you will excite the anger of your neighbors. All roads lead to Rome, but metempsychosis leads to the lunatic asylum. Balanchine Star. 2 hours later a huge crowd of shouting people was jostling and pushing in front of the doctor's windows. Soon a shower of stones shattered the panes and the crowd was about to rush the doors when the police appeared at the end of the street. Things gradually became calmer and the mob scattered, but 2 policemen remained outside the doctor's house until the following day. The doctor was in a state of extreme agitation the whole evening. He told himself that the letting loose of the crowd on him was due to the underhand threats of the priests and to the explosion of hatred which always heralds the advent of a new religion among the followers of an old one. He raised himself to the status of a martyr and felt ready to confess his faith before his executioners. He brought into his study as many animals as the room would hold, and dawn found him sleeping between his dog, a goat and a sheep, and clasping to his heart the kitten which he had saved. A loud knock at his door awakened him, and Honorine showed in a solemn-looking individual, followed by 2 detectives, with the medical officer of health in the background. The solemn individual made himself known as the chief of police, and courteously invited Heraclius to follow him. Very much upset, the latter did so and was made to get into a carriage which was waiting at the door. Then, sitting next the chief of police, with the medical officer and 1 detective facing him and the other detective on the box beside the driver, Heraclius soon noticed that they were driving down the Rue de Juifs, through the Place de l'Hôtel de Ville and the Boulevard de la Pucelle. At last they stopped outside a grim-looking building on the door of which was written, "Home for the Mentally Deficient." The doctor suddenly realized the terrible trap into which he had fallen and the devilish cunning of his enemies. Summoning all his strength he tried to hurl himself into the road, but 2 strong hands forced him back into his seat. Then began a terrible struggle between him and the 3 men in charge of him. He wriggled and twisted and kicked and bit, howling with rage all the time. But at last he was overpowered, tied up, and carried into the fatal building. Its door clanged behind him with an ominous sound. He was taken into a narrow cell of a peculiar kind. The fireplace and the windows were barred, the bed and the solitary chair were attached to the floor by iron chains. And there was no piece of furniture which could be picked up and handled by the occupant. As it turned out, events proved that these precautions were by no means unnecessary. For as soon as the doctor found himself in these new surroundings he gave way to the rage that was almost choking him. He tried to smash the furniture, to tear out the bars and to break the windows. Unsuccessful in this, he rolled on the ground and gave vent to such fearful cries that 2 men in blouses and uniform caps hurried in, followed by a huge bald-headed man dressed in black. At a sign, the 2 men seized Heraclius and in an instant had him in a strait waistcoat, then they glanced towards the man in black. The latter looked pensively at Heraclius for a moment and then said, "Take him to the douche room." Heraclius was carried into a large cold room in the middle of which was an empty bath. Still yelling, he was undressed and placed in this bath. Before he knew what was happening, he was almost suffocated by as horrible an avalanche of cold water as ever descended on the back of any human being, even in the Arctic regions. Heraclius was completely silenced. The man in black, who had been watching him all the time, felt his pulse and said, "Give him another one." A second shower fell from the ceiling and the doctor collapsed, choking, to the bottom of his ice-cold bath. He was then picked up, wrapped in warm blankets and put to bed in his cell, where he slept soundly for 35 hours. He woke the following morning with a steady pulse and a clear head. For some minutes he considered the situation and then he began to read his manuscript, which he had taken care not to leave behind. The man in black presently appeared, and when lunch was brought they had it together. The doctor, who had not forgotten his cold bath, was very quiet and polite and made no reference to the subject which had resulted in such a misadventure, but conversed for a long time very entertainingly, in an endeavor to prove to his host that he was as sane as the 7 sages of Greece. The man in black, as he was leaving, gave the doctor permission to take a stroll in the garden, which was a large one planted with trees. About 50 persons were taking exercise there. Some were laughing, shouting and haranguing each other, others were grave and melancholy. One of the first persons the doctor noticed was a tall man with a long beard and white hair, who was walking by himself with his eyes on the ground. Without knowing why, the doctor felt interested in the fate of this unknown man. Presently, the latter raised his eyes and stared fixedly at Heraclius. They advanced, greeted each other ceremoniously and began to talk. The doctor learnt that his companion was called Dagobert Philorme, and that he was professor of modern languages at the College of Balançon. Heraclius did not notice anything wrong with the man's mind and was wondering what could have brought him to such a place when suddenly the other stopped. Grasped Heraclius' hand firmly and said, "Do you believe in metempsychosis?" The doctor swayed and began to stammer an answer. Their eyes met and for some time the two of them stood staring at each other. At last Heraclius was overcome by his emotion, and tears welled up in his eyes. He opened his arms and they embraced. Then, confiding in each other, they soon realized that they were inspired by the same faith and impregnated with the same doctrine. There was no point on which they differed. But as this astonishing similarity of thought began to be established, a feeling of peculiar uneasiness came over the doctor, for it seemed to him that the more the stranger grew in his estimation, the more he himself lost in his own. He was seized with jealousy. Suddenly his companion exclaimed, "Metempsychosis, it is I. It was I who discovered the evolution of souls and who welded the destinies of men. I was Pythagoras." The doctor stopped dead, pale as a sheet. "Excuse me," he said, "I am Pythagoras." Once again they stared at each other, and then the stranger spoke again. "I have been philosopher, architect, soldier, laborer, monk, mathematician, doctor, poet, sailor, in turn," he said. "So have I," said Heraclius. "I've written my life's history in Latin, Greek, German, Italian, Spanish and French," cried the other. "So have I," answered Heraclius. Both stopped speaking and looked daggers at each other. "In the year 184, shouted the other, "I lived in Rome as a philosopher." Then the doctor, shaking like a leaf in a gust of wind, drew his precious document from his pocket and brandished it like a pistol under his adversary's nose. The latter sprang back. "My manuscript," he cried, and put out his hand to seize it. "It's mine," roared Heraclius, and with surprising rapidity he raised the object of contention above his head, changed it to his other hand behind his back and did every sort of extraordinary trick with it to keep it out of his frenzied rival's reach. The latter clenched his teeth, stamped his feet and roared, "Thief! Thief! Thief!" Then with a quick and cunning movement he managed to get hold of a corner of the paper which Heraclius was trying to keep from him. For some seconds they pulled hard and angrily in opposite directions, and then, as neither would give way, the manuscript, which might be described as forming a living hyphen between them, acted as wisely as the late King Solomon might have done, by separating into two equal parts, with the result that the two warriors sat down with unexpected suddenness 10 paces apart, each clutching his half of the spoils of victory between shriveled fingers. They did not move but sat staring at each other like rival forces which, having gauged each other's strength, are loath to come to grips again. Dagobert Philorme began first. "The proof that I am the author of this manuscript," he said, "is that I knew of it before you." Heraclius did not answer, and the other went on. "The proof that I am the author of this manuscript is that I can repeat it from end to end in the 7 languages in which it is written." Heraclius did not answer, but he was thinking hard. A revolution was taking place in him. There was no possible doubt, victory lay with his rival. But this author, whom at one time he had invoked with all his prayers, raised his indignation now as a false god. For, as a dethroned god himself, he revolted against divinity. Before he had come to regard himself as the author of the manuscript, he had longed to meet whoever had written it, but from the day when he began to say, "It was I who wrote this. Metempsychosis is I myself," he could no longer sanction anyone usurping his place. Like a man who would burn his house down rather than see it occupied by someone else, he was prepared to burn both temple and God, to burn metempsychosis itself even. As soon as a stranger ascended the altar to which he had exalted himself. And so, after a long silence, he said slowly and solemnly, "You are mad." At this, his enemy dashed at him like a lunatic. And a fresh struggle more terrible than the first would have begun had not the guardians rushed up and re-imprisoned these religious fanatics in their respective cells. For a month the doctor did not leave his room. He passed his days alone with his head between his hands in profound meditation. From time to time the dean and the warden came to see him and by means of clever comparisons and delicate allusions gently assisted the change that was taking place in his mind. Thus they told him how a certain Dagobert Philorme, professor of languages at the College of Balançon, had gone mad while writing a philosophical treatise on the doctrine of Pythagoras. Aristotle and Plato, a treatise which he had imagined he had begun under the Emperor Commodus. At last, one beautiful sunny morning, the doctor came to himself. Once more he was the Heraclius of the good old days. Warmly clasping the hands of his two friends he told them that he had renounced forever metempsychosis, expiations in animal form and transmigrations. Tapping himself on the breast he admitted that he had been entirely mistaken. A week later the doors of the asylum were opened to him. Chapter 29. How one sometimes exchanges Scylla for Charybdis. Heraclius paused for a moment as he was leaving the fatal building and took a deep breath of the fine air of liberty. Then, with his brisk step of former days, he set off towards his house. After he had been walking for above 5 minutes a street urchin saw him and at once gave a long whistle, which was promptly answered from a neighboring street. A second urchin appeared and the first one pointed to Heraclius and shouted with all his might, "Here's the animal man come out of the madhouse." Keeping close behind the doctor they both began to imitate with remarkable skill the noise made by every sort of animal. Presently a dozen or more joined the first comers and formed an escort to the ex-metempsychosist, as noisy as it was objectionable. One of them walked 10 yards in front of the doctor carrying a broom handle on which he had fixed a rabbit skin like a flag. 3 others followed imitating the roll of a drum, and then came the frightened doctor. With his frock coat tightly buttoned and his hat over his eyes he looked like a general in the middle of his troops. After him came a whole horde of ragamuffins, running, turning cartwheels, yelling, bellowing, barking, mewing, neighing, mooing, crowing and inventing 1,000 other amusing things. To the great enjoyment of the townsfolk standing at their doors. The bewildered Heraclius quickened his pace still more. Suddenly, a prowling dog got between his legs and in a paroxysm of rage the doctor let fly such a terrific kick at the poor beast, which he would formerly have welcomed, that the latter ran off howling with pain. Such a tremendous din burst out all round that Heraclius lost his head and began to run as hard as he could, still followed by his infernal procession. The gang passed like a whirlwind through the principal streets and came to a stop outside the doctor's house. Seeing the door ajar, he darted through it and closed it behind him. Then, still running, he went on up to his study. There he was greeted by the monkey, who put out his tongue at him as a sign of welcome. It was a sight that made him recoil as though a ghost had appeared. For was not his monkey the living souvenir of all his misfortunes, the cause of his madness and of all the humiliations and outrages to which he had been subjected? He seized an oak stool which was handy and with one blow split the miserable creature's skull. The latter dropped like a stone at the feet of his murderer. Then, soothed at having carried out this execution, Heraclius sank into an armchair and unbuttoned his coat. When Honorine appeared she almost fainted with joy at the sight of her master. In her delight she sprang towards him and kissed him on both cheeks, forgetting the distance that, in the eyes of the world, is supposed to exist between the master and his servant, in which, so it was said, the doctor had already shown her the way. Meanwhile, the mob had not dispersed but was still creating such a noise outside the front door that Heraclius, much put out, went down into his garden. A horrible sight met his eyes. Honorine, who, although she deplored her master's madness, had wanted to give him a pleasant surprise for his homecoming, had watched like a mother over the lives of all the animals in the place. So that, owing to their natural fecundity, the garden had the appearance of the interior of Noah's Ark when the flood subsided. For the garden was a confused mass of animals, a veritable swarm, beneath which trees, shrubs, grass and earth had entirely disappeared. The branches were bent under the weight of whole regiments of birds, while underneath them dogs, cats, goats, sheep, chickens, ducks and turkeys, rolled in the dust. The air resounded with a clamor of sound as loud as that made by the brats on the other side of the house. Heraclius could restrain himself no longer. He snatched up a spade which had been left against the wall and, like the two famous warriors whose exploits are described by Homer, sprang this way and that, hitting out right and left. Foaming at the mouth and with rage in his heart, he began a terrible massacre of all his harmless friends. Terrified chickens hid under the walls and cats climbed up the trees. But he gave no quarter and the confusion was indescribable. When the ground was scattered with corpses he collapsed from sheer exhaustion and slept on the field of carnage like a victorious general. Next day his excitement had vanished and he thought of taking a walk round the town. But as soon as he left his doorstep the street urchins, who had been lying in wait for him, started pursuing him once more, shouting, "Oh! Oh! The animal man! The friend of the beasts!" And they began to make the same noises as on the previous day, with plenty of added variations. The doctor went hurriedly back, anger choked him and, since he could not vent it on men, he swore a deadly hatred and vowed war to the death against all animals. From then onwards he had only one desire, one aim, one ceaseless preoccupation, to kill animals. He lay in wait for them from morning till night. He stretched nets in his garden to catch birds and snares in the gutters to strangle the neighbors' cats. Passing dogs were attracted by appetizing bits of meat placed in his half-open door, which always shut quickly when a foolish victim succumbed to temptation. Complaints were soon heard on all sides. The chief of police came several times in person to order him to stop his relentless warfare. He was inundated with summonses, but nothing could arrest his vengeance. At last there was general indignation. A second riot broke out in the town and he would without doubt have been lynched by the crowd but for the intervention of armed force. All the doctors in Balancan were summoned to the prefecture and declared unanimously that Dr. Heraclius Gloss was mad. For the second time he passed through the town between two policemen, and saw the heavy door of the building on which was written, "Home for the mentally deficient," close behind him. Chapter 30. How the proverb, "the madder one is, the more one laughs," is not always quite true. The next he went into the courtyard of the establishment and the first person he set eyes on was the author of the manuscript on metempsychosis. The two enemies looked each other up and down and then drew close. A circle was formed round them and Dagobert cried, "Here's the man who wanted to steal my life's work, who wanted to filch from me the glory of my discovery." A murmur passed through the crowd, and Heraclius answered, "Here's the man who pretends that animals are men and men animals." Then they both began to talk at once and became more and more excited. As on the first occasion, they soon came to blows, but the onlookers separated them. From that day onwards each of them tried with amazing perseverance and tenacity to recruit followers and soon the whole community was divided into two rival parties. These parties were so enthusiastic, so violent and so irreconcilable that if a metempsychosist happened to run across an adversary a terrible battle ensued. To avoid these sanguinary encounters the governor was obliged to arrange separate hours of exercise for each faction, for there had never been such relentless hatred between two rival sects since the quarrel between the Guelphs and the Ghibellines. Thanks to this prudent arrangement, however, the chiefs of the hostile clans lived happily, beloved and listened to by their disciples, obeyed and venerated. Sometimes during the night the sound of a dog howling and barking outside the walls would make Heraclius and Dagobert tremble in their beds. It was the faithful Pythagoras who, having escaped his master's vengeance by a miracle, had tracked him to the threshold of his new home and was trying to gain an entrance to the house into which only men had the right to pass. On the river. Last summer I rented a country cottage on the banks of the Seine, several miles from Paris, and I used to go out to sleep there every night. After a while, I formed the acquaintance of one of my neighbors, a man between 30 and 40 years of age, who really was one of the queerest characters I have ever met. He was an old boating man, crazy on the subject of boats, and was always either in, or on, or by the water. He must have been born in a boat, and probably he will die in one, some day, while taking a last outing. One evening, as we were walking along the banks of the Seine, I asked him to tell me about some of his nautical experiences. Immediately his face lighted up, and he became eloquent, almost poetical, for his heart was full of an all-absorbing, irresistible, devouring passion, a love for the river. "Ah," said he, "how many recollections I have of the river that flows at our feet. You street-dwellers have no idea what the river really is. But let a fisherman pronounce the word. To him it means mystery, the unknown, a land of mirage and phantasmagoria, where odd things that have no real existence are seen at night and strange noises are heard. Where one trembles without knowing the reason why, as when passing through a cemetery, and indeed the river is a sinister cemetery without graves. Land, for a fisherman, has boundaries, but the river, on moonless nights, appears to him unlimited. A sailor doesn't feel the same way about the sea. The sea is often cruel, but it roars and foams, it gives us fair warning. The river is silent and treacherous. It flows stealthily, without a murmur, and the eternal gentle motion of the water is more awful to me than the big ocean waves. Dreamers believe that the deep hides immense lands of blue, where the drowned roll around among the big fish, in strange forests or in crystal caves. The river has only black depths, where the dead decay in the slime. But it's beautiful when the sun shines on it, and the waters splash softly on the banks covered with whispering reeds. In speaking of the ocean the poet says, "O flots, que vous saves de lugubres histoires. Flots profondes, redoutes de mers à genoux. Vous les racontez en montant les maries. Id c'est que vous faites ces voix désespérées. Que vous avez, le soir. Quand vous venez vers nous." 3. Well, I believe that the stories the slender reeds tell one another in their wee, silvery voices are even more appalling than the ghastly tragedies related by the roaring waves. But as you have asked me to relate some of my recollections, I will tell you a strange adventure that happened to me here, about 10 years ago. Then, as now, I lived in old Mother Lafon's house, and one of my best friends, Louis Burnett, who since has given up boating, as well as his happy-go-lucky ways, to become a state councillor, was camping out in the village of C, 2 miles away. We used to take dinner together every day, either at his place or at mine. One evening, as I was returning home alone, feeling rather tired, and with difficulty rowing the 12-foot boat that I always took out at night, I stopped to rest a little while near that point over there, formed by reeds, about 200 yards in front of the railway bridge. The weather was magnificent, the moon was shining very brightly, and the air was soft and still. The calmness of the surroundings tempted me, and I thought how pleasant it would be to fill my pipe here and smoke. No sooner said than done, and, laying hold of the anchor, I dropped it overboard. The boat, which was following the stream, slid to the end of the chain and came to a stop. I settled myself aft on a rug, as comfortably as I could. There was not a sound to be heard nor a movement to be seen, though sometimes I noticed the almost imperceptible rippling of the water on the banks, and watched the highest clumps of reeds, which at times assumed strange shapes that appeared to move. The river was perfectly calm, but I was affected by the extraordinary stillness that enveloped me. The frogs and toads, the nocturnal musicians of the swamps, were voiceless. Suddenly, at my right, a frog croaked. I started, it stopped, and all was silent. I resolved to light my pipe for distraction. But, strange to say, though I was an inveterate smoker, I failed to enjoy it, and after a few puffs I grew sick and stopped smoking. Then I began to hum an air, but the sound of my voice depressed me. At last I lay down in the boat and watched the sky. For a while I remained quiet, but presently the slight pitching of the boat disturbed me. I felt as if it were swaying to and fro from one side of the river to the other, and that an invisible force or being was drawing it slowly to the bottom and then raising it to let it drop again. I was knocked about as if in a storm. I heard strange noises. I jumped up, the water was shining and all was still. Then I knew that my nerves were slightly shaken, and decided to leave the river. I pulled on the chain. The boat moved along, but presently I felt some resistance and pulled harder. The anchor refused to come up, it had caught in something at the bottom and remained stuck. I pulled and tugged but to no avail. With the oars I turned the boat around and forced her upstream, in order to alter the position of the anchor. This was all in vain, however, for the anchor did not yield, so in a rage, I began to shake at the chain, which wouldn't budge. I sat down discouraged, to ponder over my mishap. It was impossible to break the chain or to separate it from the boat, as it was enormous and was riveted to a piece of wood as big as my arm. But as the weather continued fine, I did not doubt but that some fisherman would come along and rescue me. The accident calmed me so much that I managed to remain quiet and smoke my pipe. I had a bottle of rum with me, so I drank 2 or 3 glasses of it and began to laugh at my situation. It was so warm that it would not have mattered much had I been obliged to spend all night out of doors. Suddenly something jarred slightly against the side of the boat. I started, and a cold sweat broke over me from head to foot. The noise was due to a piece of wood drifting along with the current, but it proved sufficient to disturb my mind, and once more I seized the chain and tugged in desperation. I felt the same strange nervousness creep over me. The anchor remained firm. I seated myself again, exhausted. Meantime the river was covering itself with a white mist that lay close to the water, so that when I stood up neither the stream, nor my feet, nor the boat, were visible to me. I could distinguish only the ends of the reeds and, a little farther away, the meadow, ashen in the moonlight, with large black patches formed by groups of Italian poplars reaching toward the sky. I was buried up to my waist in something that looked like a blanket of down of a peculiar whiteness, and all kinds of fantastic visions arose before me. I imagined that someone was trying to crawl into the boat, which I could no longer see, and that the river hidden under the thick fog was full of strange creatures that were swimming all around me. I felt a horrible depression steal over me, my temples throbbed, my heart beat wildly, and, losing all control over myself, I was ready to plunge overboard and swim to safety. But this idea suddenly filled me with horror. I imagined myself lost in the dense mist, floundering about aimlessly among the reeds and water plants, unable to find the banks of the river or the boat. And I felt as if I should certainly be drawn by my feet to the bottom of the dark waters. As I really should have had to swim against the current for at least 500 yards before reaching a spot where I could safely land, it was 9 chances to 10 that, being unable to see in the fog, should drown, although I was a fine swimmer. I tried to overcome my dread. I determined not to be afraid, but there was something in me besides my will, and that something was faint-hearted. I asked myself what there was to fear. My courageous self railed at the other, the timid one. Never before had I so fully realized the opposition that exists between the two beings we have in us. The one willing, the other resisting, and each one triumphing in turn. But this foolish and unaccountable fear was growing worse and worse, and was becoming positive terror. I remained motionless, with open eyes and straining ears, waiting. For what? I scarcely knew, but it must have been for something terrible. I believe that had a fish suddenly taken it into its head to jump out of the water, as frequently happens, I should have fallen in a dead faint. However, I managed to keep my senses after a violent effort to control myself. I took my bottle of rum and again raised it to my lips. Suddenly I began to shout at the top of my voice, turning successively toward the 4 points of the horizon. After my throat had become completely paralyzed with shouting, I listened. A dog was barking in the distance. I drank some more rum and lay down in the bottom of the boat. I remained thus at least 1 hour, perhaps 2, without sleeping, my eyes open, visited by nightmares. I did not dare to sit up, though I had an insane desire to do so. I put it off from second to second, saying, "Now then, I'll get up," but I was afraid to move. At last I raised myself with infinite care, as if my life depended on the slightest sound I might make, and peered over the edge of the boat. I was greeted by the most marvelous, stupendous sight that it is possible to imagine. It was a vision of fairyland, one of those phenomena that travelers in distant countries tell us about, but that we are unable to believe. The mist, which 2 hours ago hung over the water, had lifted and settled on the banks of the stream. It formed on each side an unbroken hill, 6 or 7 yards in height, that shone in the moonlight with the dazzling whiteness of snow. Nothing could be seen but the flashing river, moving between the 2 white mountains, and overhead a full moon that illuminated the milky blue sky. All the hosts of the water had awakened. The frogs were croaking dismally, while from time to time a toad sent its short, monotonous, and gloomy note to the stars. Strange to say, I was no longer frightened. I was surrounded by a landscape so utterly unreal that the strangest freaks of nature would not have surprised me at all. How long this situation lasted I am unable to tell, for I finally dozed off to sleep. When I awoke, the moon was gone and the sky was covered with clouds. The water splashed dismally, the wind was blowing, it was cold and completely dark. I finished the rum and lay listening to the rustling of the reeds and the murmur of the river. I tried to see, but failed to distinguish the boat or even my hands, although I held them close to my eyes. The darkness, however, was slowly decreasing. Suddenly I thought I saw a shadow glide past me. I shouted to it and a voice responded. It was a fisherman. I called to him and told him of my plight. He brought his boat alongside mine and both began tugging at the chain. The anchor still would not yield. A cold, rainy day was setting in, one of those days that bring disaster and sadness. I perceived another boat, which we hailed. The owner added his strength to ours, and little by little the anchor gave way. It came up very slowly, laden with considerable weight. Finally a black heap appeared and we dragged it into my boat. It was the body of an old woman, with a big stone tied around her neck. At the church door. He used to live in a little house near the main road at the entrance to a village. After he married the daughter of a farmer in the district he set up as a wheelwright, and as they both worked hard, they amassed a small fortune. But one thing caused them great sorrow. They had no children. At last a child was born to them, and they called him Jean. They showered kisses upon him, wrapped him up in their affection, and became so fond of him that they could not let an hour pass without seeing him. When he was 5 years old a circus passed through the village and pitched its tent on the square in front of the town hall. Jean had seen them and had slipped out of the house. After a long search his father discovered him in the midst of the trained goats and dogs. He was sitting on the knee of an old clown and was shouting with laughter. 3 days later, at dinner time, just as they were sitting down to table, the wheelwright and his wife discovered that their son was not in the house. They looked in the garden, and as they did not find him there, the father went to the roadside and shouted with all his might, "Jean!" Night was falling, and a brownish mist filled the horizon, and everything retreated into the dark and gloomy distance. 3 tall fir trees close by seemed to be weeping. No voice replied, but the air was full of vague moaning. The father listened for a long time, believing that he could hear something, now on his right now on his left, and he plunged wildly into the night, calling incessantly, "Jean! Jean!" He ran on until daybreak, filling the shadows with his cries, frightening the prowling animals, his heart torn by a terrible anguish, so that at times he thought he was going mad. His wife remained seated at the door, and wept until morning. Their son was never found. From that time they aged rapidly in their sorrow, which nothing could console. Finally they sold their house and set out to look for their son themselves. They questioned the shepherds on the hills, the passing tradesmen, the peasants in the villages and the authorities in the towns. But it was a long time since their son had been lost. Nobody knew anything, and probably he himself had now forgotten his name and his birthplace. They wept and lost all hope. Very soon their money was exhausted, and they hired themselves out by the day to the farmers and innkeepers, discharging the most humble tasks, living on the leavings of others, sleeping out of doors and suffering from cold. But as they became feeble from overwork, nobody would employ them, and they were compelled to beg along the roads. They accosted travelers with sad faces and supplicating voices, imploring a piece of bread from the harvesters eating their dinner beneath a tree, at midday in the fields. They devoured it in silence, seated on the edge of the ditches. An innkeeper to whom they related their misfortunes, said to them one day, "I also knew someone who lost a daughter. It was in Paris he found her." Immediately they set out for Paris. When they reached the great city they were frightened by its size and by the crowds in the streets. But they realized that he must be amongst all these people, without knowing how to set about finding him. Then they were afraid they would not recognize him, for they had not seen him for 15 years. They visited every street and square, stopping wherever they saw a crowd gathered, in the hope of a chance meeting, some prodigious stroke of luck, an act of pity on the part of fate. They would often wander blindly ahead, clinging to each other, and looking so sad and so poor that people gave them alms without being asked. Every Sunday they spent the day in front of the churches, watching the crowds going in and out, and scanning each face for a distant resemblance. Several times they fancied they recognized him, but they were always mistaken. At the door of one of the churches to which they returned most frequently there was an old man who sprinkled holy water, and who had become their friend. His own story was also very sad, and their commiseration for him led to a great friendship between them. They finally lived together in a wretched garret at the top of a big house, a great distance out, near the open fields, and sometimes the wheelwright took his new friend's place at the church. When the old man was ill, one very harsh winter came, the old sprinkler of holy water died, and the parish priest appointed in his place the wheelwright, of whose misfortunes he had heard. Then he came every morning and seated himself in the same place, on the same chair, wearing out the old stone column against which he leant with the continual rubbing of his back. He gazed fixedly at every man who entered, and he looked forward to Sunday with the impatience of a schoolboy, because that was the day when the church was constantly full of people. He grew very old, getting weaker and weaker under the damp arches, and every day his hope crumbled away. By this time he knew everyone who came to Mass, their hours, their habits, and he could recognize their steps on the tiled floor. His life had become so narrowed that it was a great event for him when a stranger entered the church. One day 2 ladies came, one old and the other young. Probably a mother and daughter, he thought. Behind them a young man appeared, who followed them, and when they went out he saluted them. After having offered them holy water he took the arm of the older lady. That must be the young lady's intended, thought the wheelwright. For the rest of the day he racked his memory to discover where he once had seen a young man like that. But the one he was thinking of must now be an old man, for he seemed to have known him away back in his youth. The same man came back frequently to escort the 2 ladies, and this vague resemblance, remote yet familiar, which he could not identify, obsessed the old man so much that he made his wife come to aid his feeble memory. One evening, as it was getting dark, the strangers entered together. When they had passed, the husband said, "Well, do you know who he is?" His wife was troubled and tried, in turn, to remember. Suddenly she whispered, "Yes, yes, but he is darker, taller, stronger, and dressed like a gentleman, yet, father, he has the same face, you know, as you had when you were young." The old man gave a start. It was true, the young man resembled him, and he resembled his brother who was dead, and his father, whom he remembered while he was still young. They were so deeply stirred that they could not speak. The three people were coming down the aisle and going out. The man touched the sprinkler with his finger, and the old man who was holding it shook so much that the holy water rained upon the ground. "Jean," he cried. The man stopped and looked at him. "Jean," he repeated softly. The two ladies looked at him in astonishment. Then for the third time he said, sobbing, "Jean." The man stooped and looked closely into his face, then a recollection of childhood flashed in his mind, and he replied, "Father Pierre and Mother Jean." He had forgotten everything, his father's other name, and that of his own birthplace, but he still remembered these two words, so often repeated, Father Pierre, Mother Jean. He knelt down with his head on the knees of the old man and wept. Then he kissed his father and mother by turns, while their voices were choked by joy unlimited. The two ladies also cried, for they realized that great happiness had come. They all went home with the young man, who told them his story. The circus people had kidnapped him, and for 3 years he had traveled with them through many countries. Then the company broke up, and one day an old lady in a chateau gave a sum of money to adopt him, because she liked him. As he was intelligent, they sent him to school and college, and, as the old lady had no children, she left her fortune to him. He also had searched for his parents, but as the only thing he could remember was the two names, Father Pierre and Mother Jean, he could not discover them. Now he was going to be married, and he introduced his fiancée, who was as good as she was pretty. When the two old people, in their turn, had related their sorrows and sufferings, they embraced him again, and that night they stayed awake very late. For they were afraid to go to bed lest happiness, which had evaded them so long, should abandon them once more, when they were asleep. But they had exhausted the endurance of misfortune, and lived happily till the end. Lieutenant Laré's marriage. At the very beginning of the campaign Lieutenant Laré took 2 guns from the Prussians. The general said tersely, "Thanks, Lieutenant," and gave him the Cross of the Legion of Honor. Being as prudent as he was brave, subtle, inventive, and very resourceful, he was placed in charge of some 100 men. And he organized a service of scouts which saved the army several times during retreats. Like a tidal wave the invaders poured over the entire frontier, wave after wave of men, leaving behind them the scum of pillage. General Carrel's brigade was separated from its division, and had to retreat continuously, taking part in daily engagements, but preserving its ranks almost intact. Thanks to the vigilance and speed of Lieutenant Laré, who seemed to be everywhere at once, outwitting the enemy, disappointing their calculations, leading the Uhlans astray, and killing their outposts. One morning the general sent for him. "Lieutenant," he said, "here is a telegram from General de la Sierra, who will be lost if we do not come to his help by tomorrow at dawn. You will start at dusk with 300 men, whom you will station all along the road. I shall follow 2 hours later. Reconnoiter the route carefully. I do not want to run into an enemy division." It had been freezing hard for a week. At 2 o'clock it began to snow, by the evening the ground was covered, and heavy snowflakes obscured the closest objects. At 6 o'clock the detachment set out. 2 men by themselves marched ahead to act as scouts. Then came a platoon of 10 men commanded by the lieutenant himself. The remainder advanced in 2 long columns. A couple of 100 yards away on the left and right flanks a few soldiers marched in couples. The snow, which was still falling, powdered them white in the darkening shadows, and, as it did not melt on their uniforms, they were barely distinguishable in the dark from the general pallor of the landscape. From time to time they halted, and then not a sound could be heard but that imperceptible rustle of falling snow, a vague and sinister sound, which is felt rather than heard. An order was given in whispers, and when the march was resumed they had left behind them a sort of white phantom standing in the snow, growing more and more indistinct until finally it disappeared. These were the living signposts which were to guide the army. The scouts slowed their pace. Something was looming up in front of them. "Swing to the right," said the lieutenant, "that's the woods of Renfy, the chateau is more to the left." Soon the command to halt was heard. The detachment stopped and waited for the lieutenant, who, escorted by only 10 men, had gone to reconnoiter the chateau. They advanced, creeping under the trees. Suddenly they stopped dead. A frightful silence hovered about them, then, right beside them a clear, musical little voice broke the silence of the woods, saying, "Father, we shall lose our way in the snow. We shall never reach Blainville." A deeper voice replied, "Don't be afraid, my child. I know the country as well as the back of my hand." The lieutenant said something, and 4 men moved off noiselessly, like phantoms. All at once the piercing cry of a woman rang out in the night. 2 prisoners were brought to him, an old man and a little girl, and the lieutenant, still speaking in whispers, cross-examined them. "Your name?" "Pierre Bernard." "Occupation?" "Comte de Renfy's butler." "Is this your daughter?" "Yes." "What does she do?" "She is a sewing maid at the chateau." "Where are you going to?" "We are running away." "Why?" 12 Uhlans passed this evening. They shot 3 guards and hanged the gardener. I got frightened about the child." "Where are you going to?" "Blainville." "Why?" "Because there is a French army there." "Do you know the way?" "Perfectly." "All right. Follow us." They rejoined the column, and the march across the fields was resumed. The old man walked in silence beside the lieutenant. His daughter marched beside him. Suddenly she stopped. "Father," she said, "I am so tired I cannot go any farther." She sat down, shaking with the cold, and seemed ready to die. Her father tried to carry her, but he was too old and feeble. "Lieutenant," he said, with a sob, "we shall be in your way. France comes first. Leave us." The officer had given an order, and several men had gone off, returning with some cut branches. In a moment a stretcher was made, and the whole detachment had come up. "There is a woman here dying of cold," said the lieutenant, "who will give a coat to cover her?" 200 coats were taken off. "Now, who will carry her?" Every arm was placed at her disposal. The girl was wrapped in the warm military coats, laid gently upon the stretcher, and then lifted on to 4 robust shoulders. Like an oriental queen carried by her slaves, she was placed in the middle of the detachment, which continued its march, more vigorously, more courageously and more joyfully. Warmed by the presence of a woman, the sovereign inspiration to which the ancient blood of France owes so much progress. After an hour there was another halt, and they all lay down in the snow. Away off in the middle of the plain a huge black shadow was running. It was like a fantastic monster, which stretched out like a snake, then suddenly rolled itself up in a ball, bounded forward wildly, stopped and went on again. Whispered orders circulated amongst the men, and from time to time a little, sharp, metallic noise resounded. The wandering object suddenly came nearer, and 12 Uhlans were seen trotting at full speed, one after the other, having lost their way in the night. A terrible flash suddenly revealed 200 men lying on the ground in front of them. A brief report died away in the silence of the snow, and all 12, with their 12 horses, fell. After a long wait the march was resumed, the old man they had picked up acting as guide. At length a distant voice shouted, "Who goes there?" Another voice nearer at hand gave the password. There was another wait, while the parley proceeded. The snow had ceased to fall. A cold wind swept the sky, behind which innumerable stars glittered. They grew pale and the eastern sky became pink. A staff officer came up to receive the detachment, but just as he was asking who was on the stretcher, the latter began to move, 2 little hands opened the heavy coats, and a charming little face, as pink as the dawn, with eyes more bright than the stars which had disappeared, replied, "It is I, sir." The delighted soldiers applauded, and carried the girl in triumph right into the middle of the camp where the arms were stored. Soon afterwards General Carrel arrived. At 9 o'clock the Prussians attacked. At noon they retreated. That evening, as Lieutenant Laré was dropping off to sleep on a heap of straw, utterly worn out, the general sent for him. He found him in his tent chatting with the old man whom they had picked up during the night. As soon as he entered the general took him by the hand, and turned to the stranger. "My dear Count," said he, "here is the young man of whom you were speaking a while back. He is one of my best officers." He smiled, lowered his voice, and repeated, "The best." Then, turning to the astonished lieutenant, he introduced Count de Renfrequetasac. The old gentleman seized his two hands. "My dear lieutenant, you have saved my daughter's life, and there is only one way in which I can thank you. You will come in a few months' time and tell me whether you like her." Exactly 1 year later to the day, in the church of St. Thomas Aquinas, Captain Laré was married to Mademoiselle Louise Hortense Geneviève de Renfrequetasac. She brought with her a dowry of 600,000 francs, and they say she was the prettiest bride of the year. Simon's father. Noon had just struck. The school door opened and the youngsters streamed out tumbling over one another in their haste to get out quickly. But instead of promptly dispersing and going home to dinner as was their daily wont, they stopped a few paces off, broke up into knots and set to whispering. The fact was that morning Simon, the son of La Blanchotte, had, for the first time, attended school. They had all of them in their families heard of La Blanchotte. And although in public she was welcome enough, the mothers among themselves treated her with compassion of a somewhat disdainful kind, which the children had caught without in the least knowing why. As for Simon himself, they did not know him, for he never went abroad, and did not play around with them through the streets of the village or along the banks of the river. So they did not like him much, and it was with a certain delight, mingled with astonishment, that they gathered in groups this morning, repeating to each other this phrase pronounced by a lad of 14 or 15 who appeared to know all about it, so sagaciously did he wink, "You know Simon, well, he has no father." La Blanchotte's son appeared in his turn upon the threshold of the school. He was 7 or 8 years old, rather pale, very neat, with a timid and almost awkward manner. He was making his way back to his mother's house when the various groups of his schoolfellows, perpetually whispering, and watching him with the mischievous and heartless eyes of children bent upon playing a nasty trick, gradually surrounded him and ended by enclosing him altogether. There he stood amongst them, surprised and embarrassed, not understanding what they were going to do to him. But the lad who had brought the news, puffed up with the success he had met with, demanded, "What is your name?" He answered, "Simon." "Simon what?" retorted the other. The child, altogether bewildered, repeated, "Simon." The lad shouted at him, "You must be named Simon something. That is not a name, Simon indeed." And he, on the brink of tears, replied for the third time, "My name is Simon." The urchins began laughing. The lad, triumphantly lifted up his voice, "You can see plainly that he has no father." A deep silence ensued. The children were dumbfounded by this extraordinary, impossibly monstrous thing, a boy who had no father. They looked upon him as a phenomenon, an unnatural being, and they felt rising in them the hitherto inexplicable pity of their mothers for La Blanchotte. As for Simon, he had propped himself against a tree to avoid falling, and he stood there as if paralyzed by an irreparable disaster. He sought to explain, but he could think of no answer for them, no way to deny this horrible charge that he had no father. At last he shouted at them quite recklessly, "Yes, I have one." "Where is he?" demanded the boy. Simon was silent, he did not know. The children shrieked, tremendously excited. These sons of the soil, more animal than human, experienced the cruel craving which makes the fowls of a farmyard destroy one of their own kind as soon as it is wounded. Simon suddenly spied a little neighbor, the son of a widow, whom he had always seen, as he himself was to be seen, quite alone with his mother. "And no more have you," he said, "no more have you a father." "Yes," replied the other, "I have one." "Where is he?" rejoined Simon. "He is dead," declared the brat with superb dignity, "he is in the cemetery, is my father." A murmur of approval rose amid the scapegraces, as if the fact of possessing a father dead in a cemetery made their comrade big enough to crush the other one who had no father at all. And these rogues, whose fathers were for the most part evildoers, drunkards, thieves, and harsh with their wives, hustled each other as they pressed closer and closer to Simon as though they, the legitimate ones, would stifle in their pressure one who was beyond the law. The lad next Simon suddenly put his tongue out at him with a waggish air and shouted at him. "No father! No father!" Simon seized him by the hair with both hands and set to work to kick his legs while he bit his cheek ferociously. A tremendous struggle ensued. The two boys were separated and Simon found himself beaten, torn, bruised, rolled on the ground in the middle of the ring of applauding little vagabonds. As he arose, mechanically brushing his little blouse all covered with dust with his hand, someone shouted at him. "Go and tell your father." He then felt a great sinking in his heart. They were stronger than he, they had beaten him and he had no answer to give them, for he knew it was true that he had no father. Full of pride he tried for some moments to struggle against the tears which were suffocating him. He had a choking fit, and then without cries he began to weep with great sobs which shook him incessantly. Then a ferocious joy broke out among his enemies, and, just like savages in fearful festivals, they took one another by the hand and danced in a circle about him as they repeated in refrain, "No father! No father!" But suddenly Simon ceased sobbing. Frenzy overtook him. There were stones under his feet, he picked them up and with all his strength hurled them at his tormentors. 2 or 3 were struck and ran away yelling, and so formidable did he appear that the rest became panic-stricken. Cowards, like a jeering crowd in the presence of an exasperated man, they broke up and fled. Left alone, the little thing without a father set off running toward the fields, for a recollection had been awakened which nerved his soul to a great determination. He made up his mind to drown himself in the river. He remembered, in fact, that 8 days ago a poor devil who begged for his livelihood had thrown himself into the water because he was destitute. Simon had been there when they fished him out again. And the sight of the fellow, who had seemed to him so miserable and ugly, had then impressed him, his pale cheeks, his long drenched beard, and his open eyes being full of calm. The bystanders had said, "He is dead." And someone had added, "He is quite happy now." So Simon wished to drown himself also because he had no father, just as the wretched man did who had no money. He reached the water and watched it flowing. Some fishes were rising briskly in the clear stream and occasionally made little leaps and caught the flies on the surface. He stopped crying in order to watch them, for their feeding interested him vastly. But, at intervals, as in the lulls of a tempest, when tremendous gusts of wind snap off trees and then die away, this thought would return to him with intense pain. I am about to drown myself because I have no father. It was very warm and lovely. The pleasant sunshine warmed the grass, the water shone like a mirror. And Simon enjoyed for some minutes the happiness of that languor which follows weeping, desirous even of falling asleep there upon the grass in the warmth of noon. A little green frog leaped from under his feet. He endeavored to catch it. It escaped him. He pursued it and lost it 3 times following. At last he caught it by one of its hind legs and began to laugh as he saw the efforts the creature made to escape. It gathered itself up on its large legs and then with a violent spring suddenly stretched them out as stiff as 2 bars. Its eyes stared wide open in their round, golden circle, and it beat the air with its front limbs, using them as though they were hands. It reminded him of a toy made with straight slips of wood nailed zigzag one on the other, which by a similar movement regulated the exercise of the little soldiers fastened thereon. Then he thought of his home and of his mother, and overcome by great sorrow he again began to weep. His limbs trembled, and he placed himself on his knees and said his prayers as before going to bed. But he was unable to finish them, for such hurried and violent sobs overtook him that he was completely overwhelmed. He thought no more, he no longer heeded anything around him but was wholly given up to tears. Suddenly a heavy hand was placed upon his shoulder, and a rough voice asked him, "What is it that causes you so much grief, my little man?" Simon turned round. A tall workman, with a black beard and curly hair, was staring at him good-naturedly. He answered with his eyes and throat full of tears. "They have beaten me because I have no father, no father." "What?" said the man smiling, "why, everybody has one." The child answered painfully amid his spasms of grief. "But I have none." Then the workman became serious. He had recognized La Blanchotte's son, and although a recent arrival to the neighborhood he had a vague idea of her history. "Well," said he, "console yourself, my boy, and come with me home to your mother. You'll have a father." And so they started on the way, the big one holding the little one by the hand. The man smiled again, for he was not sorry to see this Blanchotte, who by popular report was one of the prettiest girls in the countryside, and, perhaps, he said to himself at the bottom of his heart, that a lass who had erred once might very well err again. They arrived in front of a very neat little white house. "There it is," exclaimed the child, and he cried, "Mamma." A woman appeared, and the workman instantly left off smiling, for he at once perceived that there was no more fooling to be done with the tall pale girl, who stood austerely at her door as though to defend from one man the threshold of that house where she had already been betrayed by another. Intimidated, his cap in his hand, he stammered out, "See, madam, I have brought you back your little boy, who was lost near the river." But Simon flung his arms about his mother's neck and told her, as he again began to cry, "No, mamma, I wished to drown myself. Because the others had beaten me, because I have no father." A painful blush covered the young woman's cheeks, and, hurt to the quick, she embraced her child passionately, while the tears coursed down her face. The man, much moved, stood there, not knowing how to get away. But Simon suddenly ran up to him and said, "Will you be my father?" A deep silence ensued. La Blanchotte, dumb and tortured with shame, leaned against the wall, her hands upon her heart. The child, seeing that no answer was made him, replied, "If you do not wish it, I shall return to drown myself." The workman took the matter as a jest and answered laughing, "Why, yes, I wish it, certainly." "What is your name?" went on the child, "so that I may tell the others when they wish to know your name." "Philip," answered the man. Simon was silent a moment so that he might get the name well into his memory, then he stretched out his arms, quite consoled, and said, "Well, then, Philip, you are my father." The workman, lifting him from the ground, kissed him hastily on both cheeks, and then strode away quickly. When the child returned to school next day he was received with a spiteful laugh, and at the end of school, when the lad was about to begin again, Simon threw these words at his head as he would have done a stone, "My father's name is Philip." Yells of delight burst out from all sides. "Philip who? Philip what? What on earth is Philip? Where did you pick up your Philip?" Simon answered nothing. And immovable in faith he defied them with his eye, ready to be martyred rather than fly before them. The schoolmaster came to his rescue and he returned home to his mother. For about 3 months, the tall workman, Philip, frequently passed by La Blanchotte's house, and sometimes made bold to speak to her when he saw her sewing near the window. She answered him civilly, always sedately, never joking with him, nor permitting him to enter her house. Notwithstanding this, being like all men, a bit of a coxcomb, he imagined that she was often rosier than usual when she chatted with him. But a fallen reputation is so difficult to recover, and always remains so fragile that, in spite of the shy reserve La Blanchotte maintained, they already gossiped in the neighborhood. As for Simon, he loved his new father very much, and walked with him nearly every evening when the day's work was done. He went regularly to school and mixed in a dignified way with his schoolfellows without ever answering them back. One day, however, the lad who had first attacked him said to him, "You have lied. You have no father called Philip." "Why do you say that?" demanded Simon, much disturbed. The youth rubbed his hands. He replied, "Because if you had one he would be your mamma's husband." Simon was confused by the truth of this reasoning, nevertheless he retorted, "He is my father all the same." "That may well be," exclaimed the urchin with a sneer, "but that is not being your father altogether." La Blanchotte's little one bowed his head and went off dreaming in the direction of the forge belonging to old Loisel, where Philip worked. This forge was entombed in trees. It was very dark there, the red glare of a formidable furnace alone lit up with great flashes 5 blacksmiths, who hammered upon their anvils with a terrible din. Standing enveloped in flame, they worked like demons, their eyes fixed on the red-hot iron they were pounding, and their dull ideas rising and falling with their hammers. Simon entered without being noticed and quietly plucked his friend by the sleeve. Philip turned round. All at once the work came to a standstill and the men looked on very attentively. Then, in the midst of this unaccustomed silence, rose Simon's piping voice. "Philip, explain to me what La Michaud's boy has just told me, that you are not altogether my father." "And why so?" asked the smith. The child replied in all innocence. "Because you are not my mamma's husband." No one laughed. Philip remained standing, leaning his forehead upon the back of his great hands, which held the handle of his hammer upright upon the anvil. He mused. His 4 companions watched him, and, like a tiny mite among these giants, Simon anxiously waited. Suddenly, one of the smiths, voicing the sentiment of all, said to Philip, "All the same La Blanchotte is a good and honest girl, stalwart and steady in spite of her misfortune. And one who would make a worthy wife for an honest man." "That is true," remarked the 3 others. The smith continued. "Is it the girl's fault if she has fallen? She had been promised marriage, and I know more than one who is much respected today and has sinned every bit as much." "That is true," responded the 3 men in chorus. He resumed. "How hard she has toiled, poor thing, to educate her lad all alone, and how much she has wept since she no longer goes out, save to church, God only knows." "That is also true," said the others. Then no more was heard save the roar of the bellows which fanned the fire of the furnace. Philip hastily bent down toward Simon. "Go and tell your mamma that I shall come to speak to her." Then he pushed the child out by the shoulders. He returned to his work and in unison the 5 hammers again fell upon their anvils. Thus they wrought the iron until nightfall, strong, powerful, happy, like Vulcan satisfied. But as the great bell of a cathedral resounds upon feast days, above the jingling of the other bells, so Philip's hammer, dominating the noise of the others, clanged second after second with a deafening uproar. His eye on the fire, he plied his trade vigorously, erect amid the sparks. The sky was full of stars as he knocked at La Blanchotte's door. He had his Sunday blouse on, a fresh shirt, and his beard was trimmed. The young woman showed herself upon the threshold and said in a grieved tone, "It is not right to come this way when night has fallen, Mr. Philip." He wished to answer, but stammered and stood confused before her. She resumed, "And you understand quite well that it will not do that I should be talked about any more." Then he said all at once, "What does that matter to me, if you will be my wife?" No voice replied to him, but he believed that he heard in the shadow of the room the sound of a body falling. He entered very quickly, and Simon, who had gone to his bed, distinguished the sound of a kiss and some words that his mother said very softly. Then he suddenly found himself lifted up by the hands of his friend, who, holding him at the length of his Herculean arms, exclaimed to him, "You will tell your schoolfellows that your father is Philip Remy, the blacksmith, and that he will pull the ears of all who do you any harm. The next day, when the school was full and lessons were about to begin, little Simon stood up quite pale with trembling lips. "My father," said he in a clear voice, "is Philip Remy, the blacksmith. And he has promised to box the ears of all who do me any harm." This time no one laughed any longer, for he was very well known, was Philip Remy, the blacksmith, and he was a father of whom they would all have been proud. A family affair. The Neuilly steam tram had just passed the Porte Maillot, and was going along the broad avenue that terminates at the Seine. The small engine that was attached to the car whistled, to warn any obstacle to get out of its way, let off steam, panted like a person out of breath from running, and its pistons made a rapid noise. Like iron legs running. The oppressive heat of the end of a summer day lay over the whole city, and from the road, although there was not a breath of wind stirring, there arose a white, chalky, opaque, suffocating, and warm dust which stuck to the moist skin, filled the eyes, and got into the lungs. People were standing in the doors of their houses in search of a little air. The windows of the steam tram were down, and the curtains fluttered in the wind. There were very few passengers inside, because on such warm days people preferred the top or the platforms. The few inside consisted of stout women in strange toilettes, shopkeepers' wives from the suburbs, who made up for the distinguished looks which they did not possess by ill-assumed dignity. Of gentlemen tired of their office, with yellow faces, who stooped with one shoulder higher than the other, in consequence of long hours of work bending over the desk. Their uneasy and melancholy faces also spoke of domestic troubles, of constant want of money, of former hopes that had been finally disappointed. They all belonged to that army of poor, threadbare devils who vegetate economically in mean, plastered houses, with a tiny grass border for a garden. In the midst of the district where rubbish is deposited, on the outskirts of Paris. Near the door a short, fat man, with a puffy face and a big stomach, dressed in black and wearing a decoration in his buttonhole, was talking to a tall, thin man, attired in a dirty white linen suit all unbuttoned, and wearing a white Panama hat. The former spoke so slowly and hesitatingly, that occasionally it almost seemed as if he stammered. It was Monsieur Caravan, chief clerk in the Admiralty. The other, who had formerly been surgeon on board a merchant ship, had set up in practice in Courbevoie, where he applied the vague remnants of medical knowledge which he had retained after an adventurous life, to healing the wretched population of that district. His name was Chenet, and he had made the people call him doctor, and strange rumors were current as to his morality. Monsieur Caravan had always led the normal life of a man in a government office. Every morning for the last 30 years he had invariably gone the same way to his office, had met the same men going to business at the same time and nearly on the same spot. Returned home every evening the same way, and again met the same faces, which he had seen growing old. Every morning, after buying his halfpenny paper at the corner of the Faubourg Saint-Honoré, he bought his 2 rolls, and then rushed to his office, like a culprit giving himself up to justice. He got to his desk as quickly as possible, always feeling uneasy, as if expecting a rebuke for some neglect of duty of which he might have been guilty. Nothing had ever occurred to change the monotonous order of his existence, no event affected him except the work of his office, gratuities, and promotion. He never spoke of anything but of his duties, either at the Admiralty or at home, for he had married the portionless daughter of one of his colleagues. His mind, which was in a state of atrophy from his depressing daily work, had no other thoughts, hopes, or dreams than such as related to the office. And there was a constant source of bitterness that spoiled every pleasure that he might have had, and that was the employment of so many commissioners of the navy, tin men, as they were called, because of their silver lace, as first-class clerks and heads of departments. Every evening at dinner he discussed the matter hotly with his wife, who shared his angry feelings, and proved to their own satisfaction that it was in every way unjust to give jobs in Paris to men who ought properly to have been employed in the navy. He was old now, and had scarcely noticed how his life was passing, for school had merely been exchanged, without any transition, for the office. And the ushers at whom he had formerly trembled were replaced by his chiefs, of whom he was terribly afraid. When he had to go into the rooms of these official despots, it made him tremble from head to foot, and that constant fear had given him a very awkward manner in their presence, a humble demeanor, and a kind of nervous stammering. He knew nothing more about Paris than a blind man could know, who was led to the same spot by his dog every day. If he read the account of any uncommon events, or of scandals, in his halfpenny paper, they appeared to him like fantastic tales, which some pressman had made up out of his own head, in order to amuse minor clerks. He did not read the political news, which his paper frequently altered, as the cause which subsidized them might require, for he was not fond of innovations. And when he went through the avenue of the Champs-Élysées every evening, he looked at the surging crowd of pedestrians, and at the stream of carriages, like a traveler who has lost his way in a strange country. As he had completed his 30 years of obligatory service that year, on the 1st of January, he had had the Cross of the Legion of Honor bestowed upon him, which, in the semi-military public offices, is a recompense for the long and miserable slavery. The official phrase is, loyal services, of unfortunate convicts who are riveted to their desks. That unexpected dignity gave him a high and new idea of his own capacities, and altogether altered him. He immediately left off wearing light trousers and fancy waistcoats, and wore black trousers and long coats, on which his ribbon, which was very broad, showed off better. He got shaved every morning, trimmed his nails more carefully, changed his linen every 2 days, from a legitimate sense of what was proper, and out of respect for the national order of which he formed a part. In fact, from that day he was another Caravan, scrupulously clean, majestic, and condescending. At home, he said, "My cross," at every moment, and he had become so proud of it that he could not bear to see other men wearing any other ribbon in their buttonholes. He got angry when he saw strange orders, which nobody ought to be allowed to wear in France, and he bore Chenet a particular grudge, as he met him on a tramcar every evening, wearing a decoration of some sort or another, white, blue, orange, or green. The conversation of the two men, from the Arc de Triomphe to Neuilly, was always the same. That day as usual, they discussed, first of all, various local abuses, which disgusted them both, and the mayor of Neuilly received his full share of the blame. Then, as invariably happens in the company of a medical man, Caravan began to enlarge on the subject of illness, as, in that manner, he hoped to obtain a little gratuitous advice, or even a consultation if he were careful enough not to give himself away. His mother had been causing him no little anxiety for some time. She had frequent and prolonged fainting fits, and, although she was 90, she would not take care of herself. Caravan grew quite tender-hearted when he mentioned her great age, and more than once asked Dr. Chenet, emphasizing the word doctor, whether he had often met anyone as old as that. And he rubbed his hands with pleasure. Not, perhaps, that he cared very much about seeing the good woman last forever here on earth, but because the long duration of his mother's life was, as it were, an earnest of old age for himself. Then he continued. In my family, we last long, and I am sure that, unless I meet with an accident, I shall not die until I am very old. The officer of health looked at him with pity, glancing for a moment at his neighbor's red face, his short, thick neck, his corporation, as Chenet called it, that hung down between two flaccid, fat legs, and the apoplectic rotundity of the old, flabby official. Lifting the dirty Panama hat which he wore from his head, he said, with a snigger, "I am not so sure of that, old fellow. Your mother is as tough as nails, and I should say that your life is not a very good one." This rather upset Caravan, who did not speak again until the tram put them down at their destination. The two friends got out, and Chenet asked his friend to have a glass of vermouth at the Café du Globe, opposite, a place which both of them were in the habit of frequenting. The proprietor, who was a friend of theirs, held out 2 fingers to them, which they shook across the bottles on the counter, and then they joined 3 of their friends, who were playing at dominoes, and had been there since midday. They exchanged cordial greetings, with the usual inquiry, anything fresh? Then the three players continued their game, and held out their hands without looking up, when the others wished them good night and went home to dinner. Caravan lived in a small, two-storied house in Courbevoie, near the meeting of the roads. The ground floor was occupied by a hairdresser. 2 bedrooms, a dining room, and a kitchen where mended chairs wandered from room to room, as they were wanted, formed the whole of their apartments. And Madame Caravan spent nearly her whole time in cleaning them up, while her daughter, Marie-Louise, who was 12, and her son, Philippe Auguste, were running about with all the little, dirty, mischievous brats of the neighborhood, and playing in the gutters. Caravan had installed his mother, whose avarice was notorious in the neighborhood, and who was terribly thin, in the room above them. She was always in a bad temper and never passed a day without quarreling and flying into furious tempers. She used to apostrophize the neighbors standing at their own doors, the vegetable vendors, the street sweepers, and the street boys, in the most violent language. The latter, to have their revenge, used to follow her at a distance when she went out and call out rude things after her. A little servant from Normandy, who was incredibly giddy and thoughtless, performed the household work, and slept on the second floor in the same room as the old woman, for fear of anything happening to her in the night. When Caravan got in, his wife, who suffered from a chronic passion for cleaning, was polishing up the mahogany chairs, that were scattered about the room, with a piece of flannel. She always wore cotton gloves and adorned her head with a cap, ornamented with many colored ribbons, which was always tilted on one ear, and whenever anyone caught her, polishing, sweeping, or washing, she used to say, "I am not rich. Everything is very simple in my house, but cleanliness is my luxury, and that is worth quite as much as any other." As she was gifted with sound, obstinate, practical common sense, she swayed her husband in everything. Every evening during dinner, and afterward, when they were in bed, they talked over the business in the office, and, although she was 20 years younger, he confided everything to her as if she had had the direction, and followed her advice in every matter. She had never been pretty, and now had grown ugly. In addition to that, she was short and thin, while her careless and tasteless way of dressing herself hid the few small feminine attributes which might have been brought out if she had possessed any skill in dress. Her petticoats were always awry, and she frequently scratched herself, no matter on what place, totally indifferent as to who might be there, out of a sort of habit which had become almost an unconscious movement. The only ornaments that she allowed herself were silk ribbons, which she had in great profusion, and of various colors mixed together, in the pretentious caps which she wore at home. As soon as she saw her husband she got up, and said, as she kissed him, "Did you remember Potton, my dear?" He fell into a chair, in consternation, for that was the 4th time he had forgotten a commission that he had promised to do for her. "It is a fatality," he said. "In spite of my thinking of it all day long, I am sure to forget it in the evening." But as he seemed really so very sorry, she merely said, quietly, "You will think of it tomorrow, I dare say. Anything fresh at the office?" "Yes, a great piece of news, another tinman has been appointed senior chief clerk." She became angry. "To what department?" "The Department of Foreign Supplies." "So he succeeds Ramon." "That was the very post that I wanted you to have." "And what about Ramon?" "He retires on his pension." She grew furious, her cap slid down on her shoulder, and she continued, "There is nothing more to be done in that hole now." "And what is the name of the new commissioner?" "Bonassat." She took up the Naval Year book, which she always kept close at hand, and looked him up. Bonassat, Toulon. Born in 1851. Student Commissioner in 1871. Sub-Commissioner in 1875. "Has he been to sea?" she continued, and at that question Caravan's looks cleared up, and he laughed until his sides shook. Just like Ballin, his chief." Then he added an old office joke, and laughed more than ever. It would not even do to send them by water to inspect the Point du Fort, for they would be sick on the Seine steamboats. But she remained as serious as if she had not heard him, and then she said in a low voice, while she scratched her chin, "If only we had a deputy to fall back upon. When the chamber hears all that is going on at the Admiralty, the minister will be turned out." She was interrupted by a terrible noise on the stairs. Marie-Louise and Philippe Auguste, who had just come in from the gutter, were giving each other slaps all the way upstairs. Their mother rushed at them furiously, and taking each of them by an arm, she dragged them into the room, shaking them vigorously. But as soon as they saw their father, they rushed up to him. He kissed them affectionately, and taking one of them on each knee, he began to talk to them. Philippe Auguste was an ugly, ill-kempt little brat, dirty from head to foot, with the face of an idiot, and Marie-Louise was already like her mother, spoke like her, repeated her words, and even imitated her movements. She also asked him whether there was anything fresh at the office, and he replied merrily, "Your friend, Ramon, who comes and dines here every Sunday, is going to leave us, little one. There is a new senior head clerk." She looked at her father, and with a precocious child's pity, she said, "So somebody has been put over your head again." He stopped laughing and did not reply. Then, in order to create a diversion, he said, addressing his wife, who was cleaning the windows, "How is Mama, up there?" Madame Caravan left off rubbing, turned round, pulled her cap up, as it had fallen quite onto her back, and said, with trembling lips, "Ah. Yes, let us talk about your mother. She has created a pretty scene. Just think that a short time ago Madame Lebaudin, the hairdresser's wife, came upstairs to borrow a packet of starch from me, and, as I was not at home, your mother called her a beggar woman, and turned her out. But I gave it to the old woman. She pretended not to hear, as she always does when one tells her unpleasant truths, but she is no more deaf than I am, as you know. It is all a sham, and the proof of it is, that she went up to her own room immediately without saying a word." Caravan, taken aback, did not utter a word, and at that moment the little servant came in to announce dinner. In order to let his mother know, he took a broom handle, which always stood hidden in a corner, and rapped loudly on the ceiling 3 times, and then they went into the dining room. Madame Caravan, Jr., helped the soup, and waited for the old woman. But she did not come, and the soup was getting cold, so they began to eat slowly, and when their plates were empty, they waited again. Then Madame Caravan, who was furious, attacked her husband. "She does it on purpose, you know that as well as I do. But you always uphold her." In great perplexity between the two, he sent up Marie-Louise to fetch her grandmother, and sat motionless, with his eyes down, while his wife tapped her glass angrily with her knife. In about a minute the door flew open suddenly, and the child came in again, out of breath, and very pale, and said quickly, "Grandmama has fallen down on the ground." Caravan jumped up, threw his table napkin down, and rushed upstairs, while his wife, who thought it was some trick of her mother-in-law, followed more slowly, shrugging her shoulders, as if to express her doubt. When they got upstairs, however, they found the old woman lying at full length in the middle of the room, and when they turned her over they saw that she was insensible and motionless. Her skin looked more wrinkled and yellow than usual, her eyes were closed, her teeth clenched, and her thin body was stiff. Caravan kneeled down by her and began to moan. "My poor mother! My poor mother," he said. But the other Madame Caravan said, "Bah! She has only fainted again, that is all, and she has done it to prevent us from dining comfortably, you may be sure of that." They put her on the bed, undressed her completely, and Caravan, his wife, and the servant began to rub her, but, in spite of their efforts, she did not recover consciousness, so they sent Rosalie, the servant, to fetch Dr. Chenet. He lived a long way off, on the quay going toward Chourisons, and so it was a considerable time before he arrived. He came at last, however, and, after having looked at the old woman, felt her pulse, and auscultated her, he said, It is all over. Caravan threw himself on the body, sobbing violently. He kissed his mother's rigid face, and wept so that great tears fell on the dead woman's face, like drops of water. Naturally, Madame Caravan, Jr., showed a decorous amount of grief, uttered feeble moans as she stood behind her husband, and she rubbed her eyes vigorously. But, suddenly, Caravan raised himself up, with his thin hair in disorder, and, looking very ugly in his grief, said, "But, are you sure, doctor? Are you quite sure?" The medical man stooped over the body, and, handling it with professional dexterity, as a shopkeeper might do, when showing off his goods, he said, "See, my dear friend, look at her eye." He raised the eyelid and the old woman's look reappeared under his finger, altogether unaltered, unless, perhaps, the pupil was rather larger, and Caravan felt a severe shock at the sight. Then Monsieur Chenet took her thin arm, forced the fingers open, and said, angrily, as if he had been contradicted, "Just look at her hand, I never make a mistake, you may be quite sure of that." Caravan fell on the bed, and almost bellowed, while his wife, still whimpering, did what was necessary. She brought the night table, on which she spread a table napkin. Then she placed 4 wax candles on it, which she lighted. Then took a sprig of box, which was hanging over the chimney glass, and put it between the candles, into the plate, which she filled with clean water, as she had no holy water. After a moment's rapid reflection, she threw a pinch of salt into the water, no doubt thinking she was performing some sort of act of consecration by doing that. When she had finished the setting which is supposed to be appropriate to death, she remained standing motionless, and the medical man, who had been helping her, whispered to her, "We must take Caravan away." She nodded assent, and, going up to her husband, who was still on his knees, sobbing, she raised him up by one arm, while Chenet took him by the other. They put him into a chair, and his wife kissed his forehead and then began to lecture him. Chenet enforced her words, and preached firmness, courage, and resignation, the very things which are always wanting in such overwhelming misfortune, and then both of them took him by the arms again and led him out. He was crying like a big child, with convulsive sobs, his arms were hanging down and his legs seemed useless. He went downstairs without knowing what he was doing, and moved his legs mechanically. They put him into the chair which he always occupied at dinner, in front of his empty soup plate. And there he sat, without moving, with his eyes fixed on his glass, so stupefied with grief that he could not even think. In a corner, Madame Caravan was talking with the doctor, and asking what the necessary formalities were, as she wanted to obtain practical information. At last, Monsieur Chenet, who appeared to be waiting for something, took up his hat and prepared to go, saying that he had not dined yet, whereupon she exclaimed, "What? You have not dined? But stop here, doctor, don't go. You shall have whatever we can give you, for, of course, you will understand that we won't eat much." However, he made excuses and refused, but she persisted, and said, "You really must stop. At times like this people like to have friends near them, and, besides that, perhaps you will be able to persuade my husband to take some nourishment, he must keep up his strength." The doctor bowed, and, putting down his hat, said, "In that case, I will accept your invitation, madam." She gave Rosalie, who seemed to have lost her head, some orders, and then sat down, to pretend to eat, as she said, to keep the doctor company. The soup was brought in again, and Monsieur Chenet took 2 helpings. Then there came a dish of tripe, which exhaled a smell of onions, and which Madame Caravan made up her mind to taste. "It is excellent," the doctor said, at which she smiled, and, turning to her husband, she said, "Do take a little, my poor Alfred, only just to get something into your stomach. Remember that you have got to pass the night watching by her." He held out his plate, docilely, just as he would have gone to bed if he had been told to, obeying her in everything without resistance and without reflection, and, therefore, he ate. The doctor helped himself 3 times, while Madame Caravan, from time to time, fished out a large piece on the end of her fork, and swallowed it with a sort of studied inattention. When a salad bowl full of macaroni was brought in, the doctor said, "By Jove! That is what I am very fond of." And this time Madame Caravan helped everybody. She even filled the children's saucers, which they had scraped clean, and who, being left to themselves, had been drinking wine without any water, and were now kicking each other under the table. Chenet remembered that Rossini, the composer, had been very fond of that Italian dish, and suddenly he exclaimed, "Why! That rhymes, and one could begin some lines like this. The maestro Rossini was fond of macaroni." Nobody listened to him, however. Madame Caravan, who had suddenly grown thoughtful, was thinking of all the probable consequences of the event, while her husband made bread pellets, which he put on the tablecloth, and looked at with a fixed, idiotic stare. As he was devoured by thirst, he was continually raising his glass to his lips, and the consequence was that his senses, already rather upset by the shock and grief, seemed to dance about vaguely in his head, which was heavy from the laborious process of digestion which had begun. Meanwhile, the doctor, who had been drinking away steadily, was getting visibly drunk, and Madame Caravan herself felt the reaction which follows all nervous shocks. She was agitated and excited, and although she had been drinking nothing but water, she felt her head rather confused. By and by, Chenet began to relate stories of deaths, that appeared funny to him. In the suburbs of Paris, which are full of people from the provinces, one meets with the indifference toward death, even of a father or a mother, which all peasants show. A want of respect, an unconscious callousness which is common in the country, and rare in Paris. Said he. "Why, I was sent for last week to the Rue du Puteaux, and when I went, I found the sick person, and there was the whole family calmly sitting near the bed, finishing a bottle of liqueur of aniseed, which had been bought the night before to satisfy the dying man's fancy." But Madame Caravan was not listening, she was continually thinking of the inheritance, and Caravan was incapable of understanding anything. Soon Rosalie served coffee, which had been made very strong, to keep up their courage, and as every cup was well dosed with cognac, it made all their faces red, and confused their ideas still more. To make matters still worse, Chenet suddenly seized the brandy bottle and poured out a drop just to wash their mouths out with, as he termed it, for each of them. Then, without speaking any more, overcome, in spite of themselves, by that feeling of animal comfort which alcohol affords after dinner, they slowly sipped the sweet cognac, which formed a yellowish syrup at the bottom of their cups. The children had gone to sleep, and Rosalie carried them off to bed. Then, Caravan, mechanically obeying that wish to forget oneself which possesses all unhappy persons, helped himself to brandy again several times, and his dull eyes grew bright. At last the doctor rose to go, and seizing his friend's arm, he said, "Come with me, a little fresh air will do you good. When you are in trouble, you must not stick to one spot." The other obeyed mechanically, put on his hat, took his stick, and went out, and both of them went arm in arm toward the Seine, in the starlight night. The air was warm and sweet, for all the gardens in the neighborhood are full of flowers at that season of the year, and their scent, which is scarcely perceptible during the day, seems to awaken at the approach of night, and mingles with the light breezes which blow upon them in the darkness. The broad avenue, with its 2 rows of gas lamps, which extend as far as the Arc de Triomphe, was deserted and silent, but there was the distant roar of Paris, which seemed to have a reddish vapor hanging over it. It was a kind of continual rumbling, which was at times answered by the whistle of a train at full speed, in the distance, traveling to the ocean through the provinces. The fresh air on the faces of the 2 men rather overcame them at first, made the doctor lose his equilibrium a little, and increased Caravan's giddiness, from which he had suffered since dinner. He walked as if he were in a dream, his thoughts were paralyzed. Although he felt no great grief, for he was in a state of mental torpor that prevented him from suffering, and he even felt a sense of relief which was increased by the warm scent of the night. When they reached the bridge, they turned to the right and faced the fresh breeze from the river, which rolled along, calm and melancholy, bordered by tall poplar trees. The stars looked as if they were floating on the water and were moving with the current. A slight, white mist that floated over the opposite banks filled their lungs with a sensation of cold, and Caravan stopped suddenly, for he was struck by that smell from the water, which brought back old memories to his mind. For suddenly, in his mind, he saw his mother again, in Picardy, as he had seen her years before, kneeling in front of their door and washing the heaps of linen, by her side, in the little stream that ran through their garden. He almost fancied that he could hear the sound of the wooden beetle with which she beat the linen, in the calm silence of the country, and her voice, as she called out to him, "Alfred, bring me some soap." And he smelled the odor of the trickling water, of the mist rising from the wet ground, of the heap of wet linen which he should never forget. The less that it came back to him on the very evening on which his mother died. He stopped, paralyzed by a sudden feeling of anguish. It was like a beam of light illuminating all at once the whole extent of his misfortune, and this meeting with vagrant thoughts plunged him into a black abyss of irremediable despair. He felt heartbroken at that eternal separation. His life seemed cut in half, all his youth gone, swallowed up by that death. All the former life was over and done with, all the recollections of his youthful days would vanish. For the future, there would be nobody to talk to him of what had happened in days gone by, of the people he had known of old, of his own part of the country, and of his past life. That was a part of his existence which was gone forever, and the other might as well end now. Then the procession of memories came. He saw his mother as she was when younger, wearing well-worn dresses, which he remembered for such a long time that they seemed inseparable from her. He recollected her in various forgotten circumstances, her suppressed appearance, the different tones of her voice, her habits, her manias, her fits of anger, the wrinkles on her face, the movements of her thin fingers, and all her well-known attitudes, which she would never have again, and clutching hold of the doctor, he began to moan and weep. His flabby legs began to tremble, his whole stout body was shaken by his sobs, all he could say was, "My mother, my poor mother, my poor mother." But his companion, who was still drunk, and who intended to finish the evening in certain places of bad repute that he frequented secretly, made him sit down on the grass by the riverside, and left him almost immediately, under the pretext that he had to see a patient. Caravan went on crying for a long time, and then, when he had got to the end of his tears, when his grief had, so to speak, run out of him, he again felt relief, repose, and sudden tranquility. The moon had risen and bathed the horizon in its soft light. The tall poplar trees had a silvery sheen on them, and the mist on the plain looked like floating snow. The river, in which the stars were no longer reflected, and which looked as if it were covered with mother-of-pearl, flowed on, rippled by the wind. The air was soft and sweet, and Caravan inhaled it almost greedily, thinking that he could perceive a feeling of freshness, of calm and of superhuman consolation pervading him. He really tried to resist that feeling of comfort and relief, and kept on saying to himself, "My mother, my poor mother." He tried to make himself cry, from a kind of conscientious feeling, but he could not succeed in doing so any longer. And the sad thoughts which had made him sob so bitterly a short time before had almost passed away. In a few moments he rose to go home, and returned slowly, under the influence of that serene night, with a heart soothed in spite of himself. When he reached the bridge, he saw the last tramcar, ready to start, and the lights through the windows of the Café du Globe, and felt a longing to tell somebody of the catastrophe that had happened, to excite pity, to make himself interesting. He put on a woeful face, pushed open the door, and went up to the counter, where the landlord always stood. He had counted on creating an effect, and had hoped that everybody would get up and come to him with outstretched hands, and say, "Why, what is the matter with you?" But nobody noticed his disconsolate face, so he rested his 2 elbows on the counter, and, burying his face in his hands, he murmured, "Good heavens! Good heavens!" The landlord looked at him and said, "Are you ill, Monsieur Caravan?" "No, my friend," he replied, "but my mother has just died." "Ah!" the other exclaimed, and as a customer at the other end of the establishment asked for a glass of beer, he replied, "All right, I'm coming," and he went to attend to him, leaving Caravan almost stupefied at his want of sympathy. The three domino players were sitting at the same table which they had occupied before dinner, totally absorbed in their game, and Caravan went up to them, in search of pity. But as none of them appeared to notice him, he made up his mind to speak. "A great misfortune has happened to me since I was here," he said. All three raised their heads slightly at the same instant, but kept their eyes fixed on the pieces which they held in their hands. "What do you say?" "My mother has just died." Whereupon one of them said, "Oh! By Jove," with that false air of sorrow which indifferent people assume. Another, who could not find anything to say, emitted a sort of sympathetic whistle, shaking his head at the same time, and the third turned to the game again, as if he were saying to himself, "Is that all?" Caravan had expected some of those expressions that are said to come from the heart, and when he saw how his news was received he left the table, indignant at their calmness before a friend's sorrow, although at that moment he was so dazed with grief that he hardly felt it, and went home. His wife was waiting for him in her nightgown, sitting in a low chair by the open window, still thinking of the inheritance. "Undress yourself," she said, "we will talk when we are in bed." He raised his head, and looking at the ceiling, he said, "But there is nobody up there." "I beg your pardon, Rosalie is with her, and you can go and take her place at 3 o'clock in the morning, when you have had some sleep." He only partially undressed, however, so as to be ready for anything that might happen, and after tying a silk handkerchief round his head, he joined his wife, who had just got in between the sheets. For some time they remained side by side, and neither of them spoke. She was thinking. Even in bed, her nightcap was adorned with a pink bow, and was pushed rather over one ear, as was the way with all the caps that she wore. Presently, she turned toward him and said, "Do you know whether your mother made a will?" He hesitated for a moment, and then replied, I do not think so." "No, I am sure that she did not." His wife looked at him, and she said, in a low, furious voice, "I call that infamous. Here we have been wearing ourselves out for 10 years in looking after her, and have boarded and lodged her. Your sister would not have done so much for her, nor I either, if I had known how I was to be rewarded. Yes, it is a disgrace to her memory. I dare say that you will tell me that she paid us, but one cannot pay one's children in ready money for what they do, that obligation is recognized after death. At any rate, that is how honorable people act. So I have had all my worry and trouble for nothing." "Oh, that is nice. That is very nice." Poor Caravan, who felt nearly distracted, kept on saying, my dear, please, please be quiet." She grew calmer by degrees, and, resuming her usual voice and manner, she continued, "We must let your sister know tomorrow." He started, and said, "Of course we must. I had forgotten all about it. I will send her a telegram the first thing in the morning." "No," she replied, like a woman who has foreseen everything. "No, do not send it before 10 or 11 o'clock, so that we may have time to turn round before she comes. It does not take more than 2 hours to get here from Charenton, and we can say that you lost your head from grief. If we let her know in the course of the day, that will be soon enough, and will give us time to look round." But Caravan put his hand to his forehead, and in the same timid voice in which he always spoke of his chief, the very thought of whom made him tremble, he said, "I must let them know at the office." "Why?" she replied. "On such occasions like this, it is always excusable to forget. Take my advice, and don't let him know. Your chief will not be able to say anything to you, and you will put him into a nice fix." "Oh! Yes, I shall, indeed, and he will be in a terrible rage, too, when he notices my absence." "Yes, you are right, it is a capital idea, and when I tell him that my mother is dead, he will be obliged to hold his tongue." And he rubbed his hands in delight at the joke, when he thought of his chief's face, while the body of the dead old woman lay upstairs, beside the sleeping servant. But Madame Caravan grew thoughtful, as if she were preoccupied by something which she did not care to mention. But at last she said, "Your mother had given you her clock, had she not? The girl playing at cup and ball?" He thought for a moment, and then replied, "Yes, yes. She said to me a long time ago, when she first came here, 'I shall leave the clock to you, if you look after me well.'" Madame Caravan was reassured, and regained her serenity, and said, "Well, then, you must go and fetch it out of her room, for if we get your sister here, she will prevent us from having it." He hesitated. "Do you think so?" That made her angry. "I certainly think so. As soon as it is in our possession, she will know nothing at all about where it came from. It belongs to us. It is just the same with the chest of drawers with the marble top that is in her room. She gave it to me one day when she was in a good temper. We will bring it down at the same time." Caravan, however, seemed incredulous, and said, "But, my dear, it is a great responsibility." She turned on him furiously. "Oh! Indeed! Will you never alter? You would let your children die of hunger, rather than make a move. Does not that chest of drawers belong to us, since she gave it to me? And if your sister is not satisfied, let her tell me so, me. I don't care a straw for your sister. Come, get up, and we will bring down what your mother gave us, immediately." Trembling and vanquished, he got out of bed, and began to put on his trousers, but she stopped him. "It is not worth while to dress yourself, your underclothes are quite enough. I mean to go as I am." They both left the room in their nightclothes, went upstairs quite noiselessly, opened the door, and went into the room where the 4 lighted tapers and the plate with the sprig of box alone seemed to be watching the old woman in her rigid repose. For Rosalie, who was lying back in the easy chair with her legs stretched out, her hands folded in her lap, and her head on one side, was also quite motionless, and snoring with her mouth wide open. Caravan took the clock, which was one of those grotesque objects that were produced so plentifully under the Empire. A girl in gilt bronze was holding a cup and ball, and the ball formed the pendulum. "Give that to me," his wife said, "and take the marble top off the chest of drawers." He put the marble on his shoulder with a considerable effort, and they left the room. Caravan had to stoop in the doorway, and trembled as he went downstairs, while his wife walked backward, so as to light him, holding the candlestick in one hand and the clock under her other arm. When they were in their own room, she heaved a sigh. "We have got over the worst part of the job," she said, "so now let us go and fetch the other things." But the drawers were full of the old woman's wearing apparel which they must manage to hide somewhere, and Madame Caravan soon thought of a plan. "Go and get that wooden box in the passage. It is hardly worth anything and we may just as well put it here." And when he had brought it upstairs, the change began. One by one, she took out all the collars, cuffs, chemises, caps, all the well-worn things that had belonged to the poor woman lying there behind them, and arranged them methodically in the wooden box, in such a manner as to deceive Madame Braux, the deceased woman's other child, who would be coming the next day. When they had finished, they first of all carried the drawers downstairs, and the remaining portion afterward, each of them holding an end. It was some time before they could make up their minds where it would stand best, but at last they settled upon their own room, opposite the bed, between the 2 windows. As soon as it was in its place, Madame Caravan filled it with her own things. The clock was placed on the chimney-piece in the dining room. They looked to see what the effect was, and were both delighted with it, agreeing that nothing could be better. Then they got into bed, she blew out the candle, and soon everybody in the house was asleep. It was broad daylight when Caravan opened his eyes again. His mind was rather confused when he woke up, and he did not clearly remember what had happened for a few minutes. When he did, he felt it painfully, and jumped out of bed, almost ready to cry again. He very soon went to the room overhead, where Rosalie was still sleeping in the same position as the night before, for she did not wake up once during the whole time. He sent her to do her work, put fresh tapers in the place of those that had burned out, and then he looked at his mother, revolving in his mind those apparently profound thoughts. Those religious and philosophical commonplaces, which trouble people of mediocre minds in the face of death. But he went downstairs as soon as his wife called him. She had written out a list of what had to be done during the morning, which rather frightened him when he saw it. Lodge a declaration of death at the town hall. See the coroner. Order the coffin. Give notice to the church. Go to the undertaker. Order the notices of her death at the printers. Go to the lawyer. Telegraph the news to all the family. Besides all this, there were a number of small commissions. So he took his hat and went out. As the news had got abroad, Madame Caravan's female friends and neighbors soon began to come in, and begged to be allowed to see the body. There had been a scene at the hairdresser's, on the ground floor, about the matter, between husband and wife, while he was shaving a customer. While busily knitting, the woman had said, "Well, there is one less, and one as great a miser as one ever meets with. I certainly was not very fond of her. But, nevertheless, I must go and have a look at her." The husband, while lathering his customer's chin, said, "That is another queer fancy. Nobody but a woman would think of such a thing. It is not enough for them to worry you during life, but they cannot even leave you in peace when you are dead." But his wife, not put out in the least, replied, "I can't help it, I must go. It has been on me since the morning. If I were not to see her, I should think about it all my life, but when I have had a good look at her, I shall be satisfied." The Knight of the Razor shrugged his shoulders, and remarked in a low voice to the gentleman whose cheek he was scraping, "Now, what sort of ideas do you think these confounded females have? I should not amuse myself by inspecting a corpse." But his wife heard him, and replied very quietly, "But I do, I do." And then, putting her knitting down on the counter, she went upstairs, to the first floor, where she met two other neighbors. These had just come, and were discussing the event with Madame Caravan, who was giving them the details. Then the four went together to the mortuary chamber. The women went in softly, and, one after the other, sprinkled the bedclothes with the salted water, kneeled down, made the sign of the cross while they mumbled a prayer, then got up, and, open-mouthed, regarded the corpse for a long time, while the daughter-in-law of the dead woman, with her handkerchief to her face, pretended to be sobbing piteously. When she turned to walk away, whom should she perceive standing close to the door but Marie-Louise and Philippe Auguste, who were curiously taking stock of things. Then, forgetting to control her temper, she threw herself upon them with uplifted hand, crying out in a furious voice, "Will you get out of this, you brats?" 10 minutes later, going upstairs again with another contingent of neighbors, she prayed, wept profusely, performed all her duties, and again caught the children following her upstairs. She boxed their ears soundly, but the next time she paid no heed to them, and at each fresh influx of visitors the two urchins followed in the wake, crowded themselves up in a corner, slavishly imitating everything they saw their mother do. When afternoon came round, the crowds of curious people began to diminish, and soon there were no more visitors. Madame Caravan, returning to her own apartments, began to make the necessary preparations for the funeral ceremony, and the deceased was left by herself. The window of the room was open. A torrid heat entered along with clouds of dust. The flames of the 4 candles were flickering in the direction of the corpse, and upon the cloth which covered the face, the closed eyes, the 2 hands stretched out, small flies alighted, came, went, and buzzed up and down incessantly, being the only companions of the old woman during the next hour. Marie-Louise and Philippe Auguste, however, had now left the house, and were running up and down the street. They were soon surrounded by their playmates, and by little girls, especially, who were older, and who were interested in the mysteries of life, and asked questions in the manner of persons of great importance. "Then your grandmother is dead?" "Yes, she died yesterday evening." "What does a dead person look like?" Then Marie began to explain, telling all about the candles, the sprig of box and the cadaverous face. It was not long before great curiosity was aroused in the breasts of all the children, and they asked to be allowed to go upstairs to look at the departed. Then Marie-Louise arranged a party for the first visit, consisting of 5 girls and 2 boys, the biggest and the most courageous. She made them take off their shoes so that they might not be discovered. The troop filed into the house and mounted the stairs as stealthily as an army of mice. Once in the chamber, the little girl, imitating her mother, regulated the ceremony. She solemnly walked in advance of her comrades, went down on her knees, made the sign of the cross, moistened the lips of the corpse with a few drops of water, stood up again, sprinkled the bed. And while the children all crowded together were approaching, frightened and curious, and eager to look at the face and hands of the deceased, she began suddenly to simulate sobbing, and to bury her eyes in her little handkerchief. Then, instantly consoled on thinking of the other children downstairs waiting at the door, she withdrew in haste, returning in a minute with another group, and then a third. For all the little ruffians of the neighborhood, even to the little beggars in rags, had congregated in order to participate in this new pleasure. Each time she repeated her mother's grimaces with absolute perfection. At length, however, she tired of it. Some game or another attracted the children away from the house, and the old grandmother was left alone, forgotten suddenly by everybody. A dismal gloom pervaded the chamber, and upon the dry and rigid features of the corpse the dying flames of the candles cast occasional gleams of light. Toward 8 o'clock, Caravan ascended to the chamber of death, closed the windows, and renewed the candles. On entering now he was quite composed, evidently accustomed to regard the corpse as though it had been there for a month. He even went the length of declaring that, as yet, there were no signs of decomposition, making this remark just at the moment when he and his wife were about to sit down at table. "Pshaw!" she responded, "she is made of wood, she will keep for a year." The soup was eaten without a word being uttered by anyone. The children, who had been free all day, were now worn out by fatigue and were sleeping soundly in their chairs, and nobody ventured to break the silence. Suddenly the flame of the lamp went down. Madame Caravan immediately turned up the wick, a prolonged, gurgling noise ensued, and the light went out. She had forgotten to buy oil during the day. To send for it now to the grocer's would keep back the dinner, and everybody began to look for candles. But none were to be found except the night lights which had been placed upon the table upstairs, in the death chamber. Madame Caravan, always prompt in her decisions, quickly dispatched Marie-Louise to fetch 2, and her return was awaited in total darkness. The footsteps of the girl who had ascended the stairs were distinctly heard. Then followed silence for a few seconds, and then the child descended precipitately. She threw open the door affrighted, and in a choked voice murmured, "Oh! Papa, Grandmama is dressing herself." Caravan bounded to his feet with such precipitation that his chair rolled over against another chair. He stammered out, "What? What do you say?" But Marie-Louise, gasping with emotion, repeated, Grandmama is putting on her clothes, and is coming downstairs." Caravan rushed boldly up the staircase, followed by his wife, dumbfounded, but he came to a standstill before the door of the room, overcome with terror, not daring to enter. What was he going to see? Madame Caravan, more courageous, turned the handle of the door and stepped forward into the room. The room seemed to be darker, and in the middle of it, a tall emaciated figure moved about. The old woman stood upright, and in awakening from her lethargic sleep, before even full consciousness had returned to her, in turning upon her side and raising herself on her elbow. She had extinguished 3 of the candles which burned near the mortuary bed. Then, recovering her strength, she got out of bed and began to look for her things. The absence of her chest of drawers had at first given her some trouble, but, after a little, she had succeeded in finding her things at the bottom of the wooden trunk, and was now quietly dressing. She emptied the dishful of salted water, replaced the box which contained the latter behind the looking-glass, arranged the chairs in their places. and was ready to go downstairs when her son and daughter-in-law appeared. Caravan rushed forward, seized her by the hands, and embraced her with tears in his eyes, while his wife, who was behind him, repeated in a hypocritical tone of voice, "Oh, what a blessing! Oh, what a blessing!" But the old woman, not at all moved, without even appearing to understand, as rigid as a statue, and with glazed eyes, simply asked, "Will dinner soon be ready?" He stammered out, not knowing what he said. "Oh, yes, mother, we have been waiting for you." And with an alacrity unusual in him he took her arm, while Madame Caravan the younger seized the candle and lighted them downstairs, walking backward in front of them, step by step. Just as she had done the previous night, in front of her husband, when he was carrying the marble. On reaching the first floor, she ran against people who were ascending. It was the family from Charenton, Madame Braux, followed by her husband. The wife, tall and fleshy, with the stomach of a victim of dropsy, opened wide her astonished eyes, ready to take flight. The husband, a shoemaker and socialist, a little hairy man, the perfect image of a monkey, murmured, quite unconcerned, "Well, what next? Is she resurrected?" As soon as Madame Caravan recognized them, she made despairing signs to them, then speaking aloud, she said, "Mercy! How do you mean? Look there! What a happy surprise!" But Madame Braux, dumbfounded, understood nothing. She responded in a low voice, "It was your telegram which made us come, we believed it was all over." Her husband, who was behind her, pinched her to make her keep silent. He added with a malignant laugh, which his thick beard concealed, "It was very kind of you to invite us here. We set out in post-haste," a remark which showed clearly the hostility that for a long time had reigned between the households. Then, just as the old woman had arrived at the last steps, he pushed forward quickly and rubbed against her cheeks the hair which covered his face, bawling out in her ear, "On account of her deafness, how well you look, mother! Sturdy as usual, hey?" Madame Braux, in her amazement at seeing the old woman alive whom they all believed to be dead, dared not even embrace her. And her enormous bulk blocked up the passage and hindered the others from advancing. The old woman, uneasy and suspicious, but without speaking, looked at everyone around her. Her little grey eyes, piercing and hard, fixed themselves now on the one and now on the other, full of thoughts which could be read by her embarrassed children. Caravan, to explain matters, said, "She has been somewhat ill, but she is quite better now, quite well, indeed, are you not, mother?" Then the good woman, stopping in her walk, responded in a husky voice, as though it came from a distance, "It was catalepsy. I heard you all the while." An embarrassing silence followed. They entered the dining room, and in a few minutes sat down to an improvised dinner. Only Monsieur Braux had retained his self-possession. His gorilla features grinned wickedly, while he let fall some words of double meaning which painfully disconcerted everyone. But the bell in the hall kept on ringing every second. And Rosalie, who had lost her head, came looking for Caravan, who dashed out, throwing down his napkin. His brother-in-law even asked him whether it was not one of his visiting days, to which he stammered out, "No, a few messages, nothing of importance." Next, a packet was brought in, which he began to open without thinking, and the death announcements, with black borders, appeared. Reddening up to the very eyes, Caravan closed the envelope, and pushed it into his waistcoat pocket. His mother had not seen it. She was looking intently at her clock, which stood on the mantelpiece, and the embarrassment increased in midst of a glacial silence. Turning her wrinkled old witch's face toward her daughter, the old woman, from whose eyes flashed fierce malice, said, "On Monday bring me your little girl. I want so much to see her." Madame Braux, her features illuminated, exclaimed, "Yes, mother, I will," while Madame Caravan, the younger, became pale, and seemed to be enduring the most excruciating agony. The two men, however, gradually drifted into conversation, and soon became embroiled in a political discussion. Braux maintained the most revolutionary and communistic doctrines, gesticulating and throwing about his arms, his eyes gleaming in his hairy countenance. "Property, sir," he said, "is a robbery perpetrated on the working classes. The land is the common property of every man. Hereditary rights are an infamy and a disgrace." But, hereupon, he suddenly stopped, having all the appearance of a man who has just said something foolish. Then, resuming, after a pause, he said in softer tones, "But I can see quite well that this is not the proper moment to discuss things." The door was opened, and Dr. Chenet appeared. For a moment he seemed bewildered, but regaining his composure, he approached the old woman, and said, "Ah, ha! Mamma, you are better today. Oh! I never had any doubt but you would come round again. In fact, I said to myself as I was mounting the staircase, I have an idea that I shall find the old woman on her feet once more." Then he tapped her gently on the back. "Ah! She is as solid as the Pont Neuf, she will bury us all out, you will see if she does not." He sat down, accepted the coffee that was offered him, and soon began to join in the conversation of the two men, backing up Braux, for he himself had been mixed up in the commune. Now the old woman, feeling herself fatigued, wished to leave the room, at which Caravan rushed forward. She thereupon looked him in the eyes and said to him, "You must carry my clock and chest of drawers upstairs again without a moment's delay." "Yes, mamma," he replied, stammering. "Yes, I will do so." The old woman then took the arm of her daughter and withdrew from the room. The two Caravans remained rooted to the floor, silent, plunged in the deepest despair, while Braux rubbed his hands and sipped his coffee, gleefully. Suddenly Madame Caravan, consumed with rage, attacked him, exclaiming, "You are a thief, a scoundrel, a cur. I would spit in your face, if I would." She could find nothing further to say, suffocating as she was with rage, while Braux still sipped his coffee, laughing. His wife, returning just then, rushed at her sister-in-law, and both, the one with her enormous bulk, the other, epileptic and spare, with angry voices and hands trembling, hurled wild insults at each other. Chenet and Braux now interposed, and the latter, taking his better half by the shoulders, pushed her out of the door in front of him, shouting, "Get out, you ass, you make too much noise." Then the two were heard in the street quarreling with each other, until they had disappeared in the distance. Monsieur Chenet also took his departure, leaving the Caravans alone, face to face. The husband fell back in his chair, and with the cold sweat standing out in beads on his temples murmured, "What on earth shall I say at the office?" Boule de Suif. For several days in succession straggling remnants of the routed army had passed through the town. They were not the regular army, but a disjointed rabble, the men unshaven and dirty, their uniforms in tatters, slouching along without regimental colors, without order, worn out, broken down. Incapable of thought or resolution, marching from pure habit and dropping with fatigue the moment they stopped. The majority belonged to the militia, men of peaceful pursuits, retired from business, sinking under the weight of their accoutrements. Quick-witted little militiamen as prone to terror as they were to enthusiasm, as ready to attack as they were to fly. And here and there a few red trousers, remnants of a company mowed down in one of the big battles. Sombre-coated artillerymen, side by side with these various uniforms of the infantry. And now and then the glittering helmet of a heavily booted dragoon who followed with difficulty the march of the lighter-footed soldiers of the line. Companies of franc-tireurs, heroically named Avengers of the Defeat, Citizens of the Tomb, Companions in Death, passed in their turn, looking like a horde of bandits. Their chiefs, formerly drapers or corn dealers, retired soap boilers or suet refiners, temporary heroes, created officers for their money or the length of their mustaches, heaped with arms, flannels, and gold lace, talked loudly, discussed plans of campaign, and gave you to understand that they were the sole support of France in her death agony. But they were generally in terror of their own soldiers, gallows birds, most of them brave to foolhardiness, all of them given to pillage and debauchery. Report said that the Prussians were about to enter Rouen. The National Guard, which for 2 months past had made the most careful reconnoiterings in the neighboring wood, even to the extent of occasionally shooting their own sentries and putting themselves in battle array if a rabbit stirred in the brushwood, had now retired to their domestic hearths. Their arms, their uniforms, all the murderous apparatus with which they had been wont to strike terror to the hearts of all beholders for 3 leagues round, had vanished. Finally, the last of the French soldiery crossed the Seine on their way to Pontarlier by Saint-Sever and Bourg-Achard. And then, last of all, came their despairing general tramping on foot between 2 orderlies, powerless to attempt any action with these disjointed fragments of his forces. Himself utterly dazed and bewildered by the downfall of a people accustomed to victory and now so disastrously beaten in spite of its traditional bravery. After that a profound calm, the silence of terrified suspense, fell over the city. Many a rotund bourgeois, emasculated by a purely commercial life, awaited the arrival of the victors with anxiety, trembling lest their meat skewers and kitchen carving knives should come under the category of arms. Life seemed to have come to a standstill, the shops were closed, the streets silent. From time to time an inhabitant, intimidated by their silence, would flit rapidly along the pavement, keeping close to the walls. In this anguish of suspense, men longed for the coming of the enemy. In the latter part of the day following the departure of the French troops, some Uhlans, appearing from goodness knows where, traversed the city hastily. A little later, a black mass descended from the direction of St. Catherine, while 2 more invading torrents poured in from the roads from Darnédel and Bois-Guillaume. The advance guards of the 3 corps converged at the same moment into the square of the Hôtel de Ville, while battalion after battalion of the German army wound in through the adjacent streets, making the pavement ring under their heavy rhythmic tramp. Orders shouted in strange and guttural tones were echoed back by the apparently dead and deserted houses, while from behind the closed shutters eyes peered furtively at the conquerors. Masters by right of might, of the city and the lives and fortunes of its inhabitants. The people in their darkened dwellings fell a prey to the helpless bewilderment which comes over men before the floods, the devastating upheavals of the earth, against which all wisdom and all force are unavailing. The same phenomenon occurs each time that the established order of things is overthrown, when public security is at an end, and when all that the laws of man or of nature protect is at the mercy of some blind elemental force. The earthquake burying an entire population under its falling houses. The flood that carries away the drowned body of the peasant with the carcasses of his cattle and the beams torn from his roof tree. Or the victorious army massacring those who defend their lives, and making prisoners of the rest, pillaging in the name of the sword, and thanking God to the roar of cannon, are so many appalling scourges which overthrow all faith in eternal justice, all the confidence we are taught to place in the protection of Providence and the reason of man. Small detachments now began knocking at the doors and then disappearing into the houses. It was the occupation after the invasion. It now behooved the vanquished to make themselves agreeable to the victors. After a while, the first alarms having subsided, a new sense of tranquility began to establish itself. In many families the Prussian officer shared the family meals. Not infrequently he was a gentleman, and out of politeness expressed his commiseration with France and his repugnance at having to take part in such a war. They were grateful enough to him for this sentiment. Besides, who knew when they might not be glad of his protection? By gaining his good offices one might have fewer men to feed. And why offend a person on whom one was utterly dependent? That would not be bravery but temerity, a quality of which the citizens of Rouen could no longer be accused as in the days of those heroic defenses by which the city had made itself famous. Above all, they said, with the unassailable urbanity of the Frenchman, it was surely permissible to be on politely familiar terms in private, provided one held aloof from the foreign soldier in public. In the street, therefore, they ignored one another's existence, but once indoors they were perfectly ready to be friendly, and each evening found the Germans staying longer at the family fireside. The town itself gradually regained its wonted aspect. The French inhabitants did not come out much, but the Prussian soldiers swarmed in the streets. For the rest, the blue hussar officers who trailed their mighty implements of death so arrogantly over the pavement did not appear to entertain a vastly deeper grade of contempt for the simple townsfolk than did the officers of the chasseurs who had drunk in the same cafés the year before. Nevertheless, there was a something in the air, something subtle and indefinable, an intolerably unfamiliar atmosphere like a widely diffused odor, the odor of invasion. It filled the private dwellings and the public places, it affected the taste of food, and gave one the impression of being on a journey, far away from home, among barbarous and dangerous tribes. The conquerors demanded money, a great deal of money. The inhabitants paid and went on paying, for the matter of that, they were rich. But the wealthier a Normandy tradesman becomes, the more keenly he suffers at each sacrifice each time he sees the smallest particle of his fortune pass into the hands of another. 2 or 3 leagues beyond the town, however, following the course of the river about Croisset, Diepedaal or Bayassard, the sailors and the fishermen would often drag up the swollen corpse of some uniformed German, killed by a knife thrust or a kick, his head smashed in by a stone, or thrown into the water from some bridge. The slime of the river bed swallowed up many a deed of vengeance, obscure, savage, and legitimate. Unknown acts of heroism, silent onslaughts more perilous to the doer than battles in the light of day and without the trumpet blasts of glory. For hatred of the alien is always strong enough to arm some intrepid beings who are ready to die for an idea. At last, seeing that though the invaders had subjected the city to their inflexible discipline they had not committed any of the horrors with which rumor had accredited them throughout the length of their triumphal progress, the public took courage and the commercial spirit began once more to stir in the hearts of the local tradespeople. Some of them who had grave interests at stake at Havre, then occupied by the French army, purposed trying to reach that port by going overland to Dieppe and there taking ship. They took advantage of the influence of German officers whose acquaintance they had made, and a passport was obtained from the general in command. Having therefore engaged a large diligence with 4 horses for the journey, and 10 persons having entered their names at the livery stable office, they resolved to start on the Tuesday morning before daybreak, to avoid all public remark. For some days already the ground had been hard with frost, and on the Monday, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, thick dark clouds coming up from the north brought the snow, which fell without intermission all the evening and during the whole night. At 4:30 for the travellers were assembled in the courtyard of the Hôtel de Normandie, from whence they were to start. They were all still half asleep, their teeth chattering with cold in spite of their thick wraps. It was difficult to distinguish one from another in the darkness, their heaped-up winter clothing making them look like fat priests in long cassocks. 2 of the men, however, recognized each other. They were joined by a third, and they began to talk. "I am taking my wife with me," said one. "So am I." "And I too." The first one added, "We shall not return to Rouen, and if the Prussians come to Havre we shall slip over to England." They were all like-minded and all had the same project. Meanwhile there was no sign of the horses being put in. A small lantern carried by a hostler appeared from time to time out of one dark doorway only to vanish instantly into another. There was a stamping of horses' hoofs deadened by the straw of the litter, and the voice of a man speaking to the animal and cursing sounded from the depths of the stables. A faint sound of bells gave evidence of harnessing, and became presently a clear and continuous jingle timed by the movement of the beast, now stopping, now going on again with a brisk shake, and accompanied by the dull tramp of hobnailed sabots. A door closed sharply. All sound ceased. The frozen travelers were silent, standing stiff and motionless. A continuous curtain of white snowflakes glistened as it fell to the ground, blotting out the shape of things, powdering everything with an icy froth. And in the utter stillness of the town, quiet and buried under its winter pall, nothing was audible but this faint, fluttering, and indefinable rustle of falling snow, more a sensation than a sound, the intermingling of ethereal atoms seeming to fill space, to cover the world. The man reappeared with his lantern, dragging after him by a rope a dejected and unwilling horse. He pushed it against the pole, fixed the traces, and was occupied for a long time in buckling the harness, having only the use of one hand as he carried the lantern in the other. As he turned away to fetch the other horse he caught sight of the motionless group of travelers, by this time white with snow. "Why don't you get inside the carriage?" he said. "You would at least be under cover." It had never occurred to them, and they made a rush for it. The three men packed their wives into the upper end and then got in themselves, after which other distinct and veiled forms took the remaining seats without exchanging a word. The floor of the vehicle was covered with straw into which the feet sank. The ladies at the end, who had brought little copper charcoal foot warmers, proceeded to light them, and for some time discussed their merits in subdued tones, repeating to one another things which they had known all their lives. At last, the diligence having been furnished with 6 horses instead of 4 on account of the difficulties of the road, a voice outside asked, "Is everybody here?" A voice from within answered, "Yes," and they started. The conveyance advanced slowly, the wheels sinking in the snow. The whole vehicle groaned and creaked, the horses slipped, wheezed, and smoked, and the driver's gigantic whip cracked incessantly, flying from side to side, twining and untwining like a slender snake, and cutting sharply across one or other of the 6 humping backs, which would thereupon straighten up with a more violent effort. Imperceptibly the day grew. The airy flakes which a traveler, a true-born Rouennaise, likened to a shower of cotton, had ceased to fall. A dirty grey light filtered through the heavy thick clouds which served to heighten the dazzling whiteness of the landscape, where now a long line of trees crusted with icicles would appear. Now a cottage with a hood of snow. In the light of this melancholy dawn the occupants of the diligence began to examine one another curiously. Right at the end, in the best seats, opposite to one another, dozed Madame and Monsieur Oiseau, wholesale wine merchant of the Rue Grand Pont. The former salesman of a master who had become bankrupt, Oiseau had bought up the stock and made his fortune. He sold very bad wine at very low prices to the small country retail dealers, and enjoyed the reputation among his friends and acquaintances of being an unmitigated rogue. A thorough Norman full of trickery and jovial humor. His character for knavery was so well established that one evening at the prefecture, Monsieur Tournel, a man of keen and trenchant wit, author of certain fables and songs, a local celebrity, seeing the ladies growing drowsy, proposed a game of l'oiseau vol. For the pun itself flew through the prefect's reception rooms and afterwards through the town, and for a whole month called up a grin on every face in the province. Oiseau was himself a noted wag and famous for his jokes both good and bad, and nobody ever mentioned him without adding immediately, "That man, Oiseau, is simply priceless." He was of medium height with a balloon-like stomach and a rubicund face framed in grizzled whiskers. His wife, tall, strong, resolute, loud in voice and rapid of decision, represented order and arithmetic in the business, which he enlivened by his jollity and bustling activity. Beside them, in a more dignified attitude as befitted his superior station, sat Monsieur Kerlamidon, a man of weight. An authority on cotton, proprietor of 3 spinning factories, officer of the Legion of Honor and member of the General Council. All the time of the Empire he had remained leader of a friendly opposition, for the sole purpose of making a better thing out of it when he came round to the cause which he had fought with polite weapons, to use his own expression. Madame Kerlamidon, who was much younger than her husband, was the consolation of all officers of good family who might be quartered at the Rouen garrison. She sat there opposite to her husband, very small, very dainty, very pretty, wrapped in her furs, and regarding the lamentable interior of the vehicle with despairing eyes. Their neighbors, the Count and Countess Hubert de Breville, bore one of the most ancient and noble names in Normandy. The Count, an elderly gentleman of dignified appearance, did all in his power to accentuate by every artifice of the toilet his natural resemblance to Henri Cotter, who, according to a legend of the utmost glory to the family, had honored with his royal embraces a Dame de Breville, whose husband, in consequence, had been made Count and Governor of the province. A colleague of Monsieur Lamadon in the General Council, Count Hubert represented the Orleanist faction in the department. The history of his marriage with the daughter of a small tradesman of Nantes had always remained a mystery. But as the Countess had an air of grandeur, understood better than anyone else the art of receiving, passed even for having been beloved by one of the sons of Louis Philippe. The neighboring nobility bowed down to her, and her salon held the first place in the county. The only one which preserved the traditions of old-fashioned gallantry and to which the outre was difficult. The fortune of the Brevilles, all in government funds, was reported to yield them an income of 500,000 francs. The 6 passengers occupied the upper end of the conveyance, the representatives of revenued society. Serene in the consciousness of its strength, honest well-to-do people possessed of religion and principles. By some strange chance all the women were seated on the same side, the Countess having 2 sisters of mercy for neighbors. Wholly occupied in fingering their long rosaries and mumbling paters and aves. One of them was old and so deeply pitted with the smallpox that she looked as if she had received a charge of grape-shot full in the face. The other was very shadowy and frail, with a pretty unhealthy little face, a narrow tisical chest, consumed by that devouring faith which creates martyrs and ecstatics. Seated opposite to the 2 nuns were a man and woman who excited a good deal of attention. The man, who was well known, was Cornudet, the Democrat, the terror of all respectable, law-abiding people. For 20 years he had dipped his great red beard into the beer mugs of all the democratic cafés. In the company of kindred spirits he had managed to run through a comfortable little fortune inherited from his father, a confectioner, and he looked forward with impatience to the Republic. When he should obtain the well-merited reward for so many revolutionary drafts. On the 4th of September, probably through some practical joke, he understood that he had been appointed prefect, but on attempting to enter upon his duties the clerks, who had remained sole masters of the offices, refused to recognize him, and he was constrained to retire. For the rest, he was a good fellow, inoffensive and serviceable, and had busied himself with incomparable industry in organizing the defense of the town. Had holes dug all over the plain, cut down all the young trees in the neighboring woods, scattered pitfalls up and down all the high roads. And at the threatened approach of the enemy, satisfied with his preparations, had fallen back with all haste on the town. He now considered that he would be more useful in Havre, where fresh entrenchments would soon become necessary. The woman, one of the so-called gay sisterhood, was noted for her precocious stoutness, which had gained her the nickname of Boule de Suif, ball of fat. She was a little roly-poly creature, cushioned with fat, with podgy fingers squeezed in at the joints like rows of thick, short sausages. Her skin tightly stretched and shiny, her bust enormous, and yet she was attractive and much sought after, her freshness was so pleasant. Her face was like a ruddy apple, a peony rose just burst into bloom, and out of it gazed a pair of magnificent dark eyes overshadowed by long thick lashes that deepened their blackness. And lower down, a charming little mouth, dewy to the kiss, and furnished with a row of tiny milk-white teeth. Over and above all this she was, they said, full of inestimable qualities. No sooner was her identity recognized than a whisper ran through the ladies in which the words, prostitute, and public scandal, were so conspicuously distinct that she raised her head and retaliated by sweeping her companions with such a bold and defiant look that deep silence instantly fell upon them. And they all cast down their eyes with the exception of Loiseau, who watched her with a kindling eye. However, conversation was soon resumed between the 3 ladies, whom the presence of this person had suddenly rendered friendly, almost intimate. It seemed to them that they must, as it were, raise a rampart of their dignity as spouses between them and this shameless creature who made a traffic of herself. For legalized love always takes a high hand with her unlicensed sister. The 3 men too, drawn to one another by a conservative instinct at sight of Cornudet, talked money in a certain tone of contempt for the impecunious. Count Hubert spoke of the damage inflicted on him by the Prussians, of the losses which would result to him from the seizing of cattle and from ruined crops. But with all the assurance of a great landed proprietor, 10 times millionaire, whom these ravages might inconvenience for the space of a year at most. Monsieur Kerlamidon, of great experience in the cotton industry, had taken the precaution to send 600,000 francs across to England as provision against a rainy day. As for Loisel, he made arrangements to sell all the common wines in his cellars to the French Commission of Supplies, consequently the government owed him a formidable sum, which he counted upon receiving at Havre. The three exchanged rapid and amicable glances. Although differing in position, they felt themselves brothers in money, and of the great freemasonry of those who possess. Of those who can make the gold jingle when they put their hands in the breeches pockets. The diligence went so slowly that by 10 o'clock in the morning they had not made 4 leagues. The men got out 3 times and climbed the hill on foot. They began to grow anxious, for they were to have lunched at Totes, and now they despaired of reaching that place before night. Everybody was on the lookout for some inn by the way, when the vehicle stuck fast in a snowdrift, and it took 2 hours to get it out. Meanwhile the pangs of hunger began to affect them severely both in mind and body, and yet not an inn, not a tavern even, was to be seen. The approach of the Prussians and the passage of the famished French troops had frightened away all trade. The gentlemen foraged diligently for the provisions in the farms by the roadside. But they failed to obtain so much as a piece of bread, for the mistrustful peasant hid all reserve stores for fear of being pillaged by the soldiers, who, having no food supplied to them, took by force everything they could lay their hands on. Towards 1 o'clock Loisel announced that he felt a very decided void in his stomach. Everybody had been suffering in the same manner for a long time, and the violent longing for food had extinguished conversation. From time to time someone would yawn, to be almost immediately imitated by another, and then each of the rest in turn, and according to their disposition, manners, or social standing, would open their mouth noisily, or modestly cover with the hand the gaping cavity from which the breath issued in a vapor. Boule de Suif had several times stooped down as if feeling for something under her skirts. She hesitated a moment, looked at her companions, and then composedly resumed her former position. The faces were pale and drawn. Loisel declared he would give 1,000 francs for a ham. His wife made a faint movement as to protest, but restrained herself. It always affected her painfully to hear of money being thrown away, nor could she even understand a joke upon the subject. "To tell the truth," said the Count, "I do not feel quite myself either. How could I have omitted to think of bringing provisions?" And everybody reproached themselves with the same neglectfulness. Cornudet, however, had a flask of rum which he offered round. It was coldly refused. Loisel alone accepted a mouthful, and handed back the flask with thanks, saying, "That's good. That warms you up and keeps the hunger off a bit." The alcohol raised his spirit somewhat, and he proposed that they should do the same as on the little ship in the song, eat the fattest of the passengers. This indirect but obvious allusion to Boule de Suif shocked the gentle people. Nobody responded, and only Cornudet smiled. The 2 sisters of mercy had ceased to tell their beads and sat motionless, their hands buried in their wide sleeves, their eyes obstinately lowered. Doubtless engaged in offering back to heaven the sacrifice of suffering which it sent them. At last, at 3 o'clock, when they were in the middle of an interminable stretch of bare country without a single village in sight, Boule de Suif, stooping hurriedly, drew from under the seat a large basket covered with a white napkin. Out of it she took, first of all, a little china plate and a delicate silver drinking cup, and then an immense dish, in which 2 whole fowls ready carved lay stiffened in their jelly. Other good things were visible in the basket, patties, fruits, pastry, in fact provisions for a 3 days' journey in order to be independent of in cookery. The necks of 4 bottles protruded from between the parcels of food. She took the wing of a fowl and began to eat it daintily with one of those little rolls which they call regents in Normandy. Every eye was fixed upon her. As the odor of the food spread through the carriage, nostrils began to quiver and mouths to fill with water, while the jaws, just below the ears, contracted painfully. The dislike entertained by the ladies for this abandoned young woman grew savage, almost to the point of longing to murder her or at least to turn her out into the snow. Her and her drinking cup and her basket and her provisions. Oiseau, however, was devouring the dish of chicken with his eyes. "Madame has been more prudent than we," he said. "Some people always think of everything." She turned her head in his direction. "If you would care for any, monsieur? It is not comfortable to fast for so long." He bowed. "By Jove, frankly, I won't refuse. I can't stand this any longer, the fortune of war, is it not, madam?" And with a comprehensive look he added, "In moments such as this we are only too glad to find anyone who will oblige us." He had a newspaper which he spread on his knee to save his trousers, and with the point of a knife which he always carried in his pocket he captured a drumstick all glazed with jelly. Tore it with his teeth, and then proceeded to chew it with satisfaction so evident that a deep groan of distress went up from the whole party. Upon this Boule de Suif in a gentle and humble tone invited the two sisters to share the collation. They both accepted on the spot, and without raising their eyes began to eat very hurriedly, after stammering a few words of thanks. Nor did Cornudet refuse his neighbor's offer, and with the sisters they formed a kind of table by spreading out newspapers on their knees. The jaws opened and shut without a pause, biting, chewing, gulping ferociously. Oiseau, hard at work in his corner, urged his wife in a low voice to follow his example. She resisted for some time, then, after a pang which gripped her very vitals, she gave in. Whereupon her husband, rounding off his phrases, asked if their charming fellow-traveler would permit him to offer a little something to Madame Oiseau. "Why, yes, certainly, monsieur," she answered with a pleasant smile, and handed him the dish. There was a moment of embarrassment when the first bottle of claret was uncorked. There was but the one drinking cup. Each one wiped it before passing it to the rest. Cornudet alone, from an impulse of gallantry no doubt, placed his lips on the spot still wet from the lips of his neighbor. Then it was that, surrounded by people who were eating, suffocated by the fragrant odor of the viands, the Count and Countess de Breville and Monsieur and Madame Kerlamadon suffered the agonies of that torture which has ever been associated with the name of Tantalus. Suddenly the young wife of the cotton manufacturer gave a deep sigh. Every head turned towards her, she was as white as the snow outside, her eyes closed, her head fell forward, she had fainted. Her husband, distraught with fear, implored assistance of the whole company. All lost their heads till the elder of the two sisters, who supported the unconscious lady, forced Boule de Suif's drinking cup between her lips and made her swallow a few drops of wine. The pretty creature stirred, opened her eyes, smiled and then declared in an expiring voice that she felt quite well now. But to prevent her being overcome again in the same manner, the sister induced her to drink a full cup of wine, adding, "It is simply hunger, nothing else." At this Boule de Suif, blushing violently, looked at the four starving passengers and faltered shyly, "Mon Dieu! If I might make so bold as to offer the ladies and gentlemen," she stopped short, fearing a rude rebuff. Oiseau, however, at once threw himself into the breach. "Parbleu! Under such circumstances we are all companions in misfortune and bound to help each other. Come, ladies, don't stand on ceremony. Take what you can get and be thankful. Who knows whether we shall be able to find so much as a house where we can spend the night? At this rate we shall not reach Totes till tomorrow afternoon." They still hesitated, nobody having the courage to take upon themselves the responsibility of the decisive yes. Finally the Count seized the bull by the horns. Adopting his most grandiose air, he turned with a bow to the embarrassed young woman and said, "We accept your offer with thanks, madam." The first step only was difficult. The Rubicon once crossed, they fell to with a will. They emptied the basket, which contained, besides the provisions already mentioned, a pâté de foie gras, a lark pie, a piece of smoked tongue, some pears, a slab of gingerbread, mixed biscuits, and a cup of pickled onions and gherkins in vinegar, for, like all women, Boule de Suif adored pickles. They could not well eat the young woman's provisions and not speak to her, so they conversed, stiffly at first, and then, seeing that she showed no signs of presuming, with less reserve. Mesdames de Breville and Care Lamadon, having a great deal of savoir-vivre, knew how to make themselves agreeable with tact and delicacy. The Countess, in particular, exhibited the amiable condescension of the extremely high-born lady whom no contact can sully, and was charming. But big Madame Loisel, who had the soul of a gendarme, remained unmoved, speaking little and eating much. The conversation naturally turned upon the war. They related horrible deeds committed by the Prussians and examples of the bravery of the French, all these people who were flying rendering full homage to the courage of those who remained behind. Incidents of personal experience soon followed, and Boule de Suif told, with that warmth of coloring which women of her type often employ in expressing their natural feelings. How she had come to leave Rouen. "I thought at first I should be able to hold out," she said, "for I had plenty of provisions in my house, and would much rather feed a few soldiers than turn out of my home and go goodness knows where. But when I saw them, these Prussians, it was too much for me. They made my blood boil with rage, and I cried the whole day for shame. Oh, if I had only been a man, well, there. I watched them from my window, fat pigs that they were with their spiked helmets, and my servant had to hold my hands to prevent me throwing the furniture down on the top of them. Then some of them came to be quartered on me. And I flew at the throat of the first one. They are not harder to strangle than anyone else, and would have finished him too if they had not dragged me off by the hair. Of course I had to lie low after that. So as soon as I found an opportunity one left, and here I am." Everybody congratulated her. She rose considerably in the estimation of her companions, who had not shown themselves of such valiant mettle, and listening to her tale. Cornudet smiled the benignant and approving smile of an apostle, as a priest might on hearing a devout person praise the Almighty. Democrats with long beards having the monopoly of patriotism as the men of the cassock possess that of religion. He then took up the parable in a didactic tone with the phraseology culled from the notices posted each day on the walls, and finished up with a flourish of eloquence in which he scathingly alluded to that blackguard Bedingwit. 5. But Boule de Suif fired up at this, for she was a Bonapartist. She turned upon him with scarlet cheeks and stammering with indignation, "Ah! I should just like to have seen any of you in his place. A nice mess you would have made of it. It is men of your sort that ruined him, poor man. There would be nothing for it but to leave France for good if we were governed by cowards like you." Cornudet, nothing daunted, preserved a disdainful and superior smile, but there was a feeling in the air that high words would soon follow, whereupon the Count interposed, and managed, not without difficulty, to quiet the infuriated young woman by asserting authoritatively that every sincere opinion was to be respected. Nevertheless the Countess and the manufacturer's wife, who nourished in their hearts the unreasoning hatred of all well-bred people for the Republic and at the same time that instinctive weakness of all women for uniformed and despotic governments, felt drawn, in spite of themselves, to this woman of the street who had so much sense of the fitness of things and whose opinions so closely resembled their own. The basket was empty. This had not been difficult among 10 of them, they only regretted it was not larger. The conversation was kept up for some little time longer, although somewhat more coldly after they had finished eating. The night fell, the darkness grew gradually more profound, and the cold, to which digestion rendered them more sensitive, made even Boule de Suif shiver in spite of her fat. Madame de Breville thereupon offered her charcoal foot-warmer, which had been replenished several times since the morning. She accepted with alacrity, for her feet were like ice. Mesdames Care Lamadon and Loisel lent theirs to the 2 sisters. The driver had lit his lanterns, which shed a vivid light over the cloud of vapor that hung over the steaming backs of the horses and over the snow at each side of the road, which seemed to open out under the shifting reflection of the lights. Inside the conveyance nothing could be distinguished any longer, but there was a sudden movement between Boule de Suif and Cornudet, and Loisel, peering through the gloom, Fancied he saw the man with the beard start back quickly as if he had received a well-directed but noiseless blow. Tiny points of fire appeared upon the road in front. It was Totes. The travelers had been driving for 11 hours, which, with the 4 half-hours for food and rest to the horses, made 13. They entered the town and stopped in front of the Hôtel du Commerce. The door opened. A familiar sound caused every passenger to tremble. It was the clink of a scabbard on the stones. At the same moment a German voice called out something. Although the diligence had stopped, nobody attempted to get out, as though they expected to be massacred on setting foot to the ground. The driver then appeared holding up one of the lanterns, which suddenly illumined the vehicle to its farthest corner and revealed the 2 rows of bewildered faces with their open mouths and startled eyes wide with alarm. Beside the driver in the full glare of the light stood a German officer, a tall young man excessively slender and blond, compressed into his uniform like a girl in her stays, and wearing, well over one ear, a flat black waxcloth cap like the boots of an English hotel. His preposterously long mustache, which was drawn out stiff and straight, and tapered away indefinitely to each side till it finished off in a single thread so thin that it was impossible to say where it ended, seemed to weigh upon the corners of his mouth and form a deep furrow in either cheek. In Alsatian French and stern accents he invited the passengers to descend. "Will you get out, gentlemen and ladies?" The 2 sisters were the first to obey with the docility of holy women accustomed to unfaltering submission. The Count and Countess appeared next, followed by the manufacturer and his wife, and after them Loiseau pushing his better half in front of him. As he set foot to the ground he remarked to the officer, more from motives of prudence than politeness, "Good evening, monsieur," to which the other with the insolence of the man in possession vouchsafed no reply but a stare. Boule de Suif and Cornudet, though the nearest the door, were the last to emerge, grave and haughty in face of the enemy. The buxom young woman struggled hard to command herself and be calm. The Democrat tugged at his long rusty beard with a tragic and slightly trembling hand. They sought to preserve their dignity, realizing that in such encounters each one, to a certain extent, represents his country. And the 2 being similarly disgusted at the servile readiness of their companions, she endeavored to show herself prouder than her fellow travelers who were honest women, while he, feeling that he must set an example, continued in his attitude his mission of resistance begun by digging pitfalls in the high roads. They all entered the huge kitchen of the inn, and the German, having been presented with the passport signed by the general in command, where each traveler's name was accompanied by a personal description and a statement as to his or her profession, he proceeded to scrutinize the party for a long time, comparing the persons with the written notices. Finally, he exclaimed unceremoniously, "That's all right," and disappeared. They breathed again more freely. Hunger having reasserted itself, supper was ordered. It would take half an hour to prepare, so while 2 servants were apparently busied about it the travelers dispersed to look at their rooms. These were all together down each side of a long passage ending in a door marked "Toilet." At last, just as they were sitting down to table, the innkeeper himself appeared. He was a former horse dealer, a stout asthmatic man with perpetual wheezings and blowings and rattlings of phlegm in his throat. His father had transmitted to him the name of Follenvie. "Mademoiselle Elizabeth Rousset," he said. Boule de Suif started and turned round. "That is my name. Mademoiselle, the Prussian officer wants to speak to you at once." "To me?" "Yes, if you really are Mademoiselle Elizabeth Rousset." She hesitated, thought for a moment, and then declared roundly, "That may be, but I'm not going." There was a movement round about her. Everybody was much exercised as to the reason of this summons. The Count came over to her. "You may do wrong to refuse, madam, for it may entail considerable annoyance not only on yourself but on the rest of your companions. It is a fatal mistake ever to offer resistance to people who are stronger than ourselves. The step can have no possible danger for you, it is probably about some little formality that has been omitted." One and all concurred with him, implored and urged and scolded, till they ended by convincing her, for they were all apprehensive of the results of her obstinacy. "Well, it is only for your sakes that I am doing it," she said at last. The Countess pressed her hand. "And we are most grateful to you." She left the room, and the others agreed to wait for her before beginning the meal. Each one lamented at not having been asked for instead of this hot-headed, violent young woman, and mentally prepared any number of platitudes for the event of being called in their turn. At the end of 10 minutes she returned, crimson with rage, choking, snorting. "Oh, the blackguard, the low blackguard," she stammered. They all crowded round her to know what had happened, but she would not say, and the Count becoming insistent, she answered with much dignity, "No, it does not concern anybody. I can't speak of it." They then seated themselves round a great soup tureen from which steamed a smell of cabbage. In spite of this little contretemps the supper was a gay one. The cider, of which the Loiseaux and the 2 nuns partook from motives of economy, was good. The rest ordered wine, and Cornudet called for beer. He had a particular way of uncorking the bottle, of making the liquid froth, of gazing at it while he tilted the glass, which he then held up between his eye and the light to enjoy the color. While he drank, his great beard, which had the tints of his favorite beverage, seemed to quiver fondly, his eyes squinting that he might not lose sight of his tankard for a moment. And altogether he had the appearance of fulfilling the sole function for which he had been born. You would have said that he established in his own mind some connection or affinity between the 2 great passions that monopolized his life, ale and revolution, and most assuredly he never tasted the one without thinking of the other. Monsieur and Madame Follenvie dined at the farther end of the table. The husband, puffing and blowing like an exploded locomotive, had too much cold on the chest to be able to speak and eat at the same time, but his wife never ceased talking. She described her every impression at the arrival of the Prussians and all they did and all they said, execrating them in the first place because they cost so much, and secondly because she had 2 sons in the army. She addressed herself chiefly to the Countess, as it flattered her to be able to say she had conversed with a lady of quality. She presently lowered her voice and proceeded to recount some rather delicate matters, her husband breaking in from time to time with, "You had much better hold your tongue, Madame Follenvie." To which she paid not the slightest attention, but went on. "Well, madam, as I was saying, these men, they do nothing but eat potatoes and pork and potatoes from morning till night. And as for their habits, saving your presence, they make dirt everywhere. And you should see them exercising for hours and days together out there in the fields. It's forward march and backward march, and turn this way and turn that. If they even worked in the fields or mended the roads in their own country. But, no, madam, these soldiers are no good to anybody, and the poor people have to keep them and feed them simply that they may learn how to murder. I know I am only a poor ignorant old woman, but when I see these men wearing themselves out by tramping up and down from morning till night, I cannot help saying to myself, if there are some people who make a lot of useful discoveries, why should others give themselves so much trouble to do harm? After all, isn't it an abomination to kill anybody, no matter whether they are Prussians, or English, or Poles, or French? If you revenge yourself on someone who has harmed you, that is wicked, for you are punished. But let them shoot down our sons as if they were game, and it is all right, and they give medals to the man who kills the most. No, no, I say, I shall never be able to see any rhyme or reason in that. War is barbarous if one attacks an unoffending neighbor, it is a sacred duty if one defends one's country, remarked Cornudet in a declamatory tone. The old woman drooped her head. Yes, defending oneself, of course, that is quite another thing, but wouldn't it be better to kill all these kings who do this for their pleasure? Cornudet's eyes flashed. Bravo, citizeness! He cried. Monsieur Kerlamidon was lost in thought. Although he was an ardent admirer of famous military men, the sound common sense of this peasant woman made him reflect upon the wealth which would necessarily accrue to the country if all these unemployed and consequently ruinous hands, so much unproductive force, were available for the great industrial works that would take centuries to complete. Loiseau meanwhile had left his seat and gone over beside the innkeeper, to whom he began talking in a low voice. The fat man laughed, coughed, and spat, his unwieldy stomach shaking with mirth at his neighbor's jokes. And he bought 6 hogsheads of claret from him for the spring when the Prussians would have cleared out. Supper was scarcely over when, dropping with fatigue, everybody went off to bed. Loiseau, however, who had noticed certain things, let his wife go to bed and proceeded to glue first his ear and then his eye to the keyhole, endeavoring to penetrate what he called the mysteries of the corridor. After about an hour he heard a rustling, and hurrying to the keyhole, he perceived Boule de Suif looking ampler than ever in a dressing gown of blue cashmere trimmed with white lace. She had a candle in her hand and was going towards the door at the end of the corridor. Then a door at one side opened cautiously, and when she returned after a few minutes, Cornudet in his shirt-sleeves was following her. They were talking in a low voice and presently stood still. Boule de Suif apparently defending the entrance of her room with much energy. Unfortunately Loiseau was unable to hear what they said, but at last, as they raised their voices somewhat, he caught a word or two. Cornudet was insisting eagerly. "Look here," he said, "you are really very ridiculous. What difference can it make to you?" And she with an offended air retorted, "No. Let me tell you there are moments when that sort of thing won't do, and besides, here, it would be a crying shame." He obviously did not understand. "Why?" At this she grew angry. "Why?" And she raised her voice still more, "You don't see why. And there are Prussians in the house, in the next room for all you know." He made no reply. This display of patriotic prudery evidently aroused his failing dignity, for with a brief kiss he made for his own door on tiptoe. Loiseau, deeply thrilled and amused, executed a double shuffle in the middle of the room, donned his nightcap, slipped into the blankets where the bony figure of his spouse already reposed. And waking her with a kiss he murmured, "Do you love me, darling?" The whole house sank to silence. But anon there arose from somewhere, it might have been the cellar, it might have been the attics, impossible to determine the direction, a rumbling, sonorous, even, regular, dull, prolonged roar as of a boiler under high steam pressure. Monsieur Follenvie slept. It had been decided that they should start at 8 o'clock the next morning, so they were all assembled in the kitchen by that hour. But the diligence, roofed with snow, stood solitary in the middle of the courtyard without horses or driver. The latter was sought for in vain either in the stables or in the coach-house. The men of the party then resolved to beat the country round for him, and went out accordingly. They found themselves in the public square with the church at one end, and low-roofed houses down each side in which they caught sight of Prussian soldiers. The first one they came upon was peeling potatoes, farther on another was washing out a barber's shop, while a third, bearded to the eyes, was soothing a crying child and rocking it to and fro on his knee to quiet it. The big peasant women whose men were all, with the army in the war, were ordering about their docile conquerors and showing them by signs what work they wanted done, chopping wood, grinding coffee, fetching water. One of them was even doing the washing for his hostess, a helpless old crone. The count, much astonished, stopped the beadle, who happened to come out of the priest's house at that moment, and asked the meaning of it all. "Oh," replied the old church rat, "these are not at all bad. From what I hear they are not Prussians either, they come from farther off, but where I can't say. And they have all left a wife and children at home. I am very sure the women down there are crying for their men, too, and it will all make a nice lot of misery for them as well as for us. We are not so badly off here for the moment, because they do no harm and are working just as if they were in their own homes. You see, monsieur, the poor always help one another. It is the bigwigs who make the wars." Cornudet, indignant at the friendly understanding established between the victors and the vanquished, retired from the scene, preferring to shut himself up in the inn. Loiseau of course must have his joke. "They are repopulating," he said. Monsieur Kerlamidon found a more fitting expression. "They are making reparations." But the driver was nowhere to be found. At last he was unearthed in the village café hobnobbing fraternally with the officer's orderly. "Did you not have orders to have the diligence ready by 8 o'clock?" the Count asked him. "Oh, yes, but I got another order later on." "What? Not to put the horses in at all? Who gave you that order?" "Why, the Prussian commandant." "Why?" "I don't know, you had better ask him. I am told not to harness the horses, and so I don't harness them. There you are." "Did he tell you so himself?" "No, monsieur, the innkeeper brought me the message from him." "When was that?" "Last night, just as I was going to bed." The three men returned much disconcerted. They asked for Monsieur Follenvie, but were informed by the servant that on account of his asthma he never got up before 10 o'clock. He had even positively forbidden them to awaken him before then except in case of fire. Then they asked to see the officer, but that was absolutely impossible, although he lodged at the inn. Monsieur Follenvie alone was authorized to approach him on non-military matters. So they had to wait. The women returned to their rooms and occupied themselves as best they could. Cornudet installed himself in the high chimney corner of the kitchen, where a great fire was burning. He had one of the little coffee-room tables brought to him and a can of beer, and puffed away placidly at his pipe, which enjoyed among the Democrats almost equal consideration with himself. As if in serving Cornudet it served the country also. The pipe was a superb meerschaum, admirably colored, black as the teeth of its owner, but fragrant, curved, shining, familiar to his hand, and the natural complement to his physiognomy. He sat there motionless, his eyes fixed alternately on the flame of the hearth and the foam on the top of his tankard. And each time after drinking he passed his bony fingers with a self-satisfied gesture through his long greasy hair, while he absorbed the fringe of froth from his mustache. Under the pretext of stretching his legs, Loisel went out and palmed off his wines on the country retail dealers. The Count and the manufacturer talked politics. They forecast the future of France, the one putting his faith in the Orleans, the other in an unknown savior, a hero who would come to the fore when things were at their very worst, a Du Guesclin, a Joan of Arc perhaps, or even another Napoleon I. Ah, if only the Prince Imperial were not so young. Cornudet listened to them with the smile of a man who could solve the riddle of fate if he would. His pipe perfumed the whole kitchen with its balmy fragrance. On the stroke of 10 Monsieur Follenvie made his appearance. They instantly attacked him with questions, but he had but one answer which he repeated 2 or 3 times without variation. "The officer said to me, Monsieur Follenvie, you will forbid them to harness the horses for these travelers tomorrow morning. They are not to leave till I give my permission. You understand? That is all." They demanded to see the officer. The Count sent up his card, on which Monsieur Kerlamidon added his name and all his titles. The Prussian sent word that he would admit the 2 men to his presence after he had lunched, that is to say, about 1 o'clock. The ladies came down and they all managed to eat a little in spite of their anxiety. Boule de Suif looked quite ill and very much agitated. They were just finishing coffee when the orderly arrived to fetch the 2 gentlemen. Loisel joined them, but when they proposed to bring Cornudet along to give more solemnity to their proceedings, he declared haughtily that nothing would induce him to enter into any communication whatsoever with the Germans, and he returned to his chimney corner and ordered another bottle of beer. The 3 men went upstairs, and were shown into the best room in the inn, where they were received by the officer lolling in an armchair, his heels on the chimney-piece, smoking a long porcelain pipe, and arrayed in a flamboyant dressing-gown, taken, no doubt, from the abandoned dwelling-house of some bourgeois of inferior taste. He did not rise, he vouchsafed them no greeting of any description, he did not even look at them, a brilliant sample of the victorious military cad. At last, after some moments, waiting, he said, "Vat do you want?" The Count acted as spokesman. "We wish to leave, monsieur." "No. May I take the liberty of asking the reason for this refusal?" "Pecayus I do not show os." "With all due respect, monsieur, I would draw your attention to the fact that your general gave us a permit for Dieppe, and I cannot see that we have done anything to justify your hard measures. I do not show os, that's all, you can go town. They all bowed and withdrew. The afternoon was miserable. They could make nothing of this caprice of the Germans, and the most far-fetched ideas tortured their minds. The whole party remained in the kitchen engaging in endless discussions, imagining the most improbable things. Were they to be kept as hostages, but if so, to what end? Or taken prisoners, or asked a large ransom? This last suggestion threw them into a cold perspiration of fear. The wealthiest were seized with the worst panic and saw themselves forced, if they valued their lives, to empty bags of gold into the rapacious hands of this soldier. They racked their brains for plausible lies to dissemble their riches, to pass themselves off as poor, very poor. Loiseau pulled off his watch chain and hid it in his pocket. As night fell their apprehensions increased. The lamp was lighted, and as there were still 2 hours till supper Madame Loiseau proposed a game of 31. It would be some little distraction, at any rate. The plan was accepted, even Cornudet, who had put out his pipe from motives of politeness, taking a hand. The Count shuffled the cards, dealt, Boule de Suif had 31 at the first deal, and very soon the interest in the game allayed the fears that beset their minds. Cornudet, however, observed that the two Loiseaus were in league to cheat. Just as they were sitting down to the evening meal Monsieur appeared and said in his husky voice, "The Prussian officer wishes to know if Mademoiselle Elisabeth Rousset has not changed her mind yet?" Boule de Suif remained standing and turned very pale, then suddenly her face flamed and she fell into such a paroxysm of rage that she could not speak. At last she burst out, "You can tell that scoundrel, that low scum of a Prussian, that I won't, and I never will, do you hear, never. Never. Never." The fat innkeeper retired. They instantly surrounded Boule de Suif, questioning, entreating her to disclose the mystery of her visit. At first she refused, but presently she was carried away by her indignation. "What does he want? What does he want? He wants me to make love to him," she shouted. The general indignation was so violent that nobody was shocked. Cornudet brought his beer glass down on the table with such a bang that it broke. There was a perfect babel of invective against the drunken lout, a hurricane of wrath, a union of all for resistance. As if each had been required to contribute a portion of the sacrifice demanded of her. The Count protested with disgust that these people behaved really as if they were early barbarians. The women, in particular, accorded her the most lively and affectionate sympathy. The nuns, who only appeared at meals, dropped their eyes and said nothing. The first fury of the storm having abated, they sat down to supper, but there was little conversation and a good deal of thoughtful abstraction. The ladies retired early. The men, while they smoked, got up a game of écarté, which Monsieur Follenvie was invited to join. As they intended pumping him skillfully as to the means that could be employed for overcoming the officer's opposition to their departure. Unfortunately, he would absorb himself wholly in his cards, and neither listened to what they said nor gave any answer to their questions, but repeated incessantly, "Play, gentlemen, play." His attention was so deeply engaged that he forgot to spit, which caused his chest to wheeze from time to time. His wheezing lungs running through the whole gamut of asthma from notes of the profoundest bass to the shrill, hoarse crow of the young cock. He refused to go to bed when his wife, who was dropping with sleep, came to fetch him. She therefore departed alone, for on her devolved the day duty, and she always rose with the sun, while her husband took the night duty, and was always ready to sit up all night with friends. He merely called out, "Mind you put my egg flip in front of the fire," and returned to his cards. When they were convinced that there was nothing to be got out of him, they declared that it was high time to go to bed, and left him. They were up again pretty early the next day, filled with an indefinite hope, a still keener desire to be gone, and a horror of another day to be got through in this horrible little inn. Alas! The horses were still in the stable and the coachman remained invisible. For lack of something better to do, they sadly wandered round the diligence. Lunch was very depressing, and a certain chilliness had sprung up with regard to Boule de Suif, for the night, which brings counsel, had somewhat modified their opinions. They were almost vexed with the girl now for not having gone to the Prussians secretly, and thus prepared a pleasant surprise for her companions in the morning. What could be simpler, and, after all, who could have been any the wiser? She might have saved appearances by telling the officer that she could not bear to see their distress any longer. It could make so very little difference to her one way or another. But, as yet, nobody confessed to these thoughts. In the afternoon, as they were feeling bored to extinction, the Count proposed a walk round the village. Everybody wrapped up carefully and the little party started, with the exception of Cornudet, who preferred sitting by the fire, and the two sisters, who passed their days in the church or with the cure. The cold, grown more intense each day, nipped their noses and ears viciously, and the feet became so painful that every step was anguish. But when they caught sight of the open stretch of country it appeared to them so appallingly lugubrious under its illimitable white covering that they turned back with one accord. Their hearts constricted, their spirits below zero. The 4 ladies walked in front, the 3 men following a little behind. Loisel, who thoroughly took in the situation, suddenly broke out, "How long was this damned wench going to keep them hanging on in this hole?" The Count, courteous as ever, observed that one could not demand so painful a sacrifice of any woman, the offer must come from her. Monsieur Kerlamidon remarked that if, as there was every reason to believe, the French made an offensive countermarch by way of Dieppe, the collision could only take place at Tots. This reflection greatly alarmed the other 2. "Why not escape on foot?" suggested Loisel. The Count shrugged his shoulders. "How can you think of such a thing in this snow, and with our wives? Besides which, we should instantly be pursued, caught in 10 minutes, and brought back prisoners at the mercy of these soldiers." This was incontestable, there was nothing more to be said. The ladies talked dress, but a certain constraint seemed to have risen up between them. All at once, at the end of the street, the officer came in sight, his tall figure, like a wasp in uniform, silhouetted against the dazzling background of snow, and walking with his knees well apart. With that movement peculiar to the military when endeavoring to save their carefully polished boots from the mud. In passing the ladies he bowed, but only stared contemptuously at the men, who, be it said, had the dignity not to lift their hats, though Loisel made a faint gesture in that direction. Boule de Suif blushed up to her eyes. And the 3 married women felt it a deep humiliation to have encountered this soldier while they were in the company of the young woman he had treated so cavalierly. The conversation then turned upon him, his general appearance, his face. Madame Kerlamidon, who had known a great many officers and was competent to judge of them as a connoisseur, considered this one really not half bad. She even regretted that he was not French. He would have made such a fascinating hussar, and would certainly have been much run after. Once indoors again, they did not know what to do with themselves. Sharp words were exchanged on the most insignificant pretexts. The silent dinner did not last long, and they shortly afterwards went to bed, hoping to kill time by sleeping. They came down next morning with jaded faces and exasperation in their hearts. The women scarcely addressed a word to Boule de Suif. Presently the church bell began to ring, it was for a christening. Boule de Suif had a child out at nurse with some peasants near Yvetot. She did not see it once in a year and never gave it a thought, but the idea of this baby which was going to be baptized filled her heart with sudden and violent tenderness for her own. And nothing would satisfy her but that she should assist at the ceremony. No sooner was she gone than they all looked at one another and proceeded to draw up their chairs, for everybody felt that things had come to that point that something must be decided upon. Loisel had an inspiration, that they should propose to the officer to keep Boule de Suif and let the rest go. Monsieur Follenvie undertook the mission, but returned almost immediately. The German, who had some knowledge of human nature, had simply turned him out of the room. He meant to retain the whole party so long as his desire was unsatisfied. At this Madame Loisel's plebeian tendencies got the better of her. But surely we are not going to sit down calmly here and die of old age. As that is this harlot's trade, I don't see that she has any right to refuse one man more than another. Why, she took anybody she could get in Rouen, down to the very cab drivers. Yes, madam, the coachman of the prefecture. I know all about it. He buys his wine at our shop. And now, when it lies with her to get us out of this scrape, she pretends to be particular, the brazen hussy. For my part, I consider the officer has behaved very well. He has probably not had a chance for some time, and there were 3 here whom, no doubt, he would have preferred, but no, he is content to take the one who is public property. He respects married women. Remember, he is master here. He had only to say, I will, and he could have taken us by force with his soldiers. A little shudder ran through the other 2 women. Pretty little Madame Kerlamidon's eyes shone and she turned rather pale as though she already felt herself forcibly seized by the officer. The men, who had been arguing the matter in a corner, now joined them. Loisel, foaming with rage, was for delivering up the hussy bound hand and foot to the enemy. But the Count, coming of 3 generations of ambassadors, and gifted with the physique of the diplomatist, was on the side of skill as opposed to brute force. She must be persuaded, he said. Whereupon they conspired. The women drew up closer together, voices were lowered, and the discussion became general, each one offering his or her advice. Nothing was said to shock the proprieties. The ladies, in particular, were most expert in felicitous turns of phrase, charming subtleties of speech for expressing the most ticklish things. A foreigner would have understood nothing, the language was so carefully veiled. But as the slight coating of modesty with which every woman of the world is enveloped is hardly more than skin deep, they expanded under the influence of this equivocal adventure. Enjoying themselves tremendously at bottom, thoroughly in their element, dabbling in sensuality with the gusto of an Epicurean cook preparing a toothsome delicacy for somebody else. The story finally appeared to them so funny that they quite recovered their spirits. The Count indulged in some rather risky pleasantries, but so well put that they raised a responsive smile. Loisel, in his turn, rapped out some decidedly strong jokes which nobody took in bad part, and the brutal proposition expressed by his wife swayed all their minds, as that is her trade. Why refuse one man more than another? Little Madame Kerlamidon seemed even to think that in her place she would refuse this one less readily than another. They were long in preparing the blockade, as if against an invested fortress. Each one agreed upon the part they would play, the arguments they would bring forward, the maneuvers they would execute. They arranged the plan of attack, the stratagems to be employed, and the surprises of the assault for forcing this living citadel to receive the enemy within its gates. Cornudet alone held aloof, completely outside the affair. They were so profoundly occupied with the matter in hand that they never heard Boule de Suif enter the room. But the Count breathed a low warning, "Hush," and they lifted their heads. She was there. The talking ceased abruptly, and a certain feeling of embarrassment prevented them from addressing her at first, till the Countess, more versed than the others in the duplicities of the drawing-room, asked how she had enjoyed the christening. Still full of emotion at what she had witnessed, Boule de Suif described every detail, the people's faces, their attitudes, even the appearance of the church. It was so nice to pray now and then, she added. Till luncheon, however, the ladies confined themselves merely to being agreeable to her in order to increase her confidence in them and her docility to their counsels. But once seated at the table, the attack began. It first took the form of a desultory conversation on devotion to a cause. Examples from ancient history were cited, Judith and Holofernes, and then, without any apparent connection, Lucretia and Sextus, Cleopatra admitting to her couch all the hostile generals, and reducing them to the servility of slaves. Then began a fantastic history, which had sprung up in the minds of the ignorant millionaires, in which the women of Rome were seen on their way to Capua, to rock Hannibal to sleep in their arms. And his officers along with him, and the phalanxes of the mercenaries. The women were mentioned who had arrested the course of conquerors, made of their bodies a rampart, a means of dominating, a weapon. Who had vanquished by their heroic embraces beings hideous or repulsive, and sacrificed their chastity to vengeance or patriotism. They even talked in veiled terms of an Englishwoman of good family who had herself inoculated with a horrible contagious disease, in order to give it to Napoleon. Who was saved miraculously by a sudden indisposition at the hour of the fatal meeting. And all this in so discreet and moderate a manner, with now and then a little burst of warm enthusiasm, admirably calculated to excite emulation. To hear them you would have finally come to the conclusion that woman's sole mission here below was to perpetually sacrifice her person, to abandon herself continually to the caprices of the warrior. The two sisters appeared to be deaf to it all, sunk in profound thought. Boule de Suif said nothing. They allowed her all the afternoon for reflection, but instead of calling her Madame, as they had done up till now, they addressed her simply as Mademoiselle. Nobody could have said exactly why, as if to send her down a step in the esteem she had gained, and force her to feel the shame of her position. In the evening, just as the soup was being brought to the table, Monsieur Follenvie made his appearance again with the same message as before. The Prussian officer sends to ask Mademoiselle Elizabeth Rousset if she had not changed her mind. No, monsieur, Boule de Suif replied curtly. At supper the coalition weakened. Loiseau put his foot in it 3 times. They all racked their brains for fresh instances to the point, and found none, when the Countess, possibly without premeditation and only from a vague desire to render homage to religion, interrogated the older of the two sisters on the main incidents in the lives of the saints. Now, several of them had committed acts which would be counted crimes in our eyes. But the Church readily pardons such misdeeds when they are accomplished for the glory of God or the benefit of our neighbors. It was a powerful argument, and the Countess took advantage of it. Then by one of those tacit agreements, those veiled complaisances in which everyone who wears ecclesiastical habit excels, or perhaps simply from a happy want of intelligence, a helpful stupidity, the old nun brought formidable support to the conspiracy. They had imagined her timid, she proved herself bold, verbose, violent. She was not troubled by any of the shilly-shollyings of casuistry, her doctrine was like a bar of iron, her faith never wavered, her conscience knew no scruples. She considered Abraham's sacrifice a very simple affair, for she herself would have instantly killed father or mother at an order from above, and nothing, she averred, could displease the Lord if the intention were commendable. The Countess, taking advantage of the sacred authority of her unexpected ally, drew her on to make an edifying paraphrase, as it were, on the well-known moral maxim, the end justifies the means. Then, sister, she inquired, you think God approves of every pathway that leads to him, and pardons the deed if the motive be a pure one? Who can doubt it, madam? An action blamable in itself is often rendered meritorious by the impulse which inspires it. And she continued in the same strain, unraveling the intricacies of the will of the Almighty, predicting his decisions, making him interest himself in matters which, of a truth, did not concern him at all. All this was skillfully and discreetly wrapped up, but each word of the pious woman in the big white cap made a breach in the indignant resistance of the courtesan. The conversation then glancing off slightly, the woman of the pendant rosaries went on to speak of the religious houses of her order, of her superior, of herself and her fragile little companion. Her dear little sister St. Nicephora. They had been summoned to have her to nurse the hundreds of soldiers there down with smallpox. She described the condition of these poor wretches, gave details of their disease. And while they were thus stopped upon the road by the whim of this Prussian, many French soldiers might die whom perhaps they could have saved. That was her specialty, nursing soldiers. She had been in the Crimea, in Italy, in Austria. And relating her campaigns, she suddenly revealed herself as one of those sisters of the fife and drum who seem made for following the camp, picking up the wounded in the thick of battle. And better than any officer for quelling with a word the great hulking undisciplined louts, a regular sister Rataplan, her ravaged face all pitted with innumerable holes. calling up an image of the devastations of war. No one spoke after her for fear of spoiling the excellent effect. Immediately after dinner they hurried to their rooms, not to reappear till pretty late the next morning. Luncheon passed off quietly. They allowed the seed sown yesterday time to grow and bear fruit. In the afternoon the Countess proposed a walk, whereupon the Count, following the preconcerted arrangement, took Boule de Suif's arm and fell behind with her a little. He adopted that familiar, paternal, somewhat contemptuous tone which elderly men affect towards such girls, calling her "my dear child," treating her from the height of his social position and indisputable respectability. He came to the point without further preamble. "So you prefer to keep us here exposed like yourself to all the violence which must inevitably follow a check to the Prussian arms, rather than consent to accord one of those favors you have so often dispensed in your time?" Boule de Suif did not reply. He then appealed to her kindness of heart, her reason, her sentiment. He knew how to remain Monsieur le Comte, yet showing himself at the same time chivalrous, flattering, in a word, altogether amiable. He exalted the sacrifice she would be making for them, touched upon their gratitude, and with a final flash of roguishness, "Besides, my dear, he may think himself lucky, he will not find many such pretty girls as you in his own country." Boule de Suif said nothing and rejoined the rest of the party. When they returned, she went straight to her room and did not come down again. The anxiety was terrible. What was she going to do? How unspeakably mortifying if she still persisted in her refusal. The dinner hour arrived, they waited for her in vain. Monsieur Follenvie, entering presently, announced that Mademoiselle Rousset was indisposed, and that there was consequently no need to delay supper any longer. They all pricked up their ears. The Count approached the innkeeper with a whispered "All right?" "Yes." For propriety's sake he said nothing to his companions, but he made them a slight sign of the head. A great sigh of relief went up from every heart, every face lit up with joy. "Super la papette," cried Loiseau, "I will stand champagne if there is such a thing in this establishment." Madame Loiseau suffered a pang of anguish when the innkeeper returned with 4 bottles in his hands. Everybody suddenly turned communicative and cheerful, and their hearts overflowed with prurient delight. The Count seemed all at once to become aware that Madame Kerlamidon was charming. The manufacturer paid compliments to the Countess. Conversation became lively, sprightly, and full of sparkle. Suddenly Loiseau, with an anxious expression, raised his arms and shouted, "Silence!" They all stopped talking, surprised and already terrified. Then he listened intently, motioning to them to be silent with his 2 hands, and raising his eyes to the ceiling. He listened again, and resumed in his natural voice, "It is all right. Don't worry." They did not understand at first, but soon a smile spread over their faces. A quarter of an hour later he began the same comedy, and repeated it frequently during the evening. He pretended to be questioning someone on the floor above, giving advice in double-meaning phrases which he drew from his repertory as a commercial traveler. At times he would assume an air of sadness, and sigh, "Poor girl," or he would mutter between his teeth with a furious air, "You swine of a Prussian." Sometimes, when least expected, he would shout in resonant tones, "Enough! Enough," adding, as though speaking to himself, "If only we see her again, if the scoundrel does not kill her." Although these jokes were in deplorable taste, they amused everyone and hurt nobody, for, like everything else, indignation is qualified by circumstances. And the atmosphere about them had gradually become charged with obscene thoughts. By the time they reached dessert the women themselves were indulging in decidedly risky witticisms. Eyes grew bright, tongues were loosened, a good deal of wine had been consumed. The Count, who, even in his cups, retained his characteristic air of diplomatic gravity, made some highly spiced comparisons on the subject of the end of the winter season at the Pole and the joy of icebound mariners at sight of an opening to the south. Loiseau, now in full swing, rose, and lifting high his glass of champagne, "To our deliverance," he cried. Everybody started to their feet with acclamation. Even the two sisters of mercy, yielding to the solicitations of the ladies, consented to take a sip of the effervescing wine which they had never tasted before. They pronounced it to be very like lemonade, though the taste was finer. "What a pity there is no piano," said Loiseau as a crowning point to the situation. "We might have finished up with a quadrille." Cornudet had not uttered a word, nor made a sign of joining in the general hilarity. He was apparently plunged in the gravest abstractions, only pulling viciously at his great beard from time to time as if to draw it out longer than before. At last, about midnight, when the company was preparing to separate, Loiseau came stumbling over to him, and digging him in the ribs, "You seem rather down in the mouth this evening." "Citizen, haven't said a word." Cornudet threw up his head angrily, and sweeping the company with a flashing and terrible look, "I tell you all that what you have done today is infamous." He rose, made his way to the door, exclaimed once again, "Infamous," and vanished. This somewhat dashed their spirits for the moment. Loiseau, nonplussed at first, soon regained his aplomb and burst into a roar of laughter. "Sour grapes, old man, sour grapes." The others not understanding the allusion, he proceeded to relate the mysteries of the corridor. This was followed by an uproarious revival of gaiety. The ladies were in a frenzy of delight, the Count and Monsieur Kerlamidon laughed till they cried. They could not believe it. "Do you mean to say he wanted?" "I tell you I saw it with my own eyes." "And she refused?" "Because the Prussian was in the next room." "It is incredible." "As true as I stand here." The Count nearly choked. The manufacturer held both his sides. "And you can understand that he does not quite see the joke of the thing this evening." "Oh, no, not at all." And they all three went off again, breathless, choking, sick with laughter. After that they parted for the night. But Madame Loiseau remarked to her husband when they were alone that that little cat of a Kerlamidon had laughed on the wrong side of her mouth all the evening. You know how it is with these women, they dote upon a uniform, and whether it is French or Prussian matters precious little to them. But, Lord, it seems to me a poor way of looking at things. All night the darkness of the corridor seemed full of thrills, of slight noises, scarcely audible, the pattering of bare feet, and creaking that was almost imperceptible. Certainly nobody got to sleep until very late, for it was long before the light ceased to shine under the doors. Champagne, they say, often has that disturbing effect. It makes one restless and wakeful. Next morning a brilliant winter sun shone on the dazzling snow. The diligence was by this time ready and waiting before the door, while a flock of white pigeons, muffled in their thick plumage, strutted solemnly in and out among the feet of the 6 horses, seeking what they might devour. The driver, enveloped in his sheepskin, sat on the box smoking his pipe, and the radiant travelers were busily laying in provisions for the rest of the journey. They were only waiting now for Boule de Suif. She appeared. She looked agitated and downcast as she advanced timidly towards her fellow travelers, who all, with one movement, turned away their heads as if they had not seen her. The Count, with a dignified movement, took his wife by the arm and drew her away from this contaminating contact. The poor thing stopped short, bewildered. Then gathering up her courage she accosted the wife of the manufacturer with a humble, "Good morning, madam." The other merely replied with an impertinent little nod, accompanied by a stare of outraged virtue. Everybody seemed suddenly extremely busy, and they avoided her as if she had brought the plague in her skirts. They then precipitated themselves into the vehicle, where she arrived the last and by herself, and resumed in silence the seat she had occupied during the first part of the journey. They affected not to see her, not to recognize her. Only Madame Loiseau, glancing round at her with scorn and indignation, said half audibly to her husband, "It's a good thing that I am not sitting beside her." The heavy conveyance jolted off, and the journey recommenced. No one spoke for the first little while. Boule de Suif did not venture to raise her eyes. She felt incensed at her companions, and at the same time deeply humiliated at having yielded to their persuasions. and let herself be sullied by the kisses of this Prussian into whose arms they had hypocritically thrust her. The Countess was the first to break the uncomfortable silence. Turning to Madame Kerlamadon, she said, "You know Madame d'Etrelles, I think?" "Oh, yes, she is a great friend of mine." "What a charming woman. Fascinating. So truly refined, very cultivated, too, and an artist to the tips of her fingers. She sings delightfully, and draws to perfection." The manufacturer was talking to the Count, and through the rattle of the crazy windowpanes one caught a word here and there: shares, dividends, premium, settling day, and the like. Loisel, who had appropriated an old pack of cards from the inn, thick with the grease of the 5 years rubbing on dirty tables, started a game of bézique with his wife. The two sisters pulled up the long rosaries hanging at their waists, made the sign of the cross, and suddenly began moving their lips rapidly, faster and faster. Hurrying their vague babble as if for a wager. Kissing a medal from time to time, crossing themselves again, and then resuming their rapid and monotonous murmur. Cornudet sat motionless, thinking. At the end of the 3 hours' steady traveling Loisel gathered up his cards and remarked facetiously, "It's turning hungry." His wife then produced a parcel, which she untied, and brought out a piece of cold veal. This she cut up into thin, firm slices, and both began to eat. "Supposing we do the same?" said the Countess, and proceeded to unpack the provisions prepared for both couples. In one of those oblong dishes with a china hare upon the cover to indicate that a roast hare lies beneath, was a succulent selection of cold viands, brown slices of juicy venison mingled with other meats. A delicious square of Gruyère cheese wrapped in newspaper still bore imprinted on its dewy surface the words, "General News." The two sisters brought out a sausage smelling of garlic, and Cornudet, plunging his hands into the vast pockets of his loose greatcoat, drew up 4 hard-boiled eggs from one and a big crust of bread from the other. He peeled off the shells and threw them into the straw under his feet, and proceeded to bite into the egg, dropping pieces of the yolk into his long beard, from whence they shone out like stars. In the hurry and confusion of the morning Boule de Suif had omitted to take thought for the future, and she looked on, furious, choking with mortification, at these people all munching away so placidly. A storm of rage convulsed her, and she opened her mouth to hurl at them the torrent of abuse that rose to her lips, but she could not speak, suffocated by her indignation. Nobody looked at her, nobody thought of her. She felt herself drowning in the flood of contempt shown towards her by these honest scoundrels who had first sacrificed her and then cast her off like some useless and unclean thing. Then her thoughts reverted to her great basket full of good things which they had so greedily devoured, the 2 fowls in their glittering coat of jelly, her patties, her pears, her 4 bottles of claret. And her fury suddenly subsided like the breaking of an overstrung cord, and she felt that she was on the verge of tears. She made the most strenuous efforts to overcome it, straightened herself up and choked back her sobs as children do, but the tears would rise. They glittered for a moment on her lashes, and presently 2 big drops rolled slowly over her cheeks. Others gathered in quick succession like water dripping from a rock and splashed onto the ample curve of her bosom. She sat up very straight, her eyes fixed, her face pale and rigid, hoping that nobody would notice. But the Countess saw her and nudged her husband. He shrugged his shoulders as much as to say, "What can you expect? It is not my fault." Madame Loisel gave a silent chuckle of triumph and murmured, "She is crying over her shame." The two sisters had resumed their devotions after carefully wrapping up the remnants of their sausages. Then Cornudet, while digesting his eggs, stretched his long legs under the opposite seat, leaned back, smiled like a man who has just thought of a capital joke, and began to softly whistle the Marseillaise. The faces clouded, the popular air seemed unpleasing to his neighbors. They became nervous, irritable, looking as if they were ready to throw back their heads and howl like dogs at the sound of a barrel organ. He was perfectly aware of this, but did not stop. From time to time he hummed a few of the words. Amour sacré de la patrie. Conduis, souchons nos bras vengeurs. Liberté, liberté chérie. Combats avec tes défenseurs. They drove at a much quicker pace today, the snow being harder. And all the way to Dieppe, during the long, dull hours of the journey, through all the jolting and rattling of the conveyance. In the falling shades of evening and later in the profound darkness of the carriage he continued with unabated persistency his vengeful and monotonous whistling, forcing his wearied and exasperated fellow-travelers to follow the song from end to end and to remember every word that corresponded to each note. And Boule de Suif wept on, and at times a sob which she could not repress broke out between two couplets in the darkness. Les Dimanches d'un Bourgeois. Chapter 1. Preparing for Excursions. Monsieur Padissot, born in Paris, having failed in his studies at the College Henri IV, obtained employment in a government department through the influence of one of his aunts, who kept a cigar store where a chief clerk of the department bought his supply of tobacco. He advanced very slowly and would perhaps have died a fourth-class clerk, had it not been for the benevolent providence that watches over us all. When he was about 52 years old, he had only begun to explore, as a tourist, that region of France which lies between the fortifications of Paris and the provinces proper. The history of his promotion may be of use to a great many clerks, just as the description of his outings may help a number of Parisians to plan their own trips, thus being able to avoid certain mishaps which befell him. In 1854, M. Padissot was making only 1,800 francs a year. His peculiar disposition rendered him unpopular with his superiors, who let him linger in an eternal and hopeless expectation of the clerk's ideal, an increase of salary. Though he worked conscientiously, he did not know how to push, being, he said, too proud to do it. His pride consisted in refusing to bow and scrape before his superiors, after the manner of some of his fellow workers whom he declined to name. He used to add that his bluntness embarrassed many persons, for, like all the rest, he criticized injustice and the favoritism that was shown to outsiders, strangers to the department. But his indignant voice never passed the door of the little box in which he worked. First as a clerk, then as a Frenchman, and finally as a man of order, he adhered from principle to all established forms of the government, having a religious reverence for power when it belonged to others than his own chiefs. Every time he found the chance, he would stand where he could see the emperor pass, that he might have the honor of raising his hat. And he would depart very proud at having bowed to the chief of the state. After repeatedly contemplating the sovereign, he followed the example of a great many of his fellow citizens. He copied the cut of his Majesty's beard, of his coat, his style of wearing his hair, his walk, even his mannerisms. How many men in every country seem reproductions of the reigning sovereign? Indeed, he did resemble Napoleon III slightly, but his own hair was black, so he dyed it. The likeness then was striking, and when he chanced to see in the street a man who also resembled the imperial person, he would feel jealous and eye him disdainfully. This desire of aping some distinguished person grew to be a mania with him, and having heard an usher of the Tuileries imitate the emperor's speech, he, too, gradually adopted the intonation and studied slowness of his Majesty's voice. He became so identified with his model that they could easily have been mistaken for each other. Many persons in the department, even high officials, began to notice the likeness, and regarded it as unseemly and even vulgar. They spoke of it to the minister, who summoned the clerk before him. But when he laid eyes on the emperor's counterpart he burst out laughing and repeated several times, "This is funny, really, very funny." His words were noised around, and the following day Padissot's immediate chief proposed his subordinate for an increase in salary of 300 francs, which was immediately granted. From that time, he was promoted regularly, thanks to his simian faculty of imitation. His chiefs even went so far as to imagine that some high honor would come to him one day, and addressed him with deference. But when the Republic was proclaimed it brought disaster. He felt absolutely crushed and lost his head. He stopped dyeing his hair, shaved off his imperial and had his hair cropped close, thus acquiring an inoffensive and benevolent expression that was most uncompromising. Then his chiefs sought revenge for the long time he had imposed on them, and, having become republicans through the instinct of self-preservation, they persecuted him and delayed his promotion. He, too, changed his political faith, but as the republic was not a living being to whom one might bear a likeness and as its presidents followed one another in rapid succession, he found himself in a predicament, and felt thwarted in his instinct of imitation, because his attempt to copy his latest ideal, M. Tellier, had utterly failed. His peculiar fancy, however, led him to seek continually a new manifestation. He reflected long and earnestly, and one morning appeared at the office with a new hat, the right side of which was decorated with a tiny tricolor rosette. His colleagues were astonished and laughed over it for days. But the gravity of his bearing finally awed them, and again his chiefs felt worried. What mystery lay behind this rosette? Was it only a manifestation of patriotism, the confirmation of his adherence to the Republic, or was it the secret sign of some powerful association? As he wore it so persistently, his colleagues thought he must have some occult and powerful protection. They decided that at all events it was wise to be on guard, especially as the unruffled calmness with which he received their pleasantries increased their apprehensions. They treated him with great regard, and thus his sham courage saved him, for on the 1st day of January, 1880, he was appointed head clerk. His whole life had been spent indoors. He had remained single for love of tranquility, as he hated noise and motion. He spent his Sundays reading tales of adventure and ruling blotters, which he used to present to his colleagues. In his whole life he had taken but 3 vacations of a week each, in order to move to new quarters. Once in a while, on a holiday, he would take an excursion train to Havre or to Dieppe, to expand and elevate his soul by contemplation of the ocean. He was full of that common sense which borders on stupidity. For a long time he had been living quietly and economically, tempered out of prudence, continent by temperament, when suddenly he was seized with a sickening apprehension. One evening in the street he had an attack of dizziness that made him fear a stroke of apoplexy. He betook himself to a doctor, and received for 5 francs the following diagnosis. Mr. Maupassant, 52 years old, a clerk, single. Full-blooded temperament, threatened with apoplexy. Applications of cold water, a moderate diet, plenty of exercise. Montelier, M.D. Maupassant almost collapsed, and during the whole of the following month he worked in his office with a wet towel wrapped around his head like a turban, from which drops of water fell frequently on his work, compelling him to begin it all over again. Every little while he would read over the prescription in the hope of discovering some hidden meaning, and tried to fix upon the kind of exercise that would ensure him against apoplexy. He consulted his friends, to whom he showed the fatal paper. One of them suggested boxing. He at once hunted up an instructor, and received the very first day an uppercut which disgusted him forever with this healthful form of exercise. Fencing stiffened him so that he could not sleep for 2 nights, and the exertion of singlestick almost killed him. Suddenly he had an inspiration. It was to take long walks on Sundays in the suburbs of Paris and in those parts of the city that were unknown to him. The thought of the means of procuring a proper outfit for these trips filled his mind during a whole week. And on Sunday, the last day of May, he began his preparations. After reading all the queer advertisements that are distributed in the streets by a lot of poor, half-blind, or limping creatures, he went to various shops just to look around, intending to purchase some time later. He first entered a so-called American shoe shop and asked to see some thick walking shoes. The clerk brought out some contrivances that looked like ironclad battleships, bristling all over with nails, and explained that they were manufactured from the hide of the Rocky Mountain bisons. He was so carried away with them that he would gladly have bought 2 pairs. But one sufficed, and he laid down the money and departed, carrying the bundle under his arm, which grew lame from the exertion. He bought a pair of corduroy trousers such as carpenters wear, and also heavy linen gaiters that reached to his knees. He still needed a knapsack in which to carry his provisions, a field glass to reconnoiter distant villages perched on the slope of the hills, and an ordnance map for reference, so that he would not have to question the peasants working in the fields. Then, to be able to endure the heat, he resolved to buy a light alpaca coat, advertised by the well-known firm of Ramenow, at the bargain price of 6 francs 50. He went to the shop, and a tall young man with rosy fingernails, bushy hair, and a pleasant smile, showed him the desired garment. It did not conform to the statements of the advertisement. Patassat inquired hesitatingly, "Will it really wear well?" The young man simulated perfectly the embarrassment of an honest salesman who does not wish to deceive a customer and, lowering his voice in a confidential manner, he said, "Dear me, Monsieur, you must understand that for 6 francs and a half we are unable to furnish an article like this, for instance," and he held up a coat very much better than the other. After looking it over, Patassat asked the price, 12 francs 50. It was a temptation. But before making up his mind, he again questioned the clerk, who was watching him narrowly. "Then you guarantee this one? Is it really good?" "Yes, it's quite good, but of course it mustn't get wet. If you want good quality you have it right here, but, there are coats and coats. It is first rate for the price. 12 francs 50, of course, is very little. Naturally, a coat for 25 francs would be much better. For this amount you get a very superior article, just as strong as cloth and more durable. After a wetting, a little pressing will make it come out like new. It never fades and is warmer yet lighter than cloth." And he held up the goods, crumpling, shaking, and stretching it, to show its excellent quality. He spoke convincingly, dispelling the customer's doubts with word and gesture. Patassat bought the coat, and the pleasant salesman tied the bundle, still lauding the value of the acquisition. When the package was paid for he suddenly stopped talking, and with a superior smile, bowing pleasantly while holding the door, he watched his customer depart, Monsieur Patassat, laden with bundles, trying in vain to raise his hat. At home Patassat studied his map and tried on his ironclad boots which felt as heavy as skates. He slipped and fell, and vowed he would be more careful in the future. Then he laid out his purchases on a chair and contemplated them a long while, finally retiring to his bed, pondering, "How strange, I never thought of taking outings before." Chapter 2. Patassat's first outing. Monsieur Patassat worked listlessly during the whole week, dreaming of the outing he had planned for the following Sunday. He was seized with a sudden longing for the country, for green trees, and the desire for rustic scenes that comes to every Parisian in the springtime took possession of his whole being. He retired early on Saturday night, and was up with the dawn. His window opened on a dark and narrow courtyard, a sort of shaft, through which floated up all the different odors of the needy families below. He immediately glanced at the small square of sky that appeared between the roofs, and saw that it was of a deep blue and filled with sunshine. Swallows darted through it continually, but their flight could be watched only for a second. He thought that from such a height they surely were able to see the country, the green foliage of the wooded hills, and great stretches of horizon. An insane longing came to him to wander among the cool leaves. So he dressed himself quickly, drew on his heavy boots, and spent a great deal of time lacing the leggings, which were new and strange to him. After strapping his knapsack to his back, it was filled with meat, cheese, and bottles of wine, for the unaccustomed exercise was sure to sharpen his appetite. He started, a stick in his hand. He adopted a well-marked gait, like a soldier's, he thought, whistling lively airs that lightened his step. People turned around to gaze after him, a dog barked at him, and a cabman called out, "Good luck, Monsieur Dumoulin." But he paid no attention to them, and marched along briskly, proudly swinging his stick. The city was awakening in the sunlight and the warmth of a fine spring day. The fronts of the houses shone brightly, canaries warbled in their cages, and a joyousness filled the air, lighting up the faces of the passers-by with an expression of universal contentment with all things. He walked toward the Seine to take the boat for St. Cloud. Amid the staring curiosity of the passers-by, he followed the Rue de la Chaussée d'Antin, the Boulevard, and the Rue Royale, mentally comparing himself to the wandering Jew. In crossing a gutter he slipped on the nails of his shoes and fell to the ground with a terrible rattling in his knapsack. A passer-by helped him to his feet and he resumed his walk at a slower pace. When he reached the river he waited for a boat. He watched it approach under the bridges, looking very small at first, then larger, till it finally assumed in his mind the proportions of an ocean steamer, coming to take him for a long trip across the seas, to visit unknown nations and to see unfamiliar sights. The boat came alongside the landing, and he went aboard. Women in their Sunday clothes, with big red faces, were seated everywhere, arrayed in gorgeous gowns and gay ribbons. Maupassant walked to the bow and stood there, with legs apart, like a sailor, to create the impression that he was used to steamers. But as he feared the pitching of the boat, he rested on his stick, so as to be sure of keeping his equilibrium. After passing the Pont du Jour, the river widened, flowing calmly under the dazzling sunlight. Then, after passing between two islands, the boat turned a wooded hill where a great many little white houses peeped through the foliage. A voice shouted Baumuden, Sèvres, St. Cloud, and Maupassant landed. On the quay, he reopened his map, in order to avoid making any possible mistakes. Everything was quite clear, however. He had only to follow a road that would take him to Celle, where he would turn first to the left, then a little to the right, and afterward would reach Versailles just in time to visit the park before dinner. The road was hilly, and Maupassant puffed and blew, crushed by the weight of his provisions, his legs sore from his gaiters, and his thick shoes feeling as heavy as cast iron. Suddenly he stopped with a gesture of despair. In the flurry of his departure he had forgotten the field glass. At last he reached the woods. Then, notwithstanding the terrific heat, and his perspiring brow, and the weight of his harness and the jerkings of his knapsack, he started on a run or rather on a trot toward the green trees. Like some old, worn-out nag, he entered the deliciously cool shade and gazed tenderly at the thousands of little flowers that grew by the wayside. They looked very delicate on their long stems and were all different, some yellow, some blue, some lavender. Insects of various colorings and shapes, long, short, of wonderful build, monsters both tiny and fearful, were ascending with difficulty the blades of grass, which bent under their weight. And Maupassant began to admire creation sincerely. But being exhausted he sat down. He wanted to take a bite. But on examining his provisions, he was amazed at their condition. One of the bottles had been broken in his fall and the contents, unable to find an outlet through the oilcloth, had made a wine soup of his food. However, he managed to eat a slice of cold leg of mutton, carefully wiped off, a slice of ham, several crusts of bread, soaked and red. And he quenched his thirst with some fermented claret that was covered with an unappetizing pink foam. After resting nearly 2 hours, he again consulted his map and went on his way. In time, he found himself at an entirely unexpected crossroad. He looked at the sun, tried to locate himself, reflected, studied the multitude of fine crosslines on his map that represented the roads, and finally reached the conclusion that he was lost. Before him lay a most alluring path, specked with drops of sunshine that illuminated the white daisies hidden in the grass. It seemed endless, and was quite still and deserted. A solitary bumblebee frolicked around, now and then lighting on a flower, to leave it almost immediately for a new resting place. Its fat body, supported by tiny transparent wings, looked like brown velvet streaked with yellow. Maupassant was watching it with keen interest, when something stirred at his feet. At first he was frightened and jumped aside, but stooping carefully, he saw that it was a frog no larger than a nut, which was making gigantic leaps. He bent down to catch it, but it slid between his fingers. Then, with infinite precautions, he crawled toward it on his hands and knees, advancing very slowly, and looking like a tremendous waddling turtle, with his knapsack on his back. When he was near enough to the little creature, he prepared his attack, threw out both hands, fell flat on his nose in the grass, and picked himself up, clutching 2 handfuls of dirt but no frog. He looked for it a long time, but in vain. As soon as he was on his feet, he perceived, at a great distance, two figures coming toward him and making signs. A woman was waving a parasol and a man in shirt-sleeves was carrying a coat over his arm. Then the woman began to run, calling out, "Monsieur! Monsieur!" He wiped his brow and replied, "Madam." "Monsieur, we are lost, positively lost," said the lady, as she approached him. A feeling of shame prevented him from making a similar confession and he gravely asserted, "You are on the road to Versailles." "What, on the road to Versailles?" "Why, we are going to Rouen," said she. He was taken aback, but nevertheless replied calmly, "Madam, I will prove to you with my map that you are really on the road to Versailles." The husband approached. He wore a hopeless, distracted expression. His wife, a young and pretty brunette, grew furious as soon as he drew near. "Now see what you've done. Here we are at Versailles. Please look at the map that Monsieur is kind enough to show you. Are you able to read? Mon Dieu! Mon Dieu! How stupid some people are. Didn't I tell you to take to the right? But you wouldn't listen. No, you think you know everything." The poor fellow seemed exceedingly distressed, and replied, "But, my dear, it is you." She refused to let him continue and began to reproach him with all the misfortunes of all their life. From their marriage to that moment. But he kept casting despairing glances toward the woods, anxiously scanning the path and uttering from time to time a piercing sound something like a single word, "To it." This did not appear to disturb his wife, but it filled Padisat with astonishment. Suddenly the young woman, turning with a smile to the chief clerk, remarked, "If Monsieur will permit us, we will accompany him. So as to keep from getting lost and being obliged to sleep in the woods." As Padisat could not very well refuse, he bowed with a heavy heart, tortured with apprehension, and not knowing where he could lead them. They walked a long while. The man was continually crying, "To it," and at last darkness settled. The veil of mist that hovers over the country at dusk slowly descended and the delightful coolness which fills the woods at nightfall lent a peculiar charm to the atmosphere. The young wife had taken Padisat's arm, and her red lips addressed continual reproaches to her husband, who made no reply but kept on calling, "To it," louder and louder. At last the fat clerk inquired, "What is that call for?" The man, with tears in his eyes, replied, "I've lost my poor dog." "What, you've lost your dog?" "Yes, we brought him up in Paris and he had never been in the country before. When he saw the leaves he acted like a mad thing. He ran into the woods and I haven't seen him since. He will surely starve to death there." The young wife shrugged her shoulders. "When a person is as stupid as you are, he cannot keep dogs." But he had suddenly stopped, and began to feel himself all over. She watched him a moment, and then asked, "Well, what has happened now? I didn't notice that I had my coat on my arm. I have lost my purse, with my money in it." At this turn of affairs the woman choked with rage. Finally she said, "Well, then go back at once and look for it." Gently he answered, "Yes, my dear, but where shall I find you?" Padisat replied boldly, "At Versailles." And he mentioned the Hôtel de Réservoirs, having heard people speak of it. The husband turned back, anxiously scanning the ground as he walked away, and shouting "To it" every minute. It was some time before he disappeared. At last he was lost in the darkness, but his voice still sounded at a great distance uttering its lamentable "To it." The call growing sharper and sharper as the path grew darker and his hope became more faint. Padisat felt delightfully moved when he found himself alone in the woods, at the mysterious hour of dusk, with this little strange woman clinging to his arm. For the first time in all his egotistical life, he had an inkling of poetical love, of the charm of sweet surrender, and of nature's participation in our affections. He racked his brain in vain for some appropriate and gallant expression. But they were nearing a village road, and saw some houses at the right, then a man passed them. Padisat tremblingly inquired the name of the place. The man said it was Bougival. "What, Bougival? Are you sure? I should think so. I live here. The young woman was laughing uproariously. The idea that her husband was lost filled her with mirth. Patisot found a rustic restaurant near the water, and there they dined. The lady was charming, vivacious, full of amusing stories that turned the head of her companion. When it was time to leave, she exclaimed, "Why, now that I think of it, I haven't a cent of change. You know my husband lost his purse." Patisot immediately offered her his own, and pulled out a louis, thinking he couldn't lend her less. She said nothing, but held out her hand and took it, uttering a dignified, "Thank you, monsieur," followed by a pretty smile. Then she tied her bonnet strings in front of the mirror, refused to let him accompany her, now that she knew her way, and departed like a vanishing bird, leaving Patisot to add up mournfully the expenses of his outing. He stayed at home the next day on account of a sick headache. Chapter 3. A Visit. During a whole week Patisot related his adventure to everyone that would listen to him, describing poetically the places he had visited, and growing indignant at the little enthusiasm he aroused among his colleagues. Only Monsieur Boivin, an old clerk nicknamed Boileau, lent him undivided attention. He lived in the country and had a small garden on which he lavished a great deal of care. He was content with little and was said to be perfectly happy. Patisot was now able to understand him, and the similarity of their tastes made them fast friends. To seal this budding friendship, Père Boivin invited him to breakfast the following Sunday at his little house in Colombes. Patisot took the 8 o'clock train, and after looking along while discovered in the very heart of the town, an obscure street, a sort of filthy passageway enclosed by 2 high walls. At the end appeared a mouldy door fastened with a string wound around 2 nails. He opened it and was confronted by an indescribable creature, apparently a woman. The upper part of her body was wrapped in a dirty shawl, a ragged skirt hung around her hips, and her frowsy hair was filled with pigeon feathers. Her little grey eyes scanned the visitor inhospitably. After a pause she inquired, "What do you wish?" "Monsieur Boivin. He lives here." "What do you want of Monsieur Boivin?" Patisot was embarrassed, and hesitated. "Why, he expects me." Her manner became fiercer and she replied, "Oh. You're the one, are you, who is coming for breakfast?" He stammered a trembling "yes." Turning toward the house she yelled, "Boivin, here's the man." Boivin instantly appeared in the doorway of a sort of plaster structure, covered with tin, that looked something like a chaufferette. He wore a pair of soiled white trousers and a dirty straw hat. He shook hands with Patisot and carried him off to what he proudly termed his garden. It was a little piece of ground about as big as a handkerchief, surrounded by houses. The sun shone on it only 2 or 3 hours every day. Pansies, carnations, and a few rosebushes vegetated in this dark well, heated like a furnace by the radiation of the sun on the roofs. "We have no trees," he said, "but the high walls are just as good, and it is as shady here as in the woods." Then, laying his hand on Patisot's arm, he said, "Will you do me a favor? You've seen the old woman, she isn't very easy, is she? But you haven't heard all. Wait till breakfast. Just think, to keep me at home, she locks up my office suit and lets me have only clothes that are too soiled to wear in the city. Today I'm dressed decently because I told her that you were coming. That's understood. But I cannot water the flowers for fear of soiling my trousers, and if I do that I'm lost. I thought you might do it for me." Patisot consented, took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and began to work the pump, that wheezed and blew like a consumptive and gave out a stream of water about as big as his little finger. It took 10 minutes to fill the watering can. Patisot was dripping with perspiration. Boivin directed his efforts. "Here, water this plant, a little more. That's enough. Now to this one." The can leaked, and Patisot's feet got more water than the flowers, so that the edges of his trousers were soaked with mud. 20 times at least he went to and fro, wetting his feet, and perspiring violently whenever he worked the pump handle. And when he was exhausted and wished to stop, old Boivin would pull him by the sleeve, and plead, "Just one more can, just one, and that will be enough." As a reward, he gave him a full-blown rose which lost all its petals as soon as it came in contact with Padisot's coat, leaving in his buttonhole a sort of greenish pear. That caused him great surprise. He didn't care to make any comment, however, out of politeness, and Boivin did not appear to notice it. Suddenly Madame Boivin's voice rang out, "Well. Are you coming? How many times shall I tell you that it's ready?" They walked toward the chaufferette, trembling like two culprits. If the garden was shady the house was not, and the heat of the rooms was worse than that of an oven. 3 plates, flanked with greasy forks and knives, had been laid on a dirty wooden table, in the middle of which stood a dish filled with soup meat and potatoes floating around in some sort of liquid. They sat down and began to eat. A large decanter filled with pinkish water attracted Padisot's eye. Boivin, slightly embarrassed, mentioned it to his wife saying, "Dear, couldn't you give us today a little pure wine?" She eyed him furiously, then burst out. "So that you can both get drunk, I suppose, and carouse here all day?" "No, thank you." He said no more. After the ragout the woman brought in another dish of potatoes prepared with rancid lard, and when, still silent, they had finished, she declared, "That's all there is. Now get out." Boivin stared at her in amazement. "What has happened to the pigeon you were picking this morning?" he inquired. She put her hands on her hips. "You haven't had enough, I suppose? Is it a reason, because you bring people here, to eat up everything there is in the house? What do you think I'll have to eat tonight, sir?" The 2 men arose and stood in the doorway. Boivin whispered in Padisot's ear, "Wait for me a minute, and we'll set out." He went into the next room to finish dressing, and Padisot overheard the following dialogue. "Give me 20 sous, dear." "What do you want them for?" "Why, I don't know what may happen. It is always safer to have some money." She screamed so as to be heard outside, "No, sir, I shan't give it to you. After this man has breakfasted here, the least he can do is to pay your expenses." Boivin joined Padisot. The latter, wishing to be polite, bowed to the mistress of the house, stammering, "Madam, delightful time, many thanks." She answered, "That's all right. But don't you bring him home intoxicated, or you will be sorry." And they set out. They walked to the Seine and stopped in front of an island covered with poplar trees. Boivin looked at the river tenderly and squeezed his friend's arm. "In a week we'll be there, Monsieur Padisot." "Where shall we be, Monsieur Boivin?" "Why, at the beginning of the fishing season. It opens on the 15th. Padisot felt a slight tremor pass over him, like the commotion which is felt on seeing for the first time the woman who is to be one's fate. He replied, "Ah. So you fish, Monsieur Boivin?" "Do I fish, monsieur? Why, it's my only delight." Padisot then questioned him closely. Boivin named all the fish that frolicked in that dirty water. And Padisot believed that he saw them. Boivin designated the various baits, the hooks, the places and the time favorable to catching each species. And Padisot felt that he knew more about fishing than Boivin himself. They agreed to meet for the overture on the following Sunday, for Padisot's special benefit. He was delighted to have found such an experienced initiator. They dined in a sort of dark hovel patronized by the fishermen and the rabble of the place. At the door Boivin thought fit to remark, "It doesn't look like much, but it's very nice inside." They seated themselves at a table. After the second glass of claret Padisot knew why Madame Boivin gave her spouse reddened water. The little man was losing his head. He talked at random, got up, wanted to play tricks, acted as peacemaker in a drunken quarrel, and would have been killed, as well as Padisot, had not the owner of the place interfered. After the coffee he was so intoxicated that he could not stand, despite his friend's efforts to keep him from drinking, and when they departed Padisot had to guide his faltering steps. They walked across the meadows, and after wandering around for a long time in the dark, lost their way. Suddenly they found themselves amid a thicket of tall sticks that reached to their noses. It was a vineyard. They felt around a long time, unsteady, maudlin, and unable to find a way out. At last Boivin fell over a stick that scratched his face, and he sat down on the ground yelling at the top of his voice with a drunkard's obstinacy, while Padisat, distracted, shouted for assistance. A belated peasant went to their rescue and put them on the right road. But as they approached Boivin's home, Padisat became timorous. At last they arrived at the door. It was suddenly flung open and Madame Boivin, like the Furies of old, appeared with a light in her hand. As soon as she saw her husband she jumped at Padisat, screaming, "Oh, you scoundrel! I knew that you would get him drunk." The poor fellow was seized with an insane terror, and, dropping his friend in the slimy gutter of the passageway, he ran as fast as his legs would carry him toward the railway station. Chapter 4. Fishing. The day before he was to throw a bait into the river for the first time in his life, Monsieur Padisat bought for 80 centimes a pamphlet entitled, The Perfect Fisherman. Besides gleaning from it much useful information, he was greatly impressed with the style, and learned by heart the following excerpt. In a word, if you wish to succeed, and be able to fish right and left, up or down stream, without care or precautions of any kind, and with that conquering air that admits of no defeat, then fish before, during, and after a thunderstorm, when the sky opens and is streaked with lightning and the earth echoes with the rolling of thunder. It is then that the fish, either from terror or avidity, forget their habits in a sort of universal and turbulent flight. In the confusion resulting, you may follow or neglect all the signs that indicate favorable conditions, for you are sure of marching to victory. In order to be able to catch fish of different sizes, he bought 3 poles so constructed as to simulate walking sticks in the city. On the river, a slight jerk would transform them into fishing rods. He purchased the smaller hooks for fry, and with sizes 12 and 15 he hoped to fill his basket with carp and flounders. He refrained from buying ground worms, because he knew that he could find them everywhere, but he secured a provision of sandworms. In the evening, at home, he gazed at them with interest. The hideous creatures swarmed in their bran bath as in putrefied meat. Padisat began to practice fastening them to the hooks. He took one out with disgust, but had hardly laid it on the sharp end of the curved steel before it burst and spilled its insides. He tried to bait a hook at least 20 times without success, and probably would have continued all night had he not feared to exhaust his supply. He started next morning on the first train. The station was crowded with people armed with fishing rods, some, like Padisat's, looking like walking sticks, while others, all in one piece, pointed their slender ends toward heaven, forming as it were, a forest of reeds that clashed and mingled like swords, or swayed like masts above an ocean of broad-brimmed straw hats. When the locomotive pulled out of the station, fishing rods were sticking out of every window of the train, which looked like a huge spiked caterpillar unrolling itself through the fields. The passengers got out at Courbevoie, and almost fought to get seats in the diligence for Bezons. A crowd of fishermen swung themselves on top of the omnibus, and as they were holding their rods in their hands, the conveyance suddenly took on the appearance of a large porcupine. All along the road men were going in one direction, looking like pilgrims on the way to an unknown Jerusalem. They walked hurriedly carrying tin boxes fastened on their backs, their swaying rods resembling the staffs of the ancient knights on their way back from Palestine. At Bezons the river could be seen. The banks were lined with people, many men in frock coats and others in blouses, women, children, and even young girls. They were all fishing. Padisat immediately started for the dam where his friend Boivin was waiting. The latter greeted him rather coldly. He had just become acquainted with a big, fat man about 50 years old, having a sunburned countenance, who seemed very well informed on all fishing matters. The 3 men hired a boat and settled themselves almost under the fall of the dam, where the largest number of fish is generally found. Boivin was ready at once, and having baited his hook he threw it in the river and watched, motionless, with rapt attention, the bobbing of the tiny buoy. Occasionally he would pull the line out of the water and throw it in again further away. The fat man, after throwing his well-baited hooks, laid the rod by his side, filled his pipe and lighted it, folded his arms, and, without glancing once at the cork, dreamily fell to watching the water. Patisot tried to fasten his baits to the hooks, but they burst every time. After a few minutes he hailed Boivin. "Monsieur Boivin, would you be kind enough to put these creatures on the hooks? I have tried, but cannot succeed." Boivin lifted his head. "I would request you not to interrupt me, Monsieur Patisot, we are not here for pleasure." He baited the line, however, and Patisot threw it into the river, carefully imitating his friend's motions. The boat pitched recklessly, shaken by the waves and spun around like a top by the current, though it was anchored at both ends. And Patisot, absorbed in the sport, felt vaguely uncomfortable and dizzy. They had taken nothing as yet. Père Boivin was getting very nervous and was shaking his head despairingly, and Patisot was very greatly affected thereby. Only the fat man sat motionless and continued to smoke quietly, without paying the slightest attention to his line. At last, Patisot, becoming quite downhearted, turned to him and remarked sadly, "They don't bite, do they?" He simply replied, "No, they don't." Patisot considered him with surprise. "Do you sometimes make a good haul?" "Never." "What? Never?" The fat man, smoking like a factory chimney, let out the following words which filled his neighbor with consternation. "You see, I wouldn't like it a bit if they did bite. I don't come here to fish, but merely because I like the spot. You get a good shaking up, as you do on the sea. If I take a rod along, I only do it to appear like the rest of them." Monsieur Patisot, quite to the contrary, was feeling miserable. His discomfort, at first ill-defined, was increasing and taking on a definite form. He felt indeed, as if he were on the ocean and decidedly seasick. After the first attack had passed off, he proposed that they should leave, but Boivin became furious at this suggestion and almost annihilated him. The fat man, however, moved by pity, insisted on returning, and when Patisot's dizziness was dispelled they bethought themselves of breakfast. 2 restaurants were near at hand. One was quite small and looked like a beer garden, being patronized by the poorer class of fishermen. The other, called Le Chalet de Tilleuls, looked like a cottage, and drew the elite of the sportsmen. The two hosts, born enemies, watched each other with keen hatred across a field that separated them, on which the house of the dam-keeper and guard-peche was built. Of these 2 officials, one was in favor of the beer garden and the other of the cottage, and the dissensions of those isolated houses reproduced the history of the entire human race. Boivin, who patronized the beer garden, wished to go there, saying, "The service is excellent and it's cheap, you will see. Anyway, Monsieur Patisot, don't hope to get me intoxicated, as you did last Sunday. My wife was furious, and swears that she will never forgive you." The fat man declared that Les Tilleuls was the only place for him, because, he said, it was a fine house where the cooking was as good as in the best Paris restaurants. "As you please," replied Boivin, "I'm going where I always go." And he departed. Vexed at his friend, Patisot followed the fat man. They breakfasted together, exchanged their views on various subjects, communicated their impressions, and discovered that they were made for each other. After breakfast everyone went back to fish, but the 2 new friends started to walk along the bank and stopped near the railway bridge. They threw out their lines and began to talk. The fish still refused to bite, but Patisot had become resigned. A family came up. The father wore a beard and carried an immensely long rod. 3 boys of different sizes were carrying poles of various lengths, according to age, and the portly mother gracefully held a charming rod decorated at the handle with a ribbon. The father bowed. "Is this spot favorable, gentlemen?" he inquired. Patisot was going to speak when his friend answered, "Fine." The whole family smiled and settled around the 2 fishermen. Patisot felt then an overpowering desire to catch something, just one fish of any kind, if only as big as a fly, so as to win the consideration of these people. And he began to handle his rod as he had seen Boivin handle his that morning. He would let the cork follow the stream to the end of the line, then gave a jerk and pulled the hook out of the river. Then describing a large circle in the air, he would throw it in a little farther away. He was thinking he had mastered the trick of throwing the line gracefully, when suddenly the rod that he had just jerked with a rapid wrist motion caught somewhere behind him. He pulled. A scream rent the air, and he beheld fastened to one of the hooks and traveling through the sky like a meteor, a magnificent bonnet, trimmed with flowers, which he landed in the middle of the river. He turned around wildly and let go of his line. It followed the bonnet that was being carried down the river, while the fat man lay on his back and roared with laughter. The lady, disheveled and amazed, choked with rage. Her husband also grew angry and demanded the price of the bonnet, for which Patisot paid at least 3 times its value. Then the whole family departed with much dignity. Patisot took another rod and sat bathing sandworms until night. His neighbor slept soundly on the grass, and awoke about 7 o'clock. "Let's leave," said he. So Patisot pulled in his line, but gave a cry and sat down hard in his astonishment. A tiny fish was wriggling at the end of the string. On examining it they found that it was pierced through the middle. The hook had caught in it when being drawn out of the water. It gave Patisot triumphant, unbounded joy. He wanted it fried for himself alone. During dinner the intimacy of the two friends increased. Patisot learned that the big man lived in Argenteuil and had sailed boats for 30 years without discouragement. He agreed to breakfast with him the following Sunday, and to take a sail in his clipper, the Plongeon. He was so interested in the conversation that he forgot all about his catch. After the coffee it recurred to him and he insisted that it should be served. It looked like a yellow and twisted match dropped in the middle of the plate. But he ate it with pride, and going home on the omnibus he told his fellow passengers that he had caught 14 pounds of fry that day. Chapter 5. 2 famous men. Monsieur Patisot had promised his friend, the boating man, that he would spend the following Sunday with him. An unforeseen circumstance interfered with his plans. He met one of his cousins whom he very seldom saw. He was an amiable journalist, standing very well in all the various social sets, and he offered his assistance to Patisot to show him all sorts of interesting things. "What are you going to do next Sunday, for instance?" he inquired. "I am going to Argenteuil to have some boating." "Oh, come, now. That's a bore, your boating, there is no variety in it. I'll take you with me. I will introduce you to 2 celebrated men, and will visit the homes of 2 artists. But I am ordered to go to the country. I'll make a call on Meissonier, on the way, at his place at Poissy. Then we'll walk to Meudon, where Zola lives. I have a commission to secure his next novel for our journal." Patisot, wild with joy, accepted the invitation. He even bought a new frock coat, that he might make a good appearance, his old one being a little worn, and he was horribly afraid lest he should say foolish things. Either to the painter or the man of letters, as most persons do when they speak about an art which they have never practiced. He told his fears to his cousin, who began to laugh, saying to him, "Bah! Only pay compliments, nothing but compliments, always compliments, that carries off the foolish things, if you happen to say any. You know Meissonier's pictures? I should think so. You have read the Rugenmackert series? From beginning to end. That suffices. Mention a picture from time to time, speak of a novel occasionally, and add, superb. Extraordinary. Delicious execution. Wonderfully powerful. That is the way to get along. I know that those 2 men are fearfully surfeited with everything, but you see praises always please an artist." Sunday morning they set out for Poissy. They found Meissonier's place a few steps from the station at the end of the church square. Passing through a low gate painted red, which led into a magnificent arbor of vines, the journalist stopped, and turning toward his companion, asked, "What do you think Meissonier is like?" Patisot hesitated. Finally he replied, "A small man, very well groomed, shaven, and with a military air." The other man smiled and said, "That is good. Come." An odd structure built like a chalet appeared at the left, and at the right, almost opposite a little tower, was the main house. It was a singular-looking building, with a little of all styles of architecture about it: the Gothic fortress, the manor, the villa, the cottage, the residence, the cathedral, the mosque. The pyramid, with a strange mingling of Oriental and Occidental methods of building. It was certainly of a most wonderfully complicated style, enough to drive a classical architect crazy. Nevertheless, there was something fantastic and beautiful about it, and it had been planned by the painter and executed under his orders. They entered, a collection of trunks filled a little parlor. A small man appeared clad in a jacket. The most striking thing about him was his beard. It was a prophet's beard, of incredible size, a river, a flood, a Niagara of a beard. He greeted the journalist. "Pardon me, my dear monsieur, but I arrived only yesterday, and everything is still at 6s and 7s in the house. Sit down." The other refused, excusing himself. "My dear master, I came only to present my homage, as I was passing by." Patisot, very much embarrassed, kept bowing at each of his friend's words, as if by an automatic movement, and he murmured, stammering a little, "What a superb place." The painter, flattered, smiled pleasantly, and offered to show it to them. He led them first to a little pavilion of feudal aspect, in which was his former studio, looking out on a terrace. Then they passed through a drawing-room, a dining-room, a vestibule full of marvelous works of art, of adorable Beauvais, and hung with Gobelin and Flanders tapestries. But the strange luxury of ornamentation of the exterior became, on the inside, a luxury of prodigious stairways. It was a magnificent stairway of honor, a hidden stairway in one tower, and one for the servants in another, stairways everywhere. There Patisot by chance opened a door and retreated stupefied. It was a veritable temple, this place, the name of which respectable people pronounce only in English. An original and charming sanctuary, fitted up in exquisite taste, adorned like a pagoda, the decoration of which had surely cost great efforts of thought. They next visited the park, which was complex, varied, tortuous with many fine old trees. But the journalist insisted on going away, and with many thanks he left the master. They met a gardener as they were departing. Patisot asked him, "Has Monsieur Meissonier owned this place long?" The old man replied, "Oh, monsieur, I must explain. He bought the land in 1846, but the house, he has torn it down and rebuilt it 5 or 6 times. I am sure he has spent 2 millions on it, monsieur." And Patisot, as he went away, was filled with an immense consideration for the artist, not so much on account of his great success, his fame, and his genius, but because he spent so much money for a fancy, while ordinary bourgeois deprived themselves of the gratifying of all fancies in order to hoard money. After passing through Poissy, they set out on foot along the road to Meudon. The highway at first follows the Seine, which is dotted with charming islands at this place. They climbed a hill to pass through the pretty village of Villens, descended a bit, and finally reached the section of the country where dwelt the author of the Rugenmackert novels. An old and pretty church, flanked by 2 little towers, stood on the left. They took a few steps further, and a passing peasant showed them the door of the great writer of romance. Before entering, they examined the house. It was a great structure, square and new and very tall, and appeared to have given birth, like the mountain and the mouse in the fable, to a tiny white house, nestling at its base. The small house was the original residence, and had been built by the former proprietor. The tower had been erected by M. Zola. They rang. A huge dog, a cross between St. Bernard and a Newfoundland, began to growl so fiercely that Patisot felt a vague desire to retrace his steps. But a servant, running forward, quieted the animal, calling it Bertrand, opened the door, and took the journalist's card to carry it to his master. "If he will only receive us," murmured Padisat, "should be very sorry to come so far without seeing him." His companion smiled. "Never fear," said he, "I have my own idea about getting in." But the domestic, returning, simply asked them to follow him. They entered the new building, and Padisat, greatly moved, puffed as he climbed a stairway of ancient form, leading to the second floor. He tried at the same time to picture to himself this man, whose glorious name resounded at that moment in all the corners of the world, amid the exasperated hatred of some, the real or feigned indignation of the upper circles of society, the envious dislike of certain compeers, the respect of a multitude of readers, and the frantic admiration of a great many, and he expected to see a sort of bearded giant, of terrible aspect, appear, with a resounding voice, and at first not very prepossessing. The door opened into an extremely large and high room, fully lighted by a window looking out on the plain. Ancient tapestries covered the walls. On the left of the entrance, a monumental fireplace flanked by 2 stone men, could have burned 100-year-old oak tree in a day. And an immense table, upon which were books, papers, and journals, occupied the middle of this apartment, which was so vast and grand that it at once engrossed the eye. And the attention was only afterward directed to its occupant, who was stretched out, as they entered, upon an oriental divan on which 20 persons could have slept. He took a few steps toward them, bowed, pointed to 2 seats, and sat down again upon his divan, with one leg bent under him. A book lay at his side, and with his right hand he played with an ivory paper cutter, the tip of which he looked at from time to time, with one eye only, shutting the other with the habit of the nearsighted. While the journalist was explaining the object of his visit, and the writer was listening without yet replying, looking fixedly at him, at certain moments, Padisat, more and more ill at ease, gazed at this celebrity. Hardly 40 years of age, he was of medium stature, rather stout, and of pleasing appearance. His head, like those found in many Italian paintings of the 16th century, without being handsome in the sculptor's sense of the word, conveyed an impression that he possessed great power and intelligence. The short hair stood up on the well-developed head, above a thick black mustache, and the whole chin was covered with a beard trimmed close to the skin. The dark glance, often ironical, was penetrating, giving the impression that behind it an active brain was always working, piercing through persons, interpreting words, analyzing gestures, laying bare the heart. That strong, round head was very like his name, quick and short, with 2 syllables, bounding in the resonance of the 2 vowels. When the journalist had made his proposition, the writer answered that he could not make any definite engagement, that he would see about it later. That as yet his plans were not sufficiently decided. Then he was silent. It was a dismissal, and the 2 men, a little confused, rose. But a desire seized Padisat. He desired that this personage, so well known, should say a word to him, any word whatsoever, which he could repeat to his friends, and summoning up courage, he stammered, "Oh, Monsieur, if you knew how much I appreciate your works." The other bowed, but did not reply. Padisat became bold. He continued, "It is a very great honor for me to speak to you today." The writer bowed again, but with a stiff and impatient air. Padisat perceived this, and losing his head, he added, "What a superb place." Then the spirit of the proprietor awaked in the indifferent heart of the man of letters, and smiling, he opened the window to show them the extent of the view. There was an extensive view in all directions, including Trille, Pisfontaine, Chanteloup, all the heights of Hawtrey, and the Seine, as far as the eye could reach. The 2 visitors, delighted, congratulated the great writer, and immediately the house was opened to them. They saw everything, even to the fine kitchen, the walls of which, inlaid with tiles in blue designs, excited the wonder of the peasants. "How did you happen to buy this place?" asked the journalist. And the romancer said that, in looking for a house to hire for a summer, he had found the little house, recently built, which was for sale at a few thousand francs, a trifle, almost nothing. He had bought it on the spot. But everything you have added must have cost you dear? The writer smiled, saying, Yes, considerable. And the two men went away. The journalist, taking Patassat's arm, philosophized in a slow voice. Every general has his Waterloo, said he. Every Balzac has his foible, and every artist residing in the country has a desire to be a landed proprietor. They took the train at the station of Villains, and in the car, Patassat mentioned in a loud voice the names of the illustrious painter and famous romancer, as if they were his friends. He even forced himself to believe that he had breakfasted with one and dined with the other. Chapter 6. Before the festival. The festival was approaching and the quiverings of it were already running through the streets, as ripples pass over the surface of the water when a storm is rising. The shops, adorned with flags, displayed a gaiety of dyes, and the merchants cheated about the three colors as grocers do over their candles. Hearts were wrought up, little by little. Citizens spoke in the streets, after dinner, about the festival and exchanged ideas regarding it. What a festival it will be, my friends, what a festival. You didn't know? All the sovereigns will come incognito, as bourgeois, to see it. It seems that the Emperor of Russia has arrived, he intends to go everywhere with the Prince of Wales. Oh! What a festival it will be. It would be a festival, certainly, what Monsieur Patassat called a great occasion. One of those indescribable tumults that for 15 hours roll from one end of the city to another, all the populace, bedizened with tinsel, a wave of perspiring people, where side by side are tossed the stout gossip with tricolored ribbons, puffing and panting, who has grown stout behind her counter. The rickety employee, towing his wife and brat, the working man, carrying his youngster astride his neck. The bewildered provincial, with his stupefied, idiotic physiognomy, the lightly shaved groom still smelling of the stable. And the strangers dressed like monkeys, the English women, like giraffes, the shining-faced water-carrier, and the innumerable phalanx of little bourgeois, inoffensive citizens, amused at everything. Oh topsy-turviness, back-breaking fatigue, sweat and dust, vociferations, eddies of human flesh, extermination of corns, bewilderment of all thought, frightful odors, breaths of the multitudes. Wafts of garlic, give to Monsieur Patassat all the joy his heart can contain. Our worthy friend made his preparations for the festival after reading the proclamation of the mayor on the walls of the district. This notice ran: It is principally to the private decorations that I wish to call your attention. Decorate your homes, illuminate your windows, unite, club together, to give your houses and your streets a more brilliant and more artistic appearance than that of the neighboring houses and streets. Monsieur Patassat pondered deeply over what artistic appearance he could give his own house. A serious obstacle presented itself. His only window looked upon a court, a dark court, narrow and deep, where only the rats would see his Venetian lanterns. He must have a public opening. He found one. On the first floor of his house lived a rich man, a noble and a royalist, whose coachman, also a reactionist, occupied a room on the 6th floor, facing the street. Monsieur Patassat supposed that, for a certain price, any conscience could be bought, and he offered 5 francs to this wielder of the whip to give up to him his room, from noon to midnight. The offer was accepted at once. Then he began to busy himself about the decorations. Were 3 flags and 4 Chinese lanterns enough to give to this snuff-box an artistic physiognomy and to express all the exaltation of his soul? No, decidedly not. But, in spite of long researches and nocturnal meditations, Monsieur Patassat could not think of anything else. He consulted his neighbors, who were astounded at his inquiry. He questioned his colleagues. Everybody had purchased lanterns and flags, attaching to them tricolored decorations for the day. Then he began to seek for an original idea. He haunted cafés, approaching the customers, but they were lacking in imagination. Then one morning he climbed to the top of an omnibus. A gentleman of respectable aspect was smoking a cigar at his side, a working man further off puffed at his reversed pipe, 2 street boys were near the coachman. And employees of all sorts were going to business for the price of 3 sous. Before the shops bundles of flags were resplendent under the rising sun. Patisot turned toward his neighbor. "This will be a fine festival," said he. The gentleman gave a side glance and replied with an arrogant air, "It's all the same to me." "You are not going to take part in it?" Patisot asked, surprised. The other disdainfully shook his head. "They make me sick with their festival." "What is it the festival of?" "The government?" "I don't recognize this government, monsieur." But Patisot, himself an employee of the government, sternly answered. "The government, monsieur, is the Republic." His neighbor was not disconcerted, and, quietly putting his hands into his pockets, replied. "Well, what of it? I don't object. Republic or anything else, I don't care about it. What I want, monsieur, is to know my government. I have seen Charles X and I stood by him, I have seen Louis Philippe and I stood by him, I have seen Napoleon III, and I stood by him. But I have never seen the Republic." Patisot, still serious, replied. "It is represented by its president." "Well, let them show him to me," the other grunted. Patisot shrugged his shoulders. "Everybody can see him, he is not concealed in a wardrobe." But suddenly the stout man grew angry. "Pardon me, monsieur, he cannot be seen. I have tried more than 100 times, monsieur. I have posted myself near the Élysée, he did not come out. A passerby told me that he was playing billiards in the café opposite. I went into the café opposite. He was not there. They promised me that he would go to Melun for the meeting. I went to Melun and I did not see him. I got tired finally. I have never seen Gambetta either, and I don't know a single deputy." He became excited. "A government, monsieur, ought to show itself. It is made for that, for nothing else. People ought to know that on a certain day, at a certain hour, the government will pass through a certain street. In that way people can see it and be satisfied." Patisot, quieted, rather liked these statements. "It is true," said he, "that people would prefer to know those who govern them." The gentleman replied in a softer tone. "Do you know how I should manage the festival myself?" "Well, monsieur, I should have a procession with gilded cars, like the sacred chariots of kings, and I should take the members of the government, from the president down to the deputies, through Paris in them, all day long. In that way everybody would know by sight at least, the persons of the state." But one of the street boys near the coachman turned around, saying, "And the fat ox, where would you put him?" A laugh ran through the 2 benches. Patisot understood the objection, and murmured. That, perhaps, would not be dignified. The gentleman, after reflecting, agreed. "Well, then," said he, "I should place them on view somewhere so that everybody could see them without putting themselves out. On the triumphal Arc de l'Étoile, for instance, and I should make the whole population file before them. That would lend great character to the event." But the boy again turned around and asked, "Would it need a telescope to see their faces?" The gentleman did not reply, he continued. "It is like the distribution of flags. There ought to be some pretext, some organization, perhaps a little war, and then the standards could be presented to the troops as a recompense. I had an idea of which I wrote to the minister. But he has not deigned to reply to me. As they have chosen the date of the taking of the Bastille, an imitation of that might be made. They ought to have built a Bastille in cardboard, painted by a scene painter, and concealing the whole column of July within the walls. Then, monsieur, the troop should make an assault and capture the citadel. That would have been a fine spectacle, and a lesson at the same time, to see the army itself overthrow the ramparts of tyranny. Then they ought to set the sham Bastille on fire. And amid the flames should appear the column, with the genius of liberty, symbol of a new order and of the freedom of the people. Everybody on the omnibus top listened this time, finding these ideas excellent. An old man said, "That is a great thought, monsieur, and one which does you honor. It is to be regretted that the government has not adopted it." A young man declared that they ought to have the poems of Barbier recited by actors in the streets, to teach the people art and liberty simultaneously. This proposition excited great enthusiasm. Everybody wished to talk, their brains were exalted. A street organ passing by droned out a bar of the Marseillaise, a workingman chanted the words, and everyone in chorus shouted the refrain. The lofty nature of the song and its stirring rhythm fired the coachman, whose flogged horses were galloping. Monsieur Patissot bawled at the top of his lungs, slapping his thighs, and the inside passengers, terrified, wondered what kind of tempest had burst over their heads. They stopped singing after a time, and Monsieur Patissot, judging his neighbor to be a man well able to take the initiative, consulted him on the preparations which he expected to make. "Lanterns and flags are all very well," said Patissot, "but I would like something better." The other reflected a long time, but found nothing to suggest. So Monsieur Patissot, in despair of finding any novelty, bought 3 flags and 4 lanterns. Chapter 7. A sad story. To recover from the fatigues of the celebration, Monsieur Patissot conceived the plan of passing the following Sunday tranquilly ensconced somewhere in communication with nature. Desiring a fine view, he chose the terrace of Saint-Germain. He set out after breakfast and, when he had visited the Museum of Prehistoric Curiosities, as a matter of duty. For he understood nothing about them, he stood struck with admiration before that great promenade, from which in the distance are seen Paris, the surrounding region, all the plains, villages, woods, ponds, towns even, and that great bluish serpent with innumerable undulations, that gentle and adorable river which touches the heel of France, the Seine. In the background, made blue by light mists, he distinguished, at an incredible distance, little places like white spots, on the slopes of the green hills. And musing that on these almost invisible points men like himself lived, suffered, and toiled, he reflected for the first time on the smallness of the world. He said to himself that, in space, other points still more imperceptible, systems greater than our world, perhaps, bear races more nearly perfect. But a vertigo seized him at the extent of the possibility, and he stopped thinking of these things, as they bothered his head. Then he followed the terrace at a slow pace, through its whole breadth, a little wearied, as if fatigued by too heavy reflections. When he reached the end, he sat down on a bench. A gentleman happened to be there with his hands crossed over his cane and his chin resting on his hands, in an attitude of profound meditation. But Patissot belonged to the race of those who cannot pass 3 seconds at the side of a fellow being without speaking to him. He first looked at his neighbor, hemmed, then suddenly said, "Could you tell me, monsieur, the name of the village that I see down there?" The gentleman raised his head and in a sad voice replied, "It is Sartrouville." Then he was silent. Patissot, contemplating the immense perspective of the terrace, shaded with trees a century old, feeling in his lungs the great breath of the forest which rustled behind him, rejoiced by the springtime odors of the woods and great fields, gave an abrupt little laugh and, with a keen eye, remarked, "There are some fine nooks for lovers here." His neighbor turned toward him with a disconsolate air, and replied, "If I were in love, monsieur, I would throw myself into the river." Patissot, not being of the same mind, protested. "Hey! Hey! You speak of it with great unconcern, and why so?" "Because it has already cost me too dear for me to wish to begin it again." Patissot gave a grin of joy as he replied, "Well, if you have been guilty of follies, they always cost dear." But the other sighed in a melancholy way, and said sadly, "No, monsieur, I have not perpetrated any follies, I have been betrayed by events, that is all." Patissot, who scented a good story, continued, "For all that, we cannot dislike the cures, it is not in nature." Then the man lifted his eyes sorrowfully to heaven. That is true, monsieur, but if the priests were men like others, my misfortune would not have happened. I am an enemy to ecclesiastical celibacy, monsieur, and I have my reasons for it. Would it be indiscreet to ask you? Not at all. This is my story. I am a Norman, monsieur. My father was a miller at Darnadel, near Rouen. And when he died we were left mere children, my brother and I, in the charge of our uncle, a good stout cure of cocks. He brought us up, gave us our education, and then sent us both to Paris to find suitable situations. My brother was 21 years old and I was 22. We lodged together from economy, and we were living quietly when the adventure occurred which I am going to tell you. One evening as I was going home, I happened to meet on the sidewalk a young lady who pleased me very much. She answered to all my tastes. She was rather tall, monsieur, and had a pleasant air. I dared not speak to her, of course, but I gave her a penetrating glance. The next morning I found her at the same place. Then, as I was timid, I only bowed. She replied with a little smile, and the day after I approached her and spoke to her. Her name was Victorine, and she worked at sewing in a dressmaker's establishment. I felt very soon that my heart was taken. I said to her, "Mademoiselle, it seems to me that I cannot live away from you." She lowered her eyes without answering. Then I seized her hand and I felt her press mine in return. I was captured, monsieur, but I did not know what to do on account of my brother. My faith! I was just deciding to tell him everything when he opened his mouth first. He also was in love. Then it was agreed that we should take another lodging, but that we should not breathe a word of it to our good uncle, who should keep on addressing his letters in care of my domestic. So it was done, and a week later Victorine joined me in my home. We gave a little dinner, to which my brother brought his sweetheart, and in the evening, when everything was put in order, we definitely took possession of our lodging. We had been asleep for an hour, perhaps, when a violent ringing of the bell awaked me. I looked at the clock. It was 3 in the morning. I slipped on my trousers and hurried toward the door, saying to myself, "It is some misfortune, surely." It was my uncle, monsieur. He had on his traveling coat, and carried his valise in his hand. "Yes, it is I, my boy. I have come to surprise you, and to spend several days in Paris. Monseigneur has given me leave of absence." He kissed me on both cheeks, entered, and shut the door. I was more dead than alive, monsieur. But as he was about to penetrate into my bedroom, I almost grasped him by the collar. "No, not that way, uncle, this way, this way." And I made him go into the dining room. "You see my situation, what was I to do?" He said to me. "And your brother, is he asleep? Go and wake him up." I stammered. "No, uncle, he has been obliged to pass the night at the office for an urgent order." My uncle rubbed his hands. "Business is all right, then?" An idea occurred to me. "You must be hungry, uncle, after your journey." My faith! That's true, I could nibble a little crust. I rushed to the cupboard, where I had put the remains of the dinner. He was a great eater, my uncle, a true Norman cure, capable of eating 12 hours at a sitting. I brought out a bit of beef, to make the time longer, for I knew that he did not care for it. Then after he had eaten enough of it, I presented the remnant of a chicken, a pâté almost whole, a potato salad, 3 pots of cream, and some good wine that I had laid aside for the next day. Ah, monsieur, how he did gorge! "For heaven's sake," said I to myself, "what a storeroom!" And I stuffed him, monsieur, I stuffed him. He did not resist, either. When he had devoured everything, it was 5 in the morning. I was on pins and needles. I drew him along another hour still, with the coffee and all the rinsings, but finally he rose. "Let me see your lodging," said he. I was lost, and I followed, thinking of throwing myself out of the window. As I entered the bedroom ready to faint, waiting for something to occur, a last hope made my heart leap. The brave girl had closed the bed curtains. Ah, if he only should not open them! But alas! Monsieur, he approached the bed immediately, with a candle in his hand, and suddenly he raised the curtains of the bed. It was warm, we had drawn down the bedclothes, and there was left only the sheet, which she had pulled up over her head, but her outlines, monsieur, her outlines could be seen. I trembled in all my limbs, with my throat compressed, choking. Then my uncle turned toward me, laughing heartily, so that I almost jumped to the ceiling from astonishment. Ah! You joker, you did not want to wake up your brother. Well, you'll see how I shall awake him. And I saw his peasant's hand rising. And while he was choking with laughter, his hand fell like a thunderbolt on the outlines that could be seen, monsieur. There was a terrible cry in the bed. And then something like a tempest under the sheet. The form moved. She could not disentangle herself. Finally, almost at one jump, she appeared, with eyes like lanterns, and she stared at my uncle, who backed out, his mouth gaping and puffing, monsieur, as if he were going to be ill. Then I lost my head and fled. I wandered about for 6 days, not daring to go back to my quarters. Finally, when I did pluck up courage to return, nobody was there. Maupassant, shaking with laughter, said, "I should think not," which made his neighbor stop talking. But in a second, the man resumed. I never saw my uncle again. He disinherited me, persuaded that I took advantage of the absence of my brother to play my tricks. I never saw Victorine again, either. All my family turned their backs upon me. And my brother himself, who had profited by the situation, as he inherited 100,000 francs at the death of my uncle, seems to consider me an old libertine. And yet, monsieur, I swear to you that never since that moment, never, there are, you see, minutes that a man never forgets. "And what are you doing here?" asked Maupassant. The other swept the horizon with a glance, as if he feared to be overheard by some unseen ear, then he murmured, with a sound of terror in his voice. "I am flying from the women, monsieur." Chapter 8. A Trial of Love. Many poets think that nature is not complete without woman, and from that idea, without doubt, came all the flowery comparisons in their songs, which make in turn of our natural companion a rose, a violet, a tulip, and other charming objects. The need of tenderness that overcomes us at the hour of twilight, when the mist of evening begins to float over the hillsides, and when all the perfumes of the earth intoxicate us, overflows into lyric invocations. And Monsieur Maupassant, like others, was seized with a longing for tenderness, for soft kisses, given along paths where the sunshine falls, with hands clasped, and plump figures pliant to his embrace. He began by regarding love as a delectation without limits, and in his hours of reverie, he thanked the great unknown for placing so much charm in the caresses of humanity. He felt that he must have a companion, but did not know where to find her. Upon the advice of a friend, he went to the Folies Bergers. He saw a complete assortment there, and became greatly perplexed to choose between them, for the desires of his heart sprang, above all, from poetic impulses. And a love of poetic things did not seem exactly the principal attribute of the young ladies with blackened eyelashes who cast disturbing smiles at him, showing the enamel of their false teeth. Finally his choice rested upon a young debutante, who appeared poor and timid, and whose unhappy look seemed to announce a nature that might be easily poetized. He agreed to meet her on the following day at the Saint Lazare station. She did not keep the appointment, but she had the grace to send a friend in her stead. The friend was a tall, red-haired girl, dressed patriotically in 3 colors, and covered with an immense tunnel hat, of which her head occupied the center. Monsieur Maupassant was a little disappointed, but courteously accepted the substitute. And they started for Maisons Laffitte, where regattas and a grand Venetian festival had been announced. As soon as they were in the car, already occupied by 2 gentlemen who wore decorations, and their ladies, who must at least have been marquises, so dignified did they appear, the tall, red-haired girl, who answered to the name of Octavie, announced to Maupassant, with the voice of a parrot, that she was a very good girl, fond of joking, and that she adored the country because one could pluck flowers and eat fried fish there. She laughed with a shrillness that threatened to break the windows, calling her companion, familiarly, my big wolf. A sense of shame came over Patisot, upon whom his title of government employee imposed a certain reserve. After a time, however, Octavie became silent, looking sidewise at her neighbors, and felt herself seized with the strong desire that haunts all women of a certain class to make the acquaintance of respectable women. At the end of 5 minutes she thought she had hit upon a capital plan, and, drawing a copy of the Gil Blas from her pocket, she offered it to one of the ladies, who was astonished at her freedom, and refused the journal with a shake of her head. Then the tall, red-haired girl, hurt, began a tirade of words of a double meaning, speaking of women who play their own games without being any better than certain other women. And at times she said things so broad that they had the effect of a bomb bursting amid the glacial dignity of the travelers. Finally they arrived at their destination. Patisot at once wished to seek the shady corners of the park, hoping that the melancholy of the forest would quiet the irritated feelings of his companion. But quite another effect was produced than that which he hoped. As soon as she was among the leaves and saw the grass, she began to sing at the top of her lungs, bits of operas that remained in her giddy pate, trilling and warbling. Passing from Robert le Diable to Musette, fancying above all a sentimental song whose stanzas she sang with a sound as piercing as a gimlet. Suddenly she announced that she was hungry and wished to return. Patisot, who was awaiting the hoped-for tenderness, tried in vain to detain her. Then she grew angry. "I did not come here to bore myself, did I?" she snapped. And he had to seek the Petit Havre restaurant, near the place where the regattas were about to be held. She ordered a tremendous breakfast, with a succession of dishes enough to feed a regiment. Then, not being able to wait while they were prepared, she demanded the relishes. A box of sardines was brought. She attacked it as if she were about to eat the tin box itself. But after she had consumed 2 or 3 of the little oily fish, she declared that she was no longer hungry, and desired to go to see the preparations for the regatta. Patisot, in despair, and seized with hunger in his turn, absolutely refused to budge. She went away alone, promising to return for the dessert, and he began to eat by himself, not knowing how to bring this rebellious nature to the idealization of his dream. As she did not return, he went to search for her. She had met some friends, a band of boating men, half-naked, red to the tips of their ears, and gesticulating, who were settling in shouts all the details of the race. In front of the house of the constructor Fournaise, 2 gentlemen of respectable aspect, doubtless judges, listened attentively to them. As soon as she perceived Patisot, Octavie, hanging on the tanned arm of a tall devil, who certainly possessed more biceps than brains, whispered a few words in his ear. The other answered, "Agreed." And she went back quite joyfully to her former escort, with a lively and almost caressing expression. "I want to go out in a boat," said she. Happy to see her in so charming a mood, he consented to this new desire, and engaged a craft. But she obstinately refused to view the regattas, in spite of Patisot's wish. "I would rather be alone with you, my wolf," said she. His heart trembled. At last, he took off his frock coat and began to ply the oars furiously. A monumental old mill, whose worm-eaten arms hung over the water, bestrode with its 2 arches a little inlet of the river. They passed swiftly beneath, and when they were on the other side they perceived in front of them an adorable bit of river, shaded by great trees that formed a sort of vault above. The little inlet wound, turned, and zigzagged to the left and to the right, continually revealing new horizons, large meadows on one side, and on the other a hillside all covered with chalets. They passed in front of a bathing establishment, almost buried in verdure, a charming rural nook, where gentlemen in fresh gloves, with ladies wreathed in flowers, displayed all the awkwardness of elegant folk in the country. She uttered a cry of joy. "We'll have a bath there, presently." Then, further on in a sort of bay, she wished to stop. "Come here, big one, near to me," she said, coaxingly. She put her arm around his neck, and with her head resting on his shoulder, she murmured, "How happy I am! How delightful it is on the water!" Patisot, in a word, was swimming in happiness. And he thought of those stupid boating men, who, without ever feeling the penetrating charm of the shores and the frail grace of the rose trees, always go about panting, sweating, and brutalized by exercise, from the tavern where they breakfast to the tavern where they dine. After a time the soothing influences about him sent him to sleep. When he awaked he was all alone. He called at first, nobody answered. Feeling very anxious, he climbed up the bank, fearing lest some misfortune had happened. Then, far in the distance and coming toward him, he saw a long, slender wherry, which appeared to fly like an arrow. It was rowed by 4 oarsmen black as negroes with the sun. They appeared to be skimming over the water. A woman held the tiller. Heavens! It seemed, it was she. To regulate the playing of the oars, she was singing in her shrill voice a boating song, which she interrupted a moment when they came in front of Patisot. Then, throwing him a kiss, she shouted to him, "Get along, you big canary." Chapter 9. A dinner and some ideas. On the occasion of the national celebration, Monsieur Antoine Perdrix, head of Monsieur Patisot's bureau, was made Chevalier of the Legion of Honor. He had been in the service 30 years under preceding governments and 10 years under the present. His employees, although they murmured a little at being thus rewarded in the person of their chief, judged it proper to offer him a cross adorned with paste diamonds. And the new Chevalier, not wishing to be behind, invited them all to a dinner for the following Sunday at his place at Asnières. The house, decorated with Moorish ornaments, had the effect of a café concert hall, but its location gave it great value because the line of the railway, skirting the garden for its whole length, passed within 20 meters of the steps. Within the circle of incumbent turf stood a basin of Roman cement containing goldfish, and a fountain of water, with a stream not much larger than that of a syringe. At times threw into the air microscopic rainbows at which visitors marveled. The feeding of this irrigator was the constant occupation of Monsieur Perdrix, who frequently rose at 5 o'clock in the morning in order to fill the reservoir. In his shirt sleeves, his big stomach protruding, he pumped with desperation, so that on his return from the office he might have the satisfaction of seeing the fountain play, and imagining that a coolness and freshness spread from it over the garden. On the evening of the official dinner, all the guests, one after the other, went into ecstasies over the situation of the domain, and every time they heard a train coming in the distance, Monsieur Perdrix announced its destination to them, Saint-Germain, Havre, Cherbourg, or Dieppe, and they made playful signs to travelers who were looking out of the car windows. The entire office staff arrived first. There was Monsieur Capitaine, sub-chief, Monsieur Patisot, chief clerk, then Messrs de Sombreterre and Vallon, elegant young employees, who came to the office only at their own hours. Finally Monsieur Raid, celebrated throughout the whole ministry for the absurd doctrines he upheld, and the copying clerk, Monsieur Boivin. Monsieur Raid passed for a type. Some persons treated him as a fanatic or an idealist, others as a revolutionist. All agreed that he was an awkward fellow. Already old, thin and small, with a lively eye and long thin locks, he had all his life professed the most profound contempt for the administrative duties. He was a rummager of books and a great reader, with a nature always revolting against everything, a seeker of truth and despiser of popular prejudices. He had a neat and paradoxical fashion of expressing his opinions which closed the mouths of self-satisfied imbeciles and of those who were discontented without knowing why. People said, that old fool, Raid, or perhaps, that hare-brained Raid, and the slowness of his advancement seemed to bear out the successful mediocrities charged against him. The independence of his speech often made his colleagues tremble, and they sometimes wondered how he had been able to keep his place. As soon as they were at table, Monsieur Perdrix, in a well-turned little speech, thanked his collaborators, promised them his protection, the more efficacious as his power increased, and finished with an emotional peroration in which he thanked and glorified the liberal and just government that knew how to seek merit among the humble. Monsieur Capitaine, sub-chief, replied in the name of the bureau, felicitated, congratulated, greeted, exalted, sang the praises of everybody. And frantic applause followed these two morsels of eloquence. After this the guests applied themselves seriously to eating. All went well throughout the dinner, the poverty of the conversation not worrying anybody. But at the dessert a discussion arose suddenly, whereupon Monsieur Raid let himself loose, and began to pass the limits of discretion in his speech. They were speaking of love naturally, and, a breath of chivalry intoxicating this roomful of bureaucrats, they were praising with exaltation the superior beauty of woman, her delicacy of soul, her aptitude for exquisite things, the correctness of her judgment, and the refinement of her sentiments. Monsieur Raid began to protest energetically, refusing to the so-called fair sex all the qualities attributed to it, and then in the presence of the general indignation, he quoted some authors. Schopenhauer, Messrs. Schopenhauer, a great philosopher whom Germany venerates. This is what he says: the intelligence of man must have been very much obscured by love to make him call beautiful that short-figured sex with narrow shoulders, large hips, and crooked legs. Its whole beauty, really, rests in the instinct of love. Instead of calling it the fair sex, it would have been more correct to call it the une aesthetic sex. Women have neither the sentiment nor the intelligence of music, any more than of poetry or of the plastic arts. Among them there is only pure mimicry, pure pretense, pure affectation, cultivated from their desire to please. The man that said that is an imbecile, declared Monsieur de Sambretaire. Monsieur Raid, smiling, continued, and Rousseau, Messrs. Here is his opinion: women in general love no art, are skilled in none, and have no genius. Monsieur de Sambretaire disdainfully shrugged his shoulders. Rousseau is as stupid as the other one, that's all, said he. Monsieur Raid, still smiling, rejoined, and Lord Byron, who nevertheless loved women, said this: they ought to be well fed and well clad, but they ought not to mingle in society. They should also be instructed in religion, but should be unacquainted with poetry and politics, and read only books of piety and cooking. You see, Messrs., continued Monsieur Raid, they all study painting and music, and yet there is not one of them who has painted a good picture, or composed a remarkable opera. Why, Messrs.? Simply because they are the sexes sequier, the second sex in all respects, made to be kept apart, and on the second plane. Monsieur Patissot grew angry. And Madame Sand, Monsieur? An exception, Monsieur, an exception. I will quote to you still another passage, from the great English philosopher, Herbert Spencer. Here it is: each sex is capable, under the influence of special stimulants, of manifesting the faculties ordinarily reserved for the other. Thus, to take an extreme case, a special excitation may cause the breasts of men to give milk. In time of famine little children deprived of their mother have been known to be saved in this way. Nevertheless, we shall not place this faculty of giving milk among the attributes of the male. So also, the feminine intelligence, which in certain cases will give superior products, should not be considered in an estimate of the feminine nature as a social factor. Monsieur Patissot, wounded in all his natively chivalric instincts, declared: "You are not a Frenchman, Monsieur. French gallantry is one of the forms of patriotism." Monsieur Raid retorted: "I have very little patriotism, Monsieur, the least possible." At this a coolness spread throughout the company, but he tranquilly continued: "Admit with me that war is a monstrous thing. That this custom of official slaughtering of the people constitutes a permanent state of savagery. It is odious, since the only real good is life, to see the government, whose duty it is to protect the existence of its subjects, persistently seeking methods to destroy them. That is so, isn't it? And, if war is a terrible thing, is not patriotism also, since it is the mother idea which supports it? When an assassin kills, he has usually some design, that of robbing. But when a brave man with a bayonet thrust kills another honest man, the father of a family, or a great artist, perhaps, what thought does he obey? Everyone felt deeply hurt. When a man thinks of such things he does not often mention them in society, added Monsieur Raid. Monsieur Patissot rejoined, there are nevertheless, monsieur, certain principles that all honest men recognize. What are they? Asked Monsieur Raid. Morality, monsieur, solemnly replied Monsieur Patissot. Monsieur Raid beamed. Let me give you a single example, he said, one little example, monsieur. What opinion have you of certain men who live at the expense of women? Well, only 100 years ago it was considered quite the thing to live at a woman's expense, and even to devour her whole property. So you see that the principles of morality are not fixed, and thus. Monsieur Perdrix, visibly embarrassed, stopped him. You would sap the foundation of society, Monsieur Raid. There must always be moral principles as public safeguards. Thus in politics, Monsieur de Sombretaire is legitimist, Monsieur Vallon, Orleanist, Monsieur Patissot and I are Republicans, we all have very different principles, and yet we get along very well. Because we have principles of some kind. But Monsieur Raid cried, I have principles too, messieurs, very decided ones. Monsieur Patissot raised his head and coldly replied. I should be happy to hear them, monsieur. Monsieur Raid did not wait to be urged. Here they are, monsieur. First principle, that government by one man is a monstrosity. Second principle, restricted suffrage is an injustice. Third principle, universal suffrage is a piece of stupidity. To deliver up millions of men, choice minds, learned men, geniuses even, to the caprice or will of a being who, in a moment of gaiety, madness, intoxication, or love, will not hesitate to sacrifice everything for his excited fancy, will squander the riches of the country, painfully gathered by all, will cut to pieces thousands of men on battlefields, seems to me a mere logician, to be a monstrous aberration. But, admitting that a country ought to govern itself, to exclude from suffrage, under some always debatable pretext, a part of the citizens, is an injustice so flagrant that it seems to me useless to discuss it further. There remains universal suffrage. You will admit with me that men of genius are rare, will you not? To be generous, let us agree that there are 5 in France today. Let us add, still to be within our estimate, 200 men of great talent, 1,000 others possessing various talents, and 2,000 men who are superior in some way. There you have a staff of 3,205 minds. After which you have the army of mediocrities, followed by the multitudes of imbeciles. As the mediocrities and the imbeciles always form the immense majority, it is inadmissible that they can erect an intelligent government. To be just, I will add that, logically, universal suffrage seems to me the only admissible principle, but I assert that it is inapplicable and I will show you the reason why. To make all the living forces of a country cooperate in the government, to represent all interests, and conserve all rights, is an ideal dream, but not practical. Because the only force that can be measured is just that which ought to be most neglected, the brute force of numbers. According to your method, unintelligent numbers lead genius, learning, all the acquired knowledge, wealth, and industry. When you are able to give to a member of the Institute 10,000 votes against a ragman's 1 vote, 100 votes to a great landed proprietor, against 10 to his farmer, you will have nearly established an equilibrium between the forces and obtained a national representation that will truly represent all the powers of the nation. But I defy you to do it. Here are my conclusions. Formerly, when a man could not succeed at anything else, he became a photographer, now he becomes a deputy. A power thus composed will always be lamentably incapable, but incapable of doing evil as well as incapable of doing good. A despot, on the contrary, if he is stupid, may do much evil, and if he is intelligent, which very rarely happens, he may accomplish much good. Between these forms of government I do not pretend to decide. And I declare myself an anarchist, I mean a partisan of the power the most effaced, the most imperceptible, yet the most liberal, in the widest sense of the word, and revolutionary at the same time. That is to say, revolutionary against its eternal enemy, which can be nothing but absolutely defective, under present conditions. Cries of indignation rose about the table, and all the guests, Legitimists, Orleanists, and Republicans, grew red with anger. Monsieur Patissot especially, was choking with rage, and turning toward Monsieur Raid, he said. "Then, monsieur, you don't believe in anything." "No, monsieur," the other replied, simply. The anger roused in all the guests at this reply, prevented Monsieur Raid from continuing, and Monsieur Perdrix, reassuming his prerogative as chief, closed the discussion. "Enough, messieurs, we each have our opinions and we are not likely to change them," he said, with dignity. The first statement was approved, but Monsieur Raid, always in revolt, was determined to have the last word. "I have a moral principle, nevertheless," said he. "It may be formulated in a phrase, 'Never do anything to another, which you would not have him do to you.' I defy you to find fault with that, while in 3 discussions I will undertake to demolish the most sacred of your principles." This time nobody answered. But as they were going home in the evening, 2 by 2, each man said to his companion, "Truly, Monsieur Raid goes much too far. His head certainly is affected. He ought to be appointed chief of the Charenton Asylum." Chapter 10. A public meeting. At each side of a door, above which, in staring letters, appeared the word "Ball." Large posters of a flaring red announced that on this Sunday this place of popular amusement would be devoted to another purpose. Monsieur Patissot, sauntering about like a good bourgeois while digesting his dinner, and strolling leisurely toward the station, stopped, his attention being attracted by this bit of scarlet color. And he read as follows: General International Association for the Vindication of the Rights of Women. Central Committee sitting at Paris. Great public meeting. Under the presidency of the free-thinking Citizens, Zoe L'Amour, and of the Russian nihilist Citizens, Eva Skoyurin. With the assistance of a delegation of citizenesses of the Free Circle of Independent Thought, and of a group of citizen adherents, Citizeness Césarine Brau and Citizen Sapiens Cornet. Returned from exile, will speak. Price of admission, 1 franc. An old woman wearing spectacles, seated at a table covered with a cloth, took the money. Monsieur Patissot entered. In the hall, already nearly full, floated an odor like that of a wet dog, mingled with the suspicious perfumes of public balls. Monsieur Patissot, looking about, found a seat in the second row beside a little woman, dressed like a working girl, with an exalted expression, but having a swelling on one cheek. The whole staff was present. Citizeness Zoe L'Amour, a good-looking, stout, dark woman, wearing red flowers in her black hair, shared the presidency with a thin little Russian nihilist Citizeness, Eva Skoyurin. Just below them, illustrious Citizeness Césarine Brau, called the Downcaster of Men, a pretty woman also, was seated at the side of Citizen Sapiens Cornet, returned from exile. The latter was a solid old man with flowing locks and a ferocious appearance, who gazed about the hall as a cat looks at a flock of birds, his closed fists resting on his knees. On the right, a delegation of antique citizenesses, severed from their husbands, dried up in celibacy and exasperated with waiting, sat opposite a group of citizen reformers of humanity, who had never cut their beards nor their hair, no doubt to indicate the infinitude of their aspirations. The general public was scattered throughout the hall. It was a mixed gathering. Women were in the majority, belonging to the rank of concierges and of shopkeepers who closed their shops on Sunday. The type of inconsolable old maid appeared everywhere, between the red faces of the women of the bourgeois. 3 college students were whispering in a corner, having come there to be among a crowd of women. A few families had entered the place out of curiosity. In the front row a Negro, clad in yellow ticking, curly-haired and magnificent, stared at the presiding officers, and grinned from ear to ear with a silent, restrained laugh that showed his white teeth gleaming out his black face. He laughed without a movement of the body, like a man who was delighted, transported with joy. Why was he there? Mystery. Had he thought he was coming to a show? Or did he say to himself, in his woolly African pate, truly, they are very funny, these jokers, we don't find anything like that under the equator. Citizeness Zoe L'Amour opened the meeting with a little speech. She recalled the servitude of woman since the beginning of the world. Her obscure, but always heroic position, her constant devotion to all great ideas. She compared her to the people of other times, the people of kings, and of the aristocrats, calling her the eternal martyr for whom every man is a master. And in a great lyric outburst she cried, the people had its 89, let us have ours. Oppressed man made his revolution, the captive broke his chain, the outraged slave revolted. Women. Let us imitate our despots. Let us revolt. Let us break the ancient chain of marriage and of servitude, let us march to the conquest of our rights, let us, also, make our revolution. She sat down amid thunders of applause, and the Negro, wild with joy, knocked his head against his knees, uttering shrill cries. The Russian nihilist citizeness, Eva Skoyurin, arose, and, in a piercing and ferocious voice, said, I am a Russian. I have raised the standard of revolt. This hand of mine has struck the oppressors of my country, and I declare to you, French women now listening to me, I am ready, under all skies, in all parts of the universe, to strike at the tyranny of man, to avenge everywhere women who are so odiously oppressed. A great tumult of approbation rose, and Citizen Sapiens Cornet, himself, standing up, gallantly rubbed his tawny beard against this avenging hand. Then the ceremonies took on a truly international character. The citizenesses delegated by foreign powers arose, one after another, offering the adhesion of their respective countries. A German woman spoke first. Obese, with a growth of tow hair on her head, she sputtered in a thick voice. And with an atrocious accent. I want to tell you all the joy that filled the daughter of Germany when she heard of the great movement of the Parisian women. An Italian woman, a Spanish woman, and a Swedish woman each said almost the same thing in queer dialects, and finally, an inordinately tall English woman, whose teeth resembled garden implements, expressed herself in these terms. I also wish to assure you of the support of the women of free England offered to the picturesque feminine population of France, for the final and entire emancipation of the female sex. Hip, hip, hurrah! At this the Negro began to utter cries of such enthusiasm, with such immoderate gestures of delight, throwing his legs over the back of the seats, and slapping his legs with fury, that the two custodians of the meeting were obliged to calm him. Patissot's neighbor murmured, hysterical women. All hysterical women. Patissot, thinking that he was addressed, replied, what is it? The gentleman made excuses. Pardon me, I was not speaking to you. I simply said that all these women are hysterical. Monsieur Patissot, prodigiously surprised, inquired. You know them, then? Well, rather, monsieur. Zoe L'Amour took her novitiate to become a nun. That's one. Eva Skoyurin has been punished as an incendiary, and decided to be crazy. That's two. Césarine Brau is a mere intriguer, who wishes to get herself spoken of. I see 3 others there who passed through my hands at the hospital of X. As for all the old jailbirds who surround us, I need not speak of them. A loud hush came from all sides. Citizen Sapiens Cornet, returned from exile, arose. He first rolled his terrible eyes, then, in a hollow voice that sounded like the roaring of the wind in a cavern, he began. There are words as great as principles, luminous as suns, resounding as bursts of thunder, liberty, equality, fraternity. They are the banners of the people, under their folds we bravely marched to the assault of tyrannies. It is your turn, O women, to brandish them as weapons, to march to the conquest of independence. Be free, free in love, in the home, in the fatherland. Become our equals at the hearth, our equals in the street, our equals especially in politics and before the law. Fraternity. Be our sisters, the confidants of our grand projects, our valiant companions. Become truly a half of humanity, instead of being only a small part of it. And he plunged into transcendental politics, developing plans as large as the world, speaking of the soul of society. Predicting the universal republic built upon these three indestructible bases: liberty, equality, fraternity. When he ceased talking, the hall was almost shaken down with the salvos of applause. Monsieur Patissot, amazed, turned toward his neighbor, asking, "Isn't he a little crazy?" The old gentleman replied, "No, monsieur, there are millions like him. It is a result of education." Patissot did not understand. "Of education?" he asked. "Yes, now that they know how to read and to write, their latent foolishness comes out." "Then, monsieur, you believe that education—" "Pardon, monsieur, I am a liberal. I only mean to say this: you have a watch, haven't you? Well, break a spring and take it to this citizen cornet, begging him to mend it. He will answer you, with an oath, that he is not a watchmaker. But if there is anything wrong in that infinitely complicated machine known as France, he believes himself the most capable of men to repair it at a sitting. And 40,000 brawlers of his kind think the same and proclaim it without ceasing. I say, monsieur, that we lack here new governing classes. That, as men born of fathers having held power, brought up in that idea. Especially educated for that purpose, just as young men are taught who are intended for the Polytechnic." Numerous cries of "Hush!" interrupted him again. A young man with a melancholy air took the platform. He began, "Mesdames, I have asked to be permitted to speak in order to combat your theories. To demand for women civil rights, equal to those exercised by men, is equivalent to demanding the end of your power. The exterior aspect alone of women reveals that she is not destined for hard physical labor nor prolonged intellectual efforts. Her sphere is another, but not less beautiful one. She puts poetry into life. By the power of her grace, the glance of her eye, the charm of her smile, she dominates man, who dominates the world. Man has strength, which you cannot take from him. But you have seductiveness, which captivates his strength. Of what do you complain? Since the world began, you have been queens and rulers. Nothing is done without you. It is for you that all fine works are accomplished. But the day on which you become our equals, civilly and politically, you will become our rivals. Take care, then, that the charm that constitutes your whole strength shall not be broken. For then, as we are incontestably the more vigorous and the better equipped for the sciences and the arts, your inferiority will appear, and you will become truly oppressed. You have a fine role to play, mesdames, since for us you represent the whole seductiveness of life, the illimitable illusion, the eternal reward of our efforts. Do not seek to change this. Besides, you will never succeed in doing so." Hisses interrupted him, and he stepped down. Patissot's neighbor, arising, remarked, "A little romantic, that young man, but with good sense for all that. Will you come and have a bock, monsieur?" "With pleasure," Patissot replied. They went away while Citizeness Césarine Brow was preparing to respond. Suicides. Hardly a day goes by without our reading in some newspaper the following paragraph. On Wednesday night the people living in number 40 Rue de were awakened by 2 shots in succession. They seemed to come from the apartment occupied by M.X. The door was broken in and the man was found bathed in his blood, still holding in one hand the revolver with which he had taken his life. M.X. was 57 years of age, enjoying a comfortable income, and had everything necessary to make him happy. No cause can be found for his action. What terrible grief, what unknown suffering, hidden despair, secret wounds drive these presumably happy persons to suicide? We search, we imagine tragedies of love, we suspect financial troubles, and, as we never find anything definite, we apply to these deaths the word mystery. A letter found on the desk of one of these suicides without cause, and written during his last night, beside his loaded revolver, has come into our hands. We deem it rather interesting. It reveals none of those great catastrophes which we always expect to find behind these acts of despair. But it shows us the slow succession of the little vexations of life, the disintegration of a lonely existence, whose dreams have disappeared. It gives the reason for these tragic ends, which only nervous and high-strung people can understand. Here it is. It is midnight. When I have finished this letter I shall kill myself. Why? I shall attempt to give the reasons, not for those who may read these lines, but for myself, to kindle my waning courage. To impress upon myself the fatal necessity of this act which could only be deferred. I was brought up by simple-minded parents who were unquestioning believers. And I believed as they did. My dream lasted a long time. The last veil has just been torn from my eyes. During the last few years a strange change has been taking place within me. All the events of life, which formerly had to me the glow of a beautiful sunset, are now fading away. The true meaning of things has appeared to me in its brutal reality, and the true reason for love has bred in me disgust even for romantic love. We are the eternal toys of foolish and charming illusions, which are always being renewed. On growing older, I had become partly reconciled to the awful mystery of life, to the uselessness of effort. When the emptiness of everything appeared to me in a new light, this evening, after dinner. Formerly, I was happy. Everything pleased me, the passing women, the appearance of the streets, the place where I lived, and I even took an interest in the cut of my clothes. But the repetition of the same sights has had the result of filling my heart with weariness and disgust, just as one would feel were one to go every night to the same theater. For the last 30 years I have been rising at the same hour, and, at the same restaurant, for 30 years, I have been eating at the same hours the same dishes brought me by different waiters. I have tried travel. The loneliness which one feels in strange places terrified me. I felt so alone, so small on the earth that I quickly started on my homeward journey. But here the unchanging expression of my furniture, which has stood for 30 years in the same place, the worn armchairs that I had known when quite new, the smell of my apartment, for with time, each dwelling takes on a particular odor, each night, these and other things disgust me and make me sick of living thus. Everything repeats itself endlessly. The way in which I put my key in the lock, the place where I always find my matches, the first object which meets my eye when I enter the room, make me feel like jumping out of the window and putting an end to those monotonous events from which we can never escape. Each day, when I shave, I feel an inordinate desire to cut my throat. And my face, which I see in the little mirror, always the same, with soap on my cheeks, has several times made me cry from sadness. Now I even hate to be with people whom I used to meet with pleasure. I know them so well, I can tell just what they are going to say and what I am going to answer. Each brain is like a circus, where the same horse keeps circling around eternally. In spite of our efforts, our detours, the limit is near, and it is rounded out continuously, without any unexpected sallies, and without a door leading to the unknown. We must circle round always, around the same ideas, the same joys, the same pleasures, the same habits, the same beliefs, the same sensations of disgust. The fog was terrible this evening. It enfolded the boulevard, where the street lights were dimmed and looked like smoking candles. A heavier weight than usual oppressed me. Perhaps my digestion was bad. For good digestion is everything in life. It gives inspiration to the artist, amorous desires to young people, clear ideas to thinkers, the joy of life to everybody. And it also allows one to eat heartily, which is really the greatest pleasure. A sick stomach induces skepticism, unbelief, nightmares, and a desire for death. I have often noticed this fact. Perhaps I would not kill myself, if my digestion had been good this evening. When I sat down in the armchair where I have been sitting every day for 30 years, I glanced around me, and just then I was seized by such a terrible distress that I thought I must go mad. I tried to think of what I could do to run away from myself. Every occupation struck me as being worse even than inaction. Then I bethought me of putting my papers in order. For a long time I have been thinking of clearing out my drawers. For the last 30 years, I have been throwing my letters and bills pell-mell into the same desk, and this confusion has often caused me considerable trouble. But I feel such moral and physical laziness at the sole idea of putting anything in order that I have never had the courage to begin this tedious business. I therefore opened my desk, intending to choose among my old papers and destroy the majority of them. At first I was bewildered by this array of documents, yellowed by age, then I chose one. Oh! If you cherish life, never disturb the burial place of old letters. And if, perchance, you should, take the contents by the handful, close your eyes that you may not read a word. So that you may not recognize some forgotten handwriting which may plunge you suddenly into a sea of memories. Carry these papers to the fire, and when they are in ashes, crush them to an invisible powder, or otherwise you are lost, just as I have been lost for an hour. The first letters which I read not did interest me greatly. They were recent, and came from living men whom I still meet quite often, and whose presence does not move me to any great extent. But all at once one envelope made me start. My name was traced on it in a large, bold handwriting, and suddenly tears came to my eyes. That letter was from my dearest friend, the companion of my youth, the confidant of my hopes. And he appeared before me so clearly, with his pleasant smile and his hand outstretched, that a cold shiver ran down my back. Yes, yes, the dead come back, for I saw him. Our memory is a more perfect world than the universe, it gives back life to those who no longer exist. With trembling hand and dimmed eyes I reread everything that he told me, and in my poor sobbing heart I felt a wound so painful that I began to groan as a man whose bones are slowly being crushed. Then I traveled over my whole life, just as one travels along a river. I recognized people so long forgotten that I no longer knew their names. Their faces alone lived in me. In my mother's letters I saw again the old servants, the shape of our house and the little insignificant odds and ends which cling to our minds. Yes, I suddenly saw again all my mother's old gowns, the different styles which she adopted and the several ways in which she dressed her hair. She haunted me especially in a silk dress, trimmed with old lace, and I remembered something she said one day when she was wearing this dress. She said, "Robert, my child, if you do not stand up straight you will be round-shouldered all your life." Then, opening another drawer, I found myself face to face with memories of tender passions, a dancing pump, a torn handkerchief, even a garter, locks of hair and dried flowers. Then the sweet romances of my life, whose living heroines are now white-haired, plunged me into the deep melancholy of things. Oh, the young brows where blonde locks curl, the caress of the hands, the glance which speaks, the hearts which beat, that smile which promises the lips, those lips which promise the embrace. And the first kiss, that endless kiss which makes you close your eyes, which drowns all thought in the immeasurable joy of approaching possession. Taking these old pledges of former love in both my hands, I covered them with furious caresses, and in my soul, torn by these memories, I saw them each again at the hour of surrender. And I suffered a torture more cruel than all the tortures invented in all the fables about hell. One last letter remained. It was written by me and dictated 50 years ago by my writing teacher. Here it is. My dear little Mama. I am 7 years old today. It is the age of understanding. I take advantage of it to thank you for having brought me into this world. Your little son, who loves you. Robert. It is all over. I had gone back to the beginning, and suddenly I turned my glance on what remained to me of life. I saw hideous and lonely old age, and approaching infirmities, and everything over and gone. And nobody near me. My revolver is here, on the table. I am loading it. Never reread your old letters. And that is how many men come to kill themselves, and we search in vain to discover some great sorrow in their lives. A grandmother's advice. The old-fashioned chateau was built on a wooded height. Tall trees surrounded it with dark greenery. And the vast park extended its vistas here over a deep forest and there over an open plain. Some little distance from the front of the mansion stood a huge stone basin in which marble nymphs were bathing. Other basins arranged in order succeeded each other down as far as the foot of the slope, and a spring which had been turned to the purpose sent cascades dancing from one to the other. From the manor house which preserved the grace of a superannuated coquette down to the grottos encrusted with shellwork, where slumbered the loves of a bygone age. Everything in this antique domain had retained the physiognomy of former days. Everything seemed to speak still of ancient customs, of the manners of long ago, of faded gallantries, and of the airy graces so dear to our grandmothers. In a little Louis XV drawing-room, whose walls were covered with shepherds paying court to shepherdesses, beautiful ladies in hoop petticoats, and gallant gentlemen in wigs. A very old woman who seemed dead as soon as she ceased to move was almost lying down in a large easy chair, while her thin, mummy-like hands hung down, on each side of the chair. Her eyes were gazing languidly towards the distant horizon as if they sought to follow through the park visions of her youth. Through the open window every now and then came a breath of air laden with the scent of grass and the perfume of flowers. It made her white locks flutter around her wrinkled forehead and old memories, through her brain. Beside her on a stool covered with tapestry, a young girl with long, fair hair hanging in plaits over her neck, was embroidering an altar cloth. There was a pensive expression in her eyes, and it was easy to see that, while her agile fingers worked, her brain was busy with thoughts. But the old lady suddenly turned round her head. "Berthe," she said, "read something out of the newspapers for me, so that I may still know sometimes what is happening in the world." The young girl took up a newspaper, and cast a rapid glance over it. "There is a great deal about politics, grandmamma. Am I to pass it by?" "Yes, yes, darling. Are there no accounts of love affairs? Is gallantry, then, dead in France, that they no longer talk about abductions or adventures as they did formerly?" The girl made a long search through the columns of the newspaper. "Here is one," she said. "It is entitled, 'A Love Drama.'" The old woman smiled through her wrinkles. "Read that for me," she said. And Berthe commenced. It was a case of vitriol throwing. A wife, in order to avenge herself on her husband's mistress, had burned her face and eyes. She had left the assize court acquitted, declared to be innocent, amid the applause of the crowd. The grandmother moved about excitedly in her chair, and exclaimed, "This is horrible, why, it is perfectly horrible. See whether you can find anything else to read for me, darling." Berthe again made a search, and farther down in police court reports, where she was still looking, she read, "Awful tragedy. An ancient virgin had allowed herself to yield to the embraces of a young man. Then, to avenge herself on her lover, whose heart was fickle, and whose allowance was ungenerous, she shot him 4 times at close range with a revolver. 2 bullets had lodged in his chest, 1 in his shoulder, 1 in his thigh. The unhappy man would be maimed for life. The lady was acquitted amidst the applause of the crowd, and the newspaper spoke very severely of this seducer of foolish virgins." This time the old grandmother appeared quite shocked, and, in a trembling voice, she said, "Why, you are mad, nowadays. You are mad. The good God has given you love, the only allurement in life. Man has added to this gallantry, the only distraction of our dull hours, and here are you mixing up with it vitriol and revolvers, as if one were to put mud into a flagon of Spanish wine." Berthe did not seem to understand her grandmother's indignation. "But grandmamma, this woman avenged herself. Remember she was married, and her husband deceived her." The grandmother gave a start. "What ideas have they been filling your head with, you young girls of today?" Berthe replied, "But marriage is sacred, grandmamma." The grandmother's heart, which had its birth in the great age of gallantry, gave a sudden leap. "It is love that is sacred," she said. Listen, child, to an old woman who has seen 3 generations, and who has had a long, long experience of men and women. Marriage and love have nothing in common. We marry to found a family, and we form families in order to constitute society. Society cannot dispense with marriage. If society is a chain, each family is a link in that chain. In order to weld those links, we always seek for metals of the same kind. When we marry, we must bring the same conventions together. We must combine fortunes, unite similar races, and aim at the common interest, which is riches and children. We marry only once, my child, because the world requires us to do so, but we may love 20 times in one lifetime because nature has so made us. Marriage, you see, is law, and love is an instinct, which impels us sometimes along a straight and sometimes along a crooked path. The world has made laws to combat our instincts, it was necessary to make them. But our instincts are always stronger, and we ought not to resist them too much, because they come from God, while the laws only come from men. If we did not perfume life with love, as much love as possible, darling, as we put sugar into medicines for children, nobody would care to take it just as it is. Berthe opened her eyes widely in astonishment. She murmured, "Oh, Grandmamma, we can only love once." The grandmother raised her trembling hands towards heaven, as if again to invoke the defunct god of gallantries. She exclaimed indignantly, "You have become a race of serfs, a race of common people. Since the revolution, it is impossible any longer to recognize society. You have attached big words to every action, and wearisome duties to every corner of existence. You believe in equality and eternal passion. People have written verses telling you that people have died of love. In my time verses were written to teach men to love every woman. And when we liked a gentleman, my child, we sent him a page. And when a fresh caprice came into our hearts, we were not slow in getting rid of the last lover, unless we kept both of them." The young girl, turning very pale, faltered out, "So then women had no honor?" The old lady was furious. "No honor? Because we loved, and dared to say so, and even boasted of it? But, my child, if one of us, among the greatest ladies in France, had lived without a lover, she would have had the entire court laughing at her. And you imagine, perhaps, that your husbands will love only you all their lives? As if, indeed, that could be the case. I tell you that marriage is a thing necessary in order that society should exist, but it is not in the nature of our race, do you understand? There is only one good thing in life, and that is love, and they want to deprive us of it. Nowadays you are told, you must love one man only. It is as if somebody were to force me to eat turkey only all my life long. But that man is to have as many mistresses as there are months in the year. He will follow his amorous instincts, which will drive him towards women as butterflies are attracted by every flower. Then I am to go out into the streets with a bottle of vitriol and blind the poor girls who only obeyed their instincts. I am not to revenge myself on him, but on them. I am to make a monster of some poor creature whom God created to please, to love and to be loved. And your present-day society, your society of clowns, of bourgeois, of beggars on horseback, will applaud and acquit me. It is infamous, I tell you, that you cannot understand love. And I am glad to die rather than see a world without gallantry, without women who know what love means. You take everything seriously nowadays. The vengeance of low females who kill their lovers brings tears of pity to the eyes of the 12 citizens come together to probe the hearts of criminals. Is that your wisdom? Your logic? Women shoot men, and then complain that men are no longer gallant. The young girl seized the wrinkled hands of the old lady in hers, which were trembling. "Please stop, grandmother." And, on her knees, with tears in her eyes, she prayed to heaven to bestow on her a great passion, one eternal passion alone, in accordance with the dream of modern poets, while the grandmother, kissing her forehead, still quite penetrated by that charming, healthy logic with which the philosophers of gallantry sprinkled salt upon the life of the 18th century, murmured. "Take care, my poor darling. If you believe in such foolishness as this, you will be very unhappy." Story of a Farm Girl. As the weather was very fine, the people on the farm had dined more speedily than usual, and had returned to the fields. The female servant, Rose, remained alone in the large kitchen, where the fire on the hearth was dying out, under the large pot of hot water. From time to time she took some water out of it, and slowly washed her plates and dishes, stopping occasionally to look at the 2 streaks of light which the sun threw on to the long table through the window, and which showed the defects in the glass. 3 venturesome hens were picking up the crumbs under the chairs, while the smell of the poultry yard, and the warmth from the cow-stall came in through the half-open door. And a cock was heard crowing in the distance. When she had finished her work, wiped down the table, dusted the mantelpiece, and put the plates on the high dresser, close to the wooden clock, with its sonorous ticking, she drew a long breath, as she felt rather oppressed, without exactly knowing why. She looked at the black clay walls, the rafters that were blackened with smoke, from which spiders' webs were hanging, amid red herrings and strings of onions, and then she sat down, rather overcome by the stale emanations which the floor, on which so many things had been continually spilt, gave out. With this there was mingled the pungent smell of the pans of milk, which were set out to raise the cream in the adjoining dairy. She wanted to sew, as usual, but she did not feel strong enough for it, and so she went to get a mouthful of fresh air at the door. As she felt the caressing light of the sun, her heart was filled with sweetness and a feeling of content penetrated her body. In front of the door a shimmery haze arose from the dunghill. The fowls were lying on it, some of them were scratching with one claw in search of worms, while the cock stood up proudly among them. Every moment he selected one of them, and walked round her with a slight cluck of amorous invitation. The hen got up in a careless way as she received his attentions, bent her claws and supported him with her wings. Then she shook her feathers to shake out the dust, and stretched herself out on the dunghill again, while he crowed, counting his triumphs. And the cocks in all the neighboring farmyards replied to him, as if they were uttering amorous challenges from farm to farm. The girl looked at them without thinking, and then she raised her eyes and was almost dazzled at the sight of the apple trees in blossom, which looked almost like powdered heads. But just then, a colt, full of life and friskiness, galloped past her. Twice he jumped over the ditches, and then stopped suddenly, as if surprised at being alone. She also felt inclined to run. She felt inclined to move and to stretch her limbs, and to repose in the warm, breathless air. She took a few undecided steps, and closed her eyes, for she was seized with a feeling of animal comfort, and then she went to look for the eggs in the hen loft. There were 13 of them, which she took in and put into the sideboard, but the smell from the kitchen incommoded her again, and she went out to sit on the grass for a while. The farmyard, which was surrounded by trees, seemed to be asleep. The tall grass, among which the yellow dandelions rose up like streaks of yellow light, was of a vivid green, fresh spring green. The apple trees threw their shade all round them, and the thatched houses, on which the blue and yellow iris flowers with their sword-like leaves grew, smoked as if the moisture of the stables and barns were coming through the straw. The girl went to the shed where the carts and traps were kept. Close to it, in a ditch, there was a large patch of violets, whose scent was perceptible all round, while beyond it, the open country could be seen where crops were growing. With clumps of trees in the distance, and groups of laborers here and there, who looked as small as dolls, and white horses like toys, which were pulling a child's cart, driven by a man as tall as one's finger. She took up a bundle of straw, threw it into the ditch and sat down upon it. Then, not feeling comfortable, she undid it, spread it out and lay down upon it at full length, on her back, with both arms under her head, and her legs stretched out. Gradually her eyes closed, and she was falling into a state of delightful languor. She was, in fact, almost asleep, when she felt 2 hands on her bosom, and then she sprang up at a bound. It was Jacques, one of the farm laborers, a tall powerful fellow from Picardy, who had been making love to her for a long time. He had been looking after the sheep, and seeing her lying down in the shade, he had come stealthily, holding his breath, with glistening eyes, and bits of straw in his hair. He tried to kiss her, but she gave him a smack in the face, for she was as strong as he, and he was crafty enough to beg her pardon, so they sat down side by side and talked amicably. They spoke about the weather, which was favorable for the harvest, of the season, which had begun well, of their master, who was a decent man, then of their neighbors. Of all the people in the country round, of themselves, of their village, of their youthful days, of their recollections, of their relations, whom they would not see for a long time. Perhaps never again. She grew sad as she thought of it, while he, with one fixed idea in his head, rubbed against her with a kind of a shiver, overcome by desire. "I have not seen my mother for a long time," she said. "It is very hard to be separated like that." And her gaze was lost in the distance, towards the village in the north, which she had left. Suddenly, however, he seized her by the neck and kissed her again. But she struck him so violently in the face with her clenched fist, that his nose began to bleed, and he got up and laid his head against the trunk of a tree. When she saw that, she was sorry, and going up to him, she said, "Have I hurt you?" He, however, only laughed. No, it was a mere nothing, only, she had hit him right in the middle of the nose. "What a devil!" he said, and he looked at her with admiration, for she had inspired him with a feeling of respect and of a very different kind of admiration, which was the beginning of real love for that tall, strong wench. When the bleeding had stopped, he proposed a walk, as he was afraid of his neighbor's heavy hand, if they remained side by side like that much longer. But she took his arm of her own accord, in the avenue, as if they had been out for an evening walk, and said, "It is not nice of you to despise me like that, Jacques." He protested, however. No, he did not despise her. He was in love with her, that was all. "So you really want to marry me?" she asked. He hesitated, and then looked at her sideways, while she looked straight ahead of her. She had fat, red cheeks, a full, protuberant bust under her loose cotton blouse, thick, red lips, and her bosom, which was almost bare, was covered with small beads of perspiration. He felt a fresh access of desire, and putting his lips to her ear, he murmured, "Yes, of course I do." Then she threw her arms round his neck, and kissed him for such a long time that they both of them lost their breath. From that moment the eternal story of love began between them. They played with one another in corners, they met in the moonlight under a haystack, and gave each other bruises on the legs with their heavy nailed boots underneath the table. By degrees, however, Jacques seemed to grow tired of her, he avoided her, scarcely spoke to her, and did not try any longer to meet her alone, which made her sad and anxious. And soon she found that she was pregnant. At first, she was in a state of consternation, but then she got angry, and her rage increased every day, because she could not meet him, as he avoided her most carefully. At last, one night, when everyone in the farmhouse was asleep, she went out noiselessly in her petticoat, with bare feet, crossed the yard and opened the door of the stable, where Jacques was lying in a large box of straw, over his horses. He pretended to snore when he heard her coming, but she knelt down by his side and shook him until he sat up. "What do you want?" he then asked her. And she, with clenched teeth, and trembling with anger, replied, I want you to marry me, as you promised." But he only laughed, and replied, "Oh. If a man were to marry all the girls with whom he has made a slip, he would have more than enough to do." Then she seized him by the throat, threw him on to his back, so that he could not disengage himself from her, and half strangling him, she shouted into his face, "I am in the family way. Do you hear? I am in the family way." He gasped for breath, as he was nearly choked, and so they remained, both of them, motionless and without speaking, in the dark silence, which was only broken by the noise that a horse made as he pulled the hay out of the manger, and then slowly chewed it. When Jacques found that she was the stronger, he stammered out, "Very well, I will marry you, as that is the case." But she did not believe his promises. "It must be at once," she said. "You must have the banns put up." "At once," he replied. "Swear before God that you will." He hesitated for a few moments, and then said, "I swear it, by God." Then she released her grasp, and went away, without another word. She had no chance of speaking to him for several days, and as the stable was now always locked at night, she was afraid to make any noise, for fear of creating a scandal. One morning, however, she saw another man come in at dinner time, and so she said, "Has Jacques left?" "Yes," the man replied, "I have taken his place." This made her tremble so violently that she could not unhook the pot. And later, when they were all at work, she went up into her room and cried, burying her head in her bolster, so that she might not be heard. During the day, however, she tried to obtain some information without exciting any suspicions, but she was so overwhelmed by the thoughts of her misfortune that she fancied that all the people whom she asked laughed maliciously. All she learned, however, was that he had left the neighborhood altogether. Chapter 2. Then a life of constant misery began for her. She worked mechanically, without thinking of what she was doing, with one fixed idea in her head: suppose people were to know. This continual feeling made her so incapable of reasoning, that she did not even try to think of any means of avoiding the disgrace that she knew must ensue, which was irreparable, and drawing nearer every day, and which was as sure as death itself. She got up every morning long before the others, and persistently tried to look at her figure in a piece of broken looking-glass at which she did her hair. As she was very anxious to know whether anybody would notice a change in her, and during the day she stopped working every few minutes to look at herself from top to toe, to see whether the size of her stomach did not make her apron look too short. The months went on, and she scarcely spoke now, and when she was asked a question, she did not appear to understand, but she had a frightened look, with haggard eyes and trembling hands, which made her master say to her occasionally, "My poor girl, how stupid you have grown lately." In church, she hid behind a pillar, and no longer ventured to go to confession, as she feared to face the priest, to whom she attributed superhuman powers, which enabled him to read people's consciences. And at meal times the looks of her fellow servants almost made her faint with mental agony, and she was always fancying that she had been found out by the cowherd, a precocious and cunning little lad, whose bright eyes seemed always to be watching her. One morning the postman brought her a letter, and as she had never received one in her life before, she was so upset by it that she was obliged to sit down. Perhaps it was from him. But as she could not read, she sat anxious and trembling, with that piece of paper covered with ink in her hand. After a time, however, she put it into her pocket, as she did not venture to confide her secret to anyone. She often stopped in her work to look at those lines written at regular intervals, and which terminated in a signature, imagining vaguely that she would suddenly discover their meaning. Until at last, as she felt half mad with impatience and anxiety, she went to the schoolmaster, who told her to sit down, and read to her as follows: "My dear daughter, this is to tell you that I am very ill. Our neighbor, Monsieur Dentu, has written this letter to ask you to come, if you can. For your affectionate mother, Césaire Dentu, Deputy Mayor." She did not say a word, and went away, but as soon as she was alone, her legs gave way, and she fell down by the roadside, and remained there till night. When she got back, she told the farmer her trouble, who allowed her to go home for as long as she wanted, and promised to have her work done by a charwoman, and to take her back when she returned. Her mother was dying and breathed her last the day she arrived, and the next day Rose gave birth to a 7 months' child, a miserable little skeleton, thin enough to make anybody shudder, and which seemed to be suffering continually, to judge by the painful manner in which it moved its poor little hands about, which were as thin as a crab's legs. But it lived, for all that. She said that she was married, but that she could not saddle herself with the child, so she left it with some neighbors, who promised to take care of it, and she went back to the farm. But then, in her heart, which had been wounded so long, there arose something like brightness, an unknown love for that frail little creature which she had left behind her. But there was fresh suffering in that very love, suffering which she felt every hour and every minute, because she was parted from her child. What pained her most, however, was a mad longing to kiss it, to press it in her arms, to feel the warmth of its little body against her skin. She could not sleep at night. She thought of it the whole day long, and in the evening, when her work was done, she used to sit in front of the fire and look at it intently, like people do whose thoughts are far away. They began to talk about her, and to tease her about the lover she must have. They asked her whether he was tall, handsome and rich. When was the wedding to be, and the christening? And often she ran away, to cry by herself, for these questions seemed to hurt her, like the prick of a pin, and in order to forget these irritations, she began to work still more energetically. And still thinking of her child, she sought for the means of saving up money for it, and determined to work so that her master would be obliged to raise her wages. Then, by degrees, she almost monopolized the work, and persuaded him to get rid of one servant girl, who had become useless since she had taken to working like two. She saved money on the bread, oil and candles, on the corn, which they gave to the fowls too extravagantly, and on the fodder for the horses and cattle, which was rather wasted. She was as miserly about her master's money, as if it had been her own, and by dint of making good bargains, of getting high prices for all their produce, and by baffling the peasants' tricks when they offered anything for sale, he at last entrusted her with buying and selling everything, with the direction of all the laborers, and with the quantity of provisions necessary for the household, so that in a short time she became indispensable to him. She kept such a strict eye on everything about her, that under her direction the farm prospered wonderfully, and for 5 miles round people talked of Master Valen's servant. And the farmer himself said everywhere, "That girl is worth more than her weight in gold." But time passed by, and her wages remained the same. Her hard work was accepted as something that was due from every good servant, and as a mere token of her goodwill. And she began to think rather bitterly, that if the farmer could put 50 or 100 crowns extra into the bank every month, thanks to her, she was still only earning her 240 francs a year, neither more nor less, and so she made up her mind to ask for an increase of wages. She went to see the master 3 times about it, but when she saw him, she spoke about something else. She felt a kind of modesty in asking for money, as if it were something disgraceful. But at last, one day, when the farmer was having breakfast by himself in the kitchen, she said to him, with some embarrassment, that she wished to speak to him particularly. He raised his head in surprise, with both his hands on the table, holding his knife, with its point in the air, in one, and a piece of bread in the other, and he looked fixedly at the girl, who felt uncomfortable under his gaze, but asked for a week's holiday, so that she might get away, as she was not very well. He acceded to her request immediately, and then added, in some embarrassment himself, "When you come back, I shall have something to say to you, myself." Chapter 3. The child was nearly 8 months old, and she did not know it again. It had grown rosy and chubby all over like a little bundle of living fat. She threw herself on it as if it had been some prey, and kissed it so violently that it began to scream with terror, and then she began to cry herself, because it did not know her, and stretched out its arms to its nurse, as soon as it saw her. But the next day, it began to get used to her, and laughed when it saw her, and she took it into the fields and ran about excitedly with it, and sat down under the shade of the trees, and then, for the first time in her life, she opened her heart to somebody, and told him her troubles, how hard her work was, her anxieties and her hopes. And she quite tired the child with the violence of her caresses. She took the greatest pleasure in handling it, in washing and dressing it, for it seemed to her that all this was the confirmation of her maternity, and she would look at it, almost feeling surprised that it was hers, and she used to say to herself in a low voice, as she danced it in her arms, "It is my baby, it is my baby." She cried all the way home as she returned to the farm, and had scarcely got in, before her master called her into his room, and she went, feeling astonished and nervous, without knowing why. "Sit down there," he said. She sat down, and for some moments they remained side by side, in some embarrassment, with their arms hanging at their sides, as if they did not know what to do with them. And looking each other in the face, after the manner of peasants. The farmer, a stout, jovial, obstinate man of 45, who had lost 2 wives, evidently felt embarrassed, which was very unusual with him, but at last he made up his mind. And began to speak vaguely, hesitating a little, and looking out of the window as he talked. "Rose," he said, "have you never thought of settling down?" She grew as pale as death, and, seeing that she gave him no answer, he went on, "You are a good, steady, active and economical girl, and a wife like you would make a man's fortune." She did not move, but looked frightened. She did not even try to comprehend his meaning, for her thoughts were in a whirl, as if at the approach of some great danger. So after waiting for a few seconds, he went on, "You see, a farm without a mistress can never succeed, even with such a servant as you." Then he stopped, for he did not know what else to say, and Rose looked at him with the air of a person who thinks that he is face to face with a murderer, and ready to flee at the slightest movement he may make. But after waiting for about 5 minutes, he asked her, "Well, will it suit you?" "Will what suit me, master?" And he said, quickly, "Why, to marry me, by Jove." She jumped up, but fell back onto her chair as if she had been struck, and there she remained motionless, like a person who is overwhelmed by some great misfortune. But at last the farmer grew impatient, and said, "Come, what more do you want?" She looked at him almost in terror, then suddenly the tears came into her eyes, and she said twice, in a choking voice, I cannot. "Why not?" he asked. "Come, don't be silly. I will give you until tomorrow to think it over." And he hurried out of the room, very glad to have got the matter over, for it had troubled him a good deal. He had no doubt that she would the next morning accept a proposal which she could never have expected, and which would be a capital bargain for him. As he thus bound a woman to himself who would certainly bring him more than if she had the best dowry in the district. Neither could there be any scruples about an unequal match between them, for in the country everyone is very nearly equal. The farmer works just like his laborers do, who frequently become masters in their turn, and the female servants constantly become the mistresses of the establishments, without its making any change in their lives or habits. Rose did not go to bed that night. She threw herself, dressed as she was, on her bed, and she had not even the strength to cry left in her, she was so thoroughly overcome. She remained quite inert, scarcely knowing that she had a body, and with her mind in such a state as if it had been taken to pieces with one of those instruments which are used in remaking a mattress. Only at odd moments could she collect fragments of her thoughts, and then she was frightened at the idea of what might happen. Her terror increased, and every time the great kitchen clock struck the hour she broke into a perspiration of fear. She was losing control of herself, and had a succession of nightmares. Her candle went out, and then she began to imagine that someone had thrown a spell over her, like country people so often fancy, and she felt a mad inclination to run away, to escape and to flee before her misfortune, like a ship scuds before the wind. An owl hooted, and she shivered, sat up, put her hands to her face, into her hair, and all over her body, and then she went downstairs, as if she were walking in her sleep. When she got into the yard, she stooped down, so as not to be seen by any prowling ruffian, for the moon, which was setting, shed a bright light over the fields. Instead of opening the gate, she scrambled over the bank, and as soon as she was outside, she started off. She went on straight before her, with a quick, elastic trot, and from time to time, she unconsciously uttered a piercing cry. Her long shadow accompanied her, and now and then some night bird flew over her head, while the dogs in the farmyards barked, as they heard her pass. One even jumped over the ditch and followed her and tried to bite her, but she turned round at it, and gave such a terrible yell, that the frightened animal ran back and cowered in silence in its kennel. Sometimes a family of young hares was gambolling in a field, but when the frantic fugitive approached, like a delirious Diana, the timid creatures scampered away. The mother and her little ones disappearing into a burrow, while the father ran at full tilt, his leaping shadow, with long ears erect, standing out against the setting moon, which was now sinking down at the other end of the world, and casting an oblique light over the fields, like a huge lantern standing on the ground at the horizon. The stars grew dim, and the birds began to twitter. Day was breaking. The girl was worn out and panting, and when the sun rose in the purple sky, she stopped, for her swollen feet refused to go any farther. But she saw a pond in the distance, a large pond whose stagnant water looked like blood under the reflection of this new day, and she limped on with short steps and with her hand on her heart, in order to dip both her legs in it. She sat down on a tuft of grass, took off her heavy shoes, which were full of dust, pulled off her stockings and plunged her legs into the still water, from which bubbles were rising here and there. A feeling of delicious coolness pervaded her from head to foot, and suddenly, while she was looking fixedly at the deep pool, she was seized with giddiness, and with a mad longing to throw herself into it. All her sufferings would be over in there, over forever. She no longer thought of her child. She only wanted peace, complete rest, and to sleep forever, and she got up with raised arms and took 2 steps forward. She was in the water up to her thighs, and she was just about to throw herself in, when sharp, pricking pains in her ankles made her jump back, and she uttered a cry of despair, for from her knees to the tips of her feet, long, black leeches were sucking in her life blood, and were swelling, as they adhered to her flesh. She did not dare to touch them, and screamed with horror, so that her cries of despair attracted a peasant, who was driving along at some distance, to the spot. He pulled off the leeches one by one, applied herbs to the wounds, and drove the girl to her master's farm, in his gig. She was in bed for a fortnight, and as she was sitting outside the door on the first morning that she got up, the farmer suddenly came and planted himself before her. "Well," he said, "I suppose the affair is settled, isn't it?" She did not reply at first, and then, as he remained standing and looking at her intently with his piercing eyes, she said with difficulty, "No, master, I cannot." But he immediately flew into a rage. "You cannot, girl, you cannot? I should just like to know the reason why." She began to cry, and repeated, "I cannot." He looked at her and then exclaimed, angrily, "Then, I suppose you have a lover?" "Perhaps that is it," she replied, trembling with shame. The man got as red as a poppy, and stammered out in a rage, "Ah! So you confess it, you slut! And pray, who is the fellow?" "Some penniless, half-starved ragamuffin, without a roof to his head, I suppose." "Who is it, I say?" And as she gave him no answer, he continued, "Ah! So you will not tell me? Then I will tell you. It is Jean Baudu." "No, not he," she exclaimed. "Then it is Pierre Martin?" "Oh, no, master." And he angrily mentioned all the young fellows in the neighborhood, while she denied that he had hit upon the right one, and every moment wiped her eyes with the corner of her big blue apron. But he still tried to find it out, with his brutish obstinacy, and, as it were, scratched her heart to discover her secret, just like a terrier scratches a hole, to try and get at the animal which he scents in it. Suddenly, however, the man shouted, "By George! It is Jacques, the man who was here last year. They used to say that you were always talking together, and that you thought about getting married." Rose was choking, and she grew scarlet, while her tears suddenly stopped, and dried up on her cheeks, like drops of water on hot iron, and she exclaimed, "No, it is not he, it is not he." "Is that really a fact?" the cunning peasant, who partly guessed the truth, asked, and she replied, hastily, "I will swear it. I will swear it to you." She tried to think of something by which to swear, as she did not venture to invoke sacred things, but he interrupted her, "At any rate, he used to follow you into every corner, and devoured you with his eyes at meal times. Did you ever give him your promise, eh?" This time she looked her master straight in the face. "No, never, never. I will solemnly swear to you, that if he were to come today and ask me to marry him, I would have nothing to do with him." She spoke with such an air of sincerity that the farmer hesitated, and then he continued, as if speaking to himself, "What, then? You have not had a misfortune, as they call it, or it would have been known, and as it has no consequences, no girl would refuse her master on that account. There must be something at the bottom of it, however." She could say nothing, she had not the strength to speak, and he asked her again, "You will not?" "I cannot, master," she said, with a sigh, and he turned on his heel. She thought she had got rid of him altogether, and spent the rest of the day almost tranquilly, but as worn out as if she had been turning the threshing machine all day. Instead of the old white horse, and she went to bed as soon as she could, and fell asleep immediately. In the middle of the night, however, 2 hands touching the bed, woke her. She trembled with fear, but she immediately recognized the farmer's voice, when he said to her, "Don't be frightened, Rose. I have come to speak to you." She was surprised at first, but when he tried to get into the bed, she understood what he wanted, and began to tremble violently, as she felt quite alone in the darkness, still heavy from sleep. And quite naked in the bed, beside this man who desired her. She certainly did not consent, but she resisted weakly, herself struggling against that instinct which is always strong in simple natures, and very imperfectly protected by the undecided will of inert and feeble creatures. She turned her head now to the wall, and now towards the room, in order to avoid the attentions which the farmer tried to press on her, and her body writhed a little under the coverlet. As she was weakened by the fatigue of the struggle, while he became brutal, intoxicated by desire. With a sudden movement he pulled off the bedclothes, then she saw that resistance was useless. With an ostrich-like sense of modesty she hid her face in her hands, and ceased to struggle. They lived together as man and wife, and one morning he said to her, "I have put up our banns, and we will get married next month." She did not reply, for what could she say? She did not resist, for what could she do? Chapter 4. She married him. She felt as if she were in a pit with inaccessible edges, from which she could never get out, and all kinds of misfortunes remained hanging over her head, like huge rocks, which would fall on the first occasion. Her husband gave her the impression of a man whom she had stolen, and who would find it out some day or other. And then she thought of her child, who was the cause of her misfortunes, but who was also the cause of all her happiness on earth, and whom she went to see twice a year. Though she came back more unhappy each time. But she gradually grew accustomed to her life, her fears were allayed, her heart was at rest, and she lived with an easier mind, though still with some vague fear floating in her mind. And so years went on, and the child was 6. She was almost happy now, when suddenly the farmer's temper grew very bad. For 2 or 3 years he seemed to have been nursing some secret anxiety, to be troubled by some care, some mental disturbance, which was gradually increasing. He remained at table a long time after dinner, with his head in his hands, sad and devoured by sorrow. He always spoke hastily, sometimes even brutally, and it even seemed as if he bore a grudge against his wife, for at times he answered her roughly, almost angrily. One day, when a neighbor's boy came for some eggs, and she spoke very crossly to him, as she was very busy, her husband suddenly came in, and said to her in his unpleasant voice, "If that were your own child you would not treat him so." She was hurt, and did not reply, and then she went back into the house, with all her grief awakened afresh, and at dinner, the farmer neither spoke to her, nor looked at her. And he seemed to hate her, to despise her, to know something about the affair at last. In consequence, she lost her head, and did not venture to remain alone with him after the meal was over, but she left the room and hastened to the church. It was getting dusk. The narrow nave was in total darkness, but she heard footsteps in the choir, for the sacristan was preparing the tabernacle lamp for the night. That spot of trembling light, which was lost in the darkness of the arches, looked to Rose like her last hope, and with her eyes fixed on it, she fell on her knees. The chain rattled as the little lamp swung up into the air, and almost immediately the small bell rang out the Angelus through the increasing mist. She went up to him, as he was going out. "Is Monsieur le Curé at home?" she asked. "Of course he is, this is his dinner time." She trembled as she rang the bell of the priest's house. The priest was just sitting down to dinner, and he made her sit down also. "Yes, yes, I know all about it. Your husband has mentioned the matter to me that brings you here." The poor woman nearly fainted, and the priest continued, "What do you want, my child?" And he hastily swallowed several spoonfuls of soup, some of which dropped onto his greasy cassock. But Rose did not venture to say anything more, and she got up to go, but the priest said, "Courage." And she went out, and returned to the farm, without knowing what she was doing. The farmer was waiting for her, as the laborers had gone away during her absence, and she fell heavily at his feet, and shedding a flood of tears, she said to him, "What have you got against me?" He began to shout and to swear, "What have I got against you?" "That I have no children, by God." When a man takes a wife, he does not want to be left alone with her until the end of his days. "That is what I have against you." When a cow has no calves, she is not worth anything, and when a woman has no children, she is also not worth anything. She began to cry, and said, "It is not my fault. It is not my fault." He grew rather more gentle when he heard that, and added, "I do not say that it is, but it is very annoying, all the same." Chapter 5. From that day forward, she had only one thought, to have a child, another child. She confided her wish to everybody, and in consequence of this, a neighbor told her of an infallible method. This was, to make her husband a glass of water with a pinch of ashes in it, every evening. The farmer consented to try it, but without success. So they said to each other, "Perhaps there are some secret ways." And they tried to find out. They were told of a shepherd who lived 10 miles off, and so Valin one day drove off to consult him. The shepherd gave him a loaf on which he made some marks. It was kneaded up with herbs, and both of them were to eat a piece of it before and after their mutual caresses. But they ate the whole loaf without obtaining any results from it. Next, a schoolmaster unveiled mysteries, and processes of love which were unknown in the country, but infallible, so he declared. Yet none of them had the desired effect. Then the priest advised them to make a pilgrimage to the shrine at Fécamp. Rose went with the crowd and prostrated herself in the abbey, and mingling her prayers with the coarse wishes of the peasants around her, she prayed that she might be fruitful a second time. But it was in vain, and then she thought that she was being punished for her first fault, and she was seized by terrible grief. She was wasting away with sorrow. Her husband was also aging prematurely, and was wearing himself out in useless hopes. Then war broke out between them. He called her names and beat her. They quarreled all day long, and when they were in bed together at night he flung insults and obscenities at her, panting with rage, until one night, not being able to think of any means of making her suffer more, he ordered her to get up and go and stand out of doors in the rain, until daylight. As she did not obey him, he seized her by the neck, and began to strike her in the face with his fists, but she said nothing, and did not move. In his exasperation he knelt on her stomach, and with clenched teeth, and mad with rage, he began to beat her. Then in her despair she rebelled, and flinging him against the wall with a furious gesture, she sat up, and in an altered voice, she hissed, "I have had a child, I have had one. I had it by Jacques. You know Jacques well. He promised to marry me, but he left this neighborhood without keeping his word." The man was thunderstruck, and could hardly speak, but at last he stammered out, "What are you saying? What are you saying?" Then she began to sob, and amidst her tears she said, "That is the reason why I did not want to marry you. I could never tell you, for you would have left me without any bread for my child. You have never had any children, so you cannot understand, you cannot understand." He said again, mechanically, with increasing surprise, "You have a child? You have a child? You had me by force, as I suppose you know. I did not want to marry you, she said, still sobbing. Then he got up, lit the candle, and began to walk up and down, with his arms behind him. She was cowering on the bed and crying, and suddenly he stopped in front of her, and said, "Then it is my fault that you have no children?" She gave him no answer, and he began to walk up and down again, and then, stopping again, he continued, "How old is your child?" "Just 6, she whispered. "Why did you not tell me about it?" he asked. "How could I?" she replied, with a sigh. He remained standing, motionless. "Come, get up," he said. She got up, with some difficulty, and then, when she was standing on the floor, he suddenly began to laugh, with his hearty laugh of his good days, and seeing how surprised she was, he added, "Very well, we will go and fetch the child, as you and I can have none together." She was so scared that, if she had had the strength, she would assuredly have run away, but the farmer rubbed his hands and said, "I wanted to adopt one, and now we have found one. I asked the priest about an orphan, some time ago." Then, still laughing, he kissed his weeping and agitated wife on both cheeks, and shouted out, as if she could not hear him, "Come along, mother, we will go and see whether there is any soup left. I should not mind a plateful." She put on her petticoat, and they went downstairs. And while she was kneeling in front of the fireplace, and lighting the fire under the pot, he continued to walk up and down the kitchen in long strides, and said, "Well, I am really glad of this, I must say I am glad. I am really very glad." A country excursion. For 5 months they had been talking of going to lunch at some country restaurant in the neighborhood of Paris, on Madame Dufour's birthday. And as they were looking forward very impatiently to the outing, they had risen very early that morning. Monsieur Dufour had borrowed the milkman's cart, and drove himself. It was a very neat, 2-wheeled conveyance. It had a roof supported by 4 iron posts to which were attached curtains, which had been raised so that they could see the countryside. The curtain at the back, alone, fluttered in the breeze like a flag. Madame Dufour, resplendent in a wonderful, cherry-colored silk dress, sat by the side of her husband. The old grandmother and the daughter were accommodated with 2 chairs, and a yellow-haired youth, of whom, however, nothing was to be seen except his head, lay at the bottom of the trap. After they had followed the Avenue de Champs-Élysées, and passed the fortifications by the Porte Maillot, they began to enjoy the scenery. When they got to the bridge of Neuilly, Monsieur Dufour said, "Here we are in the country at last." At that warning, his wife grew sentimental about the beauties of nature. When they got to the crossroads at Courbevoie, they were seized with admiration for the tremendous view. Down there on the right was the spire of Argenteuil Church, above it rose the hills of Senoise and the mill of Orgemont, while on the left, the aqueduct of Marly stood out against the clear morning sky. In the distance they could see the terrace of Saint-Germain, and opposite to them, at the end of a low chain of hills, the new fort of Cormelles. Far in the background, a very long way off, beyond the plains and villages, one could see the somber green of the forests. The sun was beginning to burn their faces, the dust got into their eyes, and on either side of the road there stretched an interminable tract of bare, ugly country, which smelled unpleasant. You would have thought that it had been ravaged by a pestilence which had even attacked the buildings, for skeletons of dilapidated and deserted houses, or small cottages left in an unfinished state, as if the contractors had not been paid, reared their 4 roofless walls on each side. Here and there tall factory chimneys rose up from the barren soil, the only vegetation on that putrid land, where the spring breezes wafted an odor of petroleum and slate, mingled with another smell that was even still less agreeable. At last, however, they crossed the Seine a second time. It was delightful on the bridge. The river sparkled in the sun, and they had a feeling of quiet satisfaction and enjoyment in drinking in purer air, not impregnated by the black smoke of factories, nor by the miasma from the dumping grounds. A man whom they met told them that the name of the place was Bezons. So Monsieur Dufour pulled up, and read the attractive announcement outside an eating-house. Restaurant Poulin, fish soups and fried fish, private rooms, arbors, and swings. Well, Madame Dufour, will this suit you? Will you make up your mind at last? She read the announcement in her turn, and then looked at the house for a time. It was a white country inn, built by the roadside, and through the open door she could see the bright zinc of the counter, at which two workmen in their Sunday best were sitting. At last she made up her mind, and said, "Yes, this will do, and, besides, there is a view." So they drove into a large stretch of ground planted with trees, behind the inn, which was only separated from the river by the towing path, and got out. The husband sprang out first, and held out his arms for his wife. As the step was very high, Madame Dufour, in order to reach him, had to show the lower part of her limbs, whose former slenderness had disappeared in fat. Monsieur Dufour, who was already getting excited by the country air, pinched her calf, and then, taking her in his arms, set her on the ground, as if she had been some enormous bundle. She shook the dust out of the silk dress, and then looked round, to see in what sort of a place she was. She was a stout woman, of about 36, like a full-blown rose, and delightful to look at. She could hardly breathe, as she was laced too tightly, which forced the heaving mass of her superabundant bosom up to her double chin. Next, the girl put her hand on to her father's shoulder, and jumped lightly down. The youth with the yellow hair had got down by stepping on the wheel, and he helped Monsieur Dufour to get the grandmother out. Then they unharnessed the horse, which they tied up to a tree, and the carriage fell back, with both shafts in the air. The man and boy took off their coats, washed their hands in a pail of water, and then joined the ladies, who had already taken possession of the swings. Mademoiselle Dufour was trying to swing herself standing up, but she could not succeed in getting a start. She was a pretty girl of about 18. One of those women who suddenly excite your desire when you meet them in the street, and who leave you with a vague feeling of uneasiness and of excited senses. She was tall, had a small waist and large hips, with a dark skin, very large eyes, and very black hair. Her dress clearly marked the outlines of her firm, full figure, which was accentuated by the motion of her hips as she tried to swing herself higher. Her arms were stretched over her head to hold the rope, so that her bosom rose at every movement she made. Her hat, which a gust of wind had blown off, was hanging behind her, and as the swing gradually rose higher and higher, she showed her delicate limbs up to the knees at each time. And the wind from the perfumed petticoats, more heady than the fumes of wine, blew into the faces of her father and friend, who were looking at her, smiling. Sitting in the other swing, Madame Dufour kept saying in a monotonous voice, "Cyprien, come and swing me, do come and swing me, Cyprien." At last he complied, and turning up his shirt-sleeves, as if he intended to work very hard, with much difficulty he set his wife in motion. She clutched the two ropes, and held her legs out straight, so as not to touch the ground. She enjoyed feeling giddy from the motion of the swing, and her whole figure shook like a jelly on a dish, but as she went higher and higher, she grew too giddy and got frightened. Every time she was coming back, she uttered a shriek, which made all the little urchins come round, and down below, beneath the garden hedge, she vaguely saw a row of mischievous heads, making faces as they laughed. When a servant girl came out, they ordered lunch. Some fried fish, a stewed rabbit, salad, and dessert, Madame Dufour said, with an important air. "Bring 2 quarts of wine, and a bottle of claret," her husband said. "We will have lunch on the grass," the girl added. The grandmother, who had an affection for cats, had been petting one that belonged to the house, and had been bestowing the most affectionate words on it, for the last 10 minutes. The animal, no doubt secretly pleased by her attentions, kept close to the good woman, but just out of reach of her hand, and quietly walked round the trees, against which she rubbed herself, with her tail up, purring with pleasure. "Hello," exclaimed the youth with the yellow hair, who was ferreting about, "here are 2 swell boats." They all went to look at them, and saw 2 beautiful skiffs in a wooden boathouse, which were as beautifully finished as if they had been objects of luxury. They were moored side by side, like 2 tall, slender girls, in their narrow shining length, and aroused in one a wish to drift in them on warm summer mornings and evenings. Along flower-covered banks of the river, where the trees dip their branches into the water, where the rushes are continually rustling in the breeze, and where the swift kingfishers dart about like flashes of blue lightning. The whole family looked at them with great respect. "They are indeed two swell boats," Monsieur Dufour repeated gravely, and he examined them closely, commenting on them like a connoisseur. He had been in the habit of rowing in his younger days, he said, and when he had that in his hands, and he went through the action of pulling the oars, he did not care a fig for anybody. He had beaten more than one Englishman formerly at the Joinville regattas, and he made jokes on the word dames, used to describe the two things for holding the oars. He grew quite excited at last, and offered to make a bet that in a boat like that he could row 6 miles an hour, without exerting himself. "Lunch is ready," said the servant, appearing at the entrance to the boathouse. They all hurried off, but 2 young men were already lunching at the best place, which Madame Dufour had chosen in her mind as her seat. No doubt they were the owners of the skiffs, for they were dressed in boating costume. They were stretched out, almost lying on chairs, and were sunburned, and had on flannel trousers and thin cotton jerseys, with short sleeves, which showed their bare arms, which were as strong as blacksmiths. They were 2 strong young fellows, who thought a great deal of their vigor, and who showed in all their movements that elasticity and grace of limb which can only be acquired by exercise, and which is so different from the awkwardness with which the same continual work stamps the mechanic. They exchanged a rapid smile when they saw the mother, and then a look on seeing the daughter. "Let us give up our place," one of them said, "it will make us acquainted with them." The other got up immediately, and holding his black and red boating cap in his hand, he politely offered the ladies the only shady place in the garden. With many excuses they accepted, and so that it might be more rural, they sat on the grass, without either tables or chairs. The 2 young men took their plates, knives, forks, etc., to a table a little way off, and began to eat again. Their bare arms, which they showed continually, rather embarrassed the young girl, who even pretended to turn her head aside, and not to see them. But Madame Dufour, who was rather bolder, tempted by feminine curiosity, looked at them every moment, and no doubt compared them with the secret unsightliness of her husband. She had squatted herself on the ground with her legs tucked under her, after the manner of tailors, and kept wriggling about continually, under the pretext that ants were crawling about her somewhere. Monsieur Dufour, whom the presence and politeness of the strangers had put into rather a bad temper, was trying to find a comfortable position, which he did not, however, succeed in doing, while the youth with the yellow hair was eating as silently as an ogre. "It is lovely weather, monsieur," the stout lady said to one of the boating men. She wished to be friendly, because they had given up their place. "It is, indeed, madam," he replied. "Do you often go into the country?" "Oh, only once or twice a year, to get a little fresh air. And you, monsieur?" "I come and sleep here every night." "Oh, that must be very nice." "Certainly it is, madam." And he gave them such a poetical account of his daily life, that in the hearts of these shopkeepers, who were deprived of the meadows, and who longed for country walks, it roused that innate love of nature, which they all felt so strongly the whole year round, behind the counter in their shop. The girl raised her eyes and looked at the oarsman with emotion, and Monsieur Dufour spoke for the first time. "It is indeed a happy life," he said. And then he added, "A little more rabbit, my dear?" "No, thank you," she replied, and turning to the young men again, and pointing to their arms, asked, "Do you never feel cold like that?" They both laughed, and amazed the family by telling of the enormous fatigue they could endure, of bathing while in a state of tremendous perspiration, of rowing in the fog at night. And they struck their chests violently, to show how they sounded. "Ah! You look very strong," the husband said, and he did not talk any more of the time when he used to beat the English. The girl was looking at them askance now, and the young fellow with the yellow hair, as he had swallowed some wine the wrong way, and was coughing violently. Bespattered Madame Dufour's cherry-colored silk dress. Madame got angry, and sent for some water to wash the spots. Meanwhile it had grown unbearably hot, the sparkling river looked like a blaze of fire and the fumes of the wine were getting into their heads. Monsieur Dufour, who had a violent hiccup, had unbuttoned his waistcoat and the top of his trousers, while his wife, who felt choking, was gradually unfastening her dress. The youth was shaking his yellow mop of hair in a happy frame of mind, and kept helping himself to wine, and as the old grandmother felt drunk, she endeavored to be very stiff and dignified. As for the girl, she showed nothing except a peculiar brightness in her eyes, while the brown skin on her cheeks became more rosy. The coffee finished them off. They spoke of singing, and each of them sang, or repeated a couplet, which the others repeated enthusiastically. Then they got up with some difficulty, and while the two women, who were rather dizzy, were getting some fresh air, the two males, who were altogether drunk, were performing gymnastic tricks. Heavy, limp, and with scarlet faces, they hung awkwardly on to the iron rings, without being able to raise themselves. While their shirts were continually threatening to part company with their trousers, and to flap in the wind like flags. Meanwhile, the two boating men had got their skiffs into the water. They came back, and politely asked the ladies whether they would like a row. "Would you like one, Monsieur Dufour?" his wife exclaimed. "Please come." He merely gave her a drunken look, without understanding what she said. Then one of the rowers came up, with 2 fishing rods in his hand. And the hope of catching a gudgeon, that great aim of the Parisian shopkeeper, made Dufour's dull eyes gleam. He politely allowed them to do whatever they liked, while he sat in the shade, under the bridge, with his feet dangling over the river, by the side of the young man with the yellow hair, who was sleeping soundly close to him. One of the boating men made a martyr of himself, and took the mother. "Let us go to the little wood on the Isle aux Anglais," he called out, as he rowed off. The other skiff went slower, for the rower was looking at his companion so intently, that he thought of nothing else. His emotion paralyzed his strength, while the girl, who was sitting on the steerer's seat, gave herself up to the enjoyment of being on the water. She felt disinclined to think, felt a lassitude in her limbs, a complete self-relaxation, as if she were intoxicated. She had become very flushed, and breathed pantingly. The effect of the wine, increased by the extreme heat, made all the trees on the bank seem to bow, as she passed. A vague wish for enjoyment, a fermentation of her blood, seemed to pervade her whole body, and she was also a little agitated by this tête-à-tête on the water. In a place which seemed depopulated by the heat, with this young man, who thought her beautiful, whose look seemed to caress her skin, and whose eyes were as penetrating and exciting as the sun's rays. Their inability to speak increased their emotion, and they looked about them. At last he made an effort and asked her name. "Henriette," she said. "Why?" "My name is Henri," he replied. The sound of their voices calmed them, and they looked at the banks. The other skiff had gone ahead of them, and seemed to be waiting for them. The rower called out, "We will meet you in the wood. We are going as far as Robinson because Madame Dufour is thirsty." Then he bent over his oars again and rowed off so quickly that he was soon out of sight. Meanwhile, a continual roar, which they had heard for some time, came nearer, and the river itself seemed to shiver, as if the dull noise were rising from its depths. "What is that noise?" she asked. It was the noise of the weir, which cut the river in two, at the island. He was explaining it to her, when above the noise of the waterfall they heard the song of a bird, which seemed a long way off. "Listen," he said. "The nightingales are singing during the day, so the females must be sitting." A nightingale. She had never heard one before, and the idea of listening to one roused visions of poetic tenderness in her heart. A nightingale. That is to say, the invisible witness of the lovers' interview which Juliet invoked on her balcony, that celestial music which is attuned to human kisses. That eternal inspirer of all those languorous romances which open idealized visions to the poor, tender, little hearts of sensitive girls. She was going to hear a nightingale. "We must not make a noise," her companion said, "and then we can go into the wood, and sit down close to it." The skiff seemed to glide. They saw the trees on the island, the banks of which were so low that they could look into the depths of the thickets. They stopped, he made the boat fast, Henriette took hold of Henry's arm, and they went beneath the trees. "Stoop," he said, so she bent down, and they went into an inextricable thicket of creepers, leaves, and reed-grass, which formed an impenetrable retreat, and which the young man laughingly called his private room. Just above their heads, perched in one of the trees which hid them, the bird was still singing. He uttered shakes and trills, and then long, vibrating sounds that filled the air and seemed to lose themselves in the distance, across the level country. Through that burning silence which hung low upon the whole country round. They did not speak for fear of frightening the bird away. They were sitting close together, and slowly Henry's arm stole round the girl's waist and squeezed it gently. She took that daring hand, but without anger, and kept removing it whenever he put it round her. Not, however, feeling at all embarrassed by this caress, just as if it had been something quite natural which she was resisting just as naturally. She was listening to the bird in ecstasy. She felt an infinite longing for happiness, for some sudden demonstration of tenderness, for a revelation of divine poesy. She felt such a softening at her heart, and such a relaxation of her nerves, that she began to cry, without knowing why. The young man was now straining her close to him, and she did not remove his arm, she did not think of it. Suddenly the nightingale stopped, and a voice called out in the distance. "Henriette." "Do not reply," he said in a low voice, "you will drive the bird away." But she had no idea of doing so, and they remained in the same position for some time. Madame Dufour had sat down somewhere or other, for from time to time they heard the stout lady break out into little bursts of laughter. The girl was still crying. She was filled with delightful feelings, her skin was burning and she felt a strange sensation of tickling. Henry's head was on her shoulder, and suddenly he kissed her on the lips. She was surprised and angry, and, to avoid him, she threw herself back. But he fell upon her and his whole body covered hers. For a long time he sought her lips, which she refused him, then he pressed her mouth to his. Seized with desire she returned his kiss, holding him to her breast, and she abandoned all resistance, as if crushed by too heavy a weight. Everything about them was still. The bird began again to sing, sending forth 3 penetrating notes at first, like a call of love, then, after a momentary silence, it began in weaker tones its slow modulations. A soft breeze crept up, raising a murmur among the leaves, while from the depths of the branches 2 burning sighs mingled with the song of the nightingale and the gentle breath of the wood. An intoxication possessed the bird and by degrees its notes came more rapidly like a fire spreading or a passion increasing. And they seemed to be an accompaniment to the kisses which resounded beneath the tree. Then the delirium of his song burst forth. He seemed to swoon on certain notes, to have spasms of melodious emotion. Sometimes he would rest a moment, emitting only 2 or 3 slight sounds suddenly terminated on a sharp note. Or he would launch into a frenzy, pouring out his song, with thrills and jerks, like a mad song of love, followed by cries of triumph. Then he stopped, hearing beneath him a sigh so deep that it seemed as though a soul were transported. The sound was prolonged for a while, then it ended in a sob. They were both very pale when they quitted their grassy retreat. The blue sky looked dull to them, the ardent sun was clouded over to their eyes, they perceived not the solitude and the silence. They walked quickly side by side, without speaking or touching each other, appearing to be irreconcilable enemies, as if disgust had sprung up between their bodies, and hatred between their souls. From time to time Henriette called out, "Mamma." They heard a noise in a thicket, and Henri fancied he saw a white dress being quickly pulled down over a fat calf. The stout lady appeared, looking rather confused, and more flushed than ever, her eyes shining and her breast heaving, and perhaps just a little too close to her companion. The latter must have had some strange experience, for his face was wrinkled with smiles that he could not check. Madame Dufour took his arm tenderly, and they returned to the boats. Henri went on first, still without speaking, by the girl's side, and he thought he heard a loud kiss being stifled. At last they got back to Bezons. Monsieur Dufour, who had sobered up, was waiting for them very impatiently, while the youth with the yellow hair was having a mouthful of something to eat before leaving the inn. The carriage was in the yard, with the horse yoked, and the grandmother, who had already got in, was frightened at the thought of being overtaken by night, before they got back to Paris. The outskirts not being safe. The young men shook hands with them, and the Dufour family drove off. "Goodbye, until we meet again," the oarsman cried, and the answers they got were a sigh and a tear. 2 months later, as Henri was going along the Rue des Martyrs, he saw Dufour, ironmonger, over a door. So he went in, and saw the stout lady sitting at the counter. They recognized each other immediately, and after an interchange of polite greetings, he inquired after them all. "And how is Mademoiselle Henriette?" he inquired, specially. "Very well, thank you. She is married." "Ah." Mastering his feelings, he added, "To whom was she married?" "To that young man who went with us, you know. He has joined us in business." "I remember him perfectly. He was going out, feeling unhappy, though scarcely knowing why, when Madame called him back." "And how is your friend?" she asked, rather shyly. "He is very well, thank you. Please give him our compliments, and beg him to come and call when he is in the neighborhood." She blushed, then added, "Tell him it will give me great pleasure." "I will be sure to do so. Adieu." "I will not say that. Come again, very soon." The next year, one very hot Sunday, all the details of that memorable adventure suddenly came back to him so clearly that he revisited the private room in the wood, and was overwhelmed with astonishment when he went in. She was sitting on the grass, looking very sad, while by her side, again in his shirt-sleeves, the young man with the yellow hair was sleeping soundly, like some brute. She grew so pale when she saw Henri, that at first he thought she was going to faint. Then, however, they began to talk quite naturally, as if there had never been anything between them. But when he told her that he was very fond of that spot, and went there very often on Sundays, to dream of old memories, she looked into his eyes for a long time. "I, too, think of it every evening," she replied. "Come, my dear," her husband said, with a yawn, "I think it is time for us to be going." In the spring. When the first fine spring days come, and the earth awakes and assumes its garment of verdure, when the perfumed warmth of the air blows on our faces and fills our lungs, and even appears to penetrate our heart, we feel vague longings for undefined happiness, a wish to run, to walk at random, to inhale the spring. As the winter had been very severe the year before, this longing assumed an intoxicating feeling in May. It was like a superabundance of sap. Well, one morning on waking, I saw from my window the blue sky glowing in the sun above the neighboring houses. The canaries hanging in the windows were singing loudly, and so were the servants on every floor. A cheerful noise rose up from the streets, and I went out, with my spirits as bright as the day was, to go, I did not exactly know where. Everybody I met seemed to be smiling. An air of happiness appeared to pervade everything, in the warm light of returning spring. One might almost have said that a breeze of love was blowing through the city, and the young women whom I saw in the streets in their morning toilettes, in the depths of whose eyes there lurked a hidden tenderness, and who walked with languid grace, filled my heart with agitation. Without knowing how or why, I found myself on the banks of the Seine. Steamboats were starting for Churisons, and suddenly I was seized by an unconquerable wish to have a walk through the woods. The deck of the Mouche 6 was crowded with passengers, for the sun in early spring draws you out of the house, in spite of yourself, and everybody moves about, goes and comes, and talks to his neighbor. I had a female neighbor, a little working girl, no doubt, who possessed the true Parisian charm. A little head, with light curly hair, which looked like frizzed light, came down to her ears and descended to the nape of her neck, danced in the wind, and then became such light-colored down, that one could scarcely see it, but on which one felt an irresistible desire to impress a shower of kisses. Under my insistent glances, she turned her head towards me, and then immediately looked down, while a slight fold deepened the corner of her mouth, which looked as if she were ready to break out into a smile, and showed there more of that fine, silky, pale down which the sun was gilding a little. The calm river grew wider, the atmosphere was warm and perfectly still, but a murmur of life seemed to fill all space. My neighbor raised her eyes again, and, this time, as I was still looking at her, she smiled, decidedly. She was charming like that, and in her passing glance, I saw 1,000 things, which I had hitherto been ignorant of, for I saw unknown depths, all the charm of tenderness, all the poetry which we dream of, all the happiness for which we continually search. I felt an insane longing to open my arms and to carry her off somewhere, so as to whisper the sweet music of words of love into her ears. I was just going to speak to her, when somebody touched me on the shoulder, and when I turned round in some surprise, I saw an ordinary-looking man, who was neither young nor old, and who gazed at me sadly. "I should like to speak to you," he said. I made a grimace, which he no doubt saw, for he added, "It is a matter of importance." I got up, therefore, and followed him to the other end of the boat, and then he said, "Monsieur, when winter comes, with its cold, wet and snowy weather, your doctor says to you constantly, keep your feet warm, guard against chills, colds, bronchitis, rheumatism and pleurisy. Then you are very careful, you wear flannel, a heavy overcoat and thick shoes, but all this does not prevent you from passing 2 months in bed. But when spring returns, with its leaves and flowers, its warm, soft breezes, and its smell of the fields, which cause you vague disquiet and causeless emotion, nobody says to you, 'Monsieur, beware of love. It is lying in ambush everywhere, it is watching for you at every corner, all its snares are laid, all its weapons are sharpened, all its guiles are prepared. Beware of love. Beware of love. It is more dangerous than colds, bronchitis, or pleurisy. It never forgives, and makes everybody commit irreparable follies. Yes, monsieur, I say that the French government ought to put large public notices on the walls, with these words, Return of Spring. French citizens, beware of love. Just as they put, beware of paint. However, as the government will not do this, I must do it in its stead, and I say to you, beware of love, for it is just going to seize you, and it is my duty to inform you of it. Just as in Russia they inform anyone that his nose is frozen. I was much astonished at this individual, and assuming a dignified manner, I said, Really, monsieur, you appear to me to be interfering in a matter which is no business of yours. He made an abrupt movement, and replied, Ah! Monsieur! Monsieur! If I see that a man is in danger of being drowned at a dangerous spot, ought I to let him perish? So just listen to my story, and you will see why I ventured to speak to you like this. It was about this time last year that it occurred. But, first of all, I must tell you that I am a clerk in the Admiralty, where our chiefs, the commissioners, take their gold lace and quill-driving officers seriously, and treat us like foretop men on board a ship. If all our chiefs were civilians, but let that pass, well, from my office I could see a small bit of blue sky and the swallows. And I felt inclined to dance among my portfolios. My yearning for freedom grew so intense, that, in spite of my repugnance, I went to see my chief, who was a short, bad-tempered man, always in a rage. When I told him that I was not well, he looked at me, and said, I do not believe it, monsieur, but be off with you. Do you think that any office can go on, with clerks like you? I started at once, and went down the Seine. It was a day like this, and I took the mouche, to go as far as St. Cloud. Ah! What a good thing it would have been if my chief had refused me permission to leave the office for the day. I seemed to expand in the sun. I loved it all. The steamer, the river, the trees, the houses, my fellow passengers, everything. I felt inclined to kiss something, no matter what. It was love, laying its snare. Presently, at the Trocadero, a girl, with a small parcel in her hand, came on board and sat down opposite to me. She was certainly pretty. But it is surprising, monsieur, how much prettier women seem to us when it is fine, at the beginning of the spring. Then they have an intoxicating charm, something quite peculiar about them. It is just like drinking wine after the cheese. I looked at her, and she also looked at me, but only occasionally, like that girl did at you, just now. But at last, by dint of looking at each other constantly, it seemed to me that we knew each other well enough to enter into conversation, and I spoke to her, and she replied. She was decidedly pretty and nice, and she intoxicated me, monsieur. She got out at St. Cloud, and I followed her. She went and delivered her parcel, and when she returned, the boat had just started. I walked by her side, and the warmth of the air made us both sigh. It would be very nice in the woods, I said. Indeed, it would, she replied. Shall we go there for a walk, mademoiselle? She gave me a quick, upward look, as if to see exactly what I was like, and then, after a little hesitation, she accepted my proposal, and soon we were there, walking side by side. Under the foliage, which was still rather thin, the tall, thick, bright, green grass was inundated by the sun, and full of small insects that also made love to one another. And birds were singing everywhere. My companion began to jump and to run, intoxicated by the air, and the smell of the country, and I ran and jumped behind her. How stupid we are at times, monsieur. Then she wildly sang 1,000 things, opera airs, and the song of Musette. The song of Musette. How poetical it seemed to me, then. I almost cried over it. Ah! Those silly songs make us lose our heads, and, believe me, never marry a woman who sings in the country, especially if she sings the song of Musette. She soon grew tired, and sat down on a grassy slope, and I sat down at her feet, and took her hands, her little hands, that were so marked with the needle, and that moved me. I said to myself, these are the sacred marks of toil. Oh! Monsieur, do you know what those sacred marks of labor mean? They mean all the gossip of the workroom, the whispered blackguardism, the mind soiled by all the filth that is talked. They mean lost chastity, foolish chatter, all the wretchedness of daily bad habits, all the narrowness of ideas which belongs to women of the lower orders. United in the girl whose sacred fingers bear the sacred marks of toil. Then we looked into each other's eyes for a long while. Oh! What power a woman's eye has! How it agitates us, how it invades our very being, takes possession of us, and dominates us. How profound it seems, how full of infinite promises. People call that looking into each other's souls. Oh! Monsieur, what humbug! If we could see into each other's souls, we should be more careful of what we did. However, I was enthusiastic, mad. I tried to take her into my arms, but she said, "Paws off." Then I knelt down, and opened my heart to her, and poured out all the affection that was suffocating me, on her knees. She seemed surprised at my change of manner, and gave me a sidelong glance, as if to say, "Ah! So that is the way women make a fool of you, old fellow. Very well, we will see. In love, monsieur, we are all boobies at a fair, and the women are the dealers." No doubt I could have had her, and I saw my own stupidity later, but what I wanted was not a woman's body. It was love, it was the ideal. I was sentimental, when I ought to have been using my time to a better purpose. As soon as she had had enough of my protestations of love, she got up, and we returned to St. Cloud, and I did not leave her until we got to Paris. But she looked so sad as we were returning, that at last I asked her what was the matter. "I am thinking," she replied, that this has been one of those days of which we have but few in life. And my heart beat so that it felt as if it would break my ribs. I saw her on the following Sunday, and the next Sunday, and every Sunday. I took her to Bougival, Saint-Germain, Maisons Laffitte, Poissy, to every suburban resort of lovers. The little jade, in turn, pretended to love me, until, at last, I altogether lost my head, and 3 months later I married her. What can you expect, monsieur, when a man is a clerk, living alone, without any relations, or anyone to advise him? One says to oneself, how sweet life would be with a wife. And so one gets married, and she calls you names from morning till night, understands nothing, knows nothing, chatters continually, sings the song of Musette at the top of her voice. Oh! That song of Musette, how tired one gets of it. Quarrels with the coal dealer, tells the concierge all her domestic details, confides all the secrets of her bedroom to the neighbor's servant, discusses her husband with the tradespeople. And has her head so stuffed with stupid stories, idiotic superstitions, extraordinary ideas and monstrous prejudices, that I shed tears of discouragement every time I talked to her. He stopped, as he was rather out of breath, and very much moved, and I looked at him, for I felt pity for this poor, artless devil, and I was just going to give him some sort of answer. When the boat stopped. We were at St. Cloud. The little woman who had so taken my fancy, got up in order to land. She passed close to me, and gave me a side glance and a furtive smile. One of those smiles that drive you mad. Then she jumped on the landing stage. I sprang forward to follow her, but my neighbor laid hold of my arm. I shook myself loose, however, whereupon he seized the skirt of my coat, and pulled me back, exclaiming, "You shall not go! You shall not go!" in such a loud voice, that everybody turned round and laughed, and I remained standing motionless and furious, but without venturing to face scandal and ridicule, and the steamboat started. The little woman on the landing stage looked at me as I went off with an air of disappointment, while my persecutor rubbed his hands, and whispered to me, "Well, I have done you a good turn. You'll see." Paul's Mistress. The restaurant Grillon, a small commonwealth of boatmen, was slowly emptying. In front of the door all was tumult, cries and calls, and huge fellows in white jerseys gesticulated with oars on their shoulders. The ladies in bright spring toilettes stepped aboard the skiffs with care, and seating themselves astern, arranged their dresses, while the landlord of the establishment, a mighty, red-bearded, self-possessed individual of renowned strength, offered his hand to the pretty creatures, and kept the frail craft steady. The rowers, bare-armed, with bulging chests, took their places in their turn, playing to the gallery as they did so, a gallery consisting of middle-class people dressed in their Sunday clothes, of workmen and soldiers leaning upon their elbows on the parapet of the bridge, all taking a great interest in the sight. One by one the boats cast off from the landing stage. The oarsmen bent forward and then threw themselves backward with even swing, and under the impetus of the long curved oars, the swift skiffs glided along the river, grew smaller in the distance, and finally disappeared under the railway bridge, as they descended the stream toward La Grenouillerie. One couple only remained behind. The young man, still almost beardless, slender, with a pale countenance, held his mistress, a thin little brunette with the air of a grasshopper, by the waist. And occasionally they gazed into each other's eyes. The landlord shouted, "Come, Mr. Paul, make haste," and they drew near. Of all the guests of the house, Mr. Paul was the most liked and most respected. He paid well and punctually, while the others hung back for a long time if indeed they did not vanish without paying. Besides which he was a sort of walking advertisement for the establishment, inasmuch as his father was a senator. When a stranger would inquire, "Who on earth is that little chap who thinks so much of his girl?" some habitué would reply, half aloud, with a mysterious and important air, "Don't you know? That is Paul Baron, a senator's son." And invariably the other would exclaim, "Poor devil! He has got it badly." Mother Grillon, a good and worthy business woman, described the young man and his companion as her two turtle doves, and appeared quite touched by this passion, which was profitable for her business. The couple advanced at a slow pace. The skiff Madeline was ready, and at the moment of embarking they kissed each other, which caused the public collected on the bridge to laugh. Mr. Paul took the oars, and rowed away for La Grenouillera. When they arrived it was just upon 3 o'clock and the large floating café overflowed with people. The immense raft, sheltered by a tarpaulin roof, is joined to the charming island of Croissy by 2 narrow footbridges, one of which leads into the center of the aquatic establishment, while the other unites with a tiny islet, planted with a tree and called the Flower Pot, and thence leads to land near the bath office. Mr. Paul made fast his boat alongside the establishment, climbed over the railing of the café, and then, grasping his mistress's hands, assisted her out of the boat. They both seated themselves at the end of a table opposite each other. On the opposite side of the river along the towing path, a long string of vehicles was drawn up. Cabs alternated with the fine carriages of the swells, the first, clumsy, with enormous bodies crushing the springs, drawn by broken-down hacks with hanging heads and broken knees. The second, slightly built on light wheels, with horses slender and straight, their heads well up, their bits snowy with foam, and with solemn coachmen in livery, heads erect in high collars, waiting bolt upright, with whips resting on their knees. The bank was covered with people who came off in families, or in parties, or in couples, or alone. They plucked at the blades of grass, went down to the water, ascended the path, and having reached the spot, stood still awaiting the ferryman. The clumsy punt plied incessantly from bank to bank, discharging its passengers upon the island. The arm of the river, called the Dead Arm, upon which this refreshment wharf lay, seemed asleep, so feeble was the current. Fleets of yawls, of skiffs, of canoes, of potascaffs, of gigs, of craft of all forms and of all kinds, crept about upon the motionless stream, crossing each other, intermingling, running foul of one another, stopping abruptly under a jerk of the arms only to shoot off afresh under a sudden strain of the muscles and gliding swiftly along like great yellow or red fishes. Others arrived continually, some from Chatou up the stream, others from Bougival down it. Laughter crossed the water from one boat to another, calls, admonitions, or imprecations. The boatmen exposed the bronzed and knotted muscles of their biceps to the heat of the day. And like strange floating flowers, the silk parasols, red, green, blue, or yellow, of the ladies bloomed in the sterns of the boats. A July sun flamed high in the heavens. The atmosphere seemed full of burning merriment. Not a breath of air stirred the leaves of the willows or poplars. In front, away in the distance, the inevitable Mont Valérien reared its fortified ramparts, tier above tier, in the intense light. While on the right the divine slopes of Louveciennes, following the bend of the river, disposed themselves in a semicircle, displaying in turn across the rich and shady lawns of large gardens the white walls of country seats. Upon the outskirts of La Grenouillera a crowd of pedestrians moved about beneath the giant trees which make this corner of the island one of the most delightful parks in the world. Women and girls with yellow hair and breasts developed beyond all measurement, with exaggerated hips, their complexions plastered with rouge, their eyes daubed with charcoal, their lips blood-red. Laced up, rigged out in outrageous dresses, trailed the crying bad taste of their toilettes over the fresh green sward. While beside them young men posed in their fashion plate garments with light gloves, patent leather boots, canes the size of a thread, and single eyeglasses emphasizing the insipidity of their smiles. Opposite La Grenouillera the island is narrow, and on its other side, where also a ferryboat plies, bringing people unceasingly across from Croissy, the rapid branch of the river, full of whirlpools and eddies and foam, rushes along with the strength of a torrent. A detachment of pontoon builders, in the uniform of artillerymen, was encamped upon this bank, and the soldiers seated in a row on a long beam watched the water flowing. In the floating establishment there was a boisterous and uproarious crowd. The wooden tables upon which the spilt refreshments made little sticky streams were covered with half-empty glasses and surrounded by half-tipsy individuals. The crowd shouted, sang, and brawled. The men, their hats at the backs of their heads, their faces red, with the shining eyes of drunkards, moved about vociferating and evidently looking for the quarrels natural to brutes. The women, seeking their prey for the night, sought for free liquor in the meantime. And the unoccupied space between the tables was dominated by the customary local public, a whole regiment of rowdy boatmen, with their female companions in short flannel skirts. One of them performed on the piano and appeared to play with his feet as well as his hands. 4 couples glided through a quadrille, and some young men watched them, polished and correct, men who would have looked respectable, did not their innate viciousness show in spite of everything. For there you see all the scum of society, all its well-bred debauchery, all the seamy side of Parisian society, a mixture of counter-jumpers, of strolling players, of low journalists, of gentlemen in tutelage, of rotten stock-jobbers, of ill-famed debauches, of old used-up fast men. A doubtful crowd of suspicious characters, half-known, half-sunk, half-recognized, half-criminal, pickpockets, rogues, procurers of women, sharpers with dignified manners. And a bragging air which seems to say, I shall kill the first man who treats me as a scoundrel. The place reeks of folly, and stinks of vulgarity and cheap gallantry. Male and female are just as bad one as the other. There dwells an odor of so-called love, and there one fights for a yes, or for a no, in order to sustain a worm-eaten reputation, which a thrust of the sword or a pistol bullet only destroys further. Some of the neighboring inhabitants looked in out of curiosity every Sunday. Some young men, very young, appeared there every year to learn how to live, some promenaders lounging about showed themselves there, some greenhorns wandered thither. With good reason is it named La Grenouillerie. At the side of the covered wharf where drink was served, and quite close to the flower pot, people bathed. Those among the women who possessed the requisite roundness of form came there to display their wares and to get clients. The rest, scornful, although well filled out with wadding, supported by springs, corrected here and altered there, watched their dabbling sisters with disdain. The swimmers crowded on to a little platform to dive. Straight like vine poles, or round like pumpkins, gnarled like olive branches, bowed over in front, or thrown backward by the size of their stomachs, and invariably ugly, they leaped into the water, splashing it over the drinkers in the café. Notwithstanding the great trees which overhang the floating house, and notwithstanding the vicinity of the water, a suffocating heat filled the place. The fumes of the spilt liquors mingled with the effluvia of the bodies and with the strong perfumes with which the skin of the traitor in love is saturated and which evaporate in this furnace. But beneath all these diverse scents a slight aroma of poudre de riz lingered, disappearing and reappearing, and perpetually encountered as though some concealed hand had shaken an invisible powder puff in the air. The show was on the river, where the perpetual coming and going of the boats attracted the eyes. The girls in the boats sprawled upon their seats opposite their strong-wristed males, and scornfully contemplated the dinner-hunting females prowling about the island. Sometimes when a crew in full swing passed at top speed, the friends who had gone ashore gave vent to shouts, and all the people as if suddenly seized with madness commenced to yell. At the bend of the river toward Chatou fresh boats continually appeared. They came nearer and grew larger, and as faces became recognizable, the vociferations broke out anew. A canoe covered with an awning and manned by 4 women came slowly down the current. She who rowed was petite, thin, faded, in a cabin boy's costume, her hair drawn up under an oilskin hat. Opposite her, a lusty blonde, dressed as a man, with a white flannel jacket, lay upon her back at the bottom of the boat, her legs in the air, resting on the seat at each side of the rower. She smoked a cigarette, while at each stroke of the oars, her chest and her stomach quivered, shaken by the stroke. At the back, under the awning, 2 handsome girls, tall and slender, one dark and the other fair, held each other by the waist as they watched their companions. A cry arose from La Grenouillerie, "There's Lesbos," and all at once a furious clamor, a terrifying scramble took place, the glasses were knocked down, people clambered onto the tables. All in a frenzy of noise bawled, "Lesbos! Lesbos! Lesbos!" The shout rolled along, became indistinct, was no longer more than a kind of deafening howl, and then suddenly it seemed to start anew, to rise into space, to cover the plain, to fill the foliage of the great trees, to extend to the distant slopes, and reach even to the sun. The rower, in the face of this ovation, had quietly stopped. The handsome blonde, stretched out upon the bottom of the boat, turned her head with a careless air, as she raised herself upon her elbows. And the two girls at the back commenced laughing as they saluted the crowd. Then the hullabaloo redoubled, making the floating establishment tremble. The men took off their hats, the women waved their handkerchiefs, and all voices, shrill or deep, together cried, "Lesbos!" It was as if these people, this collection of the corrupt, saluted their chiefs like the warships which fire guns when an admiral passes along the line. The numerous fleet of boats also saluted the women's boat, which pushed along more quickly to land farther off. Mr. Paul, contrary to the others, had drawn a key from his pocket and whistled with all his might. His nervous mistress grew paler, caught him by the arm to make him be quiet, and upon this occasion she looked at him with fury in her eyes. But he appeared exasperated, as though borne away by jealousy of some man or by deep anger, instinctive and ungovernable. He stammered, his lips quivering with indignation. "It is shameful. They ought to be drowned like puppies with a stone about the neck." But Madeline instantly flew into a rage. Her small and shrill voice became a hiss, and she spoke volubly, as though pleading her own cause. "And what has it to do with you, you indeed? Are they not at liberty to do what they wish since they owe nobody anything? You shut up and mind your own business." But he cut her speech short. "It is the police whom it concerns, and I will have them marched off to Saint Lazare, indeed I will." She gave a start. "You?" "Yes, I. And in the meantime I forbid you to speak to them, you understand, I forbid you to do so." Then she shrugged her shoulders and grew calm in a moment. "My dear, I shall do as I please. If you are not satisfied, be off, and instantly. I am not your wife, am I? Very well then, hold your tongue." He made no reply and they stood face to face, their lips tightly closed, breathing quickly. At the other end of the great wooden café the four women made their entry. The two in men's costumes marched in front, the one thin like an oldish tomboy, with a yellow tinge on her temples. The other filling out her white flannel garments with her fat, swelling out her wide trousers with her buttocks and swaying about like a fat goose with enormous legs and yielding knees. Their two friends followed them, and the crowd of boatmen thronged about to shake their hands. The four had hired a small cottage close to the water's edge, and lived there as two households would have lived. Their vice was public, recognized, patent to all. People talked of it as a natural thing, which almost excited their sympathy, and whispered in very low tones strange stories of dramas begotten of furious feminine jealousies. Of the stealthy visit of well-known women and of actresses to the little house close to the water's edge. A neighbor, horrified by these scandalous rumors, notified the police, and the inspector, accompanied by a man, had come to make inquiry. The mission was a delicate one. It was impossible, in short, to accuse these women, who did not abandon themselves to prostitution, of any tangible crime. The inspector, very much puzzled, and, indeed, ignorant of the nature of the offences suspected, had asked questions at random, and made a lofty report conclusive of their innocence. The joke spread as far as Saint-Germain. They walked about the Grenouillera establishment with mincing steps like queens, and seemed to glory in their fame, rejoicing in the gaze that was fixed on them, so superior to this crowd, to this mob, to these plebeians. Madeline and her lover watched them approach, and the girl's eyes lit up. When the first two had reached the end of the table, Madeline cried, "Pauline!" The large woman turned and stopped, continuing all the time to hold the arm of her feminine cabin boy. "Good gracious, Madeline. Do come and talk to me, my dear." Paul squeezed his fingers upon his mistress's wrist, but she said to him, with such an air, "You know, my dear, you can clear out, if you like," that he said nothing and remained alone. Then they chatted in low voices, all three of them standing. Many pleasant jests passed their lips, they spoke quickly. And Pauline now and then looked at Paul, by stealth, with a shrewd and malicious smile. At last, unable to put up with it any longer, he suddenly rose and in a single bound was at their side, trembling in every limb. He seized Madeline by the shoulders. "Come, I wish it," said he. "I have forbidden you to speak to these sluts." Whereupon Pauline raised her voice and set to work blackguarding him with her Billingsgate vocabulary. All the bystanders laughed, they drew near him. They raised themselves on tiptoe in order the better to see him. He remained dumb under this downpour of filthy abuse. It appeared to him that the words which came from that mouth and fell upon him defiled him like dirt, and, in presence of the row which was beginning, he fell back, retraced his steps, and rested his elbows on the railing toward the river, turning his back upon the victorious women. There he stayed watching the water, and sometimes with rapid gesture, as though he could pluck it out, he removed with his nervous fingers the tear which stood in his eye. The fact was that he was hopelessly in love, without knowing why, notwithstanding his refined instincts, in spite of his reason, in spite, indeed, of his will. He had fallen into this love as one falls into a muddy hole. Of a tender and delicate disposition, he had dreamed of liaisons, exquisite, ideal, and impassioned, and there that little bit of a woman, stupid like all prostitutes, with an exasperating stupidity. Not even pretty, but thin and a spitfire, had taken him prisoner, possessing him from head to foot, body and soul. He had submitted to this feminine witchery, mysterious and all-powerful, this unknown power, this prodigious domination, arising no one knows whence, but from the demon of the flesh, which casts the most sensible man at the feet of some harlot or other without there being anything in her to explain her fatal and sovereign power. And there at his back he felt that some infamous thing was brewing. Shouts of laughter cut him to the heart. What should he do? He knew well, but he could not do it. He steadily watched an angler upon the bank opposite him, and his motionless line. Suddenly, the worthy man jerked a little silver fish, which wriggled at the end of his line, out of the river. Then he endeavored to extract his hook, pulled and turned it, but in vain. At last, losing patience, he commenced to tear it out, and all the bleeding gullet of the fish, with a portion of its intestines came out. Paul shuddered, rent to his heartstrings. It seemed to him that the hook was his love, and that if he should pluck it out, all that he had in his breast would come out in the same way at the end of a curved iron, fixed in the depths of his being, to which Madeline held the line. A hand was placed upon his shoulder, he started and turned, his mistress was at his side. They did not speak to each other. And like him she rested her elbows upon the railing, and fixed her eyes upon the river. He tried to speak to her and could find nothing. He could not even disentangle his own emotions. All that he was sensible of was joy at feeling her there close to him, come back again, as well as shameful cowardice, a craving to pardon everything, to allow everything, provided she never left him. At last, after a few minutes, he asked her in a very gentle voice, "Would you like to go? It will be nicer in the boat." She answered, "Yes, darling." And he assisted her into the skiff, pressing her hands, all softened, with some tears still in his eyes. Then she looked at him with a smile and they kissed each other again. They reascended the river very slowly, skirting the willow-bordered, grass-covered bank, bathed and still in the afternoon warmth. When they had returned to the restaurant Grillon, it was barely 6 o'clock. Then leaving their boat they set off on foot towards Bezons, across the fields and along the high poplars which bordered the river. The long grass ready to be mowed was full of flowers. The sinking sun glowed from beneath a sheet of red light, and in the tempered heat of the closing day the floating exhalations from the grass, mingled with the damp scents from the river, filled the air with a soft languor, with a happy light, with an atmosphere of blessing. A soft weakness overtook his heart, a species of communion with this splendid calm of evening, with this vague and mysterious throb of teeming life, with the keen and melancholy poetry which seems to arise from flowers and things, and reveals itself to the senses at this sweet and pensive time. Paul felt all that, but for her part she did not understand anything of it. They walked side by side, and, suddenly, tired of being silent, she sang. She sang in her shrill, unmusical voice some street song, some catchy air, which jarred upon the profound and serene harmony of the evening. Then he looked at her and felt an impassable abyss between them. She beat the grass with her parasol, her head slightly inclined, admiring her feet and singing, dwelling on the notes, attempting trills, and venturing on shakes. Her smooth little brow, of which he was so fond, was at that time absolutely empty. Empty. There was nothing therein but this canary music. And the ideas which formed there by chance were like this music. She did not understand anything of him, they were now as separated as if they did not live together. Did his kisses never go any farther than her lips? Then she raised her eyes to him and laughed again. He was moved to the quick and, extending his arms in a paroxysm of love, he embraced her passionately. As he was rumpling her dress she finally broke away from him, murmuring by way of compensation as she did so, "That's enough. You know I love you, my darling." But he clasped her around the waist and, seized by madness, he started to run with her. He kissed her on the cheek, on the temple, on the neck, all the while dancing with joy. They threw themselves down panting at the edge of a thicket, lit up by the rays of the setting sun. And before they had recovered breath they were in one another's arms without her understanding his transport. They returned, holding each other by the hand, when, suddenly, through the trees, they perceived on the river the skiff manned by the 4 women. Fat Pauline also saw them, for she drew herself up and blew kisses to Madeline. And then she cried, "Until tonight." Madeline replied, "Until tonight." Paul felt as if his heart had suddenly been frozen. They re-entered the house for dinner and installed themselves in one of the arbors, close to the water. They began to eat in silence. When night arrived, the waiter brought a candle enclosed in a glass globe, which gave a feeble and glimmering light. And they heard every moment the bursts of shouting from the boatmen in the large room on the first floor. Toward dessert, Paul, taking Madeline's hand, tenderly said to her, "I feel very tired, my darling, unless you have any objection, we will go to bed early." She, however, understood the ruse, and shot an enigmatical glance at him, that glance of treachery which so readily appears in the depths of a woman's eyes. Having reflected she answered, "You can go to bed if you wish, but I have promised to go to the ball at La Grenouillerie." He smiled in a piteous manner, one of those smiles with which one veils the most horrible suffering, and replied in a coaxing but agonized tone, "If you were really nice, we should remain here. Both of us." She indicated no with her head, without opening her mouth. He insisted, "I beg of you, my darling." Then she roughly broke out, "You know what I said to you. If you are not satisfied, the door is open. No one wishes to keep you. As for myself, I have promised, I shall go." He placed his 2 elbows upon the table, covered his face with his hands, and remained there pondering sorrowfully. The boat people came down again, shouting as usual, and set off in their vessels for the ball at La Grenouillerie. Madeline said to Paul, "If you are not coming, say so, and I will ask one of these gentlemen to take me." Paul rose. "Let us go," murmured he. And they left. The night was black, the sky full of stars, but the air was heat-laden by oppressive breaths of wind, burdened with emanations, and with living germs, which destroyed the freshness of the night. It offered a heated caress, made one breathe more quickly, gasp a little, so thick and heavy did it seem. The boat started on their way, bearing Venetian lanterns at the prow. It was not possible to distinguish the craft, but only the little colored lights, swift and dancing up and down like frenzied glowworms, while voices sounded from all sides in the shadows. The young people's skiff glided gently along. Now and then, when a fast boat passed near them, they could, for a moment, see the white back of the rower, lit up by his lantern. When they turned the elbow of the river, La Grenouillera appeared to them in the distance. The establishment en fête was decorated with flags and garlands of colored lights, in grape-like clusters. On the Seine some great barges moved about slowly, representing domes, pyramids, and elaborate monuments in fires of all colors. Illuminated festoons hung right down to the water, and sometimes a red or blue lantern, at the end of an immense invisible fishing rod, seemed like a great swinging star. All this illumination spread a light around the café, lit up the great trees on the bank, from top to bottom. The trunks standing out in pale gray and the leaves in milky green upon the deep black of the fields and the heavens. The orchestra, composed of 5 suburban artists, flung far its public-house dance music, poor of its kind and jerky, inciting Madeleine to sing anew. She wanted to go in at once. Paul wanted first to take a stroll on the island, but he was obliged to give way. The attendance was now more select. The boatman, almost alone, remained, with here and there some better-class people, and young men escorted by girls. The director and organizer of this spree, looking majestic in a jaded black suit, walked about in every direction, bald-headed and worn by his old trade of purveyor of cheap public amusements. Fat Pauline and her companions were not there, and Paul breathed again. They danced. Couples opposite each other capered in the maddest fashion, throwing their legs in the air, until they were upon a level with the noses of their partners. The women, whose thighs seemed disjointed, pranced around with flying skirts which revealed their underclothing, wriggling their stomachs and hips, causing their breasts to shake, and spreading the powerful odor of perspiring female bodies. The men squatted like toads, some making obscene gestures, some twisted and distorted themselves, grimacing and hideous. Some turned cartwheels on their hands, or, perhaps, trying to be funny, posed with exaggerated gracefulness. A fat servant maid and 2 waiters served refreshments. The café boat being only covered with a roof and having no wall whatever to shut it in, this harebrained dance flaunted in the face of the peaceful night and of the firmament powdered with stars. Suddenly, Mont Valérien, opposite, appeared, illumined, as if some conflagration had arisen behind it. The radiance spread and deepened upon the sky, describing a large luminous circle of white, wan light. Then something or other red appeared, grew greater, shining with a burning crimson, like that of hot metal upon the anvil. It gradually developed into a round body rising from the earth. And the moon, freeing herself from the horizon, rose slowly into space. As she ascended, the purple tint faded and became yellow, a shining bright yellow, and the satellite grew smaller in proportion as her distance increased. Paul watched the moon for some time, lost in contemplation, forgetting his mistress. When he returned to himself the latter had vanished. He sought her, but could not find her. He threw his anxious eye over table after table, going to and fro unceasingly, inquiring for her from one person and then another. No one had seen her. He was tormented with uneasiness, when one of the waiters said to him, "You are looking for Madame Madeleine, are you not? She left a few moments ago, with Madame Pauline." And at the same instant, Paul perceived the cabin boy and the 2 pretty girls standing at the other end of the café, all 3 holding each other's waists and lying in wait for him, whispering to one another. He understood, and, like a madman, dashed off into the island. He first ran toward Chatou, but having reached the plain, retraced his steps. Then he began to search the dense coppices, occasionally roaming about distractedly, or halting to listen. The toads all about him poured out their short metallic notes. From the direction of Bougival, some unknown bird warbled a song which reached him faintly from the distance. Over the broad fields the moon shed a soft light, resembling powdered wool. It penetrated the foliage, silvered the bark of the poplars, and riddled with its brilliant rays the waving tops of the great trees. The entrancing poetry of this summer night had, in spite of himself, entered into Paul, athwart his infatuated anguish, stirring his heart with ferocious irony, and increasing even to madness his craving for an ideal tenderness, for passionate outpourings on the breast of an adored and faithful woman. He was compelled to stop, choked by hurried and rending sobs. The convulsion over, he went on. Suddenly, he received what resembled the stab of a dagger. There, behind that bush, some people were kissing. He ran thither, and found an amorous couple whose faces were united in an endless kiss. He dared not call, knowing well that she would not respond, and he had a frightful dread of coming upon them suddenly. The flourishes of the quadrilles, with the ear-splitting solos of the cornet, the false shriek of the flute, the shrill squeaking of the violin, irritated his feelings, and increased his suffering. Wild and limping music was floating under the trees, now feeble, now stronger, wafted hither and thither by the breeze. Suddenly he thought that possibly she had returned. Yes, she had returned. Why not? He had stupidly lost his head, without cause, carried away by his fears, by the inordinate suspicions which had for some time overwhelmed him. Seized by one of those singular calms which will sometimes occur in cases of the greatest despair, he returned toward the ballroom. With a single glance of the eye, he took in the whole room. He made the round of the tables, and abruptly again found himself face to face with the three women. He must have had a doleful and queer expression of countenance, for all three burst into laughter. He made off, returned to the island, and threw himself into the coppice panting. He listened again, listened a long time, for his ears were singing. At last, however, he believed he heard farther off a little, sharp laugh, which he recognized at once. And he advanced very quietly, on his knees, removing the branches from his path, his heart beating so rapidly, that he could no longer breathe. Two voices murmured some words, the meaning of which he did not understand, and then they were silent. Then, he was possessed by a frightful longing to fly, to save himself, forever, from this furious passion which threatened his existence. He was about to return to Chatou and take the train, resolved never to come back again, never again to see her. But her likeness suddenly rushed in upon him, and he mentally pictured the moment in the morning when she would awake in their warm bed, and would press coaxingly against him. Throwing her arms around his neck, her hair disheveled, and a little entangled on the forehead, her eyes still shut and her lips apart ready to receive the first kiss. The sudden recollection of this morning caress filled him with frantic recollections and the maddest desire. The couple began to speak again, and he approached, stooping low. Then a faint cry rose from under the branches quite close to him. He advanced again, in spite of himself, irresistibly attracted, without being conscious of anything, and he saw them. If her companion had only been a man. But that. He felt as though he were spellbound by the very infamy of it. And he stood there astounded and overwhelmed, as if he had discovered the mutilated corpse of one dear to him, a crime against nature, a monstrous, disgusting profanation. Then, in an involuntary flash of thought, he remembered the little fish whose entrails he had felt being torn out. But Madeleine murmured, "Pauline," in the same tone in which she had often called him by name, and he was seized by such a fit of anguish that he turned and fled. He struck against two trees, fell over a root, set off again, and suddenly found himself near the rapid branch of the river, which was lit up by the moon. The torrent-like current made great eddies where the light played upon it. The high bank dominated the stream like a cliff, leaving a wide obscure zone at its foot where the eddies could be heard swirling in the darkness. On the other bank, the country seats of Croissy could be plainly seen. Paul saw all this as though in a dream. He thought of nothing, understood nothing, and all things, even his very existence, appeared vague, far off, forgotten, and closed. The river was there. Did he know what he was doing? Did he wish to die? He was mad. He turned, however, toward the island, toward her, and in the still air of the night, in which the faint and persistent burden of the music was borne up and down, he uttered, in a voice frantic with despair, bitter beyond measure, and superhumanly low, a frightful cry. Madeline! His heartrending call shot across the great silence of the sky, and sped over the horizon. Then with a tremendous leap, with the bound of a wild animal, he jumped into the river. The water rushed on, closed over him, and from the place where he had disappeared a series of great circles started, enlarging their brilliant undulations, until they finally reached the other bank. The two women had heard the noise of the plunge. Madeline drew herself up and exclaimed, "It is Paul," a suspicion having arisen in her soul, "he has drowned himself." And she rushed toward the bank, where Pauline rejoined her. A clumsy punt, propelled by two men, turned round and round on the spot. One of the men rowed, the other plunged into the water a great pole and appeared to be looking for something. Pauline cried, "What are you doing? What is the matter?" An unknown voice answered, "It is a man who has just drowned himself." The two haggard women, huddling close to each other, followed the maneuvers of the boat. The music of La Grenouillera continued to sound in the distance, seeming with its cadences to accompany the movements of the sombre fishermen. And the river which now concealed a corpse, whirled round and round, illuminated. The search was prolonged. The horrible suspense made Madeline shiver all over. At last, after at least half an hour, one of the men announced, "I have got him." And he pulled up his long pole very gently, very gently. Then something large appeared upon the surface. The other boatman left his oars, and by uniting their strength and hauling upon the inert weight, they succeeded in getting it into their boat. Then they made for land, seeking a place well lighted and low. At the moment they landed, the women also arrived. The moment she saw him, Madeline fell back with horror. In the moonlight he already appeared green, with his mouth, his eyes, his nose, his clothes full of slime. His fingers, closed and stiff, were hideous. A kind of black and liquid plaster covered his whole body. The face appeared swollen, and from his hair, plastered down by the ooze, there ran a stream of dirty water. The two men examined him. "Do you know him?" asked one. The other, the Croissy ferryman, hesitated. "Yes, it certainly seems to me that I have seen that head. But you know, when a body is in that state one cannot recognize it easily." And then, suddenly, "Why, it's Mr. Paul." "Who is Mr. Paul?" inquired his comrade. The first answered, "Why, Mr. Paul Baron, the son of the senator, the little chap who was so much in love." The other added, philosophically, "Well, his fun is ended now. It is a pity, all the same, when one is rich." Madeline had fallen on the ground sobbing. Pauline approached the body and asked, "Is he really quite dead?" The men shrugged their shoulders. "Oh. After that length of time, certainly." Then one of them asked, "Was it not at Grillin's that he lodged?" "Yes," answered the other, "we had better take him back there will be something to be made out of it." They embarked again in their boat and set out, moving off slowly on account of the rapid current. For a long time after they were out of sight of the place where the women remained, the regular splash of the oars in the water could be heard. Then Pauline took the poor weeping Madeline in her arms, petted her, embraced her for a long while, and consoled her. "How can you help it? It is not your fault, is it? It is impossible to prevent men from doing silly things. He did it of his own free will, so much the worse for him, after all." And then lifting her up, "Come, my dear, come and sleep at the house. It is impossible for you to go back to Grillin's tonight." And she embraced her again, saying, "Come, we will cure you." Madeline arose, and weeping all the while but with fainter sobs, laid her head upon Pauline's shoulder, as though she had found a refuge in a closer and more certain affection. More familiar and more confiding, and she went off slowly. Madame Tellier's establishment. Chapter 1. They used to go there every evening at about 11 o'clock, just as they went to the café. 6 or 8 of them used to meet there. They were always the same set, not fast men, but respectable citizens, and young men of the town, and they used to drink their chartreuse, and tease the girls. Or else they would talk seriously with Madame, whom everybody respected, and then they used to go home before 12 o'clock. The younger men would sometimes stay the night. It was a small, homely kind of house, painted yellow, at the corner of a street behind St. Etienne's church, and from the windows one could see the docks, full of ships which were being unloaded. The great salt marsh, called La Retenue, and behind, the old, grey chapel, dedicated to the Virgin, on the hill. Madame, who came of a respectable family of peasant proprietors in the department of the Eure, had taken up that profession, just as she would have become a milliner or dressmaker. The prejudice against prostitution, which is so violent and deeply rooted in large towns, does not exist in the country places in Normandy. The peasant says, "It is a paying business," and he sends his daughter to keep a harem of fast girls, just as he would send her to keep a girls' school. She had inherited the house from an old uncle, to whom it had belonged. Monsieur and Madame, who had formerly been innkeepers near Yvetot, had immediately sold their house, as they thought that the business at Fécamp was more profitable. And they arrived one fine morning to assume the direction of the enterprise, which was declining on account of the absence of the owners. They were good people enough in their way, and soon made themselves liked by their staff and their neighbors. Monsieur died of apoplexy 2 years later, for as his new profession kept him in idleness and without any exercise, he had grown excessively stout, and his health had suffered. Since she had been a widow, all the frequenters of the establishment had wanted her. But people said that personally she was quite virtuous, and even the girls in the house could not discover anything against her. She was tall, stout and affable, and her complexion, which had become pale in the dimness of her house, the shutters of which were scarcely ever opened, shone as if it had been varnished. She had a fringe of curly, false hair, which gave her a juvenile look, that contrasted strongly with the ripeness of her figure. She was always smiling and cheerful, and was fond of a joke, but there was a shade of reserve about her, which her new occupation had not quite made her lose. Coarse words always shocked her, and when any young fellow who had been badly brought up called her establishment by its right name, she was angry and disgusted. In a word, she had a refined mind, and although she treated her women as friends, yet she very frequently used to say that she and they were not made of the same stuff. Sometimes during the week, she would hire a carriage and take some of her girls into the country, where they used to enjoy themselves on the grass by the side of the little river. They were like a lot of girls let out from a school, and used to run races, and play childish games. They had a cold dinner on the grass, and drank cider, and went home at night with a delicious feeling of fatigue, and in the carriage they kissed Madame as their kind mother, who was full of goodness and complaisance. The house had 2 entrances. At the corner there was a sort of low café, which sailors and the lower orders frequented at night, and she had 2 girls whose special duty it was to attend to that part of the business. With the assistance of the waiter, whose name was Frederick, and who was a short, light-haired, beardless fellow, as strong as a horse. They set the half-bottles of wine and the jugs of beer on the shaky marble tables, and then, sitting astride on the customers' knees, they urged them to drink. The 3 other girls, there were only 5 of them, formed a kind of aristocracy, and were reserved for the company on the first floor, unless they were wanted downstairs. And there was nobody on the first floor. The Jupiter room, where the better classes used to meet, was papered in blue, and embellished with a large drawing representing Leda stretched out under the swan. That room was reached by a winding staircase, which ended at a narrow door opening onto the street, and above it, all night long a little lamp burned, behind wire bars, such as one still sees in some towns, at the foot of some shrine of a saint. The house, which was old and damp, rather smelled of mildew. At times there was an odor of eau de cologne in the passages, or a half-open door downstairs admitted the noise of the common men sitting and drinking downstairs, to the first floor. Much to the disgust of the gentlemen who were there. Madame, who was familiar with those of her customers with whom she was on friendly terms, never left the drawing-room, and took much interest in what was going on in the town. And they regularly told her all the news. Her serious conversation was a change from the ceaseless chatter of the three women. It was a rest from the obscene jokes of those stout individuals who every evening indulged in the commonplace debauchery of drinking a glass of liquor in company with prostitutes. The names of the girls on the first floor were Fernande, Raphael, and Rosa Larras. As the staff was limited, Madame had endeavored that each member of it should be a pattern, an epitome of the feminine type. So that every customer might find as nearly as possible the realization of his ideal. Fernande represented the handsome blonde. She was very tall, rather fat, and lazy. A country girl, who could not get rid of her freckles, and whose short, light, almost colorless, tow-like hair, which was like combed-out flax, barely covered her head. Raphael, who came from Marseilles, a regular seaport streetwalker, played the indispensable part of the handsome Jewess, and was thin, with high cheekbones, which were covered with rouge. And her black hair, which was always covered with pomade, fell in curls on her forehead. Her eyes would have been handsome, if the right one had not had a speck in it. Her Roman nose came down over a square jaw, where two false upper teeth contrasted strangely with the bad color of the rest. Rosa Larras was a little roll of fat, nearly all stomach, with very short legs, and from morning till night she sang songs, which were alternately indecent or sentimental, in a harsh voice. Told silly, interminable tales, and only stopped talking in order to eat, and left off eating in order to talk. She was never still, and was active as a squirrel, in spite of her fat, and of her short legs. And her laugh, which was a torrent of shrill cries, resounded here and there, ceaselessly, in a bedroom, in the attic, in the café, everywhere, and about nothing. The two women on the ground floor, Louise, who was nicknamed Cocotte, and Flora, whom they called Balancoire, because she limped a little, looked like kitchen maids dressed up for the carnival. The former always dressed as Liberty, with a tricolored sash, and the other as a Spanish woman, with a string of copper coins, which jingled at every step she took, in her carroty hair. They were like all other women of the lower orders, neither uglier or better looking than they usually are. They looked just like servants at an inn, and they were generally called the two pumps. A jealous peace, which was, however, very rarely disturbed, reigned among these five women, thanks to Madame's conciliatory wisdom, and to her constant good humor, and the establishment, which was the only one of the kind in the little town, was very much frequented. Madame had succeeded in giving it such a respectable appearance, she was so amiable and obliging to everybody, her good heart was so well known, that she was treated with a certain amount of consideration. The regular customers went out of their way to be nice to her, and were delighted when she was especially friendly towards them, and when they met during the day, they would say, "Until this evening." You know where, just as men say, at the café, after dinner. In a word, Madame Tellier's house was somewhere to go to, and they very rarely missed their daily meetings there. One evening, towards the end of May, the first arrival, Monsieur Poulin, who was a timber merchant, and had been mayor, found the door shut. The little lantern behind the grating was not alight. There was not a sound in the house, everything seemed dead. He knocked, gently at first, but then more loudly, but nobody answered the door. Then he went slowly up the street, and when he got to the market-place, he met Monsieur Duvert, the shipbuilder, who was going to the same place, so they went back together. But did not meet with any better success. But suddenly they heard a loud noise close to them, and on going round the house, they saw a number of English and French sailors, who were hammering at the closed shutters of the café with their fists. The two gentlemen immediately made their escape, for fear of being compromised, but a low PST stopped them. It was Monsieur Tourneveau, the fish curer, who had recognized them, and was trying to attract their attention. They told him what had happened, and he was all the more vexed at it, as he, a married man, and father of a family, only went there on Saturdays, securitatis causa, as he said. Alluding to a measure of sanitary policy, which his friend Dr. Bourd had advised him to observe. That was his regular evening, and now he should be deprived of it for the whole week. The three men went as far as the quay together, and on the way they met young Monsieur Philippe, the banker's son, who frequented the place regularly, and Monsieur Pinapes, the collector of taxes. And they all returned together by the street known as the Ghetto, to make a last attempt. But the exasperated sailors were besieging the house, throwing stones at the shutters, and shouting, and the 5 first-floor customers went away as quickly as possible, and walked aimlessly about the streets. Presently they met Monsieur Dupuis, the insurance agent, and then Monsieur Vasse, the judge of the Tribunal of Commerce, and they took a long walk, going to the pier first of all, where they sat down in a row on the granite parapet, and watched the waves breaking. The foam on the crest of the waves gleamed a luminous white in the shadows, disappearing almost immediately. And the monotonous noise of the sea breaking on the rocks was prolonged through the darkness along the rocky shore. When the sad promenaders had sat there for some time, Monsieur Tourneveau said, "This is not very amusing." "Decidedly not," Monsieur Pinapes replied, and they started off again slowly. After going through the street, which is called Sous le Bois, at the foot of the hill, they returned over the wooden bridge which crosses the retenue, passed close to the railway, and came out again onto the market-place, when suddenly a quarrel arose between Monsieur Pinapes, the collector of taxes, and Monsieur Tourneveau, about an edible fungus which one of them declared he had found in the neighborhood. As they were out of temper already from sheer boredom, they would very probably have come to blows, if the others had not interfered. Monsieur Pinapes went off furious, and soon another altercation arose between the ex-mayor, Monsieur Poulin, and Monsieur Dupuis, the insurance agent, on the subject of the tax collector's salary, and the profits which he might make. Insulting remarks were freely passing between them, when a torrent of formidable cries was heard, and the body of sailors, who were tired of waiting so long outside a closed house, came into the square. They were walking arm in arm, 2 and 2, and formed a long procession, and were shouting furiously. The landsmen went and hid themselves under a gateway, and the yelling crew disappeared in the direction of the abbey. For a long time they still heard the noise, which diminished like a storm in the distance, and then silence was restored, and Monsieur Poulin and Monsieur Dupuis, who were enraged with each other, went in different directions, without wishing each other goodbye. The other 4 set off again, and instinctively went in the direction of Madame Tellier's establishment, which was still closed, silent, impenetrable. A quiet, but obstinate, drunken man was knocking at the door of the café, and then stopped and called Frederick, the waiter, in a low voice, but finding that he got no answer, he sat down on the doorstep, and waited the course of events. The others were just going to retire, when the noisy band of sailors reappeared at the end of the street. The French sailors were shouting the Marseillaise, and the Englishmen, Rule Britannia. There was a general lurching against the wall, and then the drunken brutes went on their way towards the quay, where a fight broke out between the two nations, in the course of which an Englishman had his arm broken, and a Frenchman his nose split. The drunken man, who had stopped outside the door, was crying by that time, as drunken men and children cry, when they are vexed, and the others went away. By degrees, calm was restored in the noisy town. Here and there, at moments, the distant sound of voices could be heard, and then died away in the distance. One man, only, was still wandering about, Monsieur Tourneveau, the fish curer, who was vexed at having to wait until the next Saturday, and he hoped for something to turn up, he did not know what. But he was exasperated at the police for thus allowing an establishment of such public utility, which they had under their control, to be closed. He went back to it, examining the walls, and trying to find out the reason, and on the shutter he saw a notice stuck up, so he struck a wax vesta, and read the following in a large, uneven hand, closed on account of confirmation. Then he went away, as he saw it was useless to remain, and left the drunken man lying on the pavement fast asleep, outside that inhospitable door. The next day, all the regular customers, one after the other, found some reason for going through the street with a bundle of papers under their arm, to keep them in countenance. And with a furtive glance they all read that mysterious notice. Closed on account of confirmation. Chapter 2. The fact is, Madame had a brother, who was a carpenter in their native place, Verville in the department of Eure. When Madame had still kept the inn at Yvetot, she had stood godmother to that brother's daughter, who had received the name of Constance Rivet. She herself being a Rivet on her father's side. The carpenter, who knew that his sister was in a good position, did not lose sight of her, although they did not meet often, for they were both kept at home by their occupations, and lived a long way from each other. But as the girl was 12 years old, and going to be confirmed, he seized that opportunity of coming together, and wrote to his sister that he was counting on her for the ceremony. Their old parents were dead, and as she could not well refuse, she accepted the invitation. Her brother, whose name was Joseph, hoped that by dint of showing his sister attentions, she might be induced to make her will in the girl's favor, as she had no children of her own. His sister's occupation did not trouble his scruples in the least, and besides, nobody knew anything about it in Verville. When they spoke of her, they only said, Madame Tellier is living at Fécamp, which might mean that she was living on her own private income. It was quite 20 miles from Fécamp to Verville, and for a peasant, 20 miles on land are more than is crossing the ocean to an educated person. The people at Verville had never been farther than Rouen, and nothing attracted the people from Fécamp to a village of 500 houses, in the middle of a plain, and situated in another department, and, at any rate, nothing was known about her business. But the confirmation was coming on, and Madame was in great embarrassment. She had no under mistress, and did not care to leave her house, even for a day, for all the rivalries between the girls upstairs and those downstairs, would infallibly break out. No doubt Frederick would get drunk, and when he was in that state he would knock anybody down for a mere word. At last, however, she made up her mind to take them all with her, with the exception of the man, to whom she gave a holiday, until the next day but one. When she asked her brother, he made no objection, but undertook to put them all up for a night, and so on Saturday morning. The 8 o'clock express carried off Madame and her companions in a second-class carriage. As far as Buziel, they were alone, and chattered like magpies, but at that station a couple got in. The man, an old peasant, dressed in a blue blouse with a folding collar, wide sleeves, tight at the wrist, and ornamented with white embroidery, wore an old high hat whose long rusty nap seemed to stand on end, held an enormous green umbrella in one hand, and a large basket in the other, from which the heads of 3 frightened ducks protruded. The woman, who sat stiffly in her rustic finery, had a face like a fowl, and with a nose that was as pointed as a bill. She sat down opposite her husband and did not stir, as she was startled at finding herself in such smart company. There was certainly an array of striking colors in the carriage. Madame was dressed in blue silk from head to foot, and had on over her dress a dazzling red shawl of imitation French cashmere. Fernande was panting in a Scottish plaid dress, whose bodice, which her companions had laced as tight as they could, had forced up her falling bosom into a double dome that was continually heaving up and down, and which seemed liquid beneath the material. Raphael, with a bonnet covered with feathers, so that it looked like a nest full of birds, had on a lilac dress with gold spots on it. And there was something oriental about it that suited her Jewish face. Rosa La Rosse had on a pink petticoat with large flounces, and looked like a very fat child, an obese dwarf. While the 2 pumps looked as if they had cut their dresses out of old, flowered curtains, dating from the Restoration. As soon as they were no longer alone in the compartment, the ladies put on staid looks, and began to talk of subjects which might give the others a high opinion of them. But at Bolbec a gentleman with light whiskers, wearing a gold chain, and 2 or 3 rings, got in, and put several parcels wrapped in oilcloth into the net over his head. He looked inclined for a joke, and a good-natured fellow. He saluted, smiled, and said affably, "Are you ladies changing to another garrison?" This question embarrassed them all considerably. Madame, however, quickly recovered her composure, and said sharply, to avenge the honor of her corps, "I think you might try and be polite." He excused himself, and said, "I beg your pardon, I ought to have said nunnery." As Madame could not think of a retort, or perhaps as she thought herself justified sufficiently, she gave him a dignified bow, and pinched in her lips. Then the gentleman, who was sitting between Rosa Larose and the old peasant, began to wink knowingly at the ducks, whose heads were sticking out of the basket. And when he felt that he had fixed the attention of his public, he began to tickle them under their bills, and spoke funnily to them, to make the company smile. "We have left our little pond, quack, quack, to make the acquaintance of the little spit, quack, quack." The unfortunate creatures turned their necks away, to avoid his caresses, and made desperate efforts to get out of their wicker prison, and then, suddenly, all at once, uttered the most lamentable quacks of distress. The women exploded with laughter. They leaned forward and pushed each other, so as to see better. They were very much interested in the ducks, and the gentleman redoubled his airs, his wit, and his teasing. Rosa joined in, and leaning over her neighbor's legs, she kissed the three animals on the head, and immediately all the girls wanted to kiss them in turn. And the gentleman took them on to his knees, made them jump up and down and pinched them. The two peasants, who were even in greater consternation than their poultry, rolled their eyes as if they were possessed, without venturing to move. And their old wrinkled faces had not a smile nor a movement. Then the gentleman, who was a commercial traveler, offered the ladies braces by way of a joke, and taking up one of his packages, he opened it. It was a trick, for the parcel contained garters. There were blue silk, pink silk, red silk, violet silk, mauve silk garters, and the buckles were made of two gilt metal cupids, embracing each other. The girls uttered exclamations of delight and looked at them with that gravity which is natural to a woman when she is hankering after a bargain. They consulted one another by their looks or in a whisper, and replied in the same manner. And Madame was longingly handling a pair of orange garters that were broader and more imposing looking than the rest. Really fit for the mistress of such an establishment. The gentleman waited, for a bright idea had struck him. "Come, my dears," he said, "you must try them on." There was a storm of exclamations, and they squeezed their petticoats between their legs, as if they thought he was going to ravish them, but he quietly waited his time, and said, "Well, if you will not, I shall pack them up again." And he added cunningly, "I offer any pair they like, to those who will try them on." But they would not, and sat up very straight, and looked dignified. But the two pumps looked so distressed that he renewed the offer to them, and Flora Balancourt especially visibly hesitated. He pressed her, "Come, my dear, a little courage. Just look at that lilac pair, it will suit your dress admirably." That decided her, and pulling up her dress she showed a thick leg fit for a milkmaid, in a badly fitting, coarse stocking. The commercial traveler stooped down and fastened the garter below the knee first of all and then above it, and he tickled the girl gently, which made her scream and jump. When he had done, he gave her the lilac pair, and asked, "Who next?" "I. I." They all shouted at once, and he began on Rosa Larose, who uncovered a shapeless, round thing without any ankle, a regular sausage of a leg, as Raphael used to say. The commercial traveler complimented Fernande, and grew quite enthusiastic over her powerful columns. The thin tibias of the handsome Jewess met with less success, and Louise Cocotte, by way of a joke, put her petticoats over his head. So that Madame was obliged to interfere to check such unseemly behavior. Lastly, Madame herself put out her leg, a handsome, Norman leg, muscular and plump, and in his surprise and pleasure, the commercial traveler gallantly took off his hat to salute that master calf. Like a true French cavalier. The two peasants, who were speechless from surprise, looked aside, out of the corners of their eyes, and they looked so exactly like fowls that the man with the light whiskers, when he sat up, said cock-a-doodle-doo under their very noses, and that gave rise to another storm of amusement. The old people got out at Maudeville, with their basket, their ducks, and their umbrella, and they heard the woman say to her husband, as they went away, "They are bad women, who are off to that cursed place Paris." The funny commercial traveller himself got out at Rouen, after behaving so coarsely, that Madame was obliged sharply to put him into his right place, and she added, "As a moral, this will teach us not to talk to the first comer." At Oisel they changed trains, and at a little station farther on, Monsieur Joseph Rivet was waiting for them with a large cart and a number of chairs in it, which was drawn by a white horse. The carpenter politely kissed all the ladies, and then helped them into his conveyance. 3 of them sat on 3 chairs at the back, Raphael, Madame and her brother on the 3 chairs in front, and Rosa, who had no seat, settled herself as comfortably as she could on tall Fernandet's knees, and then they set off. But the horse's jerky trot shook the cart so terribly that the chairs began to dance, throwing the travellers into the air, to the right and to the left, as if they had been dancing puppets, which made them make frightened grimaces, and scream with fear. But this was suddenly cut short by another jolt of the cart. They clung on to the sides of the vehicle, their bonnets fell onto their backs, their noses on their shoulders, and the white horse went on stretching out his head, and holding out his tail quite straight, a little, hairless rat's tail, with which he whisked his buttocks from time to time. Joseph Rivet, with one leg on the shafts and the other bent under him, held out the reins with his elbows very high, and he kept uttering a kind of chuckling sound, which made the horse prick up its ears and go faster. The green country extended on either side of the road, and here and there the colza in flower presented a waving expanse of yellow, from which there arose a strong, wholesome, sweet and penetrating smell, which the wind carried to some distance. Cornflowers showed their little blue heads among the tall rye, and the women wanted to pick them, but Monsieur Rivet refused to stop. Then sometimes a whole field appeared to be covered with blood, so thickly were the poppies growing, and the cart, which looked as if it were filled with flowers of more brilliant hue, drove on through the fields colored with wild flowers, and disappeared behind the trees of a farm, only to reappear and to go on again through the yellow or green standing crops, studded with red or blue, a dazzling carload of women, fleeing beneath the sun. 1 o'clock struck as they drove up to the carpenter's door. They were tired out, and pale with hunger, as they had eaten nothing since they left home, and Madame Rivet ran out, and made them alight, one after another, and kissed them as soon as they were on the ground, and she seemed as if she would never tire of kissing her sister-in-law, whom she apparently wanted to monopolize. They had lunch in the workshop, which had been cleared out for the next day's dinner. A capital omelette, followed by fried eel, and washed down by good, sharp cider, made them all feel comfortable. Rivet had taken a glass so that he might drink their health, and his wife cooked, waited on them, brought in the dishes, took them out, and asked all of them in a whisper whether they had everything they wanted. A number of boards standing against the walls, and heaps of shavings that had been swept into the corners, gave out a smell of planed wood, or carpentering, that resinous odor which penetrates the lungs. They wanted to see the little girl, but she had gone to church, and would not be back until evening, so they all went out for a stroll in the country. It was a small village, through which the high road passed. 10 or a dozen houses on either side of the single street, were inhabited by the butcher, the grocer, the carpenter, the innkeeper, the shoemaker, and the baker. The church was at the end of the street, and was surrounded by a small churchyard, and 4 enormous lime trees, which stood just outside the porch, shaded it completely. It was built of flint, in no particular style, and had a slated steeple. Beyond it, the open country began again, broken here and there by clumps of trees which hid the homestead. Although he was in his working clothes, Rivet had given his arm to his sister, out of politeness, and was walking with her majestically. His wife, who was overwhelmed by Raphael's gold-spangled dress, was walking between her and Fernandet, and fat Rosa was trotting behind with Louise Cocotte and Flora Balancourt, who was limping along, quite tired out. The inhabitants came to their doors, the children left off playing, and a window curtain would be raised, revealing a muslin cap, while an old woman with a crutch, and who was almost blind, crossed herself as if it were a religious procession, and they all looked for a long time after those handsome ladies from the town, who had come so far to be present at the confirmation of Joseph Rivet's little girl, and the carpenter rose very much in the public estimation. As they passed the church, they heard some children singing, little shrill voices were singing a hymn, but Madame would not let them go in, for fear of disturbing the little cherubs. After a walk, during which Joseph Rivet enumerated the principal landed proprietors, spoke about the yield of the land, and productiveness of the cows and sheep. He took his herd of women home and installed them in his house, and as it was very small, they had put them into the rooms, 2 by 2. Just for once, Rivet would sleep in the workshop on the shavings, his wife was going to share her bed with her sister-in-law, and Fernande and Raphael were to sleep together in the next room. Louise and Flora were put into the kitchen, where they had a mattress on the floor, and Rosa had a little dark cupboard at the top of the stairs to herself, close to the loft, where the candidate for confirmation was to sleep. When the girl came in, she was overwhelmed with kisses. All the women wished to caress her, with that need of tender expansion, that professional habit of wheedling, which had made them kiss the ducks in the railway carriage. They all took her on to their laps, stroked her soft, light hair, and pressed her in their arms with vehement and spontaneous outbursts of affection, and the child, who was very good and religious, bore it all patiently. As the day had been a fatiguing one for everybody, they all went to bed soon after dinner. The whole village was wrapped in that perfect stillness of the country, which is almost like a religious silence, and the girls, who were accustomed to the noisy evenings of their establishment, felt rather impressed by the perfect repose of the sleeping village, and they shivered, not with cold, but with those little shivers of solitude which come over uneasy and troubled hearts. As soon as they were in bed, 2 and 2 together, they clasped each other in their arms, as if to protect themselves against this feeling of the calm and profound slumber of the earth. But Rosa Larose, who was alone in her little dark cupboard, and was not accustomed to sleep alone, felt a vague and painful emotion come over her. She was tossing about in bed, unable to get to sleep, when she heard the faint sobs of a crying child close to her head through the partition. She was frightened, and called out, and was answered by a weak voice, broken by sobs. It was the little girl, who was always used to sleeping in her mother's room, and who was frightened in her small attic. Rosa was delighted, got up softly so as not to awaken anyone, and went and fetched the child. She took her into her warm bed, kissed her and pressed her to her bosom, caressed her, lavished exaggerated manifestations of tenderness on her, and at last grew calmer herself and went to sleep. And till morning, the candidate for confirmation slept with her head on the prostitute's naked bosom. At 5 o'clock, the little church bell ringing the Angelus, woke the women up, who usually slept the whole morning long, their only rest after the fatigues of the night. The peasants were up already, and the women went busily from house to house, talking animatedly, carefully bringing short, starched, muslin dresses in bandboxes, or very long wax tapers, with a bow of silk fringed with gold in the middle, and with dents in the wax for the fingers. The sun was already high in the blue sky, which still had a rosy tint towards the horizon, like a faint trace of dawn remaining. Families of fowls were walking about outside the houses, and here and there a black cock, with a glistening breast, raised his head, which was crowned by his red comb, flapped his wings, and uttered his shrill crow, which the other cocks repeated. Vehicles of all sorts came from neighboring parishes, and discharged tall, Norman women, in dark dresses, with neckerchiefs crossed over the bosom, which were fastened with silver brooches. 100 years old. The men had put on their blouses over their new frock coats, or over their old dress coats of green cloth, the 2 tails of which hung down below their blouses. When the horses were in the stable, there was a double line of rustic conveyances along the road. Carts, cabriolets, tilburys, charabancs, traps of every shape and age, resting on their shafts, or else with them in the air. The carpenter's house was as busy as a beehive. The ladies, in dressing jackets and petticoats, with their hanging down, thin, short hair, which looked as if it were faded and worn by use, were busy dressing the child, who was standing motionless on a table, while Madame Tellier was directing the movements of her flying column. They washed her, did her hair, dressed her, and with the help of a number of pins, they arranged the folds of her dress, and took in the waist, which was too large, and made her look as elegant as possible. Then, when she was ready, she was told to sit down and not to move, and the crowd of excited women hurried off to get ready themselves. The bell of the little church began to ring again, and its poor tinkle was lost in the air, like a feeble voice which is soon drowned in space. The candidates came out of the houses, and went towards the parochial building which contained the 2 schools and the town hall and stood quiet at one end of the village, while the house of God was situated at the other. The parents, in their very best clothes, followed their children, with awkward looks, and those clumsy movements of bodies always bent at work. The little girls disappeared in a cloud of muslin, which looked like whipped cream, while the lads, who looked like embryo waiters, and whose heads shone with pomade, walked with their legs apart, so as not to get any dust or dirt on their black trousers. It was something for the family to be proud of, when a large number of relations, who had come from a distance, surrounded the child, and, consequently, the carpenter's triumph was complete. Madame Tellier's regiment, with its mistress at its head, followed Constance. Her father gave his arm to his sister, her mother walked by the side of Raphael, Fernande, with Rosa and the 2 pumps together, and thus they walked majestically through the village, like a general staff in full uniform, while the effect on the village was startling. At the school, the girls arranged themselves under the Sister of Mercy, and the boys under the schoolmaster, a handsome man, who looked well, and they started off, singing a hymn as they went. The boys led the way, in 2 files, between the 2 rows of unyoked vehicles, and the girls followed in the same order. And as all the people in the village had given the town ladies the precedence out of politeness, they came immediately behind the girls, and lengthened the double line of the procession still more. 3 on the right and 3 on the left, while their dresses were as striking as the set piece in a firework display. When they went into the church, the congregation grew quite excited. They pressed against each other, they turned round, they jostled one another in order to see, and some of the devout ones spoke almost aloud, as they were so astonished at the sight of those ladies whose dresses were more trimmed than the chasubles of the choirboys. The mayor offered them his pew, the first one on the right, close to the choir, and Madame Tellier sat there with her sister-in-law, Fernande and Raphael, Rosa Larose. And the 2 pumps occupied the second seat, in company with the carpenter. The choir was full of kneeling children, the girls on one side, and the boys on the other, and the long waxed tapers which they held looked like lances, pointing in all directions. And 3 men were standing in front of the lectern, singing as loud as they could. They prolonged the syllables of the sonorous Latin indefinitely, holding on to amens with interminable aas, while the serpent kept up the monotonous, long drawn-out notes, which that long-throated copper instrument uttered. A child's shrill voice took up the reply, and from time to time a priest sitting in a stall and wearing a square biretta, got up, muttered something, and sat down again, while the 3 singers continued, with their eyes fixed on the big book of plainsong lying open before them on the outstretched wings of an eagle, mounted on a pivot. Then silence ensued. The whole congregation knelt with one movement, and the celebrant appeared, old and venerable, with white hair, bent over the chalice which he carried in his left hand. 2 assistants in red robes walked in front of him, and behind appeared a crowd of choristers in heavy clogs, who lined up on both sides of the choir. A small bell chimed amidst dead silence. The service began. The priest moved slowly back and forth in front of the tabernacle of gold, genuflecting, intoning in a cracked voice, lisping with age, the preliminary prayers. As soon as he stopped all the choristers and the organ burst forth simultaneously, and in the congregation men also sang, not so loudly, more humbly, as befits mere spectators. Suddenly the Kyrie eleison rose to the heavens from every heart and throat. Grains of dust and fragments of moldering wood actually fell from the ancient arch which was shaken by this explosion of sound. The sun beating on the slates of the roof turned the little church into a furnace. A great emotion, an anxious weight, the imminence of the ineffable mystery, filled the hearts of the children with awe, and touched the breasts of their mothers. The priest, who had remained seated for some time, walked up again towards the altar and, bareheaded, with his silvery hair, he approached the supernatural act with trembling gestures. He turned towards the faithful and, spreading out his hands, pronounced the words, Orate, fratres, pray, brethren. They all prayed. The old priest was now uttering in a stammering whisper the mysterious and supreme words. The bell chimed several times in succession. The prostrate crowd called upon God. The children were fainting from boundless anxiety. It was then that Rosa, with her head in both her hands, suddenly thought of her mother and her village church on her first communion. She almost fancied that that day had returned, when she was so small, and almost hidden in her white dress, and she began to cry. First of all, she wept silently, and the tears dropped slowly from her eyes, but her emotion increased with her recollections, and she began to sob. She took out her pocket handkerchief, wiped her eyes, and held it to her mouth, so as not to scream, but it was useless. A sort of rattle escaped her throat, and she was answered by two other profound, heartbreaking sobs. For her two neighbors, Louise and Flora, who were kneeling near her, overcome by similar recollections, were sobbing by her side, amidst a flood of tears, and as tears are contagious. Madame soon in turn found that her eyes were wet, and on turning to her sister-in-law, she saw that all the occupants of her seat were also crying. The priest was creating the body of Christ. The children were unconscious of everything, prostrated on the tiled floor by burning devotion, and throughout the church, here and there, a wife, a mother, a sister. Seized by the strange sympathy of poignant emotion, and agitated by those handsome ladies on their knees, who were shaken by their sobs, was moistening her checked cotton handkerchief, and pressing her beating heart with her left hand. Just as the sparks from an engine will set fire to dry grass, so the tears of Rosa and of her companions infected the whole congregation in a moment. Men, women, old men, and lads in new blouses were soon all sobbing, and something superhuman seemed to be hovering over their heads. A spirit, the powerful breath of an invisible and all-powerful being. Then, in the choir a sharp short noise resounded. The Sister of Mercy had given the signal for communion by striking on her prayer book, and the children, shivering with a divine fever, approached the holy table. A whole row knelt down. The old priest, holding in his hand the pyx of gilt silver, walked in front of them, administering the sacred host, the body of Christ, the salvation of the world. They opened their mouths convulsively, with nervous grimaces, their eyes shut and their faces deathly pale. And the long communion altar cloth, spread out beneath their chins, quivered like running water. Suddenly a species of madness seemed to pervade the church, the noise of a crowd in a state of frenzy, a tempest of sobs and stifled cries. It passed through them like gusts of wind which bow the trees in a forest, and the priest remained standing, motionless, the host in his hand, paralyzed by emotion, saying, "It is God. It is God who is amongst us, manifesting his presence. He is descending upon his kneeling people in reply to my prayers." He stammered out incoherent prayers, without finding words, prayers of the soul, when it soars towards heaven. He finished giving communion in such a state of religious exaltation that his legs shook under him, and when he himself had partaken of the blood of the Lord, he plunged into a prayer of ecstatic thanks. The people behind him gradually grew calmer. The choristers, in all the dignity of their white surplices, went on in somewhat uncertain voices, and the serpent itself seemed hoarse, as if the instrument had been weeping. Raising his hands, the priest then made a sign to them to be silent, and passing between the two lines of communicants plunged in an ecstasy of happiness, he went up to the chancel steps. The congregation sat down amidst the noise of chairs, and they all blew their noses violently. As soon as they saw the priest, there was silence, and he began to speak in low, muffled, hesitating tones. My dear brethren and sisters, and children, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. You have just given me the greatest joy of my life. I felt that God was coming down amongst us in response to my call. He came, he was there, present, filling your souls, causing your tears to overflow. I am the oldest priest in the diocese, and today I am the happiest. A miracle has taken place among us, a true, a great, a sublime miracle. While Jesus Christ was entering the bodies of these little children for the first time, the Holy Spirit, the celestial bird, the breath of God descended upon you, possessed you, seized you, and bent you like reeds in the wind. Then, in firmer tones, turning towards the two pews where the carpenter's guests were seated. I especially thank you, my dear sisters, who have come from such a distance, and whose presence among us, whose evident faith and ardent piety have set such a salutary example to all. You have edified my parish, your emotion has warmed all hearts. Without you, this great day would not, perhaps, have had this really divine character. It is sufficient, at times, that there should be one chosen to keep in the flock, to make the whole flock blessed. His voice failed him from emotion. He added, I pray for grace for you. Amen. And he returned to the altar to conclude the service. Then they all left the church as quickly as possible, and the children themselves were restless, as they were tired with such a prolonged tension of the mind. Besides that, they were hungry, and by degrees the parents left without waiting for the last gospel, to see about dinner. There was a crowd outside, a noisy crowd, a babel of loud voices, where the shrill Norman accent was discernible. The villagers formed two ranks, and when the children appeared, each family seized its own. The whole houseful of women caught hold of Constance, surrounded her and kissed her, and Rosa was especially demonstrative. At last she took hold of one hand, while Madame Tellier held the other, and Raphael and Fernande held up her long muslin petticoat, so that it might not drag in the dust. Louise and Flora brought up the rear with Madame Rivet, and the child, who was very silent and thoughtful, filled with the sense of God whom she had absorbed, set off home. In the midst of this guard of honor, the dinner was served in the workshop, on long boards supported by trestles, and through the open door they could see all the enjoyment that was going on. Everywhere they were feasting, and through every window were to be seen tables surrounded by people in their Sunday best, and a cheerful noise was heard in every house. While the men were sitting in their shirt sleeves, drinking pure cider, glass after glass, and in the middle of each company two children could be seen, here two boys, there two girls, dining one with the family of the other. In the carpenter's house, their gaiety maintained somewhat of an air of reserve, which was the consequence of the emotion of the girls in the morning. And Rivet was the only one who was in a good form, and he was drinking to excess. Madame Tellier was looking at the clock every moment, for, in order not to lose 2 days following, they ought to take the 3:55 train, which would bring them to Fécamp towards evening. The carpenter tried very hard to distract her attention, so as to keep his guests until the next day, but he did not succeed, for she never joked when there was business to be done. And as soon as they had had their coffee she ordered her girls to make haste and get ready, and then, turning to her brother, she said, "You must have the horses put in immediately." And she herself went to finish her last preparations. When she came down again, her sister-in-law was waiting to speak to her about the child, and a long conversation took place, in which, however, nothing was settled. The carpenter's wife finished, and pretended to be very much moved, and Madame Tellier, who was holding the girl on her knees, would not pledge herself to anything definite, but merely gave vague promises. She would not forget her, there was plenty of time, and then, they would meet again. But the conveyance did not come to the door, and the women did not come downstairs. Upstairs, they even heard loud laughter, falls, little screams, and much clapping of hands, and so, while the carpenter's wife went to the stable to see whether the cart was ready, Madame went upstairs. Rivet, who was very drunk, and half undressed, was vainly trying to violate Rosa, who was dying with laughter. The two pumps were holding him by the arms and trying to calm him, as they were shocked at such a scene after that morning ceremony. But Raphael and Fernande were urging him on, writhing and holding their sides with laughter, and they uttered shrill cries at every useless attempt that the drunken fellow made. The man was furious, his face was red, he was all unbuttoned, and he was trying to shake off the two women who were clinging to him, while he was pulling at Rosa's dress with all his might and muttering, "So you won't, you hussy?" But Madame, who was very indignant, went up to her brother, seized him by the shoulders, and threw him out of the room with such violence that he fell against a wall in the passage. And a minute afterwards they heard him pumping water onto his head in the yard, and when he came back with the cart, he was quite calm. They returned the same way as they had come the day before, and the little white horse started off, with his quick, dancing trot. Under the hot sun, their fun, which had been checked during dinner, broke out again. The girls were now amused at the jolts which the wagon gave, pushed their neighbors' chairs, and burst out laughing every moment, for they were in the vein for it, after Rivet's vain attempt. There was a haze over the country, the roads were glaring, and dazzled their eyes, and the wheels raised up two trails of dust, which followed the cart for a long time along the high road. And presently Fernande, who was fond of music, asked Rosa to sing something, and she boldly struck up the Gros Cœur de Mouton, but Madame made her stop immediately, as she thought it a song which was very unsuitable for such a day, and she added, "Sing us something of Béranger's." And so, after a moment's hesitation, she began Béranger's song, The Grandmother, in her worn-out voice. Ma grand-mère, un soir à sa fête, de vin per ayant bu du Deutz. Nous 17. En branlant la tête. Que d'amoureux j'ai eu autrefois. Combien j'ai regret. Mon bras est dodu. Ma jambe bien faite. Et le temps perdu. And the girls in chorus, led by Madame, repeated the refrain. Combien j'ai regret. Mon bras est dodu. Ma jambe bien faite. Et le temps perdu. That's fine, declared Rivet, carried away by the rhythm, and Rosa went on at once. Quoi, maman, vous n'étiez pas sage? Non, vraiment. Et de mes appas. Sol, à quins ans, j'ai appris l'usage. Car la nuit, je ne dormais pas. They all shouted the refrain to every verse, while Rivet beat time on the shafts with his foot, and on the horse's back with the reins, who, as if he himself were carried away by the rhythm, broke into a wild gallop, and threw all the women in a heap, one on the top of the other, on the bottom of the conveyance. They got up, laughing wildly, and the song went on, shouted at the top of their voices, beneath the burning sky, among the ripening grain, to the rapid gallop of the little horse, who set off every time the refrain was sung, and galloped 100 yards, to their great delight. While occasionally a stone breaker by the roadside sat up and looked at the wild and shouting female load through his wire spectacles. When they got out at the station, the carpenter said, "I am sorry you are going, we might have had some fun together." But Madame replied very sensibly, "Everything has its right time, and we cannot always be enjoying ourselves." And then he had a sudden inspiration. "Look here, I will come and see you at Fécamp next month." And he gave a knowing look, with a bright and roguish eye. "Come," Madame said, "you must be sensible, you may come if you like, but you are not to be up to any of your tricks." He did not reply, and as they heard the whistle of the train, he immediately began to kiss them all. When he came to Rosa's turn, he tried to get to her mouth, which she, however, smiling with her lips closed, turned away from him each time by a rapid movement of her head to one side. He held her in his arms, but he could not attain his object, as his large whip, which he was holding in his hand and waving behind the girl's back in desperation, interfered with his efforts. "Passengers for Rouen, take your seats, please," a guard cried, and they got in. There was a slight whistle, followed by a loud whistle, from the engine, which noisily puffed out its first jet of steam, while the wheels began to turn a little, with a visible effort. And Rivet left the station and went to the gate by the side of the line to get another look at Rosa, and as the carriage full of human merchandise passed him, he began to crack his whip and to jump, while he sang at the top of his voice. Combien je regrette. Mon bras si dodu. Ma jambe bien faite. Et le temps perdu. And then he watched a white pocket handkerchief, which somebody was waving, as it disappeared in the distance. Chapter 3. They slept the peaceful sleep of a quiet conscience, until they got to Rouen, and when they returned to the house, refreshed and rested, Madame could not help saying, "It was all very well. But I was already longing to get home." They hurried over their supper, and then, when they had put on their professional costume, waited for their usual customers. And the little colored lamp outside the door told the passers-by that the flock had returned to the fold, and in a moment the news spread, nobody knew how or by whom. Monsieur Philip, the banker's son, even carried his forgetfulness so far, as to send a special messenger to Monsieur Tourneval, who was confined to the bosom of his family. The fish curer used every Sunday to have several cousins to dinner, and they were having coffee, when a man came in with a letter in his hand. Monsieur Tourneval was much excited, he opened the envelope and grew pale. It only contained these words in pencil. "The cargo of cod has been found, the ship has come into port. Good business for you. Come immediately." He felt in his pockets, gave the messenger twopence, and suddenly blushing to his ears, he said, "I must go out." He handed his wife the laconic and mysterious note, rang the bell, and when the servant came in, he asked her to bring him his hat and overcoat immediately. As soon as he was in the street, he began to run, and the way seemed to him to be twice as long as usual, his impatience was so great. Madame Tellier's establishment had put on quite a holiday look. On the ground floor, a number of sailors were making a deafening noise, and Louise and Flora drank with one and the other, so as to merit their name of the two pumps more than ever. They were being called for everywhere at once. Already they were not able to cope with business, and the night bid fair to be a very busy one for them. The circle in the upstairs room was complete by 9 o'clock. Monsieur Vasse, the judge of the Tribunal of Commerce, Madame's usual, but platonic wooer, was talking to her in a corner, in a low voice, and they were both smiling, as if they were about to come to an understanding. Monsieur Poulin, the ex-mayor, was holding Rosa astride on his knees, and she, with her nose close to his, was running her podgy hands through the old gentleman's white whiskers. A glimpse of her bare thigh was visible beneath her upraised dress of yellow silk, and was thrown into relief by the background of his dark trousers. While her red stockings were held up by blue garters, the commercial travelers present. Tall Fernande, who was lying on the sofa, had both her feet on Monsieur Pinapes, the tax collector's stomach, and her back on young Monsieur Philippe's waistcoat. Her right arm was round his neck, while she held a cigarette in her left. Raphael appeared to be discussing matters with Monsieur Dupuis, the insurance agent, and she finished by saying, "Yes, my dear, I will, this evening." Then waltzing across the room, "Anything you like this evening," she cried. Just then, the door opened suddenly, and Monsieur Tourneval came in, who was greeted with enthusiastic cries of, "Long live Tourneval!" And Raphael, who was still twirling round, went and threw herself into his arms. He seized her in a vigorous embrace, and without saying a word, lifting her up as if she had been a feather, he went through the room, opened the door at the other end and disappeared with his living burden in the direction of the stairs, amidst great applause. Rosa, who was exciting the ex-mayor, kissing him every moment, and pulling both his whiskers at the same time in order to keep his head straight, was inspired by this example. "Come, do what he did," she said. The old boy got up, pulled his waistcoat straight, and followed the girl, fumbling in the pocket where he kept his money. Fernande and Madame remained with the four men, and Monsieur Philippe exclaimed, "I will pay for some champagne, get 3 bottles, Madame Tellier." And Fernande gave him a hug, and whispered to him, "Play us a waltz, will you?" So he rose and sat down at the old piano in the corner, and managed to get a hoarse waltz out of the entrails of the instrument. The tall girl put her arms round the tax collector, Madame fell into the arms of Monsieur Vasse, and the two couples turned round, kissing as they danced. Monsieur Vasse, who had formerly danced in good society, waltzed with such elegance that Madame was quite captivated. She looked at him with a glance which said, yes, a more discreet and delicious yes than the spoken word. Frederick brought the champagne. The first cork popped, and Monsieur Philippe played the introduction to a quadrille, through which the four dancers walked in society fashion, decorously, with propriety, deportment. Bows and curtsies, and then they began to drink. Monsieur Tourneveau returned, relieved, contented, radiant. I do not know, he said, what has happened to Raphael, she is perfect this evening. A glass was handed to him and he drank it off at a gulp, as he murmured, by heavens, everything is being done on a luxurious scale. Monsieur Philippe at once struck up a lively polka, and Monsieur Tourneveau started off with the handsome Jewess, whom he held up in the air, without letting her feet touch the ground. Monsieur Pinapes and Monsieur Vasse had started off with renewed vigor, and from time to time one or other couple would stop to toss off a long glass of sparkling wine. And the dance was threatening to become never-ending, when Rosa opened the door. She had a candlestick in her hand, her hair was down, and she was in bedroom slippers and chemise. Her face was flushed and very animated. I want to dance, she shouted. And what about the old gentleman? Raphael asked. Rosa burst out laughing. Him? He's asleep already. He falls asleep at once. She caught hold of Monsieur Dupuis, who was sitting on the sofa doing nothing, and the polka was resumed. But the bottles were empty. I will pay for one, Monsieur Tourneveau said. So will I, Monsieur Vasse declared. And I will do the same, Monsieur Dupuis remarked. They all began to clap their hands, and it soon became a regular ball, and from time to time, Louise and Flora ran upstairs quickly, had a few turns, while their customers downstairs grew impatient. And then they returned regretfully to the café. At midnight they were still dancing. From time to time one of the girls would disappear, and when she was wanted for the dance, it would suddenly be discovered that one of the men was also missing. Where have you been? Asked Monsieur Philippe, jocularly, when Monsieur Pinapes returned with Fernande. Watching Monsieur Poulain sleep, replied the tax collector. The joke was a great success, and all the men in turn went upstairs to see Monsieur Poulain sleeping, with one or other of the girls, who on this occasion displayed an unusual amiability. Madame shut her eyes to what was going on and she had long private talks in corners with Monsieur Vasse, as if to settle the last details of something that had already been settled. At last, at 1 o'clock, the two married men, Monsieur Tourneveau and Monsieur Pinapes, declared that they were going home, and wanted to pay. Nothing was charged for except the champagne, and that only cost 6 francs a bottle, instead of 10, which was the usual price, and when they expressed their surprise at such generosity, Madame, who was beaming, said to them, "We don't have a holiday every day."